Memory transcription subject, Governor Tava of the Venlil Republic. Date, standardized human time, March 7th, 2137. With election day drawing closer, the final debate could be crucial to winning over undecided voters. The polls were neck and neck. Veln was savvy with the mass appeal items on his docket, and I trusted that he would maintain his suave demeanor on stage before a live audience. While at least before the arrival of humanity I'd been regarded as personable, this venue would be playing into my opponent's forte. It was one thing to deliver organized speeches that Cheln curated, but no matter how much I rehearsed for expected questions, off-the-cuff replies and the head-to-head format of a debate weren't my strengths. So much was at stake for the fate of Skalga, so I needed to put on the best performance of my life. Venlil debates were usually simple affairs, with a few minutes devoted to back and forths on each policy issue. However, with the human and Federation issues at the crux of the debate, Veln and I struck a mutual accord to devote the entire first half of the schedule to those topics. The other issues could be condensed, as this point was the true schism of this election. I knew how contentious our membership in the Sapient Coalition and our close ties with Earth were. For would-be voters, everything else was unimportant compared to the millions of predators living among us. For the primates who'd been granted citizenship, attempts to have courts block their voting privileges had mixed success from one jurisdiction to another. In this cycle, I couldn't rely on the Terran vote saving me. I steadied my paws on the podium and gazed out at the assembled crowd. Most non-pundit attendees were Venlil, though I could see a masked Noah sitting all the way at the back for moral support. The human noticed me looking at him and raised a single thumb in a gesture I assumed was encouraging. I gave the slightest tail swish back, wishing I understood all of the Terrans' non-verbal cues. Their communication was so unique compared to other species, but they were expressive and animated if one knew what to look for. If this debate is nothing compared to Noah's speech on Aafa, I have no right to be this nerve-wracked when he was so brave with rifles trained on his face, trapped in a hostile world. If I can't sell Skalga on my love for humanity, I don't deserve to win. Veln, as the challenger, mounted the stage second, relishing the crowd's cheers beneath a facade of modest, dismissive tail waves. His slate-grey fur was perfectly smoothed out on his chest, while his tail had been puffed out for a regal appearance. His ears wiggled with enthusiasm as he offered the audience a sweeping tail swish. My opponent wandered away from the podium, leaning down toward the first row to wave to a particularly enthusiastic supporter. When I took the stage, my reception had been more mixed and tepid. My supporters were more the stay-the-course types than the game-changers. Those who were against me despised me, and hatred was something Veln could weaponize into passion for himself.
Hello!
Veln said into the microphone, clearly studying me with a direct side-on gaze. I'd kept my impassive composure and swiveled an ear toward my rival with politeness.
It's an honor to have this opportunity to discuss my ideas in a comparative format with Governor Tava. I do hope that we'll have an excellent, enlightening discourse.
I flicked my ear in acknowledgement. Likewise. I look forward to engaging with the pressing issues of our time. I believe that the candidates with the best ideas will rise in this format, and I'm grateful that so many of the voters are listening to what we each have to say tonight. Major decisions for the future of our society are at pour. The Venlil moderator, a journalist named Jonek, straightened his note cards.
Now that the candidates are both here, let's launch into the issue on everyone's minds. Humanity. Tava, as the defending governor, you open this segment. 30 seconds for your reply. Why do you believe that your friendly policies toward Earth are ideal for Venlil society?
That's an important question, Jonek, I said, adding in a practiced pause. We've seen the worst of what is out in the stars. The Arxur, the Federation who've hidden their atrocities for centuries. Humanity came seeking genuine friendship and have defended us on multiple occasions at the cost of many of their own. We would never have known what was done to us. Never have woken up to our own manipulation without the so-called predators. Now more than ever, us Venlil need true allies and comrades, because how can we afford to be alone with so many threats out there? The crowd seemed pleased with my reply, issuing a few whistles of agreement. Noah mashed his meaty hands together and gave the thumbs-up gesture again. I tried not to focus on the human for too long, not wanting to be caught staring at him on live television. With the first question done, I could feel myself begin to lighten up on the anxiety. Veln waited for the audience's response to cool off before leaning toward the microphone. Moderator Jonak gave him the ear flick to go ahead with his 30-second rebuttal. Veln pointedly trained both his pupils on me.
That's a wonderful set of lines, Governor, but it's not indicative of reality. If we need to entangle our society with humanity and their values to attain their friendship, then they are just as bad as the Federation. We have known them for the sum of a few months, so I would not bet the direction of the Venlil people on such a small sample size and such limited knowledge. Terrans are not one entity with us, and we are not responsible for saving them. Under my leadership, we would seek more separation from the Earthlings for the sake of our autonomy. If I might add one more thing that doesn't add up. If you recognize the threat of the Federation, why have you placed us in a new one with many of their former members? We don't need to be beholden to anyone who wishes to determine our future and our choices for us. My slogan is very simple. No more federations.
I waited for his round of cheers to die down, signing argue in tail language to tell Jonak I wished for a counter-rebuttal. Let me impart some thoughts of my own on reality. The reality is, right now, we can't defend ourselves from the Federation on our own. My platform focuses on building up our military so that we can stand on our own without leaving ourselves vulnerable to outside attacks. I lost my daughter to a raid as the Arxur bombed schools, targeted children. I saw how furious that made the Terrans, so I know enough about them, even in this short time, to know that they'll stand fast beside us. Veln, how do you expect the Venlil to stand the fighting chance alone? You think the Federation will just let us leave? Or do you imagine they'll season our vulnerability to snuff us out and send a message to humanity? They'll do anything to get back at anyone who helped the Predators or is important to them. We have no choice but to stick together. That's what the herd is for. Veln's ears straightened, sensing his chance to reply.
Since you asked, I don't think that asking others to solve our problems is the answer. Humans have a fundamentally different culture to us. I'm not proposing to fully go it alone. I'm proposing to be more responsible with the alliances and commitments we get ourselves into. Who out there helps carry the burden of predator refugees, or has had their child exposed to the sight of carcass food? We shouldn't accept this on Venlil Prime. A strategic alliance is fine, because Terrans are excellent at fighting, but we don't need to be joined at the hip. Something I imagine you and Ambassador Noah know about.
What is that supposed to mean? Campaigning by starting unfounded rumors? It's unbecoming of someone who wants to lead an entire planet.
I don't mean to insinuate anything, but you two spend a lot of time together outside typical work hours. I've seen him at the governor's mansion in a month more than any other species ambassador visits in a year. Extraordinary circumstances, I know, but I think your judgment might be clouded. It's a conflict of interests if you're elevating human interests so highly compared to Venlil priorities. Should I elaborate more? I want to make sure nothing is misconstrued, of course.
I care deeply for Ambassador Noah, but I'm shocked that you would weaponize my empathy for how much he's endured as the face of humanity into a negative attribute. We've been through many stressful situations together, from nearly getting shot down en route to Aafa, to our efforts to stop the genocide of Earth, to working hand in paw with the cattle rescues that my government and his bargained for the release of, and now to our collaboration for the summit. It's brought us both into a special and cherished bond, and I won't let you shame me for it. Veln lashed his tail with smug satisfaction.
I'm only suggesting that people have a right to know about any special bonds. You make decisions for all of us. The citizenry should be certain who you'd protect if it came to us or them, and that certainty should be beyond a shadow of a doubt. I know I'd fight for our own. Regardless, I don't want to stall on this topic, moderator, so shall we move on?
It was all I could do to conceal how much I was fuming on the inside. It was a clever way to lob a personal attack at me, and one that was difficult to defend. I was well aware that the strongest criticisms against me were that humanity was pulling the strings on my agenda. Ever since I shut down the predator disease facilities on Terran urgings, my dissidents claimed that I wouldn't stand up to them. While I had a refutation prepared for that specific line, going after my ties to Noah wasn't an attack I wanted Veln to expand upon. Defending myself against a valid accusation left me with few options. I'm not ashamed of how close I am with Noah, but what would happen if that got into the media? Glim, for one, was outright told we're together. I'm lucky he's working with me as a campaign advisor, or he could give Veln the juicy scoop. That rescue has been dispirited since fainting before Isif at the summit. Jonak read the second question on his card.
Veln, You've learned about the gene editing the Far Soul forced on our ancestors, yet you've been outspoken against Tava's proposals for a voluntary instinct suppression program, and for returning Venlil Prime's name to Skalga through a referendum. Why are you against these options for returning our planet to its natural state?
First off, the Governor and I agree on reversing the gene edits. It'll be a priority in either agenda, so let's set that part aside.
Veln began.
Now, I find that Tava rushes into drastic changes with haste. Slanik was the first subject of a program like what she proposes, and he became a violent assassin. We don't understand the consequences of the psychological changes we're making to ourselves, so we should take the time to do so, especially before we raise the government spending even further. The programs formed since first contact have tanked our economy and have been a massive drain on our system and resources. I love the idea of saving the cattle rescues, but the fiscal mismanagement. We don't have infinite money. It comes from somewhere, just like the Instinct program would. Now, I know I'm over my time, so let me be quick on why I don't want Skalga. I don't like the name World of Death. We can do better.
As laughs rippled through the crowd, I donned the look of a mother who wasn't amused by a child's shenanigans. I sure hope you don't make all your decisions based on whether you personally like or dislike something, Veln. The choice of whether the citizens like the name Skalga should be left up to the people themselves, not just forbidden by your decree. As our moderator pointed out, the Instinct program is also voluntary. I dream of a future where we're strong, not weak like the Federation claims. But my entire platform is about choice. Slanik was an incident caused by military training and prolonged exposure to the horrors of war. I want my people not to live in artificial fear. It won't cost the average citizen a credit, because it's taken from bloated exterminator budgets and the power bills of electroshock machines. That is wasteful spending which could go to improving and saving lives. Before you cut me off, Veln, since you can't conform to the time constraints, allow me to tack on a little extra too. The loyal members of the Exterminators Guild want accountability for their actions. They want a better understanding of predator attacks and real predator disease to limit violence on the streets. They want people who abuse their title ousted so that they can maintain a true force that protects people. If there's science that can keep them well informed on animal threats and ways for them to be safer and not damage property on missions...
You're well over your allotted time, Tava.
Jonak interjected. Exterminators want those improvements because they want to make their planet proud, I spewed hastily. Veln pinned his ears back with disbelief.
The guild devoted to fighting predators doesn't support you, Tava. Let's not waste time pretending they do. You've shoved humans down their throats while allowing them to be mocked, and by your own admission, you slashed their budgets. The money they need to defend us and themselves. Those are heroes, and I'm not ashamed to say it. But you wouldn't say those words, because behind your pandering, you question everything they do. Humans matter more to you than exterminators ever have. You basically said so in your own words. The guild's budget is not wasteful spending, because their job is about improving and saving lives. I won't let them apologize for burning creatures that would threaten and eat our children. Furthermore, I'll give them every credit they ask for, and I'll talk about raising their salaries for the thankless work they do. Save your cheers, I'm not done. It's funny how you condemn predator disease treatments and leave us impotent to defend against predator attacks. We learned that predator disease was more prevalent than ever with those twisted Venlil who live among us and conceal conniving predatory minds. We knew they were dangerous, but we didn't know they struck so often. How can you see that evidence and close the facilities? Do you...
Jonak cleared his throat.
Veln, you're also past your time.
Don't worry, the question's to Tava.
My opponent countered.
Do you really think that talking about your feelings can make these monsters herd safe?
If the treatments made Venlil safe before, why were there so many attacks? I shot back. The methods we have now are clearly, by the evidence, unreliable for detecting threats. Look at the distress for family members who've had a harmless loved one hauled away and tortured for being different, when the real murderers roamed free. Why would we ever want that to continue?
Because our search isn't thorough enough. I don't buy into your argument of humans being predators so they can identify predator behavior. In the next breath you'll tell us they're friendly and innocent, not at all like predators are. The reality is, and I don't say this out of dislike for Terrans, but asking predators to identify dangerous predatory behavior is like asking us to qualify what's extreme prey behavior. Their boundaries are much looser than ours.
Our boundaries of acceptable behavior are engineered by the Federation. That's the difference. Humans are civilized people who haven't been told how to think. They have a better idea than we do of what's actually predator behavior and what was just an instrument of Kolshian far-soul control. Every part of our society was engineered so that the conspirators could keep us subservient and mock us. Veln, I don't want to listen to a single word those cripplers said, especially when innocent lives are involved. This planet deserves a leader who doesn't buy into those centuries-old lies. Judging by the crowd's enthusiastic cheers, I'd come out ahead in that exchange. Resenting the Federation's lies was a convincing reason to overhaul every tenet of the system. It was clear after what we learned the Far Soul did to our ancestors that nothing they forced on us had good intentions. Predator disease was their creation to stop us from resisting, and I was certain enough of the populace could see that. My opponent likely agreed with my logic deep down, though he had to be contrarian to demonstrate his opposition to radical change. Veln seemed to be weighing whether to concede that argument and move on to a different topic. However, it was a moot point as Jonak jumped in.
That was certainly a spirited exchange, but that is all the time we have available for human and Federation-focused topics,
the moderator said.
We'll take a short break and move on to the other issues on your ticket, including infrastructure, schools, and tax policies. Stay tuned.
I relaxed as the cameras switched off and studied my opponent out of my periphery. In this crucial debate, it was a good sign that Veln wasn't walking all over me. I was pleased with how I'd stood up for my actions and beliefs. My gaze turned outward, past the various Venlil spectators who chatted among themselves. The human ambassador lifted his mask for a brief second when my eyes reached him. His pearly teeth flashed all the way from the back of the auditorium. Noah quietly clapped, ducking his head as a commendation. His approval filled me with confidence. If the silver-tongued predator believed in what I was saying, my words must be enough to resonate with others. The question now was whether this final appeal to the Venlil citizenry would carry me to re-election.
Memory transcription subject. Chief Hunter Isif, Arxur Rebellion Command. Date, Standardized Human Time, March 9th, 2137. The subspace trails allowed my fleet to pursue the Kolshians, who without reason had abandoned their already secured position at Malu. After a few days of pursuit, it became clear that our enemies weren't bound for the Liberty's Bastion colony. Secretary-General Zhao had evacuated the human colonists there out of an overabundance of caution, but curing predator expansionists was no longer the priority of the government caste. This route was steering us through the territory of the youngest chief hunter, Ilthiss, who was keen on proving himself to betterment. It wasn't only Federation onslaughts we had to watch for. I kept my bridge on alert in case we were plunged into real space while clearing the parsecs between us and our foes. There were no human strongholds in Ilthiss's territory to my knowledge. The lone sapient coalition member in his reach were the Nivox, and with their manufacturing abilities, they kept enough of a fleet for themselves to thwart simple raids. Most powers within this sector were either on the side of the Duertan Shield, since Kalqua and its neighbors were centered there, or Federation loyalists such as the Multi and the Dresdjian. Keeping track of every herbivorous race was a real headache, though my talks with Felra had been useful in picking up Federation customs. If I wanted peace between us and the Leaflookers, it was my role as a leader to learn about them all. I'm done with this Arxur and Sayasara game, I messaged Felra on SwiftPair as we'd returned to doing throughout this tracking expedition. You're trying to force me to be curious by offering zero details about what you've been up to and talking about anything else. So fine. You win. Can you not see that? What was it like on Liberty's Bastion? The rodent began typing back at once.
You have to show that you care, Scifi. Admit it. I'm way more helpful and special than Vizith. Now that we don't see each other daily, you have to work for my friendship.
Why should I bother with such a colossal effort, you irritating no-good dosser?
You love me, but you're too moody to admit it. You like that I think you're harmless and sweet. Want a video call?
I will not let you make a fool of me while I am on the bridge. If my men think I'm soft, they will not respect me. It does not matter if you believe you are helping. It is detrimental to my authority when you demand that I pet you like one of those human idiots. Answer my question about the colony, or I will rescind my interest.
You're such a goofy grey, Scifi. Once you admit you're interested, you can't take it back. I'll answer because I'm feeling generous. It's the humans' furthest colony away from Sol, and the habitation modules are cramped and practical. Most of the settlers came because the UN offered free housing to the first people to sign up. The Maziks have some weird hero worship thing going on, and they have a joint military base with the UN for patrols and such. It's quiet and unglamorous. The Terrans I lived with called it life on the new frontier. I don't know what that means.
I'm sure the Terrans would tell you if you asked, no? I've never met a human that was not elated to divulge their thoughts at an unnecessary length.
Humans are as friendly as can be. I can't believe I thought they were scary back at work. I kinda miss inspecting starships, and I wonder if the Terrans could find me a job. If they let us go back to the colony, I might stay there. After visiting my family on Malu, of course. I really appreciate how you came back to save my people. That proves that you care, no matter what you say.
I huffed in irritation. Why would you not wish to return to your planet now that it is free of Kolshians? Your life was disrupted, and this must have brought some degree of emotional difficulty.
Well, I don't want to go home. It's more exciting out here. How could I go from bossing predators around to filing safety complaints with bureaucrats? Seriously, I'm way too curious about predator stuff to bury that side of me ever again. Milu couldn't handle me.
I snorted. That I believe. I cannot handle you. Now, our present course is leading us directly into Dwerten homogeneity space, toward their homeworld no less. We know how hostile they are to the rebellion after they walked out of the summit on my account, yes? Decisions must be made about how to proceed. I have to go.
Bye, Scifi. Don't die.
My annoyance was heightened by that flippant dismissal, so I decided not to bother with a farewell response. Placing the holopad into a drawer where it would be out of my sight, I snapped my attention to the bridge activities. Kaisel had just returned to his post, taking over the census console from Alexei, who'd been filling in while the runt slept. All personnel were ordered to combat stations when we saw that our trajectory was bound straight for Kalqua. In my eyes, we had to follow the Kolshians to their destination, even if it took us through Dwerten space. However, taking roundabout pathing might be ideal. We could pick up the trail on the other side of the system. Kalqua was under siege for their part in Nokonis' assassination last I heard, so that Dwerten might not have resources to divert to us. Lisa told me they were not responding to any communications. The signs pointed toward the Kolshian forces from Malu heading to Kalqua, except for the fact that the initial strike force had been enough to thrash the Dwerten and silence their people. Still, it was within the realm of possibility that the Federation sent every ship available to annihilate the homogeneity with absolute certainty. Secretary-General Zhao postulated back on Earth that the Shadow Government was plotting to strike human territory. Perhaps the avian scheme on Aafa, making the Kolshian Commonwealth out to be fools, had shifted the priorities around. Where the conspiracy wanted to cure humanity, the goal seemed to be eradicating the Dwerten. The rebel fleet emerged into real space on my command, and the technocracy ships followed suit a second later. I elected to touch base with the Yurtul on this decision through our shared comms link. We're approaching Dwerten space. I'll have my sensor station catch their bearings and see if we're close enough to detect where these subspace trails wind up.
We ran continuous scans to trace the end destination while in warp.
The marsupial's response was a casual indicator that their sensor capability while in FTL transit had surpassed our own.
It does appear to be Kalqua. UN and technocracy generals are currently conferencing to determine our government's position.
I see. What is your personal opinion? As the one spearheading this hunt, I would take your judgment into consideration on why we should or should not intervene.
Well, I doubt the Dwerten would lower themselves to ask a primitive to bail them out. Grouchy knows they'd never ask an Arxur to step in either, if they're too prideful to turn to the humans. There's no love lost between the Sapient Coalition and the Dwerten. I did want to finish the muzzle kicking we gave the Kolshians at Malu, but fuck if I want to sacrifice any Yurtul lives that are allotted in Greats. Point is, I think we should see how many enemy ships we'll be dealing with, and run some risk-reward calculations.
I will take that under advisement. After we have gone all this way to pursue the departees, I see no harm in gathering visual information from the system's outskirts. In the event we enter combat, it would be helpful to know how many foes we're up against.
Then I'll seek clearance from the technocracy to scout the battleground. My two seeds. I doubt the Dwerten will pay us any attention. They won't be able to. They got walloped by a couple of drones when they tried to help at the start of the Battle of Malu. Humanity's not covering their asses this time. They're on their own.
Most herbivores are not worthy fighters. I do not imagine that Werten homogeneity would fare well against any Shadow Fleet attack, let alone an all-out assault. Keep us posted on your movements or any new information. We will do the same.
Understood.
It felt peculiar to defer strategic decision-making to the technocracy, but the Yortul had more than proven their competency. If human generals judged their officers as equals, then I trusted the United Nations and their close friends to reach an appropriate decision for our interests. Out of gratitude for Secretary General Zhao's attempts to protect Felra on my behalf, my offer to assist stood in spite of my disdain for the Dwerten. The lack of activity meant I should occupy my mind on other matters while awaiting a verdict. I rummaged through a few briefings on the Dominion's movements, knowing that we needed to return to wreaking havoc on their formations and locations after this clash. This pathing plants the idea to go after Chief Hunter Ilthiss. The fires of youth mean we want to weaken him before he tries anything bold and reckless. Then again, while I'm sure the humans would call this Machiavellian, perhaps it's better to leave him active. This is a Federation and Shield sector, so we could afford for the Arxur to keep raiding them. Freeing cattle wasn't going to make the most die-hard believers or fearful subsidiaries jump ship. I could rifle through intelligence on the Malti and the Dresgian when I had more time. From the little I knew, the Monotree Malti were willing to go along with anything the Kolshians said in exchange for favorable treatment. The Dresgian, meanwhile, were cave-dwelling mammals, and coincidentally, the only non-avian sapiens that could fly. From what little I knew, they had an entire faith that viewed the Federation's founders as divine avatars, due to a few ancient cave paintings they'd found. If the Dominion took those two out, they would be saving the Sapient Coalition the trouble. Oleg tapped me on the shoulder.
Sir, General Jones is on the line for you. Should I put her through?
That's a name I have not heard in a while. The Secretary General is allowing her to meddle again, or is this some new attempt on her own to procure something from me? I sighed.
I don't know. She's virtually attending that conference of UN and technocracy generals. I'd wager she's keeping you in the loop on whatever hush-hush intel is factoring into their decision.
We should hear what she has to say, whether it's with the SecGen's blessing or not. Jones is the only one bringing us up to speed live. Knowledge is everything.
An eavesdropping Lisa chimed in. Yes, yes. But I'm not doing anything extra that Jones asks of us. I have no patience for games. Put her through. Peacekeeper Bondarenko tapped a button and gestured to his workstation. I sidled up to the display with my most serious expression, indicating to the short-haired American general that I wouldn't tolerate double-edged aid. My prior cooperation with her had resulted in Zhao believing I was an enemy, and later, me being burned as a source to strong-arm me into launching a rebellion. I couldn't afford to push aside any contracts from Earth. The United Nations hadn't come to blows with the Dominion directly in months, but total war was on the horizon if they trounced the Federation. Still, I was leery of getting dragged into Jones's scheming.
Chief Hunter.
Jones greeted me.
Taking an interest in UN colonies all of a sudden? I'll have you know humans aren't interested in jawing off about natural security issues after Earth.
I narrowed my eyes. Flaunting how you listen in on my private conversations won't win my favor or my trust. I was asking after a friend.
Please, I'm actively tapping Felra's comms, not yours, and it's for your protection. She's a major liability. If anything happened to her, I can't predict what you'd do. The last thing I'd want is the Dominion or the Federation snatching her for the sake of extorting you.
What?
Don't make me spell it out. Just know my people are watching out for you covertly. I've always thought we can help each other, Isif. With how valuable of an asset you are, you can't blame me for not entrusting you to anyone else's oversight.
I gave you much at great risk, and I got very little in return. I implore you to cease these games and turn over whatever information is at the root of this call.
I was getting there. I've tinkered with our computerized recreations, and we fed known telemetry data, subspace activity, and acoustic readings into our programs. Take a look at our highlight reel. I'll narrate.
The Terran General transferred a video file which replicated an overview of Kalqua's sphere. The overlay presented estimated ship counts, and I nearly choked as I saw the figure of enemy vessels swarming the Dwerten homeworld. The count had crossed the six-figure tally in the first wave, dwarfing the number that had taken Malu. I wasn't sure how the Grey Avians had withstood an attack of that scale at all, even with 44 SHIELD allies' mediocre militaries coming to their aid. It also was concerning that the Shadow Fleet had this many craft to throw at an enemy that pissed them off, despite knowing an attack on Aafa could be coming. How many more ships were being held by the Kolshian homeworld? If these colonizers have 6 figures worth of bona fide ships on reserve, I'm not sure how even humanity executes Phase 3 of their plans. Aafa should be able to rebuff anything that's thrown at them. General Jones raised a placating hand.
Before you go looking all concerned, these aren't Shadow Fleet ships. Most aren't even Kolshian ships. And the ones that are, they're from the public military. Average herbivores, by their definition. The Federation has over 200 allies. So ask everyone to kick in a few hundred craft, and this is what it gets you.
This is some attempt to soften up Kalqua with expendable resources, I suggested.
I think so. Kalqua got word of the attack in advance thanks to an anonymous tip. And you know who let that intel fall into their laps. They would have been wiped out without the forewarning. The Dwarten Shield's allies sent some assistance, though not every party was willing to get involved. They started off with round about 60,000 ships and planetary defenses on their side.
That count is disproportionate, but not guaranteeing a Federation success. How much did the first wave whittle the Dwarten fleet down?
Well, see for yourself.
I returned my attention to the recreation, noting how the first Federation ships flew headlong into a rock-solid formation of Dwarten craft. Kalqua's moon harbored a planetary defense station with enormous power built into its cratered surface to fuel energy weapons. Punchy lasers carved through enemy vessels and pushed them away from orbital range. The defenders had other fortifications to their advantage. Jones's tip-off had allowed them to imitate a predatory tactic, sending a few ships to hide within a gas giant's gravity to later encircle the Kolshian-led attackers. The Federation's lone advantage was the gigantic scale of their onslaught, which made the extermination fleet that leveled cities on Earth look like small militia. The Dwarten weren't as green at the spacefaring game as the primates, who at that point had discovered alien life and FTL a single season ago. They also had more allies to call to their aid, while a few hundred Venlil and late-arriving Zeruleans were all the Terrans had cobbled together. However, despite a strong start and those factors offering a favorable prognosis, the Avians lacked humanity's coordination and tactical know-how. They executed a few basic plays before their ingenuity and organization faltered. The Federation fleet focused fire on the defense stations on Kalqua's moon, as well as a handful of satellite modules with defensive weapons strapped to them. Dwarten shield vessels were out of their depth. Even while using the public fleet as cannon fodder, the Kolshians placed legitimate commanders in charge of this assault. The raiders had sacrificed a few thousand ships to take the defenses out of commission. The weakest flank encircling the Avians' homeworld became the new epicenter of the attack, now that the hostiles were free of any devastating lasers that would hound them. I could see to my amazement that the Federation vessels had missiles primed. How had the Kolshians gotten their allies on board with turning a prey species cradle to ash? The native homogeneity fleet were panicking, desperate to keep the raiders away from their precious homeworld. Taking a glance at General Jones's face as the simulation sped through these events, the rare sympathy in her eyes told me she understood that feeling all too well. I recalled how Terran-crewed vessels had flung themselves at Kalsim's murderous minions, powerless to stop the bombs from hitting Earth. None of these races participated in that extermination fleet, but they can't claim to be any different. While the Dwarten were far from my favorite species, and I had presided over bombing events like this one myself, it was saddening once I linked Kalqua and Earth in my mind. Federation ships plowed through the shield's weak links, pirouetting through a sea of plasma and missiles. Several invaders went up in smoke, but some slipped through toward the vulnerable planet. The missiles set sail in the simulation, while the winds took over Jones's features. Detonations rippled across the continents, targeted without mercy at population centers. The estimated civilian death tally climbed as the recreation progressed to the present time. Dozens of bombs had made it to the surface.
That takes us to where we are now, with 30,000 Shadow Fleet ships arriving from Milu to clean up.
General Jones concluded.
The Dwarten are down to their last legs, holding at about 10,000, though they felled most of the Federation invaders to the same tally. I wouldn't take their odds at 1-to-1 against the Kolshian secret sauce. It's 3-1, and that's not counting the equal contingent of leftovers from the first wave.
I lashed my tail with flustered emotions. We all have our own problems, General. The Dwertons spit in our faces and called us monsters. Us, at least, with more cause than you. Is the sentiment in your General's meeting that you're expecting us to risk our lives for them?
Nobody's going to make any decision for you, Isif. It's up to you and the Yotl to commit or not commit resources. If we don't act, the Dwerton race will be wiped out to functional extinction. That's a fact. I thought you should see everything with your own eyes.
It's unlike you to not openly push a course of action on me. I will consider both the reality of the situation and what the Yotl plan to do. Tell me, is the technocracy likely to step in? Jones offered a cryptic grin.
I could give you the likeliest answer, but where's the fun in that? With the urgency of the situation, discussions won't stretch on much longer. The Yotl will tell you themselves when they're ready.
Before I could protest the Terran General's non-answer, she disconnected from the call. A few displeased hisses and growls rumbled in my throat, earning looks from the nearest bridge crew. My conscience was torn on what to do. What was best for the rebellion was to leave the predator-hating avians to suffer the consequences of their actions. Yet despite how they'd smacked down every hand of friendship humanity offered, I didn't want to see them dead. From what Oleg and Lisa told me last time I broached the subject of the Dwerton, neither did mankind. The Yotl's advancements were magnificent, but it was a tall order for 3,000 of them to tackle this alone. The decision to assist could be attributed to softness by my people if it was made of my own accord. My gaze turned to Kaisel, the Arxur who was acting as my second in command. Consulting him would demonstrate consideration for the sentiments of my subordinates and lift the sole responsibility from my shoulders. This was the field test to gauge his empathy. Perhaps there was some lurking beneath his hatred and resentment toward prey. With a heavy heart, I walked over to leave the Dwerton's fate in his jaws. Memory transcription subject, Chief Hunter Isif, Arxur Rebellion Command. Date, Standardized Human Time, March 9th, 2137. The Yotl's decision was relayed over our comms within minutes of my conversation with General Jones. The marsupial commander didn't sound entirely thrilled at the prospect of saving the Dwerton, but humanity had been a major force in pushing for the preservation of the civilian masses on Kalqua. Had the avians been willing to ask, I suspected the predators would have been there for the first wave. The United Nations, stretched across hundreds of light years and multiple engagements, could only warp in a few thousand drones to pad our ranks. They'd been amassing that contingent nearby in case the homogeneity reached out. My rebel fleet brought the most numbers to the table of our trifecta, but that was if Kaisel elected to send us to battle. The Arxur was deep in thought at his station. He's never been thrilled about anything that benefits prey. He despises every species in the Federation. The fact that he tolerated Felra, even at the behest of an Arxur superior, was a hefty concession. What is he considering? I lashed my tail with impatience. We need a decision, Kaisel. The United Nations and the Yotl technocracy are moving out. Time is of the essence.
Chief Hunter, it is my conclusion that we should take action against these Kolshian warships. Before the crew voices remonstrations, I think we cannot afford to be seen as weak.
Kaisel answered, in a voice that sounded more certain than his posture looked.
We pursued the Shadow Fleet from Milu, and letting leaf flickers fight our battles gives us a shameful reputation. They tried to attack us before at Fall, so choosing this engagement now is optimal, while we have numbers and allies.
You do not have a quarrel with aiding the Dwerton in spite of their insults and combat incompetency.
The reasons that I was given when asking why humans aid those who despise them were pragmatic. Keeping the Dwerton as an active power results in greater numbers to fight the Kolshians, and should improve Terran odds of taking Aafa. It is also beneficial if the Commonwealth must spend more resources attacking Kalqua rather than us or our limited number of allies. If Earth is under threat, that means they can't afford to spare shits upon our requests.
Very well. I agree with your line of reasoning and concede that these aggravating prey have some strategic merit. It is in the interest of the rebellion to thwart the Kolshians' aims, even at the expense of our pride and dignity. Oleg, Lisa, communicate with the Yotl and the United Nations respectively. Tell them that we will join their efforts to assist the Dwerton Shield's defense. Oleg ducked his head.
Right away, sir. Is there anything else you'd like us to communicate?
Not yet. I'll spend our short travel time crafting the appropriate use of our resources. We must minimize our losses for the sake of this movement's continuance. Do you not agree?
We agree. If the United Nations has any insight on what role they think is suitable for us, I'll pass that along.
Lisa said.
I'll also keep an eye out in case the Dwerten hail us.
Kaisel hissed in annoyance.
I doubt they would communicate with any predator, let alone us. I will keep an eye out for the likeliest scenario. Those ingrates taking aggressive action against us when we're here to help.
If the Dwerten attack us, that will bring a swift halt to any attempts to aid them, whether that is practical or not. The muscles in my jaw tightened, and my eyes narrowed. A single shot fired from the shield on the rebel fleet would result in us vacating the system and leaving Kalqua to its fate. Our fleet will not bow to prey hatred like the Terrans do, yes? Arxur must keep some honor, if not pride. Calls of assent echoed throughout the bridge, and I turned my maw toward my readout to dismiss the conversation. The 2 UN soldiers informed our allies that the rebel fleet would join the operation to rescue the Dwerten. I circled back to the simulation Jones had given me and compared it to the current murky sensor data. The Arxur were viewed as a terrifying menace to the average herbivore. I recalled how Calcium's ships had fallen into flighty chaos when we showed up and nipped at their heels. It might serve us to attempt to replicate that response by targeting the 10,000 remaining ships of ordinary feds from the first wave. Even with Kolshian oversight, Arxur warships arriving to slaughter them will bear psychological ramifications. All we need is for a few commanders to panic, and the entire formation could collapse. By comparing Jones's recreation to the current ship data, I pinpointed 2 locales where the first wave's remnants were centered. Just as the Kolshians had targeted the Dwerten's weakest link, we should return the favor to achieve the maximum impact. The Yortol's particle beam innovation meant they were the best to occupy the Shadow Fleet drones, and the Terrans could take out enemy shielding at each key flank. The engine's hum resonated beneath my feet. As we coasted into Kalqua's system, I was drafting a rough briefing of my plan. Ensuring that it was a satisfactory visual aid, I had my subordinates transmitted to both the Yortol and human vessels. I switched open the comms channel once the mission summary was received. Yortol Commander, as you are quite competent in tactics, I imagine you've reached similar conclusions to us. We'll take advantage of those Sayasara-brained instincts the Federation forced on their people and handle what's left of the first wave, while you keep the real threat away from the planet.
Well, looks like humanity is going to cover the Dwerten's asses after all. Dumb fucks don't deserve it. Bright side of these orders is we're going to put our hind legs below the Kolshians' tails. The technocracy will be delighted to send the Shadow Fleet back to the shadows. Blow for blow, one of ours has got 10 of them beat. I'll forward what we've learned from our scouting forays, and then it's up to us both to pull our weight.
I do not anticipate worthy fighters among the Federation's expendables. We'll be hunting lesser pilots. I imagine you are in the same position with those Kolshian drones, yes? Good fortune, and good hunting to the Yortol fleet.
Likewise, Chief Hunter. Give him a generous helping of Ralchi's fire for us.
My Yortol counterpart switched off the transmission. I'd be thrilled to sink our charged weapons' teeth into the hapless Federation vessels. The rebel fleet split into 2 movement vectors at my command in order to strike both of the manned contingents. Hundreds of species had brought forth offerings to the attack fleet, though the neighboring Multi and Dresgian ships appear to be dispensing most of the planet-bound bombs. My best guess was that the Kolshians concocted some rationale that Kalqua would be a threat to their safety if left alone, and that the Dwerten would come for them first. I was highly doubtful the homogeneity was capable of hiding that many Venlil assassins in statues, but Federation loyalists seemed incapable of finding logical discrepancies in any rhetoric from Aafa. Kalqua enlarged on the viewport under our magnification settings as we cruised within striking distance of the ongoing battle. Evacuation ships launched from the surface, but despite their civilian payloads, the lengthy yet slender silhouettes of multi-tube bombers turned toward them with hostile intent. The Federation crewed vessel blew the escaping Dwerten inhabitants to confetti before they could clear the atmosphere. In my opinion, departing shuttles would be best off keeping to suborbital skies. That would prevent the civilians from having antimatter rained on their metropolitan homes without getting picked off by merciless attackers once visible. Kaisel focused on his sensor array with determined eyes.
Sir, the Multi and the Dresden are proving particularly hostile to the native life forms. They're carrying most of the high-yield bombs.
So I've noticed. We'll target those bombers first. We do not want the Dwerten wiped out under the present circumstances, I responded. Lisa cleared her throat.
Sir, if I might offer a suggestion. Remember how we tipped off the Arxur when the Crocodile and their buddies sailed off into the sunset to kill us all?
What are you suggesting?
Perhaps I could get our contacts in UN Intelligence to send an anonymous tip about the Multi and Dresden's bombing holiday to that chief hunter Ilthiss. If we serve them up on a platter, his profile suggests he's single-minded about proving himself. It's an easy way to weaken 2 Federation loyalists, and to keep them off the Dwerten's backs in the event we win.
It also gives us a fallback option in the slim chance that our arrival doesn't scatter their ship to the wind. Granted, that strategy failed to dissuade the delusional Calcim, but I presume his wires were a little crisscrossed. Good work, Reynolds. The human soldier ducked her head, focusing her intelligent eyes on her display. My warship had locked a distant multi-tube bomber in our sights, and we burned hard across space to catch them. The Dwerten shield were getting pummeled by the overwhelming force, lacking the resources to allocate to their own defense. I could watch the Yotol and Terran vessels off on their separate courses, with the primates showing a disconnect from reality much like Calcim. They were hailing Kalqua, despite knowing they were persona non grata in this system. While I wouldn't bother with listening in on that conversation, it was a fair guess that Koji was telling them that predators were anything but welcome in this territory.
Oh, I'd rather die than be beholden to the whims of beasts.
I imagined the bird squawking after the Terrans passed along a simple message of being here to help.
You humans are just such terrible, bloodthirsty creatures, trying to stop our planet from being bombed.
Honestly, that sounded about like what a typical Federation-indoctrinated herbivore would offer in response to humanity's kindness. Sighing to myself, I turned my attention to the battle before us. The multi-tube bomber was cresting toward an open swath of space, but its engines were nothing to marvel at. The majority of its storage was devoted to housing warheads rather than a propulsion system. Its shape was awkward regardless, not lending itself to maneuverability or acceleration. The other vessel classes would be responsible for its defense, much like a prey herd's mothers encircling their pups. That weakness left the entire contingent tied down to the defense of a specific grouping. The Dresden had spread out some of their own craft as a rearguard, watchful for any attempts to encircle them. I supposed even deluded prey could wisen up to recurring tactical motives without dogma obstructing them from analyzing predatory behavior. As the multi-bombers alerted to our presence, they pushed their pitiful engines further. Kalqua beckoned them toward orbital range. It wasn't clear exactly how many antimatter warheads had smacked the surface so far, but the devastating explosions were visible from space. Add in the sensor data indicating fallout sites, and it was all but certain that the tally of felled cities had reached triple digits. Arxur fleet, draw as close to the Dresden ships as you're able to. These vessels have been engaged for a lengthy duration, so they've sustained damage. They're not at their strongest. We'll utilize ballistics and put defense systems where they're especially soft, I ordered. On a psychological level, squaring off with an Arxur at close range where the feds could see our menacing visages from their viewport into ours would strike at their already dwindling morale. The Rebellion's cruisers took charge, zipping in on an erratic course to dodge plasma targeting. With my command ship in the rear guard, Kaisel lined up vulnerable targets for our twin plasma railguns. Our blinding beam pierced through a Dresden's drive compartment, and the subsequent reaction culminated into a staggering explosion. I trusted the sensor station to pick out a new target for weapons to mop up, so as our railguns recharged, I turned my gaze back to the front lines on the viewport. Our cruisers had reached their intended destinations, though a few had been on the receiving end of Dresden plasma. With our guns breathing down their necks, the prey crews began a hasty course reversal. They were desperate to pad the distance between them and the vicious Arxur. However, backward thrust brought us closer to the slow-moving multi-bombers, which they couldn't afford to sacrifice. Kalqua would take much longer to lay to waste without the party with the most firepower. A satisfied growl rumbled in my throat as I watched our rapid-fire kinetics slice through critical components. The Federation crews dispensed their entire caches of combat missiles in an attempt to push us away, though without targeting, the accuracy was lacking. For every 4 explosives that missed the Rebellion craft, war named itself in the right direction. Our point defenses picked off some before they could fully orient on us, and with the close proximity, that meant several warheads blew up in the Dresdjian's face. However, I could still see orange fire erupt across a handful of Arxur holes alongside the light shows in the void. Tipping the scales in our favor, the volume of lead we were pumping at hostile engines wasn't deflecting harmlessly. Shields were a non-factor at that close of a range. There was only so much force that could be absorbed. Not every bullet stream was enough to incapacitate or implode an enemy, but I was certain it was enough to get the warning bells ringing.
Sir, the message has been passed along to Ilthiss.
Lisa piped up.
Do you want to inform the enemy of this development?
I narrowed my eyes. Negative. Let's keep some meat in the icebox. If we can win this of our own accord, it's strategically beneficial that the Multi and Dresdjian are unaware of the impending assault, yes?
Understood.
The toughened exterior the Dresdjian were presenting was beginning to crumble back into familiar prey dynamics. The remaining ships began to swerve any direction to escape in the space version of a stampede. It was every fed for themselves, with the Multi a long-forgotten objective amidst their haywire instincts. Whatever the humans had said to the Dwerten shield had been enough to get them to play along with our plan, it seemed. The avians had diverted focus to the Shadow Fleet, trusting the loathsome Arxur to handle the first wave leftovers. I was confident that we could deliver on that promise soon, with the enemy's deficits in every category. There are other species among those that came at the Kolshians' request, but these two are the leaders and are sticking together. If their central core collapses, not only will this contingent be lacking in antimatter, but the other species following them will likely flee as well. Initiative wasn't a word that a Federation military seemed to have in their vocabulary. Kaisel had been diligent in finding lone vessels for us to pick off, and now our entire fleet had a clear angle on our desired targets. The Arxur Runt determined that it was time to utilize our missiles. On his command, a barrage booked it toward a trio of multi-bombers. The craft deployed interceptors in the nick of time, but we followed it up with a second barrage. Other rebel warships chipped in, ganging up on the targets across the skirmish line. Enemies were being taken out like fires on a rainy night. One after another was puffed out of existence by our combined firepower. The lumbering multi-ships weren't able to run and save themselves as the Dresdjian had. Their vessels were picked off with cold precision, just as we had dominated them in our past raids. I could feel a tinge of the old powerful feelings coursing through my veins like motor oil. It felt invigorating to command such a lopsided display and to recapture the role of savior I'd had on Earth months ago. The other Federation craft saw their ringleaders succumbing to our might and decided they'd had enough. Kalqua's extinction was a long-forgotten goal. I watched them beeline toward any open path out of the system. The Shadow Fleet were on their own against 4 powers. Jotun Fleet, come in, I barked into my comms link. We've cleared the manned vessels from the system. While they were expendable to the Federation, it lightens the pressure off you and the shield. I have a few ships chasing down stragglers and finishing off immobilized hostiles as we speak. How are you faring? The marsupial commander was on the line in an instant.
I'm afraid we're quite outnumbered, and the Dwerten shield are little more than bodies. That said, the technocracy can take out a Shadow Fleet drone in seconds. They can block plasma and standard kinetics real well, but those never-pout squids are plenty weak to particles moving at 0.98 C. We've had to absorb a few punches, and most of our ships didn't have that dispensable outer shell intact after Malu. But the Terran drones have been acting as a buffer. My feed attributes 8,000 confirmed kills from the 3,000 of us. Not too shabby, eh?
Indeed. How many losses have you sustained?
A few hundred Jotun ships down, but the fact we haven't lost more is thanks to the Terrans. They've bled about 2,000 drones to preserve our lives. We could use your numbers to keep the near 20,000 remaining ships off our tail. The Dwerten can't seem to do much more than sit slack jawed and watch.
We do not have the capacity to replace our ships that are lost, so we will play only a supporting role. You just need extra guns, yes?
Anything's better than nothing, Chief Hunter. We can't be everywhere. You get involved in the picture, and suddenly, assuming you count the Dwerten, we have a numerical advantage. As the humans say, we're in business.
Very well. You'll have long-range plasma support.
Excellent. Once you arrive into the picture, the Terrans are going to try to convince the Dwerten to charge guns blazing. Humans are damn good talkers and all, but by the purification rites, I wish them sincere luck with that. They'll need it. Contact us if there's anything at all you need to relay. Otherwise, let's make some robot calamari.
We are happy to heed that directive. Good fortune, as always. I switched off the line and rerouted my vessels toward various requests for backup sent by the technocracy. The other group of rebel craft, dispatched to pick up a separate group of first-wave leftovers, had also chased their quarry from the system. That left just the drones of the Shadow Fleet. I spotted several Kolshian automatons encroaching on Kalqua's inner sanctum and watched warheads tumble out of their bellies. Before my watching eyes, a Terran drone flung itself into the path of one missile, sparing the metropolis from a city-leveling dispersion. Unfortunately, the other explosives were jettisoned out of interception range. Since the Dwerten were not a sapient coalition power, they lacked the missile defense systems that humans had been posting on their affiliated worlds. With more murderous munitions striking Kalqua's flesh, adding to a tally of detonations that was approaching the second 100, I vowed to help the Otol and the Terrans secure the region. The goal of my rebellion was as much to thwart the Kolshians' aims as the Dominion's now. Both parties presented a threat to the peaceful coexistence I desired.
Memory transcription subject. Onzo, Yotol technical specialist. Date. Standardized human time. March 9th, 2137. Our vessel was in dire need of repairs after the high-octane firefight that took place inside of our walls. The Kolshians had been rebuffed in most of their boarding attempts, with the Terrans' superior reflexes and wits providing a massive advantage. However, the enemy had been able to take the bridge on 2 of our ships, but the UN captains triggered the self-destructs before they could assume control. The primates were defiant to their last breaths, willing to sacrifice themselves to a fiery end if it meant that the bastards couldn't get their tentacles on our gadgetry. I like to think that I had a great deal of courage, but I wasn't certain I could have set off the detonation sequence without hesitation, knowing I was still aboard. Human bravery never failed to impress me. Tyler had embraced me in the tightest hug I'd ever received from him after the ordeal Samantha and I went through. Despite the fact that the intruders had been cleared from our vessel, my exchange partner had been hovering at my side as much as possible. He didn't make a single jibe about my prior controller-smashing episodes during our gaming sessions. Though he'd never get overtly weepy, I was touched to see how terrified he was by the prospect of losing me. I deigned to stick to my brother in arms so we could protect each other going forward. As we docked with a mobile repair gantry that had warped in, I was excited to tour the latest developments in the maintenance department. This entire construct was a novel idea. It allowed ship touch-ups to be expedited. The bridge would be back in tip-top shape in no time, and I imagined they'd place a permanent seal in the microscopic hole gap I patched while we were out. I'd love to pick a Terran engineer's brain, comparing their knowledge to my own and exchanging opinions on the latest technologies. Likely, the rest of our warship's crew would have found the repair cabin boring. I almost felt a little bad for Tyler tagging along on my sightseeing expedition. However, I imagined he'd be more miserable worrying about a repeat of the boarding incident than listening to me spew facts like a geyser.
We need to have a talk, Onzo,
Tyler grumbled as we descended down the exit ramp into the station's walkway.
There's some rumors about you causing trouble on the ship.
I perked my ears up, widening my eyes to look innocent. For the Kolshians?
That look right there is exactly the problem. Sam told me you've been doing the begging shit to get folks to do stuff for you. She's right that you need to knock it off.
Ooh, a scolding from my commanding officer. I'm worried I'll turn it on you. You know I would if you could cook anything other than instant ramen. Sovlin told me all about your impressive efforts.
I know you think it's fun and games, but listen here. It's kind of funny. But Onzo, you want everyone to treat you equal. That particular stunt is gonna have folks treating you like their fucking pet. And I don't see you in the same light as my dog Zeus. You don't want to align yourself with animal behavior, right? Guy who's sharp as a whip shouldn't be seen as anything below that.
Oh, come on. Maybe I'm sacrificing a little dignity, but a so-called cuteness overload gets humans to do stuff I don't want to do.
We already see your Tull as cute by default. I just never told you because I didn't want to insult you. I'd be pissed if someone pinched my cheeks and was like, "Oh, you cutie pie."
I swiveled to face the human, grabbing his cheeks as his blue eyes widened with indignation. "Oh, you cutie pie! Who's the freshest human?" Tyler reached out with a hand, yanking on my tail. The Terran tugged with enough force that I yelped and leapt backward. Several human crew that passed us openly turned their heads to gawk at the scene. My exchange partner dusted his hands off, a satisfied smirk on his face. I growled at him, and he beckoned with an open palm for the come-at-me gesture. I considered launching myself at him, hind legs first, but that might be taking the play fighting a bit too far. With reluctance, my posture shifted to something meeker, and I fell back in at his side. Tyler might be bigger, but I could spar with him. It'd be funny to plant him on his ass with a drop kick. Deep down, I genuinely want to tie that on a human.
You're actually the worst. You're damn lucky we're bros, and I think you're cute.
The blonde human chuckled.
So, as I was saying, if you want to take advantage of our affectionate nature, you can just ask us to do whatever it is you want like a person. We'll probably still do it, man. In my case, I'd be there if you asked me to, 'cause I'm your friend. Since you're my friend, don't you dare play games with me, you hear?
I stuck my snout up high in the air, closing my eyes. No promises. Or is that an order, sir?
Oh, fuck you. I'm serious, dude.
Yeah. I got the message loud and clear.
Good, because there's more important matters at hand. Sovlin's cooked up a new name for you, and I swear the primitive shit is definitely about getting around the jar to spite me at this point. I'm so tempted to tattle on him to his shrink.
I'm sure I'll love this. What's the name? Train lover, barbarian, Ralchi forbid, Toshana.
That last one didn't translate.
It's, a slur word toward Rindians. It means shit-sniffing island savage thereabouts. Physonites can't stand that we're isolated from their culture. Don't you ever use that word toward me.
Oh, that kind of name. Got it. Lips are zipped. Sovlin is unaware of that word, I reckon. He's taken to calling you an atavist. I fucking hate saying that.
So Sovlin just changed how he calls me a primitive? That's not so bad. It's almost a term of endearment. He can't admit the O'Toole who was born without electricity is brighter than him.
I really don't get that, Onzo. I hope you don't take this the wrong way, but I can't imagine growing up without electricity or running water. I don't know if I'd even make it. Your O'Toole were damn tough. From where you started to how quick you learned everything about an interstellar society. It shows you got a good head screwed on your shoulders.
Thanks, I guess. You'd make it if it was all you knew. You can't think the best there is rough.
That checks out. Can't miss what you don't got.
After joeing off along the way, I spotted a hangar bay where a group of Terrans were clustered around a computer screen, talking animatedly about something. This could be an unparalleled opportunity to discuss my passion with people who shared it, and wouldn't look down on me for being too primitive to be considered an academic equal. My tail wagged with happiness, and I bounded away from Tyler without a moment's notice. The blonde human sighed with resignation before trudging after me. A Terran engineer's head snapped up, and a toothy grin took over his face.
How's it going? Hey, you're the O'Toole that took out a dozen Kolshians with fireform, aren't you? We watched the footage earlier today. You're a badass. What can we do for you?
I'd be happy to talk about anything tech-related if you have time, I replied.
Then you should check out the feed we're looking at now. We just launched the biggest fucking cyber attack the feds have ever seen. Word is, this is our sideshow to keep Fedi minions from running to Aafa's aid. Look and see.
Interest showed in Tyler's gaze. We both coveted news about the war from other fronts. I'd done some light reading on the humans' forays into digital attacks during the satellite wars, but the Treaty of Shanghai put restrictions on cyber warfare due to its astounding consequences. Under the present circumstances, I didn't imagine the United Nations was applying the letter of their internal laws to obstinate Federation powers. This could be a unique opportunity to pass why the late 21st century skirmish was so devastating to Earth's largest countries. I joined the crowd of Terrans following their directional eyes. The total pandemonium depicted on screen, filmed from hundreds of worlds, was jaw-dropping. Without dropping a single bomb, or even positioning a single ship in orbit, the humans had brought entire societies to a standstill. It looked as though the Federation worlds were on the brink of anarchy. Riots occurred in the streets, despite the supposed certainty that prey weren't capable of such behavior. I knew from the lessons of the grain wars on Learn that when food was scarce or other basic needs were denied, civilization could break down in a matter of days. What digital assault could have harvested these results? I don't see a direct correlation between a loss of internet service or a computer network and blood in the streets. Perhaps the news anchor's commentary will explain. Detail by detail, the affected technology and its ramifications were expounded upon over our airwaves. Malware had been placed into the power grids of every Federation allied entity, resulting in mass blackouts. Unless the citizens were remotely located and sustained their facilities on independent power sources, this had a variety of rippling effects. In regions tormented by bitter winters, this left homes in near freezing temperatures, needing to run appliances off limited backup energy stashes. For those who had any, affluent neighborhoods were best prepared to weather the storm, while others had to cultivate fires or head out to shelters for refuge. Hospitals running on minimum power were struggling to fuel their machinery, spawning desperate pleas to military hospital ships to take on patients. The most dire impact of all was the fact that without refrigeration, entire food stores spoiled. To confound this problem, the humans had also taken up the water mains with their invisible software. Lacking both the essential building blocks for life, civilians attempted to complete transactions to purchase the remaining supplies at stores. However, the banking system had also been the target of hacking operations. The Terrans drained every credit from each account and targeted backup servers as well. Without funding to buy food, and with their livelihoods vanished, protesters marched down to their government's doorsteps. Many states instituted rations and handouts from what was left of the supply chain, but shelves still ran bare as everyone rushed for morsels of food. "It's everything," I breathed. An entire society brought to its knees by the things they took for granted and depended on electronics to fuel. I bet they wished they had primitive systems now. Few elements of society went untouched. The Terrans were ruthless in going after anything that was tapped into a network. Some military personnel had been tricked into downloading malicious files on their closed system ships, allowing the UN to trigger their self-destruct function from afar. The one secret FTL comms infrastructure was taken out alongside civilian planetary broadcast systems, which meant the armed forces were left unable to transmit intel. The populace was likewise stripped of their ability to receive news, government instructions, or contact their relatives during this time of unrest. The pure genius of humanity's ploy was undeniable. The Federation's allies couldn't come to Aafa's assistance while there were problems at home. Their vulnerable technology was untrustworthy, and communications would be cut off with their command and leadership. Earth would have to be delusional to attempt to combat over 200 species at once. Now whatever Shadow Fleet resources are amassed in the Kalqian systems have to fare for themselves. The Commonwealth might have to backpedal their other operations and defend their homeworld. After seeing cyber warfare in action, I could grasp why the satellite wars ravaged Earth's industrialized nations, punishing them for every advancement they'd made in any field that revolved around technology. Civilians could be caught in the crossfire, with every facet of their lives unraveling by the invisible hand of a digital threat. It was my new directive to bring this information back to Learn, assuming humanity wasn't already collaborating with the Yortul on cyber warfare strategies and defenses. The technocracy needed, first and foremost, to safeguard our fledgling systems and ships from such attacks. However, it would also be apt if us primitives uncovered ways to cripple the very advancements the Federation had lorded over our heads.
Would you look at that? We really fucking did it!
Tyler cheered.
I believe we can take Aafa, you all, just like we took Talsk. This is it. Nikornas Jr., or whoever the fuck their new despot is, will be facing a war tribunal lickety-split.
I swished my tail lazily. I know what you said about not crossing lines. I'll follow your orders even if I do see them as soft. But I think the only way to be sure we're rid of the Feddies is to wipe them out once and for all. There's no benefits to keeping a source of such evil alive if we have the chance to cap the well.
Bah, we're all tempted to wipe them off the map or whatnot. But it's a bad precedent for us to do that, and it ain't gonna get the other Feddies to stand down. It won't let us free Slanik or any civilians that are under heel too. Any kids who ain't had nothing to do with this horseshit. No, we want to end this war and keep it ended. It doesn't end by following the same old cycle this whole galaxy's been on.
They have to pay for what they've done as a collective society. Respectfully, I don't think it matters if there's a precedent for washing our paws of a race that has genocided millions. Do you think it was justified to launch this cyber attack against these Federation subordinates?
Well, yeah. Sucks that civilians got wrapped up in it, but it's an option that saves human lives and ships we don't got enough of.
Doesn't it save human lives to bomb Aafa and not have to take it by foot?
In the short term. You'll pay the blood price of the other Feddies fighting to the death, and you'll also show the rest of the SC races, including the Yortul, that we're a bunch of fucking hypocrites. I'd like us to be the ones who show them there can be something better. Heroes aren't heroes on a part-time basis.
I want a peaceful life back on Lane, helping rebuild my culture. I don't need to be a hero.
Of course you don't need to, buddy. You'll do it because you don't want the foundation of our peace to be built on sand. You'll do it because you've seen that we're different, and because, even if it's just from a science point of view, you think life means something. We'll do it for each other, because we owe it to ourselves and our friends to finish this with dignity.
A Terran engineer whistled with appreciation.
That's a hell of a speech. For what it's worth, I agree with you. Killing a shit ton of people, or any form of mass punishment has never fixed or helped anything. Always come back to bite you in the ass.
I sighed. Just out of curiosity, would the puppy dog eyes help at all to win this debate?
No! Badger Toll!
Tyler scolded, a disbelieving glint in his eyes.
You can't beg the UN to let you murk some civvies.
Maybe not. But if a couple of antimatter bombs happened to fall into my control, it wouldn't be there.
Clearly you've seen enough chaos and destruction in HD for one day. I'm taking you back to the ship. That is an order.
I struck a pouting posture while waving a farewell with my tail to the human engineers. This journey hadn't morphed into the technical conversation I'd craved, but it had lent me insight into an entirely new field of study. I was determined to acquire knowledge on digital vulnerabilities and tinker with how I could engineer safeguards into Lane's grid in case we ever ended up on the wrong side of someone with cyber warfare capabilities. With its present deployment against the Federation's allies, our mission to Aafa suddenly seemed much more feasible. Once our warship was repaired and ready to return to action, it would be up to us to take down the Kolshians through any means necessary. After everything I'd seen in the past few months, I believed that humanity had what it took to win this war.
Memory transcription subject. Chief Hunter Isith, Arxur Rebellion Command. Date. Standardized human time. March 10th, 2137. 20,000 foes remained active in the system. I wasn't sure how the Terrans planned to gain the Dwerten Shield's compliance with their plans. If the local remnants, figuring at about half of the invading forces tally, surged toward the Kolshians, it would make our support much more effective. Their motivation for aggressive action was obvious, with Kalqua rocked by antimatter bombs. Planetary defenses were long since gone, and our rescue operation was the only reason their last remaining forces hadn't been cut down by overwhelming opposition. The Yotul's particle beams gave us a chance, especially since they lacked the recharging requirements of plasma weaponry. Enemy drones had invested their focus on the technocracy's pesky vessels, giving the Dwerten some breathing room. Most of humanity's drone aid had perished in the initial engagement, protecting life and limb over unbreathing, unfeeling metal. I was pleased that the Dwerten hadn't turned their guns on us or the UN, but I suppose even they weren't foolish enough to invite extinction. It was easy to claim that it was better not to exist than to bow to a predator's whims when that ultimatum wasn't staring an herbivore in the face. Self-preservation was an instinct that transcended all classes of life forms. With the Multi, Dresden, and other Federation subsidiaries driven out by us, there was hope of keeping some of Kalqua's infrastructure intact. I winced, thinking what percentage of the populace lived in the cities that had already been hit. Per my documents, the last census data suggests a population of about 6.5 billion, including foreigners on work visas or diplomatic stays. It's a smaller number than the amount of people on Earth, largely due to the constant casualties brought on by this endless war. It was important to take inventory of exactly what was transpiring around my command ship. Through the near-microscopic dots Kaisel had highlighted, I could glimpse human nanodrones on the fly. The Dwerten Shield seemed to lack a strategy with their remaining ships, with every unit operating out of independent desperation. The Yotul were being hounded by any drone that could burn toward them, and could only fend off so many guns-blazing foes, even with exemplary flying. It was obvious where our plasma support was best spent. If humanity's manned ships had taken on automatons in prior engagements, there was no reason Arxur crews couldn't hold our own too. It would reflect poorly on my abilities as a commander if we couldn't drive the Kolshians out in one fell swoop. Focus plasma on targets who are in pursuit of the Yotul. Save our missiles for any Kolshians who come for us, I ordered. Kaisel narrowed his eyes.
Understood, sir. I forwarded a handful of possible targets that are almost in range of our weapons.
Lisa looked up from her spot beside Bondarenko.
Sir, if I may, I've been informed that the Dwerten have been persuaded to charge the enemy.
All our ducks are in a row. It happens right now, all at once. We'll be throwing everything but the kitchen sink at them.
Alexei declared with a chipper grin. Everything but the kitchen sink. The idiom didn't compute with me, and I figured I could attempt to utilize human levity to build rapport with my crew. If I was going to bring Arxur back to our old ways and I couldn't learn from Vizith, it would behoove me to replicate the Terran's bedside manner. That saying does not make sense. Why would we be throwing a Forcer tool in a space battle? Is this a remark on using anything as a weapon?
Well, not that we wouldn't. You know, there were secret programs to use cats as acoustic listening devices. This saying was popularized during our Second World War, or so I hear. Anything usable went to the war effort, so I guess it took off then.
I regret ever asking to learn more about your inane rationale. Let me know if the United Nations has anything useful to impart, rather than using confusing excerpts about household appliances.
Yes, sir. It's about to get serious for sure. You could say we're about to go out of the frying pan into the fire.
You think it's funny to use this idiom after I warned you, yes? You're lucky your government would not tolerate me breaking your ankles like I did Kaisel's. The Arxur grunt winced, drawing his tail closer.
Do not remind me, sir. Given that humans must char their food, and their culture, like ours, revolves around meat-eating, it computes that kitchenware is a priceless contributor to their daily lives.
I can see why the Dwerten would be relegated to the kitchen sink. As incompetent herbivores without a shred of common sense, I do not expect their charge to be useful or deliver on its promised effects. A bunch of inadequate resources together may be enough, is that not correct? The Terrans must have completed a similar assessment in their stratagems. We are to save the herbivores and do our part, lest we look to be bumbling idiots like the Dwerten.
Understood. I'm on it.
Our weapon station was attempting to lock on to a Kolshian drone, utilizing the data that Kaisel had forwarded. Several captains in the rebel fleet were coordinating their fire, cultivating synchronicity to deal massive damage once we drew within range. The Yo-Tull were clever enough to keep just ahead of the enemy pursuers, and to slowly loop toward us in an indirect path. They were routing the Federation fleet toward us, which would make it easier to get a crack at our targets. Power was diverted away from non-essential systems aboard my command vessel, ensuring that our initial volley was sizzling with intensity. The dazzling flashes of thousands of plasma beams fired off in unison was an impressive display of control. The robots could dodge through some of the plasma, calculating the munition's intended course and abruptly twirling out of the way. However, that meant they had to ease up on their pursuit of the technocracy vessels. The Yo-Tull were ready to bombard them with particle beams as quickly as their weaponry would allow. The Dwerten had also diverted most of their remaining ships into a formation advance and were using everything but the kitchen sink. That is, they were using whatever weapons they had left over from the prolonged engagement. Kaisel had ordered our weapon station to hold their fire, and only now granted the permission to annihilate a target. With the Kolshians being pressed on all sides, our chosen target was paying no mind to any rebel fleet follow-up. I see the point of bringing the Dwerten shield forward. On their own, they pack very little claw strength, but with the drones ignoring them in favor of greater threats, they can choose their marks unimpeded. The slim number of remaining Terran drones had drifted away from the Yo-Tull's side as we stepped into the fold. Humanity's computer-piloted fleet mobilized beside the Dwerten shield, protecting their remnants in the scarce cases they were fired upon. My best guess was that the UN didn't want the Dwerten to start sustaining heavy losses and crumble with their already frazzled nerves. The brazen charge wouldn't hold if they started dropping like prey. I waited with impatience for our plasma railguns to recharge, wanting to pin down the Kolshians before they could craft an evasion strategy. The Terran nanodrones I'd spotted on the sensors earlier zipped toward any Kolshian drones who had resumed their pursuit of the Yo-Tull. I could see that a few dozen technocracy ships had been on the receiving end of missile barrages from the debris scattered in the void. The microscopic human automatons pounced on the enemy's lack of shielding, and I watched one swarm ram itself into a foe's thrusters. While it wasn't as decisive as a reactor strike, it was enough to immobilize the drone. A Dwerten shield vessel moseyed in to mop it up, as even those foolish avians could take down a paralyzed target. Kaisel, how many more drones do you expect we need to kill before their algorithms recognize they've lost? I asked. Lisa shifted on her feet.
If I may interject, I think it's not so simple. The Shadow Fleet has the kind of numbers that losses aren't their concern. Should the algorithms assess that the battle is lost, I imagine they'll shift their focus to taking out as many souls on Kalqua as possible before going down. This has always been about teaching the Dwerten a lesson.
Their aim was to engineer the complete eradication of the species that defied them, so I cannot argue against your conclusion. My question to the runt, to Kaisel stands. What's the number where it's decided that all is lost? The scrawny Arxur lashed his tail.
In my estimation, we have already crossed that threshold, sir. Between the Yotol, us, and the Dwerten shield scoring kills, I count 6,500 fallen enemies. If there's anything the Kalimari wanted to try, they have to make that push while they still have numbers.
I squinted at the viewport, assessing where a push might come from. Several Shadow Fleet drones had ramped up the pressure on technocracy vessels, despite understanding it left them vulnerable to the 3 species covering the Yotol. Another contingent was feinting toward the Dwerten homeworld, knowing full well that the Terrans would ram automatons into their foes if needed to stop them from drawing close enough. The final break-off group I spotted was waltzing into our crosshairs, right into the waiting missiles that we'd conserved to avoid such a head-on assault. Between all of those ostensible last-ditch efforts, there was a small number of hostiles that were unaccounted for. With the Dwerten closing in on the Kolshians from the planet's direction, the Terrans functioning as a middleman, and us backing up the Yotolan headings from the system's outer bounds, that left a single avenue of possibility. The only path to slip away was to blaze off horizontally while locking the other engagements into a limited area. It was difficult to detect which direction they would have chosen, with the craft having escaped visual range. Debris, course data, and a slew of active weapons were drowning out sensor leads in a sea of information. Rather than allowing the Kolshians to dilute our senses, we needed to filter out the irrelevant matters. I hurried over to the sensor station to preside over the full array, and moved Kaisel out of the way without explanation. Despite grasping that it would leave us blind to a target lock, I switched off all data correlating to in-flight weapons. My next subset to subtract was anything less than half of a ship length, even though that would entail manual spotting to avoid flying into debris or friendly nanodrones. It still remained difficult to pass a particular group of renegades from their buddies, so I resorted to removing all vessels which had been marked as friendly. It was less than ideal to not know our partners' vectors on top of not viewing their weapons' trajectories. However, if my theory was correct, we had little time to mitigate the Shadow Fleet's plan to double the casualties on Kalqua. I pointed with the claw to faint energy readings. Peel back. See these readings here? The Shadow Fleet snuck some ships off that way to bomb Kalqua. Send our fastest craft after them.
I'll send word to the United Nations.
Lisa chimed in.
They'll be responsible for filling in the Dwerten shield, who I'm sure have been so pleasant to work with.
Alexei narrowed his eyes.
I'll tell the Yotol, though I don't imagine they'll have a hope of intercepting ships that are closer to us. We have to stop the squids. Each drone probably only has one antimatter bomb aboard, but if there's a few hundred ships, that's...
We do learn arithmetic on Riss, contrary to common beliefs. That would induce more city hits than they've already racked up in the sum of the battle. Over 1 billion more dead. Unlike Kalsim's fools, the Kolshians have been strategic enough to take out key military strongholds and seats of government across Kalqua already, so now it'll be pure population.
The Dwerten will have a fraction of their former power. As is, they may lose the deciding stake in their shield alliance.
Lisa postulated.
That might be for the best, except that they're a driving force in hating the Federation. Plus their manufacturing capacity is second to none in their little group.
We cannot afford to lose virtually all of their major urban centers, yes? The fastest ships in the rebel fleet have already received a communique to pursue this vector, but we will trail behind to supervise. Divert all power to propulsion. Kaisel squinted.
With respect, sir, we cannot hope to catch them in a ship of our size. I do not know that our speediest vessels can catch them.
I did not specify thrusters. Lisa, your job is to get us in touch with the Dwerten shield through the UN. Charge our warp drive through the standard stationary protocol, and coordinate a fraction of a second for us to warp to their intended destination. My hope is that we are in and out before the Kolshians notice the opportunity. Get a small enough number of our other warships to jump at the same time, but not enough that the drones notice we're prepping for warp and become wise to it. Peacekeeper Reynolds ducked her head.
I'm on it, sir. I'll coordinate with navigations.
Pardon my audacity for asking questions, Domineering Chief Hunter. But if we're catching up through FTL, why are you sending the speediest ships after them at sublight velocities?
The Arxur spoke up. It's a mere diversion, Kaisel, so that they think we're going after them in that hopeless fashion. I paced back to the captain's station, allowing him to resume full control over the sensors hub. What do the prey accuse us of so often? It's a ruse. The gravity disturbances off the FTL disruptors were preventing warp travel now. If the Kolshians realized that they'd have an opportunity to slip into subspace, that would allow them to poke their units directly through to orbital range. It was quintessential that they wouldn't have the slightest clue of our intentions, and that the field was reasserted as soon as it was opened. This might mean we'd be thrown back into real space the hard way, but despite the unpleasant variables, this was the only hope of catching the Kalqua-bound bomb-toters. It was a necessary gambit for the continuance of the Dwerten as a galactic power. This entire rescue mission was a pointless waste of resources if this doesn't succeed, beyond the senseless loss of life that would mirror an Arxur raid. I hope to never see a planet come to that again, so this must work. As we stalled in position, protected at the far reaches of the rebel fleet, I watched the warp drive uncoil suitably to chart a path. If I had time to process what was unfolding, I might have even been nervous despite my immense battle experience. However, it was over before I realized it had started. My command ship lurched into subspace before our violet expulsion as the disruptors went back up near instantaneously. In that sliver of time which was imperceptible to any life form, we'd punched our ticket ahead of the Shadow Fleet's path. Our warship could stand in the path of the incoming bomb-bearing foes. The havoc the FTL disruptors wreaked in our biology wasn't something that could be trained away. The sudden transition confounded the senses. The skin wrapped around my brain felt too tight. My ears bore the sensation of being turned inside out as deafening bells rang within. My body temperature was climbing like I was under a sun lamp, and my eyes were projecting psychedelic patterns onto everything I saw. An unspeakable level of vertigo made it difficult to think, let alone direct my equally dazed soldiers to battle stations. The humans had turned flushed shades of red and were on the floor struggling to coordinate movements. A growl rumbled in my throat as I leaned against my station with the full force of my weight. "Divert! Power! Back to weapons!" I huffed. "Move!" A weapons technician slumped against the buttons, managing to move a paw that weighed a ton to the needed buttons. He collapsed with exhaustion after completing the sequence, and I swiveled my slowly normalizing vision back to Kaisel. The Arxur runt was on his knees. Judging by the concerned look in his eyes, he couldn't read the overlay. I tried to consult my own, but the dots all bled together through the blur. My eyelids squeezed shut in merciful darkness for a few seconds, and I sucked in measured breaths. My gaze snapped back open with renewed focus, allowing me to gauge the situation. The Kolshian drones were mere seconds from arriving, so I hoped that my crew could shake off the FTL disruptor's effect in the next few moments. To my surprise, there were a small handful of Terran drones and Dwerten shield vessels that had made the jump with us, forsaking their counterparts for the good of Kalqua. At least the friendly automatons couldn't be shaken by the transitional effects on biologics. The rebels on my bridge got their tails back into motion and tended to the now-ready plasma railgun. We had to throw everything we had at the Shadow Fleet. I straightened with pride, despite how much that Segway had taken out of me. Arxur are the finest warriors in the galaxy. We stopped them here. We stopped the Federation here. Confident growls echoed across the bridge as my followers tapped into their strength reserves. The Dwerten shield still looked a bit listless, so their fire might be a bit behind our initial volley. Kaisel zoomed in on a Kolshian drone, and with startling efficiency, our plasma weapon fired. Two other rebel friendlies targeted the same vessel from different angles, making evasion improbable. The automaton fired off a desperate stream of missiles before it was blasted into oblivion. Terran robots deployed a stream of interceptors to neutralize that parting gift. I didn't wait for the light of the reactor explosion to die down before ordering weapons to unleash the missiles that we'd been preserving to save our own hides. The meandering Dwerten shield caught on enough to dump every missile they had at the oncoming enemies, since that was an easy task to complete. Terran drones forged ahead of us, cruising along vectors that put them on collision courses. Despite the contentious resistance, the Federation were getting close to orbital range of Kalqua. The fractional contingent of craft we warped here had put a swift end to the few hundred Shadow Fleet bogies. I never thought I'd be fighting side by side with leaf-licking apes and the Dwerten shield, I muttered to myself, before bellowing orders at a pitch where my crew could hear. However fast is the quickest you can get that plasma gun online. I want it done faster. Throw everything but the kitchen sink at them. If we have it in stock, use it. Zhao will definitely have to afford us some maintenance and restocking after this escapade. Our resources are limited and now depleted. Our interceptors were repurposed to be hurled at the drones, hoping that anything that landed would hinder their approach. The Dwerten shield had finally brought their plasma guns alive and was spitting off beams in defense of Kalqua. The Shadow Fleet dispensed shield-breaking missiles of their own across our joint line before returning another round of plasma tailored toward the Dwerten ships. I saw that, with the small number of ships we had in their way, our enemy intended to push through our weakest link. 3 craft might fall, but one making it through would lend consolation to them. There had been a negligible number of Terran drones to protect the Dwerten from their folly, and the Arxur fleet was otherwise occupied with targets of our own. After running the mental math in my head, it was clear to me that we couldn't stop every planet-bound vessel alone. We had to handle what was in front of us. Due to the efforts I'd led, my forces were cutting down 200-odd ships that would have ravaged the planet. It spared Kalqua the majority of the damage, but despite our heroic victory approaching certainty, it wasn't possible here to save the homogeneity from a few final losses. The Dwerten shield failed to hold their defensive line, and the Kolshian drones broke through the final stretch to orbital range above the inhabited world. The Dwerten pivoted in desperation, with a few desperate enough to save their loved ones that they mimicked the actions of the Terran drones, ramming into the bombers. Though most hostiles became easy pickings due to taking no actions to protect themselves, about 5 dozen enemies made it through to their destination. Plasma beams and missiles struck true against the genocidal metal hunks, but it was too late. The shield tossed kinetics at the antimatter payloads, hoping against hope to strike the fast-moving warheads, yet knowing it wouldn't work. In rote silence, my claws switched onto the comms channel to hear the Yotol declaring they were cleaning up the last remaining Kolshian hostiles back at the warp point. A dark part of my soul almost admired how the Shadow Fleet sacrificed thousands in a losing battle to increase their casualty count. Our intervention had saved the Dwerten from total extinction, and it was an effort that would garner respect from the United Nations. It remained to be seen how this would affect relations between the homogeneity and the sapient coalition, but it might even open the birds' minds to cordial relations. However, as 60-plus antimatter bombs delved into Kalqua's atmosphere, I couldn't feel any sense of triumph. Today was another bleak mark in the Federation's blood-stained history in this galaxy.
Memory transcription subject, Governor Tava of the Venlil Republic. Date, Standardized Human Time, March 16th, 2137. The election required a colossal effort across Venlil territory to ensure that each voter's voice was heard. The digitization of the election campaigns meant that votes could be cast electronically in the privacy of their homes and well in advance of the opening of physical polls. Several identifiers, including biomarkers, were used to verify their identity. Early votes could be changed at any time up to the closing of the ballot collection. However, in the interests of not singling out anyone with connectivity problems or who couldn't access an electronic device, in-person voting facilities were open on the big week. Many citizens preferred being part of the herd and exercising their civic rights among a crowd. The results from the large percentage of online voters would be accessible almost instantly, but physical votes from each city, outpost or colony had to be forwarded by local governments. I hadn't felt this nervous during my first election, yet the uncertainty of who would emerge victorious today gnawed at me. Polls were indecisive, with turnout from certain demographics likely to play a major part in who was victorious. A major setback was that most human citizens had been barred from participating in the election, which could have pushed me over the edge. The soul of Skalga was at stake in my opinion, and I wasn't sure how much of our progress Veln could reverse if he took office. His isolationism would bring us further away from humanity at the worst possible time. I've done everything I can with social media outreach and campaign ads. I've visited every major city and run myself ragged going to rural villages and colonies where my popularity is subpar. Any voters I could sway in Veln strongholds would increase my chances. With the polls due to close in only a few minutes, I found myself watching a compilation of attack ads that Veln had spent significant money circulating on the airwaves and the internet. It wasn't as if I was innocuous on this front. I'd gone after his meteoric rise as the nominated challenger, claiming he gained the most signatures by inflating his accomplishments within a small colony's government. Veln isn't ready to handle the responsibility of all Venlil kind, my tagline had proclaimed. I did see my opponent as clever, but someone who lacked a moral backbone or a good vision for our future. My rival was clever enough to claim his platform worked on any scale he'd tackled so far, and slammed my policies by clipping out-of-context quotes.
Tava has proven that she cannot handle the responsibility for Venlil kind. Her unilateral decisions have given you no say in your future.
The ad narrator declared as images of predator disease patients being led out of facilities by humans played on screen.
She takes her ideas straight from the new predators. This was her claim about humans' knowledge of predator disease.
A clip of me from the debate played on screen. They have a better idea than we do of what's actually predator behavior.
Do you want a puppet leader that trusts humanity's judgment over our own? Do you think predators have better ideas than us?
The footage showed my rival touring an exterminator's guild on his colony and signing documents.
Veln is not a follower. He's a leader who will listen to what the people want. You know who to vote for.
I leaned away from Noah on the couch and held the remote out of his reach as he tried to cut the feed. Glim seemed apathetic from his position in a reclining chair. The rescue had been taken off my last campaign stops, despite how useful he would be to court the exterminator vote. In his current state, he would have done more harm than good to my message. It would look like the Terrans were coercing him into supporting me. The next ad in the compilation rolled, going after me on my ties to Earth again.
While Tava was running around chasing the human ambassador, Veln was working for his constituents. Listen to her own words about how much of her policies and recent efforts have centered around Earth.
A different narrator read. My eyes were narrowed with indignance on screen. We've been through many stressful situations together, from nearly getting shot down en route to Aafa, to our efforts to stop the genocide of Earth, to working hand in paw with the cattle rescues that my government and his bargained for the release of, and now to our collaboration for the summit.
Not only did Tava admit to negotiating with the Arxur, a true predator scourge that eats our children, and ate her own, she also listed all her accomplishments as things on humanity's agenda. There is no difference between our planets under her leadership.
Behind the narrator's words, images played of me running with Maya and Noah as humans stampeded and smoke rose in the background.
By her own admission on the debate stage, your goods will cost more because of higher value-added taxes to fund these adventures. And for all of that, the question remains, what has she done for you? Is your planet better now than it was 6 years ago?
The clip ended with the words "Vote Veln, no more federations" flashing atop a picture of my rival holding a baby Venlil. I couldn't deny that he was excellent at the political game, and it made me seethe. Noah didn't want me to wind myself up, pouncing toward me to grab my wrist. He pried the remote from my grasp and switched it over to a live stream of a news channel. The human winked before pointing to a clock on the mantel. I flicked my ear in acknowledgement, hearing activity through my campaign headquarters. My diplomatic advisor, Cheln, peeked his head.
Right on time. The polls have closed. I prepared speeches for both outcomes, ma'am, and sent them to your holopad.
Thank you. Whatever happens, it's been an honor working with you, I acknowledged. How are the exit polls looking?
Depends on the jurisdiction. You're polling poorly in rural areas, colonies, or the places with the strongest exterminator guilds. Dayside City is leaning toward you, which is good.
Noah bared his teeth.
Think good thoughts, Tava. You have a heart of gold. They'd be silly not to re-elect you.
Maybe. We both know the amount of change I've brought has put me in a precarious position. The polls seem to have slid toward him since the debate. I thought I did well, but those sound bites about humans are hurting me.
I'm glad you've stood up for us, even when it's not easy. What do you think, Glim?
The rescue offered a blank stare.
I think we're going to lose. Not because people all hate humans, but because people hate how Tava is way too close to you. And they're right. You two literally bite each other's faces.
Cheln pinned his ears back against his head.
Wait, what?
Glim's not well. You're dismissed, Cheln, I said hastily. The diplomatic advisor couldn't depart from the room soon enough, and he rejoined the larger crowd assembled around a massive screen in the lobby. I would be there when the results were expected to be known, but in this election, it could come down to the wire. Noah seemed aggravated at Glim, despite the fact that the sweet human rarely showed anger toward any Venlil. Even his patience had limits, though he forgot about the rescue's snide remarks as his eyes darted to our television set. The Terran beamed and pecked me on the cheek as the 64% who voted early had tilted 50.8% in my favour compared to Veln's 49.2%. However, I knew better than to celebrate this early with it being this close and the rural villages being the ones that skewed toward in-person ballot casting. It would have been preferable if my margin here was wider, rather than depending on the last third of the vote to be favourable. I cozied up to the astronaut with unspeakable weariness, shooting a warning look at Glim not to mouth off again. After the unfathomable stress of the past few months, I wasn't sure I was ready for this claw-biting long night waiting for results to come in across our space. Dayside City, the capital and home of the most humans on Skalga, was among the first provinces to send results. 65% of the in-person voters called for my re-election, though I wasn't sure how much I should read into that. The ones who were Terran dissidents had long since moved out of the city, so if anything it was discouraging that nearly a third had sided with Veln. Other major cities turned out even less promising results, with me narrowly holding the physical votes in almost all except for Honolulu City, skewing 53.4% toward my opponent. That still padded my lead, and Noah seemed ready to take a victory lap. I respected his optimism. I don't know why, but I've had a bad feeling about this election since the day began. Maybe it's just my nerves. Internally, I'm not confident I have the support of my people. Even if I do win, it's clear from these margins that the planet is divided. That was the last good news we'd had in the evening. Rural villages like Selgel Falls, home to Glim's aunt, poured in their tepid amounts of votes, but several skewed around the 75% mark in Veln's favour. While one small settlement wouldn't have been enough to make a dent in my lead of millions, together they were eating into the metropolitan vote. These people had always been traditionalists and were known to be less than cordial with human refugees. Lack of interaction with Terrans meant they never had the opportunity to change their minds.
You can't win them all,
Noah had said, trying to massage the tension from my shoulders. The issue was that I wasn't winning any, and that my campaign efforts in those areas didn't seem to have stopped the bleeding. It was a blowout in every single village, which I could imagine Veln feeling the swing of momentum. The colonies only lowered the gap further, and the numbers made my heart plummet. My opponent had been actively ferrying voters on his home colony, Milner, to the polls, and even been one of those transports himself to plead his case in his already strongest territory. I thought it had been a foolish play, since he already had their votes as a popular governor, but rehashing his beloved tenure paid dividends. Milner was one of the last colonies to report their totals because they nearly doubled a record in-person turnout. Veln was seen as their candidate.
Veln is a hometown hero who hasn't forgotten his roots, if you ask voters on Milner.
Jonak had announced on the election coverage broadcast.
Offer Venlil Prime Sorrel, she's seen as the governor of humans. Perhaps it would have been wise to distance herself more from the UN.
Not good. Colonies never feel attached to affairs of the homeworld, but even ones without Veln the Visitor are bringing turnout. They have a stake in the humans' arrival, and the ones who don't are no more inclined to vote than past elections. My numerical advantage had been millions away from my opponent and seemed insurmountable to Noah. Had shrunk to a sliver as the night progressed. The rural villages whittled down my advantage to half of its original count. The unexpected turnout at Milner was the start of a continuing skid. By the time all colonies had reported, my lead was a mere 493 votes. I fielded calls from the UN Secretary-General wishing me luck and thanking me for everything I'd done for humanity, which I think was Zhao's way of saying they thought there was a good chance I might lose. The Earthlings must be scrambling to figure out how to deal with the possible Governor Veln, and they didn't want to spring goodbyes on me if I was unseated. Jonak perked his ears at the camera as the news broadcast returned from a break.
Hello. If you're tuning in expecting us to hear who the new governor of Skalga is, we have one province outstanding. The science settlement of Eliga, which has been under sunstorm conditions and is just making contact now. I'm told we can expect results from them in a few minutes. What an election it's been! Polling in Eliga has been a toss-up, and it wasn't visited by Tava or Veln. This could go either way.
We should go outside with the others.
Noah whispered.
Governor or not, I'll always love you.
I wrapped my prosthetic tail around his wrist. I love you too. If I had to do everything all over again, the only thing I'd change is sending that distress signal in the first place. We'll get through this.
Of course we will. The worst that happens is you retire from public service and we get to run off together like I've imagined for months. That's not so terrible, right?
It is what I want, but humanity needs me in charge of Skalga to preserve our close alliance.
The Venlil can't go back completely, love. You gave us a chance. You made sure millions of people who never would have thought about dealing with predators did the same. And you saved our species to boot. You've done so much. We couldn't ask any more. Don't worry about humans, because you've done more than your part on our behalf.
Emotion swelled in my throat as I marched toward the doorway to enter the lobby with the rest of the staff. These could be my last moments as the leader of Skalga. Regardless of what Noah said, I felt responsible for the efficacy of my campaign strategies. How could I justify keeping our relationship quiet to maintain my office if I lost my position to a populist charmer like Veln? How could I have any say in decisions affecting millions of Terran refugees on this planet? I cared about what happened to the Earthlings. That was the sole reason I sought re-election at all. For their sake. Noah glanced over his shoulder toward Glim.
Do you want to come with us and watch the results with the group? We'd love for you to join us.
No.
The rescue mumbled.
Why not? You were a part of this team as much as anyone else.
I helped Tava because I owed her my life, not because I think she's a fitting governor. A real Venlil wouldn't have argued for an Arxur to speak at the summit. I hope Veln wins.
I flinched at that sudden admission from the cattle rescue. How could he oppose my candidacy after my policies freed millions like him from abhorrent conditions? I had volunteered to help with the reintroduction program because I cared about these mistreated Venlil. A scowl took over my astronaut's features and his fist clenched beneath my coiled tail. Noah didn't speak another word to Glim, instead hurrying out with me to the lobby. I tried to clear that exchange from my mind, but the sinking feeling that plagued me all day had reached its crescendo. I didn't have a good feeling about how the votes for Meliga would shake out in my gut.
Mom.
Cam flicked his ears in acknowledgement as we fell in beside him and Cheln.
The moment of truth. I've argued on behalf of your policies even when I didn't agree with them. You couldn't have been more right about humans. I'm proud to have served your administration.
Thank you, General, I whispered. Thank you for your service to our planet. Let's save the goodbyes or congratulations for after we hear the results, though.
Copy that.
An eerie silence overtook the lobby area as dozens of staffers saw Jonak scan some new information off-screen. The Venlil journalist took a moment to prepare himself, savouring the suspense of the ultimate verdict. The knowing glint in his eyes confirmed that the results of the election were known, before he ever said a word. A ligger flashed orange to signify that it had been tallied in the visual aid map. All we needed was to hear the counts that would usher me into a second term, or elect a new governor in my stead. It was all I could do not to bury my eyes in Noah's chest and press my paws over my ears to avoid hearing. The impending news was almost too much to bear. Jonak cleared his throat.
Eliga has submitted its votes, and with the last outstanding province in, Dayside News Feed can now declare the new governor-elect. After winning the city's vote by a percentage of 54.6%, the 103rd governor of the Venlil homeworld will be...
The journalist paused for dramatic effect, and my breath hitched in my throat. The election would be delivered with his next words, signalling what the voters had chosen for the future of Skalga. I hoped that whatever decision they had reached, it would turn out well for both the Venlil people and our sincerest allies. Memory transcription subject. Tava. Exiting governor of the Venlil Republic. Date. Standardized human time. March 17th, 2137. Jonak straightened his ears and pronounced the name of the next governor.
Veln.
My campaign had ended with the dramatic loss of my title. I'd given my concession speech in a daze and issued thanks to the United Nations people for all the work we'd done together. With nothing left to lose over our secret, Ambassador Noah and I stood hand in paw at my desk, and I prepared to hand over the governor's duties to Veln. My most trusted advisors were also present, though Glim was a no-show after his barbed words yesterday. When I tried to broach the subject with my human astronaut, he deflected, saying he was concerned about how I was handling the loss. I believed that was a true statement, but Noah clearly was furious at Glim's opinionated outburst toward me. It was customary for some staff from previous administrations to be kept on, if they were viewed as competent in their duties. Chell had been a holdover from the previous organization to me. Military advisors like Cam would have had a better shot at sticking around had the Venlil general not been a strong proponent of the human alliance. It remained to be seen how Firebrand Veln would be as the man in charge, and how thoroughly he would cash in his campaign promises. The governor-elect strolled into his office, having given an acceptance speech I didn't bother to watch on the reception lawn. I can be gracious in defeat, even if I'm worried about what will happen to our alliance with the humans. Veln can't undo all the progress we've made after we're in this deep. The people spoke, and they didn't have faith in my agenda, so I didn't deserve to win. Veln wrapped up his speech to arrive in my office with exact promptness, on the dot for when the highest seat in Skalga was officially his. Away from where the cameras were rolling, he was all business. There was a shrewdness in his eyes, though he made a point not to acknowledge Noah and I's intertwined grips. The new governor took the long way around the desk to avoid passing us as a couple, and leaned back in the chair. He flicked his ears in satisfaction and gestured to the recently cleared-off desk as though imagining where his personal possessions would go. He then took inventory of the advisors that showed their faces before finally speaking.
You should consider yourself relieved of your position.
The former colony governor spoke, indicating to Noah with his tail.
I want a real diplomat from the United Nations here. Someone who can talk policies, negotiate our disagreements, and represent your government on a technical level. I know humans have people like that.
Ambassador Williams offered a tight smile.
I'll reach out to them. Someone from the embassy staff will be in contact within the day.
Good, but don't go yet because there's more to that message. Some of what I tell Cheln may apply to you. My diplomatic advisor will do much more legwork than under the previous administration. Are you up for that, Cheln? Do you want to stay on?
Cheln gave me an apologetic ear flick.
Sir, I'd be happy to continue to serve the governor's office.
Very good. Then I want several orders on my desk today, so start taking notes and preparing papers for my signature, press releases and social media posts. Yes, I do understand the last one isn't your job, but I want a cohesive communication strategy. You're going to work with my online presence manager, so we're on the same page.
Understood, Governor Veln.
Okay, my first order. Businesses and municipalities have the right to require visors for binocular-eyed individuals.
I couldn't hold in my gasp of outrage at the thought of humans being forced to conceal their eyes on our streets. It was better than Veln attempting to throw the Terran refugees off our worlds and revoke their citizenship, but this insulted a piece of their very existence, implying that they were offensive to look at. Such an infringement on the rights of human residents who were equal under the law, singling them out for eye placement, made my prosthetic tail stiffen with fury. How much damage could this do to our alliance with Earth? How would I feel out on a date with Noah if he was forced to wear a visor? I remember how the external pressure to hide the predatory aspects of his appearance caused him to devalue his own worth on Aafa. I won't let anyone hurt Noah, not even the rightful governor of Skalga. How dare you? I hissed, flailing my tail with outrage. Noah squeezed my wrist.
It's all right, Tava. Calm down. You don't have to stick up for us anymore.
I want to. You're people just as much as anyone else, and I won't stand for anyone treating you like monsters. Veln swished his tail in a patient gesture.
I admire what you tried to do, Tava. A member of your campaign staff told me about you and your human lover. I could have gone a lot further than vague insinuation on the debate stage, but I didn't. I don't hate humans, but I find that highly inappropriate. Tell me, do you think that's the sort of thing that should have been disclosed to the public?
Fucking Glim. The rescue said he wanted Veln to win. He must have been upset when my rival didn't use the information to ruin me. No good deed goes unpunished. I don't see what my personal life has to do with denying millions of people the right to show their face, I spat, fury causing my pitch to climb.
I'll explain for Noah to pass along to the United Nations in a moment. But what I'm saying, Tava, is that the people don't want change. Not all at once. They want stability, and to feel in control of their destiny.
Veln announced, as if it were self-evident.
Shit, if I went as all out as my campaign promises, they'd resent me too by next election.
What are you saying?
I'm saying I won't uproot any lives, but I read the planet's temperature, and I plan to take it down a notch. I'll give them enough of what they want to avoid civic unrest, and enough of what the humans want so that they can live with me. Public perception is what's important, and I plan to be a very popular governor, like I was in Milner.
You think humans can live with the regression of their civic rights? You still haven't addressed what this order means for them.
I have plenty of time. I was getting there. Rural villages were asking to have humans banned from setting foot in their towns. Frankly, I'm not sure why they'd be suicidal enough to go there, but I digress. Businesses want to be allowed not to serve humans without fear of reprisal. So in all, this is a lukewarm policy, and I have valid reasons. Noah Williams, do you know how many Venlil have been hospitalized on this planet due to binocularized induced fainting since the Battle of Earth?
The astronaut shifted with discomfort.
No.
12,931. Though those could be outdated statistics, since it's from this morning. I won't tell you how many died from their fright, because it's not fair. But I'll tell you it's not zero. So yes, I think that if an elderly business owner feels they can't look at your eyes without fainting, they should have a right to require visors. Or maybe they don't want the liability if someone passes out on their premises. It doesn't hurt you. And when you send me an actual diplomat, I'll be happy to pencil in exceptions should you need to remove them for safety or to engage in an activity.
As much as I wanted to argue against the proposition, Veln had a valid point over the public health concern. It lingered in the back of my mind that Noah felt responsible for stampede deaths from his arrival, so I knew he'd personally sacrifice his comfort to ensure the safety of Venlil citizens. When framed in that light, the astronaut likely was nodding along with the new governor's logic internally. Most businesses, at least in Dayside City, would be unlikely to employ such a policy, since it would cost them millions of potential customers. It might also help to lessen potential hostility toward Terrans in backwaters like Selgel Falls, where Glem's aunt was housed. Despite prohibition of travel technically being illegal, several businesses and villages already tried to ban humans from their territory. Veln's intention seems to be to score points with his core constituencies, but at least he's thinking of humans, and doesn't seem hostile toward them.
Venlil don't make decisions for humans, and vice versa. I suspect Terran refugees would be happy with that bargain, not having our values imposed on them.
The new governor signaled Free Planet in tail language before launching into his next policy.
All right, Chelm. I want some funds allocated toward exterminated upgrades, conveniently to upgrade equipment and add new departments to spread the workload. See what I did?
I twisted my ears in confusion. You want them to separate their duties?
Totally. They're worked too hard, and that's all I'm going to give you on my motives. Right, next item. Predator disease facilities. We're launching the Violent Crime Prevention Program pronto. I'm targeting violent strains of the disease with the majority of our resources, which conveniently should give you the majority of what you wanted. Human experts are welcome to draft some guidelines for warning signs.
Because they know all about violence. Is that the implication?
It's not my fault what people assume. I have no control over that, and I'm sure Venlil, who jumped to that conclusion, would believe that about humans regardless. Right, just a few more things. Got to have a productive day one. Next up, immigrants to Venlil Prime from other worlds will not be allowed to vote until 6 years have passed from the acceptance of their citizenship, to prevent foreign nationals from influencing our politics.
Mostly to keep Terran refugees from voting in the next provincial governor elections.
Humans shouldn't be able to move our planet and tell us what to do. Remember what I said about imposing values. I want people who vote to have stayed here and showed their commitment to us. If I didn't want any Earthlings voting, I wouldn't have let those who've already gotten citizenship cast ballots in the next governor election. The humans will know who gave them a path to voting rights, and the Venlil people will know who stopped a sudden influx of predators from swaying our elections. Win-win.
The more I listened to Veln detail his policies, it seemed that he was attempting to play both sides with compromise items. The governor seemed to agree with various revelations that humans gave us, if I could read between the lines, but he wanted to appease the constituents who weren't thrilled about our entire foundation of knowledge being ripped apart. By my own grudging admission, it was a clever strategy. For the sake of political gain, he was more worried about appearances than reality. I could understand I gave the perception that I went along with anything suggested by humanity. What I couldn't understand, why he'd insisted on spelling out his planned changes with me, a deposed rival, in the room. Perhaps this is, as humans say, a wink and a nod to show Veln is on my side for some issues, and that his rhetoric is aimed at winning over the masses. Or is this about gloating that he's a better governor? I heaved a flustered sigh. Congratulations on your victory, Veln, but as the unseated governor, now an ordinary citizen, I'm not sure why my presence is needed here. What I think of your policies doesn't matter.
Oh, but it does, because I have something in mind for you.
The Venlil replied with a casual tail swish.
It's about the Sapient Coalition. Now that we have made our planet's affairs independent from human influence, I have decided it's best to remain in the organization to keep an eye on them. Write this down, Chelm. As I was saying, to keep an eye on them so we know what they're planning and can enjoy the pure military benefits of the Alliance.
I'm glad to hear that you won't try to withdraw from the Sapient Coalition, but if that's all you wanted me to hear, you could have led with that.
Tava, that's your project. Before you were governor, you were our ambassador to the Federation. I want you to resume a role you are actually well suited for. To be our ambassador to the Sapient Coalition. It'll keep you in diplomatic contact with humanity, and honestly, I doubt there's anyone more comfortable or connected in the Earth Department. Plus, I'll be too busy with affairs here to handle that myself.
I was silent for several seconds, shocked by the request. With respect, you just said that you didn't want us entangled with humanity. In that role, I imagine I'll be expected to follow your orders and wishes. You'll want me to sell them on policies I don't agree with. Your policies.
I know you know how to do that, Tava. I'm sure it'll be difficult after being governor to take a step down and to answer to the same person you lost to, no less. But I want to show that we're not enemies, like I said earlier, to lower the political temperature. And if we show how magnanimous I am along the way, wonderful. I thought you'd have some reservations, so I did think of a small incentive as a signing bonus.
What's that? Don't you dare lord something involving the humans' welfare over my head.
Nonsense. My offer was a benign topic. I wouldn't play with lives. I'm not the Federation. My incentive was about that referendum for the planet's name. In the interests of self-determination, it should be up to the people. Though I do intend to speak my piece on why I'm not a fan of Skalga. You agree to be my ambassador, and I'll get the process in motion.
I turned an inquisitive gaze on Noah, who'd been silent throughout the process. The human was attempting not to interfere with the newly elected governor, and he wasn't more vocal about what decision I should make. Without saying a word, the sideways glance of his binocular eyes told me that he thought I should follow what I wanted to do. I could rely on his affection and support as long as I was happy. Beneath that, I could sense that the former ambassador wasn't fond of people like Veln. On a personal level, it was difficult for me to trust anyone who was so calculating with their appearances, but having a chance to ensure our continued friendship with Earth and its allies trumped that. Securing positive relations with the Predators had been my life's most meaningful work. My ears flattened with reluctance. Fine, I'll do it.
Glad to hear it. Oh, and before you and Noah run along, if humankind has a particular objection to anything I proposed, I'm willing to negotiate. However, I need a concession in return that can score me equal political points.
Veln said.
Will that be a suitable arrangement, Mr. Williams?
Noah dipped his head.
We're accustomed to people like you. I'm sure we can work with that.
Delightful. I look forward to more productive conversations with your replacement. You both may leave. Cam has classified briefings for the governor's ears only, I'm sure.
I forced a polite farewell in tail language, not appreciating that parting shot. Veln couldn't resist sneaking in a reminder of his victory, perhaps in response to Noah's thinly veiled distaste toward him. As we departed the governor's office for the final time, I reminded myself that protecting humanity from persecution was more important than pride. The governor could have been more radical with his newfound power, and it was a small victory that I wouldn't be iced out of galactic politics. I couldn't say that the responsibility of an entire planet would be one I missed. If anything, my narrow defeat allowed Noah and I to spend our future together unrestricted. What came next for humanity and Venlil kind was out of my paws now, but I hoped I'd done enough to lay the groundwork for a peaceful future between our two species.
Memory transcription subject. Chief Hunter Isif, Arxur Rebellion Command. Date. Standardized human time. March 17th, 2137. Knowing how unbeloved my species was on Kalqua, there was no offer extended to the Dwerten homogeneity to help with rebuilding and search and rescue. That had been a courtesy to humanity that I couldn't imagine my kind going along with for prey. The avians didn't attempt to drive us and the humans from the system, but they only sent a formal thank you to the O'Toll. I wasn't sure whether the Terrans felt slighted, though I sure did. The Dwerten were fortunate that my request for temporary aid in restocking munitions to tide us over until we could contact the United Nations wasn't phrased as a demand. My lack of diplomatic aplomb meant it was best that I left the leaf-licking primates to deal with the fallout, especially after how the Shield-allied races behaved seeing me at the summit. A cryptic communication from Jones pointed us to a repair outpost within a day's travel, repaying our expenditures without me asking. It was strange to have our fleet congregated so far away from the central sector, since the rebellion's early focus had been pestering agents within Riss's territory. I was aware of the fact that we devoted an inordinate amount of attention to the Federation after the surprising partnership between Gisnell and Nikonus was revealed. Protecting Kalqua thwarted the Kolshians' primary target, and now the crux of the war hinged upon whether the Terrans' single-minded push toward Aafa could succeed. That was Zhao's third phase of the war, and rumor had it that Stage 2, cutting the conspiracy off from hundreds of allies, had been achieved through the Federation's staggering lack of cybersecurity. If humanity can get the Kolshian dynasty to surrender, then they'll be able to fight against the Dominion. Gisnell knows that he is weaker than the Federation by his own admission, which is why Betterment avoided their ire. I narrowed my eyes in the briefing room. The Dominion has not been trying to win a war, yes? I think they do not know how. They have not been active since Shaz's failure at Silis, which brought shame upon the Chief Hunter's repute. It may be possible to dismantle their operations enough that it is decided not to fight humanity at all.
Do you really believe that Gisnell would just surrender? I'm pretty sure he wishes to keep power at all costs.
Lisa responded. I think if he believes there is no choice and sees a way to bargain for some control, it may be possible. I am committed to a peaceful future for our people, and in this instance, I imagine your little SC buddies will not stand for Betterment survival. With our rebellion left outside the organization, I am concerned with ensuring our continued existence as an independent entity. So the more we can reduce Dominion control, the more bargaining power we have over the Prophet Descendant if Aafa falls. Kaisel heaved a weary sigh.
Survival. I see why you have been focused on coexisting with prey. What we've done, returning cattle, trying to communicate and saving the Dwerten, might temper the calls for our race's genocide.
Indeed. I do not think humanity would allow us to be attacked, given how they seek to end this forever war. However, I am concerned over how much free reign we will have, and how we would move forward toward a better future through the galaxy's mistrust. And I want Riss under our control, not some other world with no history. Gisnell must not take our home with him. Oleg adjusted his glasses.
So you're looking for ways to reduce Betterment's authority? What could leave Gisnell more paranoid than stripping him of yet another Chief Hunter who's seen as loyal to the cause? We're in the neighborhood anyways.
Ilthiss! All our intelligence suggests he will stop at nothing to prove himself to Betterment. Young, hot-headed, a true believer. What on earth would convince him to jump ship?
Lisa counted.
Well, we did hand him the Multi and Dresdian homeworlds on a silver platter. If he accepted a tip he knew came from us, then it can't be any more treasonous for him to accept a parley.
I lashed my tail. That was a different circumstance. A raiding opportunity proves his fierceness to Gisnell. Ilthiss will not respond to talking. He responds to open strength and personal rewards, and the idea of a world without violence would disgust him.
Then show him that the Dominion is weak, Chief Hunter.
Kaisel's eyes glowed with new confidence, and his maw parted with eagerness.
Show Ilthiss the footage of the Dominion, and how they negotiate with the Kolshians because they cannot best them. How they do not wish to win the war or hunt well.
That's not a bad idea. Perhaps we can show humanity's strength to Ilthiss. If humans have the power going forward, rewards from Gisnell are empty. He's proving himself to the wrong team. True strength isn't staying with your role to avoid being crushed by Kalimari, yes? Oleg chuckled.
I'm surprised you learned that word.
I listen to the babbling of you humans when it serves me. If the Yotol are calling the Kolshians a human food delicacy, I would be remiss not to adopt this term. The Kalimari are responsible for the starvation of my people with the cure, regardless of whether Betterment released the cattle virus. So I have few moral quandaries about anything done to Aafa.
I hate those leaf lickers. I hope the Kolshians are burned alive in their homes for how miserable they have made my life.
Kaisel growled.
Convince Ilthiss that true strength is joining the fight at Aafa for his personal glory across and beyond the Dominion.
Well, the humans are en route to Aafa as we speak. All they must do is get past the border stations and systems in between. So while I can support bringing Ilthiss into the fold, we should craft a plan for how to establish contact with him at once, if you want him to arrive in time. I drummed my claws on the table in deep thought. Ilthiss's location was a given, with him likely trying to bloody the Dresden and Maltese nose. Unlike Kalsim's fleet, the duo had retreated some of its ships even without the stark warning that Crocodile Captain had been given. It was my sincere hope that among the young chief hunter's attempts to grab easy cattle, especially with the egg-laying Malti offering scrumptious delicacies in the form of their unhatched young, I hoped that he had the foresight to take out their shipyards and bases. Coupled with the human cyber attack, that should ensure those loyalists didn't ever come kicking around again. Even if Aafa was defeated, the true cultists of the Federation like the Dresden and the predator-sacrificing Yulpa would be unlikely to drop out of the fight. All right, Kaisel. I imagine your plan is for us to head to Dresden and multi-space and offer assistance. I do not particularly wish to preside over raid myself, especially with the harm that would do to our image. This rebellion is about proving that the Arxur are capable of being more than brutal, senseless beasts, I growled. The runt flared his nostrils.
I merely wish for you to travel close enough to pinpoint Ilthiss's command ship. It won't be engaged at the center of the battle, though someone as cruelty proficient as this chief hunter will be trying to get some kills himself. You can extend a hail from there.
If I may, why don't we contact UN intelligence and see if they've tacked the Arxur comms enough to connect us via FTL channels? There's no need to put ourselves in the line of fire.
Lisa said. Very well, I acknowledged. Zhao is the ideal figure to bargain with, though...
Jones is your go-to contact for intelligence. With respect, sir, I'll attempt to go through her as long as I have your blessing. I can keep her from pushing anything.
Fine, but if that plotting human tries to pull some shenanigans, I want us dialing Zhao, and only Zhao.
Of course. Don't worry. I'll make sure this is quick and to the point.
I watched in silence along with the rest of my advisors as the primate dialed General Jones. The American intelligence guru had a knowing gleam in her eyes, something which never sat right with me. It was as if she knew what we wanted to ask before any words were said. Terrans could certainly have prying eyes and ears in unexpected places, using technological infrastructure as a weapon. I didn't quite believe her claim that her agencies weren't spying on my people. My guess was that the humans listened in even on Tava's governorship activities, despite the close alliance. It was fortunate for Earth that they had such a devoted friend in Skalga's highest office. Let's see if Jones gets any ideas about how to use me to her advantage. If Lisa can't get the Spymaster to help the rebellion out of decency, then I'll never work with her again. I'm not being pushed into doing things outside of my agenda by manipulative means. General Jones raised her hands placatingly.
Isif, no need to look so skeptical. All we wanted was to split the Dominion and tilt the scales of this war. It was in my national and planetary interest to spur you to action at a few key places. But now there's no need for subterfuge. I can see you doubt my intentions, but know I'm happy to advance your rebellion's aims. Lisa, I believe you said you would handle the chatter. I do not feel like chatting. You know how Arxur tire of socializing.
Lisa snorted.
Yes, I've heard most Arxur do. Ma'am. We were hoping you could patch us through to Chief Hunter Ilthiss. Speaking to him could provide a key opportunity to siphon away Giznal's allies. Oh, that's the plan.
Yes, I definitely support attempts to weaken them without direct engagements. Let me consult my database. Ah, what a coincidence.
The general exclaimed, wagging a finger.
I happened to be looking at Ilthiss's file when you called. I'll transmit his coordinates, and with this access code, you should be able to communicate with his ship.
I stifled a sigh as Jones made a few swipes with her fingers. Oleg gave me a nod to signify that he received the data, and Lisa disconnected the call after a formal thanks. I was pleased that we'd been able to attain the information with minimal back and forth, and that it wasn't a conditional offering. My eyes narrowed before I gestured for the two humans and scrawny Kaisel to exit the picture. We couldn't afford to have any sapiens nearby that Ilthiss would see as a sign of weakness. The mask of cruelty that I'd perfected for my facade around betterment returned. An unwelcome reminder of my own bloody past. I bared my teeth to signify ferocity and signaled for Oleg to initiate the call to the fiery chief hunter. Ilthiss responded after a long stretch of our entreaty going unanswered as a proper holographic avatar. The chief hunter had taken the time to send the full image of his toned form onto my projector rather than the basic 2D visual. I suppressed a huff, realizing that I should have done the same. That was how the highest-ranking Dominion officers communicated, so out of the gate, my status seemed inferior to him. The hot-headed Arxur had scars sliced across his muzzle that seemed artificially inflicted, perhaps to signify his toughness. His grey skin had a bit of green pallor to it, and his features were locked in a permanent scowl. This commander had the swagger of someone who'd fought 1,000 battles. It's apparent he's trying to compensate for his lack of experience through intimidation. Does Ilthiss know what it is to command enough to hold up to the Kolshians?
Well, if it's not the traitor to the dominance of our people, the filth that bargains with prey, consorting with our enemies.
Ilthiss sneered.
What is it that you want?
I raised my maw in defiance. For starters, I would like some gratitude for the easy hunt I gave you. I know many things about the state of the galaxy. I also know how to position Arxur for survival and strength. You forget the first item, is that not so?
I would not pass up prey and a chance to showcase my hunting ability. My raids are much crueler than yours. The best you could do was gassing Venlil schools and a few movie reels.
Your raid, I'm sure, is quite impressive. That is why I wish to speak with you about more opportunities to demonstrate your talent and make a name for yourself as you seize power with the utmost prowess. Once you hear my reasons for joining our hunt and what I can offer you, you will have no doubts about which side is weak and which side is beneficial to your agenda.
I have no reason to listen to your prattling, and I tire of this conversation. Words mean very little when I do not have any reason to believe you are anything but past your prime and defectively weak. This groveling to the feats of my raid acknowledges my superior cruelty with no resistance. You must prove that you are a better chief hunter than me if I am to listen to this at all. The softened up world you placed in my jaws are the sole reason I took your call. In the interests of more feasts you may know about.
A contest of strength is one I can handle. I have seen many battles and am certain that I can outmaneuver the likes of you. 1,000 of your ships versus 1,000 of mine. No tricks or subterfuge, no reinforcements for a coward's win. Just a direct confrontation in space. If you best my people, Gisnell will be delighted that you defeated the pesky rebels and lured us into the open. Ilthiss snorted with a dismissive tone.
I'll gain no satisfaction by crushing your ragtag force. It is you, the very head of power, that I doubt. I have a separate proposal, an honorable one. You come to my base without any army or backup, and we engage in ritual sword fighting. Tliskis. Unless you've forsaken your weapon ornaments.
Why would I be foolish enough to come alone to your territory for a Tliski's duel?
I want to show my worth by defeating the supposedly great Isith. Sending your memory to the prey pastures where it belongs. I am no coward that would back down from a fight, especially an easy one against a weak defective.
Fine. I trust that you are not so petrified of your betters that you would seek a cheap victory. I noticed that the humans looked horrified at my swift agreement, as if they believed it was folly. Whatever the leaflickers thought, I had pride left over, and I could tell Ilthiss had too much arrogant confidence to backtrack on his challenge. I will see you humiliated at my blade, and we will speak about why you should join me afterward.
Empty words, like all of this talking you adore. When I win, I will execute you. Gisnell will know who has slain the traitor from our ranks, and that it was through my superiority.
Ilthiss hissed. The chief hunter pounded away at his console, forwarding the coordinates to his base. Given that I wished to recruit him to our side, I was not going to take the opportunity to strike the clandestine facility. There were more important enemies than one overly proud Arxur. The less Dominion ships I needed to slaughter to complete my rebellion's aims, the better. Ilthiss disconnected from the call after a threatening roar as disdain swelled in his eye slits. I surveyed my advisor's expressions and noticed that Kaisel seemed a bit jealous. The Arxur runt must envy how respectable and powerful a soldier slightly older than him had become through the merits of his strength. If Ilthiss thinks I've lost a step, he'll be in for a rude awakening. I can be calculating and patient. Too much eagerness to prove himself will mean his judgment is clouded by his anger. That doesn't mean I can't physically prepare myself. Without any discussion with my advisors, as the matter was settled, I stood from the table. This was not up for debate, since we needed to strike at the Dominion's very foundation. It was time for me to prepare for the confrontation with Ilthiss. I intended to sharpen my sword and retrain myself in the art of Tliskis. Achieving maximum readiness for our duel would ensure that the probability of victory was turned in my favor as much as possible. Memory transcription subject. Chief Hunter Isif, Arxur Rebellion Command. Date, standardized human time, March 18th, 2137. The humans and their higher-ups believed that my Tliskis duel with Ilthiss was a poor idea. There was a history on Riss of high-class society settling feuds through this strength display. Though there was no obligation to accept such a challenge, I knew I couldn't afford to be seen as weak by my rebels. Doubt had been sown by my friendliness with the humans, and my personal secrecy to hide Felra's presence in the past. Tliskis was nothing so disorderly and random as a single turn and draw of a gun as I'd read about on Earth. It was practiced as both a sport for training sessions and an unequivocal contest of who the better fighter was. It might be the most social aspect left in our society, even if it was just locking swords. I checked that my ceremonial armor was snug while adjusting the padding underneath it. The extravagant sword and exquisite gear were fine pieces of craftsmanship, gifts betterment bestowed upon its worthy hunters as symbols of rank. I wore these for important communications and ceremonies, such as when the Prophet Descendant issued commendations for terror-inducing raids. It brought back memories of when I executed the Arxur who refused to eat a Gajid, knowing I had to play the fanatic. Slipping into that cruel, familiar persona would be easier than I'd like to admit. After years of practice putting down any comrade who challenged or insulted me, there was no reason I couldn't go toe-to-toe with Ilthiss. My claws hooked around the ornament case. There were 3 fragile squares the size of a Terran Rubik's Cube, which were crafted from a red crystal called Queshua, native to Riss. The intricate patterns that showed up under the UV lights of a Tliskis match made it near impossible to pull off any fakes. Not that I would stoop to such means to win our battle. The crystalline squares had to be attached between our chest and our waist, facing the opponent, and not on any limbs. The winner of the duel was whoever could break all of their rivals' ornaments first. Each time a crystal broke, the round concluded so the loser could reset their adornment. It was a simple yet brutal contest. While attacks toward the head and the neck were prohibited, any other area was fair game for stab wounds. I can withstand the pain of a few cuts. The question is if my greater experience can counter Ilthiss's faster speed. Success will be achieved by outwitting his strategy. As I approached the fated site alone, there were no treasonous moves from the young chief hunter. His morality was self-serving and dubious, but he respected strength and courage. He wanted to best me beyond any doubts, so that meant no tricks were forthcoming. It would be strategically prudent to take me out of the picture and forsake pride, yet his hot-headedness prevented him from suppressing his arrogance here. At this age in his prime, Ilthiss likely thought he was invincible. His aggression, attempting to humiliate me out of the gate, was almost a certainty. I also believed that if I won, he would humor a persuasion attempt to join our side, per his word. Kaisel hailed my transport as it docked with Ilthiss's designated habitat.
Ancestors speed your victory, Chief Hunter. May his blood wet your sword.
Thank you, I responded, steadying my nerves. I have a purpose to fight for beyond myself. The purpose of our entire people. A future that is worth great sacrifices. Besides, there are some selfish gains. I will have your eavesdropping human friends know that I am no softie.
Swinging a sword won't prove that.
Oleg chirped. It will when I swing the sword at your neck and lop your skull clean off. That would put an end to your conspiracy theories, yes?
Actually, no. In the event of my death, I've set up a cache of evidence for various government plots to be uploaded, so that nobody can silence my findings. For instance, I don't trust them doing cure research. They're undoing the cure, but what else are they doing? There's no oversight, and the planetary security excuse is horseshit.
What are they doing, Oleg? Cloning people for bullet fodder? Putting a kill switch in the DNA of anyone who likes conspiracies?
There'll come a day where they're able to know everything about you, even your deepest thoughts, just by observing a few elements of your biology, and it'll be a lot sooner than you think. Glad for you won't, Lisa, but we're welcoming the death of privacy with open arms.
I heaved a flustered sigh. Enough. You are distracting me before an important contest with your incessant chatter. If you ever talk like this on the bridge, I'll feed you to Ilthiss in pieces myself.
Ah, yes. Cannibalism is such a funny joke with your
I disconnected from the channel, hissing with exasperation. At least those two humans being their infuriating selves brought me a notch closer to combat mode. Sometimes, I yearned to take a metal blade to their ornaments. My facial features hardened into a menacing mask, devoid of emotion, and I disembarked to face off with Ilthiss in person. The chief hunter was waiting with the smugness of someone who believed they'd already won. My paw drifted to the hilt of my sword, though it stayed in my scabbard. I wasn't going to take a premature swipe at him, but the gesture of animosity would get through. I don't miss having to communicate in cruelty, unable to hint at any emotions. That said, I was pretty good at pretending, isn't that right? Ilthiss smacked his tail on the ground energetically.
This fool believes he is the finer chief hunter. I'm sure he was great in the old days, but he's strayed from the path. I'm surprised he remembers how to hold a sword.
What a lovely greeting. I say we go straight to the Twiskies, since this conversation is a waste, yes?
Works for me, but I'll have you know that my raid against the Dresden was sublime. We landed raiding parties and set off demolition charges in their caves. Burying villages like that. Ha! That's a new one. My idea.
How masterfully cruel. I imagine you would not have come back if you managed to keep the planets. You did not even mention the multi.
I'm not idiotic enough to waste resources. Those mindless animals are fighting among themselves, so I hardly need to bomb them. I'm surprised the cowardly prey don't stampede the second one of their own throws a claw swipe.
The humans can be attributed to this unrest. They put your raid to shame. They dismantled the foundation of over 200 worlds.
Ha! As if I'd believe that. There were none of those Venlil-loving apes in sight.
That is why they are so terrifying, Ilthiss. You do not see a lethal virus in action. It kills in its silence.
The Terrans I know of refuse to kill anyone. That was the whole premise of the fight at Silis and Foul. Warring so those who helped bomb them would live. The enemies of Earth that fell will bar your maneuvering.
A point of contention between us. They chose to minimize bloodshed, but I have no doubt that humanity could lay waste to the galaxy if they didn't. The Federation should be afraid of what they tried to awaken. Their cleverness.
Isith, no sales pitch from you means a morsel until you have any strength to flaunt. I suggest you think of your last words for when you're executed for your defeat.
I do not need to waste time preparing for things that will not happen. Ilthiss growled at me, eyes narrowed to crazed slits. The two of us had reached the Tliski's arena. On opposite sides, I could see starting pads scattered a few seconds of running apart. The pedestals in the center offered places to climb or use the environment to our advantage. As the rival chief hunter strapped his first ornament over his armored stomach, I considered the placement of my own object. If the ornament broke, even as a result of my actions, it would count for Ilthiss as long as it didn't happen after a tally of mine. Staying up on my feet and avoiding dropping my weight onto the fragile item would be crucial. With a grunt of determination, I tightened the band around my sternum and fixed my ornament right in the center. In range of both arms to defend, so it's safer from any sidelong stabs toward the hip. If I fall, I can catch myself on all fours to avoid breaking it. Everything aside from head and neck shots, and attacks such as biting or headbutting were fair game, so I needed to watch for any ambitious tail swipes from Ilthiss. I should also throw in the occasional kick or slash of my own to keep him on his toes. It might serve me to knock over his platform rather than contest the elevation if the young Arxur went for the high ground. I drew my sword with confidence, ready for a frenetic clash of wits and body. Tliski's was an exhilarating format, though I wasn't sure whether my reflexes were quite as sharp as they used to be. Still, my experience was nothing to laugh at, and I was certain I could outthink any Dominion lackey. A cautious approach would take the wind out of his sails, along with granting me insight into his strategy. I stepped onto the starting pad and lowered myself to a lunging stance. With my body facing toward the ground, the ornament would be angled away from Ilthiss. The other chief hunter was going to meet only my sword, and if my head was facing him, he couldn't swing at it without being disqualified. If my head was intentionally maneuvered in the path of a blow, that was the sole way it could be ruled a fair shot. I lashed my tail to signal readiness, and Ilthiss did the same. The young chief hunter had no sooner smacked his pad with force before he raced toward the pedestals, cresting one as tall as an Arxur without using the lower platforms as stepping stools. He stared me down from the powerful vantage point, realizing I was staying put.
Coward! What? You're frozen like prey! Going to wet yourself and faint!
Ilthiss jeered. The chief hunter lunged with staggering power from his hind legs, leading sword first. With the pointed tip blazing toward me, I was doubtful I could parry his blistering momentum. There was no time to sidestep before Ilthiss landed nearly atop me. Careful to keep his maw turned away from me, his sword finished its trajectory. The young Arxur wasn't aiming for the ornament I guarded, instead driving his blade into my thigh. I staggered from the pain, shoving him away with the pommel. My rival landed with grace on all fours, absorbing the momentum through his paws and keeping the crystal strapped to his stomach safe. He took crazed swings toward my Queshua token, and though I saw his tail coming, I could barely fend off the sword by itself. My hind legs were swept out from under me with a brutal slash. It was all I could do to keep my blade from clattering to the floor. Ilthiss scrambled toward me, wrapping his tail around my weapon. He wrenched it from my dazed grip, ignoring how the sharp edges lacerated his skin. A gloating glint shone in his eyes as he shattered my crystal into tiny fragments with an unnecessarily forceful swing. I could feel the impact through my armor and struggled to shake it off. After collecting my weapon, I disguised my limp on my walk to the ornament collection. Failure to reset quickly was considered forfeiture. I donned my new cube and hustled back to the pad. With how impressive my opponent's aggression was, I could see why he climbed the ranks at a young age. I lashed my tail. Is that the best you can muster? Ilthiss signaled his readiness, and this time I opted not to wait for him to come to me. I sprinted toward the pedestal at the same time as him, weaving around the column while keeping low to the ground. The chief hunter had climbed the platform again, but was unable to get a clean stab at me. He twirled in my direction, just as I wildly swatted with my sword toward his belly. My rival's blade moved in a blur, an instinctual response. His reaction was near instantaneous, deflecting my brazen attempt. I scrambled backward as he rolled to the ground and tracked his movements and cues. His legs tensed before he dashed toward me. Forget the ornament, I need to cripple him and limit his speed. I feinted a swing at his crystal before thrusting my blade into his knee and twisting. Ilthiss howled, but had the presence of mind to hold my blade in his wound. I couldn't pull it away without giving him clean access to my crystal, so I released my grip. Crimson blood gushed from his deep gash as he ripped the weapon out. The chief hunter favored his leg so much that he barely put weight on it. The young Arxur crossed my blade with his own, flaunting his dual wielding. I couldn't conjure any unarmed strategies. It might be best to break my crystal on purpose, get my sword back for the next round, and avoid further injuries. But that would leave me with one crystal. Was I that confident? My leg was injured from its own stab wound, though it was less destabilizing. I was without a weapon, left to defend myself with my arms, and a nimbleness that was long gone. The possibility of my total defeat crossed my mind, but I recognized that this was the best strategic option, even if my pride spurred me to keep pressing. The humans had taught me anything could be a weapon. Everything but the kitchen sink. I ripped the ornament from my chest and hurled it at Ilthiss. If I was going to destroy it, I might as well rain glass shards on his other leg. Arxur might not have Terran's arm torsion, but chucking an object at the ground was within my capabilities. The chief hunter snarled at my opportunistic forfeiture, losing his footing when pain shot up his good leg. He stayed down for several seconds, still not standing after I donned my last crystal. My sword, I demanded, snatching it from his grip. You cannot fight on, Ilthiss. The chief hunter used his own blade to prop himself up and leaned on it to stagger back to his pad. He lashed his tail in defiance, raising his sword into a defensive posture. I signaled my readiness while collecting my wits. This was now a must-win duel, but Ilthiss looked hobbled after the previous round. As the new sequence commenced, it was my enemy remaining stationary in his starting spot, grimacing as he stood. The Arxur was flexing the leg that the ornament shattered against, but the other limb had lost its functionality altogether after the surgical cut. He brandished his sword with frustration, snarling. I took my time stalking forward and kept just out of range, moving from side to side so he was forced to turn awkwardly. The longer this went on, the more Ilthiss would be testing his exhausted pain tolerance. I faked a lunge forward, laughing as he made a frantic sword move to block. I moved just within range and swiped toward the ornament, connecting with his metal weapon on purpose. While my rival struggled to bat away my blade, my tail snapped his better leg out from under him. All of his weight was thrown onto the wounded limb, causing him to shriek in anguish. His focus waned as he fell, and I snaked my sword around his to break a crystal. The chief hunter took several attempts to get up, and stewed as he realized he needed to walk to retrieve a new item. The only prize of a loss is to talk about something that will benefit you, I said. Forfeiture would spare you the pain. You can go get treatment. Ilthiss almost hopped one-legged over to his box.
I should have watched for the limb cut a round ago, but an Arxur fights on. All I need is to break one more ornament of yours. You're still slow, old, and weak to be empathizing with my pain.
This is not empathy, as much as an admission of your pathetic state, unworthy of a duel with me. Hurry up, or you will be disqualified. The chief hunter secured his jaw around his sword to muffle whimpers and tried to run over to his pad. He crashed onto the starting spot in the nick of time, thumping his tail as he was still on all fours. To my surprise, Ilthiss stayed down this time, deciding he was better off low to the ground. It was a valid play, given that I couldn't swing at his head from my high angle. However, it surrendered all mobility and exposed many vulnerable spots. My rival hugged his knees to his chest with his tail and arms, shielding the ornament with his flesh. I inched forward, considering my strike with caution. Before I could jab at the sensitive wounded area, Ilthiss sprang to his feet despite the pain and swept his sword in a wide arc. I barely leapt back in time, leaning my upper body backward to protect the ornament. His sharp instrument clanged against the armor of my stomach and sucked the breath from my lungs from the force. I parried a second attempt to swing upward and stumbled backward in a hurry, knowing he couldn't follow my retreat. Ilthiss's eyes looked crazed and his nostrils flared before he sank back to all fours, stripped of his willpower. Certain that he couldn't lunge from this awkward fall, I rushed forward and swung at his wounded leg. The chief hunter overcommitted to defending that painful area, allowing me to twist the point toward the true target. My sword glided up just enough to glance his crystal, shattering it. Ilthiss grunted.
Fuck you. I only need one hit.
Are you delusional? You cannot fight me in this state, and it will only damage your reputation to crawl around like this, I spat.
No, I fight to the last.
The chief hunter hurried over to the box as best he could with a maimed limb, and thrashed his tail once he was hunched back over on the pad. I was growing tired, but that just prompted me to end this bout with swiftness. All I needed was to break the final ornament, and I could achieve my goal of persuading him to abandon betterment. Our cause could use the extra forces a chief hunter would bring to the table, and if he agreed to raid Aafa after hearing about Gisnell's arrangement with the Kolshians, that might help the Terrans to focus on the Dominion after this clash. I marched back to my pad, thrumming my tail to start the deciding round. Ilthiss stumbled forward with aggravated hisses. Stealing a page from his book, I waited for him to draw close enough before using a small pedestal to boost myself up to the highest one. My rival paused, expecting me to lunge at him. However, not willing to risk my crystal shattering in the chaos, I leapt short of where Ilthiss waited. It was then that I kicked in my last burst of speed, jabbing my sword at his gut with all of my strength and willpower. The enemy didn't bother to defend, instead taking it as an opportunity to go for my crystal. I drove my blade through the fragile Queshua and heard my own shatter a half-second later. The young chief hunter recognized that I'd landed the break first, rather than contesting who won, and conceded the match with a grudging huff. He seemed relieved to be able to sit down and mend his wounds.
Fine. Spill out why the fuck you think I should side with a defective like you, but I doubt I'll be persuaded. I'll honor my word and let you leave after this is through.
Ilthiss growled. I pulled my holopad from atop my waiting belongings. I'm going to show you a single video of Gisnell talking to the late Nikonus, yes? Then the leader of the Federation. If you can't pass that the Dominion is afraid of the Kolshians and that they don't want us to win, unlike humanity and me, Nothing I say will matter. You do have much energy and fight, and I respect those qualities. Betterment isn't worthy of your strength, not when they are the ones in league with all of our leaf-licking foes.
That's preposterous. Betterment would never bargain with prey like you do.
Good thing I have evidence to prove this very statement. Hear it with your own keen ears, yes? The young Chief Hunter took my holopad with reluctance. I watched his facial expression grow enraged as he listened to Gisnell appeasing the Kolshians and promising not to push too far in the war as to actually win it. It was the humans who Nakonas blasted as a major setback, and my rebellion which the Prophet descendant hated for thinking we could rule all by ourselves. I was ready to jump in with evidence of our triumphs and innovations, how our side pushed the boundaries of warfare when this video was over. Something told me that there was a good chance of getting Ilthiss to send his troops to Aafa. This was the fight Betterment shied away from, and weakness was an admission he abhorred. My success in the duel could give both humanity and the rebellion an advantage in our respective fights.
Memory transcription subject, Ambassador Tava of the Venlil Republic. Date, Standardized Human Time, March 22nd, 2137. The first Sapient Coalition convention felt like a trimmed-down version of the Federation's meetings, with the familiar markings of diplomacy I'd seen for years. These were the parties that I devoted my life to negotiating with, long before I knew the peaceful union in the stars was a lie. Today's agenda was centered around anything relating to genetic research, though I imagined that Dwerton's salvation would be brought up later. The United Nations was owed basic courtesy after sparing Kalqua, so I hoped the avians had finally seen reason. On a personal note, Noah was present as my aide, though that was a bit reductive of his true purpose. I wished to try to see the species I'd known for years through his eyes. Humanity had cultivated an array of 38 races, more than just the ones who were recognized across Earth. The Takan representative's grey hide, hunched over his station, told me their polity was ready to work. The infamous Dr. Zahn, who cheered on Sovlin, wasn't indicative of the larger Takan species who'd opened embassies to humans and had been ready from the start to stick it to the Kolshians. The iridescent carapace of the Verin ambassador was visible across from a Terran aide. Some predators were less than fond of insects, but this particular race had only ever gone from neutral to friendly. The Leishan diplomat, who'd always struck me as a little creepy, seemed to be hitting it off with an entire group of Earthlings. The Drivlar attaché, unsurprisingly, was snoozing on his desk. For the more well-known members of the audience, the Crocodile, Harchand and Tillfish had chosen spots in the back of the hall, avoiding wandering UN diplomats. At the opposite end of the spectrum, Yortul Ambassador Laulo appeared to be flaunting battle footage with anyone who would watch, making exaggerated gestures to accompany his boastful rhetoric. Mazik Vice President Kuiper had allowed a human colonial leader from Liberty's Bastion to share her station, which showed respect to the Terran settlement in Koa's vicinity. The distant Peltons were flipping through a leaflet on their refugee problem, clearly wanting to insert it into next week's agenda. The Fissons and Nivox were full-on hawking deals on materials until the meeting started. If anyone would have told me when Noah first landed on Skalga that all these species would be sharing a hall and things would seem so normal, I would have laughed. To think Terrans would be so ready to leap into diplomacy despite their checkered past, it was unthinkable from what we all knew of them. Noah offered a gentle smile.
It's nice not to have to worry so much about appearances, love. Honestly, the United Nations is probably happy on the conflict of interest issue from my side, I mean. The Venlil were special circumstances, or our people would have never allowed an astronaut who's very close to the governor to be handling our business.
Yeah, I suppose our connection was a diplomatic dilemma. Hopefully Governor Veln doesn't prove too much to manage for your successor. He's ambitious.
Veln is shifty, but two can play that game. If he wants to try to outmaneuver a genuine human diplomat, well, he doesn't know what he's in for. The Venlil people didn't know how lucky they were to have someone honest, feeling and sincere like you in office. Heaven knows, I wish we had heartfelt people like you filling positions of power back home. Earth will never forget what you did for us, and I'm glad we have you here at the SC now. You care.
Of course I do. That's why when I heard from some Terran counterparts that you wanted to talk about various gene edits, namely research done to reverse the cure, I made sure to put the Venlil's tampering on the list. And I invited a guest to speak about what affected humans have gone through.
I appreciate what you're going for, but this might not be the most sympathetic audience for a predator wanting to regain the ability to eat flesh. I'm surprised the UN saw that as a good strategy. Who did you invite?
Me.
A gruff voice echoed behind me. Noah failed to mask his obvious surprise as he sighted a red-haired human with a twisted nose and criss-cross scars below each eye socket. Marcel Fraser was almost as well known as my astronaut after the footage of his torture was broadcast to billions across the galaxy. If any Terran could be a sympathetic face to the Sapient Coalition listeners, this was the one. There were some controversies about what happened with Slanik, of course, but by all accounts, Marcel was a long-suffering herbivorous hero. He was also well acquainted with how Venlil thought and could frame why it was important to seek remediation, even for a vegetarian. It's all part of my plan, because what the SC really needs to talk about is beyond cured humans. It's about any omnivores forcibly converted into herbivory who want to go back. That idea would be a touchy subject, given how taboo predator diets had been throughout our lives. It took concentrated efforts to turn a blind eye to how Terrans operated. The first time Noah had a ham and cheese sandwich around me back at his place, I felt my years of brainwashing try to desapientize the man I loved. On the bright side, at least it wasn't blood-soaked carcass munching like I envisioned that first time on Aafa together. If someone told me I'd accept nourishment of that kind years ago. But it didn't matter. I understood the nutritional requisites some species had, and whether the intent was to go back to omnivory or avoid allergic reactions, other SC races should have a say in their diet too. I extended a paw in the human handshake gesture. Marcel, I'm delighted to see you again, under much more pleasant circumstances than on war-torn Earth or the prior time at the outpost.
I'm glad to be doing something to help Ambassador. It does sting a little that all these listeners will just see me as the poster boy of human victimhood.
Marcel sighed.
I'm here to make everyone feel more sorry for me than they already do, right?
Put your chin up, unless you feel sorry for yourself. The Federation has done shitty things, and several of those shitty things happened to you. You are the perfect spokesperson for millions affected by this. But why we're really here is to fix this mess, and you're here to convince them it needs fixing. Like it or not, you have sway over choices made at the highest echelons of government. Clear all your uncertainty and decide how you plan to use that power. Noah whistled in appreciation.
What she said. It's good for us to see you here, standing tall from where you were not too long ago. You don't just earn pity. You're a damn inspiration. A testament to the human spirit.
I don't know about that. I've always tried to do right by people, and believe me, there'll be no theatrics needed for what this cure has taken from me.
Marcel forced a smile, shoving his hands in his pockets. His hazel eyes swirled with brooding intensity.
I volunteered for the prototype antidote. The risks are worth it to me. Don't get me wrong, I appreciate all our researchers, but having the archive spell out exact gene edits is what made it feasible. I wonder whether you'll pursue reverse mods for the Venlil.
I tilted my head to one side. Yes, Noah and I were just discussing that. It's definitely something almost every Venlil can agree on, and I have Veln's blessing to declare our intention to move forward with the reversal. On the debate stage, he acknowledged that we both see this as important to our people. The UN has been tabulating which changes need undoing for us since the archives.
That's awesome. I wish Slanik was here to see that. He couldn't stand seeing what they did to you.
My astronaut scowled.
I don't support what your buddy did, but I get it. It infuriates me that Tava's lived her whole life deprived of basic things because someone hundreds of years ago decided to kidnap her ancestors' children and transform their genome.
It wasn't so bad until we knew what had been taken from us, I sighed. But don't worry, I'll do what it takes to see that future generations aren't shackled for humans or Venlil. The stage is all yours, Marcel, if you're ready. The red-haired human nodded.
No sense delaying. I'll be going, short and sweet.
I offered a polite wave to the former UN soldier who'd been cured during an incident at the Battle of Milu. What I hadn't told Noah when mentioning Venlil genetic reversal was the decision I'd reached for myself. With my safety on the line, I wasn't sure he'd approve. The archive's files of 45G detailed the exact modifications the Farsul made with unique specificity, even compared to info on the protovirus used for different cure bioweapons. That entire file cluster was a changelog for my species. The Terrans had run simulations suggesting they could reverse the gene edits for Venlil kind, but it might be difficult to persuade others of my kind to trust those supposed corrections. For starters, we would never enjoy the benefits of properly developed limbs or olfactory organs. Still, if we wanted to erase the Farsel's impact on our society, the majority of the herd needed to choose to go back to our empowered selves. It was a tough sell when it could have consequences for us in the present, and entailed having our DNA altered by another group of aliens. The success of the reversal and any side effects on newly grown children wouldn't be seen for years. That left the other part of my plan. It was going to be one fireball of a topic to broach with Noah. I hadn't asked how the human felt about children. Obviously, it wasn't possible between the two of us, so starting a family never had a reason to come up. Noah would make a wonderful father, but even if he's somehow okay with this outlandish idea, it won't truly be his kid. Bloodlines are important to humans, as I understand it. Marcel stepped to the podium, clearing his throat.
Hello. Ambassadors of the Sapient Coalition, it's an honor. I've always loved the diversity of life on my homeworld, and though finding it in the stars has brought a ton of suffering for me and my people, it is wonderful to see dozens of races that do share our vision. Maybe other humans haven't told you this, but we revered and feared extraterrestrials when you were the stuff of myth. I find that our fears may have lacked imagination. An attempt to destroy our planet, followed by a bioweapon designed to force fundamental changes upon us, bested our spooky sci-fi tropes.
The Thafki ambassador raised a paw.
Excuse me, you're Marcel, right? The one that was beaten half to death.
Of course, I should have introduced myself. Most of you know me as the exchange participant who was taken prisoner and got his face makeover from a Gajit claws with a complimentary 10 days of starvation. Fun times. What you may not know is that I was later dosed by an aerosolized version of the cure, which triggered a severe initial reaction that left me bedridden for weeks. Breathing in vapors of animal products, it can send me into anaphylaxis. I carry an EpiPen around at all times, just in case now, even here.
You're saying you're a forcibly converted omnivore like us?
Crocodile Ambassador Nuela chirped.
Precisely. I'm here to lay out why that's a problem. A public health hazard for anyone who's had the effects of this bioweapon passed along. I was already a vegetarian, yet the slightest trace of anything that's an animal can kill me now. I can't live on my homeworld around my family. I shudder to think how many unexplained incidents occur on worlds of fully cured species. You can have sincere intentions never to go near predator food, but a bug accidentally gets in the meal, or an animal brushes up against a crop you don't wash fully. Problem. It could be you, your children, or anyone you care about. Everyone's biology reacts differently. Forced herbivorism can't be allowed to exist in a free society.
Mazic dignitary Creeper looked displeased.
I'm not an omnivore, but wouldn't undoing the cure mean people could eat meat? That really isn't acceptable in our cultures. Maybe it should just be left alone, and the cured peoples can be more careful with food prep, rather than all of us opening the door to dead meals.
Look, I care about what I put in my body too. I always understood how you feel about predation and how the idea of it sickens you. But if you believe in something this strongly, you won't change your mind just because you have the choice to change. You believe that these societies are moral and righteous due to dietary abstinence, yet they don't have the free will to do anything else. They're forced to comply. How is it righteous at all when it's the only path you can take? All the cure does is risk the lives of people who would supposedly stay the course regardless.
I raised my tail. For my fellow delegates' information, Marcel will be on a human trial of the cure reversal drug to test its efficacy. I can speak to the fact that Farsil gene edits are never harmless, and always about controlling anyone who defies their indoctrination.
Thank you, Ambassador. I've said my piece, but I wanted it to be clear how much suffering it's caused me. I don't feel that I deserve this. I don't feel that your grandchildren deserve this either. I'll take my leave, and according to my notes, you're supposed to have a short recess to discuss this. Please support safety and choice.
The red-haired human ducked his head, and some of the more Terran-familiar individuals tried to make smacking sounds against their desks to imitate applause. It was always refreshing to see bits of human culture catching on. I appreciated clapping as an unmissable way to let the speaker know their words were appreciated. Part of me wondered where Marcel Fraser and Slanek would be if not for his capture all those months ago. Another aspect of my brain wondered where the Venlil would be now had we never been turned into our present state. I didn't know if it would be a better outcome, but it would be more authentic. Marcel is right about none of the gene-modded species deserving this. We need to make this right for the next generation. I have to hope Noah takes what I'm about to say well. Hey, Noah? My chest was a bundle of nerves, though not in the same way as when I first accepted the binocular-eyed captain's hail. I'm sorry to spring this on you, but can we have a word somewhere private? There's something I need to tell you. The human flinched.
Uh-oh. I don't like the sound of that. Have I done something wrong? Are we breaking up?
What? No, it has to do with what we're about to talk about when I take the stage. Please, just follow me. I scurried out of the meeting auditorium, finding my way to a private discussion chamber. Noah looked apprehensive, but shut the door behind him. What if he was offended by what I was about to propose, or despised the idea? Would he get angry that I recklessly wished to be among the first to have my gene edits undone and bring an uncrippled child into the world? My ears bunched up with frustration as I struggled to think how I would explain my sudden shift in future plans. The astronaut was growing more concerned by the moment, so I knew I needed just to spit it out. I'm getting the gene edits reversed. I want to be one of the first, to show my people they can trust it. Like Marcel said, the risks are worth it, to see what was taken from us undone, I blurted. Noah tapped his chin with his fingers.
Tava, you know I support your decision. You should have bodily autonomy. That said, it won't change anything about your present circumstances, now or ever. It's about the future generations. Is it worth the risk when there's no, offspring?
Yeah, about that.
Oh, I see. It's wonderful that you're thinking about motherhood, though I admit I'm caught a bit off guard. I know I should never say this aloud, but aren't you past birthing age? You know, haven't you hit menopause? Fuck, this is awkward.
I recoiled in confusion. Menopause? I have no idea what you're talking about. Noah's expression became more flustered.
It's human women. They stop getting periods and being able to have children during their middle age. I'm going to stop talking. I really should have researched more about Venlil by now, but I didn't even think of that.
That's not a thing for us, or any other species that I've heard of. I love you, humans, but you're extremely strange on an anatomical level. Also, what's a period?
Maybe you should talk about this with Sarah. I don't think I'm, qualified in this department. But I don't have a problem with you wanting children, per se. It's just, you know that's not something that could happen between a human and a Venlil. That's why you pulled me aside, right? Are you asking for an, open relationship? Frankly, I want to be exclusive.
I'm asking if you would be okay with me seeking a reverse-modded donor, so that you and I could raise a child, uncrippled and free of gene edits, as our own. If that would violate what you see as exclusivity or as starting a family. Noah was quiet for a few seconds.
Sorry, I'm processing that. Tava, I want to spend the rest of my life with you. If this is what you want, then we'll make it work. I'll love our little Venlil goober with all my heart.
I'm so relieved that you're okay with it. I know it's a lot to ask, but I need us to be a part of building that future generation. Our legacy.
I guess peace in the galaxy and saving the human race won't be enough of a legacy?
Never hurts to add a little more. With you by my side, I feel like I can always go beyond what I ever dreamed was possible. Now, let's go get the SC on our side. I can't wait to tell them all about our plans to restore the Venlil to our true selves. My human wrapped an arm around my shoulders, and I gave him a grateful ear flick for his unwavering support. As long as the Predator stood beside me, no challenge was insurmountable. Together, we returned to the main venue to rally our allies around the gene reversal program that would play a huge part in our future lives.
Memory transcription subject, Onzo, Yotol technical specialist. Date, standardized human time, March 23rd, 2137. The match to Aafa defied expectations with the lack of open confrontation we faced. The Kalqian Commonwealth had a vast expanse of territory. As the original founder, their most storied colonies predated the Federation itself.
Their population had necessitated spreading out across the stars, so even after a hypothetical conquest of Aafa, it would have to be seen whether the scattered billions would surrender. The tentacle bastards used every system of their official 20 light-year territory bubble, which was how their manufacturing power was so absurd. It was also why I expected us to be stopped by border outposts like the Gajids had. But those sat unguarded, with only automated turrets and lasers left behind. The stationary targets could be picked off at little risk to us. Within inhabited systems, FTL disruptors were running, which impeded our journey. We chose the pathing that travelled by the fewest settlements, but were forced to burn days in sublight travel. Wary of the Corsians using humanity's tricks against us, we kept our own anti-FTL signals online. The last thing we needed was asteroids being warped atop us, or ships leaping right into the centre of our own ranks. It might have been possible to take the colony worlds, except the Colchian bombers were clustered around their own planets. What was the point of that? I grasped that they only cared to defend Aafa, but this maneuver must have been with the intention to paint humanity as butchers. Perhaps it's a bluff, but even if we got the UN to agree to glass the colonies, it'd waste our munitions. Maybe it's some cold-blooded sacrifice to tilt the scales at the main event. Taking the outpost worlds by foot isn't viable when we'll be lucky to successfully occupy Aafa. I couldn't imagine how the Colchians on the ground felt, seeing their own government using them as hostages. Several humans suspected a trap in the planet's bounds, whether it be from planet-to-surface munitions, kamikaze bombers, or hidden orbital defenses. We opted to stick to the mission parameters and limit our engagements before Aafa. I couldn't help but notice the bare-bones defenses by the backwaters, with patrols seeming to be cancelled. Was the Commonwealth planning to go out with a glorious last stand? Had the cut-off from over 200 allies caused them to conserve their numbers for their home system? Whatever the reason for the quiet deployment, it felt like the calm before the storm. It was strange that they'd expended so much manpower on failed boarding ambushes, though as the galaxy's most populous species, lives seemed to have little proportional value to them. The Colchians knew we wanted to occupy their world, so targeting manned ships would mean those vessels needed repairs. What was the point of stalling our advance beforehand if they weren't impeding us in surrounding systems now? I couldn't figure out what their angle was, but they'd been buying time for something. Well, this is it. I verified the sensor calibrations as we dropped outside the FTL disruptors around Aafa's system. I'll have a read on how many ships they have soon. Ralsei, I hope it's not millions. They've always been hiding their true capacity.
What if it is millions? Carlos can't exactly say, shoot them all to that.
Sovlin grumbled. Carlos scrunched his face in confusion.
Why not? Do we have the fucking ammunition for that? Even this atavist Yotul can count bullets.
Samantha swept her auburn hair out of her eyes.
We've been planning to get these fuckers for a long time. Time to fix the galaxy's crazy alien problem. I've got a bullet with Melbourne's name on it for the first Colchian to walk into my sights.
Likewise, I'm doing this for Lane. We cleared those colonizers off our planet once, I said. There's nothing you can do to these bastards that would match the 1,000-year sum of their evil. Tyler snorted.
First, I don't disagree, but it's not the damn Olympics. Before you aliens ask, that's a big athlete contest with the shiny medals and the swimmers and the hurdles.
We didn't ask.
That's rich coming from the living geezer of fun facts. See? Much better name for him than atavist, Sovlin. If I have to fight alongside a total barbarian, I'm glad it's this one.
The Gajid admitted.
I never would have imagined how much I'd care about a Yotul and literal fucking predators when I turned myself in. Though you all leave much to be desired, you're my crew.
Samantha glowered at him.
I don't know why I expect a racist war criminal to give proper compliments, but you're making me glad we're about to see action. Please dole out some now shut the fuck up orders, Officer Cardona.
Fine, listen up. Here's what I need handled. Onzo, numbers. Sovlin, tactical suggestions.
Tyler backed.
Good luck. You all know what we're up against. The Squiddies got home field advantage, and they're packing heat. We scrounged up over 100k of our own ships, but that's the good shit. But it's us, a smaller number of Yotul technocracy ships we could bring in, and another bit of sapient coalition padding. There's been calls to other powers, but...
We don't have them now.
Carlos sighed.
It'll be all right. Whatever they have waiting for us, I know tactics are on our side.
Well, we haven't unlocked an infinite ammo glitch in reality, so tactics won't matter if they've got us too outgunned. Plasma has to recharge, and the rest of our munitions ain't gonna replenish on the fly. Onzo, do you have the enemy's numbers?
I straightened my ears, waiting for the inconclusive blicks to solidify into a proper count. Our glide had almost brought us within visual range of the nearest ships, but there was a larger formation scattered through the system. Orbital ring by orbital ring, it became clear the Kolshians hadn't left any stop along the way uncovered. Pushing through to Aafa itself would mean vanquishing a brutal onslaught at every step, and I couldn't imagine other surprises weren't lurking for us. My readouts sourced data from our vast array of vessels, running predictive analysis to fill in the gaps from vague, far-off points. My ears pinned back in unease as I watched the total number of hostiles climb. Worst of all, a solid chunk of the foes in our vicinity couldn't be matched to known Shadow Fleet markers. There were an estimated 96,000 vessels from the manned public Kolshian armada, and over 200,000 that were Shadow Fleet. A jaw-dropping number that dwarfed our attack force. However, I was watching the full enemy tally climb past 500,000 before it leveled off. The computer didn't buy that the rest were Commonwealth-made. It racked its databanks for other alternatives, including the simplest possibility that some of their 200 allies had come, despite the catastrophic cyber attacks. Yet the homogeneity of the ships suggested it was a single entity, which led my brain to a startling possibility. Which parties in the galaxy have that many ships? I'd assume it was the Arxur and Dominion, except that I don't see how the Greys could have been persuaded to fight alongside Federation prey. Let's start with the easy news while it's running a search for more comprehensive analysis, I said. We're looking at about 500,000 hostiles in system. Tyler narrowed his eyes.
That's the easy news.
Well, it's not a million ships like Sovlin was afraid of. Sovlin waved his claws angrily.
Oh, 500,000 ships. That's so much better. Wait, what if Onzo applied sensor filters by mistake? Maybe he's overselling it.
The very first time we worked together, you accused me of that same shit. My work is damn good. Good as any human here. If you can't see that, you're the never-pouched primitive.
I'm sorry, who was the captain of a warship? Who's trusted for tactical advice?
Captain Monahan.
Technically, that's a correct answer, wise ass.
Samantha laughed.
I don't see a problem. We beat him with numerical odds against us many times over, 'cause the best minds are on our team. How is this any different?
Carlos scowled at his fellow guard.
This is it. Every trick they have up their sleeves they're going to use on us. We expect some of those plays to be dirty as fuck. They also have defensive fortifications to support their ships all across the system. There's a reason the plan is to manually take over their moon's orbital defenses. The brass must think we can't get close enough with bombers.
I flinched as my console flashed, confirming my suspicions. I'll tell you what else is different. 200,000 of the ships are from the Arxur and Dominion.
What?
Tyler hissed. Sovlin's spines bristled with dangerous lividness.
Those fucking... the Heartless Greys do know who starved them, right? And after everything the Arxur did to us, to the herd, Aafa is working paw in paw with them. It wasn't enough that this all started because of the Federation. They have to keep it going. I know our suffering means fuck all to them, but the Greys and the Kolshians really are one and the same.
Keep your head, Captain Racism. We know there's no bar that's too low for them. I can't say I expected this, but I also think the Dominion is less dangerous than the Shadow Fleet. We still have a mountain to climb, but it's now or never. When the other 200 species get back on their feet...
Those numbers would be 1,000,000 plus, I finished. Insurmountable. Channel your anger, Sovlin, and use it to kill them all. The Gajid gritted his teeth.
With pleasure. It's time to correct my final mistake. Years of service to this lying, civ-kid-brained Federation.
What's your tactical input?
Tyler questioned.
Sir, I feel we should target these Dominion ships. No, this isn't solely due to my personal vendetta with those bastards. They're manned ships, but ones that are more competent than the Kolshian crewed vessels. It'll keep us clear of the lights-out drones too. Our weapons have the advantage, so we can cut the Greys down to size.
Onzo, do you agree?
I masked my surprise at having my opinion solicited. I do agree. I don't know what these Dominion crews were told, but I'm sure several aren't thrilled with their present alliance. There appears to be a group massing by the nearby gas giant attempting to spring an ambush if we leave them be. We don't want to lose their signatures, and have gravity fields muddied the waters.
Then I'll advise the captain. She'll handle coordination with our allies. Find us a prime target on sensors, Onzo, and center the viewport on them.
consider it done. As Tyler strolled over to Monahan's post, I brooded my unvoiced doubts over our numerical disadvantage. It seemed like we didn't have enough shicks to take the system under the circumstances. The best opinion might have been to circle back and avoid a confrontation that was slanted so heavily against us. However, another part of my brain knew this was the best that the odds were going to get. Now that the Federation wasn't donning the guise of a peaceful organization, they could crank out more shicks than humanity could with the sheer scale of their empire. If we let the Kolshians have time to get new manufacturing plants off the ground, there was no way the Terrans could match it. It's impressive how quickly humanity ramped up their ship-making capacity, putting Earth's entire industrial might into overdrive. Going from zero battle-worthy craft to thousands upon thousands, whether by slapping drives on donations from allies or by splicing drones together from scratch. That said, it's now or never for taking Aafa. And hopefully the Federation down. Tyler gave me a confident nod upon his return. My selection had been a Dominion bomber that was showing battle scars in its hull. Much like our own, the enemy craft had undergone repairs, but nothing could truly be put back to the same quality after it was broken. Other sections of our invading fleet were designated to separate tasks. Yortal technocracy shicks were joining Terran drone advances on Shadow Fleet hideouts, pushing deeper into the system. The meager assortment of sapient coalition forces were challenging Kolshian crewed ships, pitting the two weakest links against each other. That last one seemed like a toss-up of who stamped first, though I supposed it was derisive to think that way. Small laser station powering up from within the ring debris, I barked, spotting the warning on my screen. Captain Monahan pursed her lips.
Don't deviate from our present course. Lock plasma fire on the Dominion hostile and prepare for evasive maneuvers if we're fired upon.
As our powerful railguns faced off against the Dominion's pair, I trusted that we had the edge on range while lacking recharge speed and anti-evasion measures. The true advantage was the shield-breaking missiles, which were dumped into the gas giant adjacent enemies. Unless the Kolshians had done something so reckless as passing along their replicated technology to the Arxur, the Greys wouldn't have an answer. Unshielded foes were forced to pirouette behind cover of the planet's rings, where ice particles and small rocks absorbed several beams. We didn't have a clean shot, while they could pick their angle from a strategic location. To make us feel more surrounded, station-based lasers torched a path through Terran ships. They had enough energy to cut through several of our craft, shields and all, with a single blow. Our advance turned to address the troublesome planetary defenses, chucking any high-yield bombs we had in the station's direction. Its defenses were able to cause some premature detonations, though the indirect exposure was enough to clear its surrounding debris. That left a clean ticket for an antimatter munition to punch through, blowing the installation to Rauch's domain. While we'd been able to mop up that issue, I could see why larger versions around Aafa would be a major problem. The Kolshian homeworld must be a fortress. The Arxur picked the perfect location to set up shop and compensate for their weaknesses. They might be lazy in the present day, but they're not stupid. There's no question why they've been able to terrorize the galaxy for centuries.
We still have a long way to go after this, sir.
Sovlin advised Tyler amid nerve-wracked claw-chewing.
They've been able to mitigate their losses, and we've taken some hits. If they whittle us down at this rate, all the way to Aafa, we won't make it. We need to rethink our strategy. I don't know. Figure out why the Dominion is working with the Federation at all. I fucking hate the idea of working with them, but I don't see how we can take them on. Turning them might be the best tactical advice I can give.
Officer Cardona looked surprised by that suggestion.
Thank you for your objectivity, Sovlin. Intelligence back home has been apprised of the Dominion's arrival, but we don't have enough information to try any outreach yet. I'll be candid with you all. We could use double the ships at our disposal to have a viable chance. Wish we'd got more than 38 fucking allies, cause it's a real David versus Goliath.
Real what?
Little guy versus big guy. We just have to keep fighting and pray for a turnaround. We'll take Aafa. Or die trying. That might be bleak, but it's God's honest truth.
With those ominous words hanging in the air, I felt inertial dampeners rushing to keep up as we zigzagged. Dodging plasma required constant surveillance of target locks and inbound munitions. Interceptors deployed in front of us as an enemy missile homed in on us. Weapons had only just gotten our plasma back online, having to rely on kinetic turrets in the downtime. We fired off another shot, and a glancing plasma response from the Dominion caused a slight dip in our shielding. Finding cover was the best way to hold our own. The Terran fleet had deployed a few barrier walls to replicate the gas giant ring's advantage, but those could only absorb a few hits. It was nothing compared to millions of fragments created by nature to hide within. I squinted at the sensor screen for any useful insights to pass along, and my tail drooped as I spotted ship activity from the edge of the system. The Kolshians had more vessels at the ready, warping into in circles. It had looked like they vacated every outpost or colony garrison in their possession, but I suppose that had been a trick as well. While our Terran comrades had left a rear guard, anticipating this strategy, we were already stretched thin against 500,000 defenders. The idea of juggling more combatants and flanks would put an even greater strain on our resources. As much as I'd been excited to take the fight to the Federation, I wasn't sure this was a battle we could win if the enemy still had more resources to summon.
Onzo, you alright? You look like you just saw a ghost.
Tyler growled. I attempted to correct my damcast expression, but my body language stayed deflated. I did. Ours. I'm counting 30,000 new Dominion signatures, freshly warped in at the edge of the FTL disruptor boundary. For every few we cut down, they could just bring in more. There's no telling how many ships they really have.
That changes things. We have to win this fight, but no commander would advocate suicide for our fleet. If the other side's true numbers are still in question, this battle is already lost. I'll bring this to Monahan's attention, and maybe, like Sovlin said, we do have to rethink our strategy. I hope we can find another way. I'll keep you apprised.
I ducked my head in acceptance and watched the primate hustle over to the captain to impart the worrisome message. Optimism was becoming a colossal struggle as we swerved across the battlefield to maintain our very lives. Once we found a path to cut through the Dominion's ring fortress, I had faith that we could start pushing our momentum in this arena. The question was, how many engagements could we survive before our fleet collapsed under the pressure? If tons of enemy reinforcements were sitting on the sidelines, getting to Aafa might be too much of a hurdle even for humanity to surpass. Memory transcription subject, Onzo, your tall technical specialist. Date, standardized human time, March 23rd, 2137. The captain bore a somber look on her face as Tyler first imparted the news of Dominion reinforcements from the direction of Kalqua. There were a few hushed and hurried conversations as I strained to pick up the comms chatter. While I couldn't hear what our personnel was saying, I could see the humans' faces cycling through different emotions. The Bridge crew were dividing their attention between this new situation and waging battle against the Arxur ships entrenched in the gas giant's ring. Our progress was slow and steady, careful not to overplay our hand. Their cover was being chipped away at, though it cost us a few ships. Plasma arced from our railgun, seizing a clean angle that I'd forwarded through my analysis of the battlefield. I tried to focus on that single enemy erupting into smithereens, and the increased ability we had to avoid hazards from our closer vantage point. The Dominion didn't budge from their positions, as a few allies fell. Our own ship was the recipient of an attempted target lock, likely the same foe that singled us out for a previous plasma strike. I put my head down and searched for whichever miscreant was gunning for us. Through close inspection, I located a small warship hiding in the shadow of a larger ally. Not wasting a second that could mean the difference between life and death, I forwarded the new target to weapons. Plasma's recharging, but with those nanodrones we stocked up on, I say now's a good time to use them, I shouted. Captain Monahan angled her ear toward me ever so slightly.
You heard the Yotol. Unload the nanodrones and deploy a mini-missile salvo to distract them in the meantime.
The Terran commander's addition to my plan was sound, but it was disappointing that I hadn't presented the solution myself. The new Dominion Blix, 30,000 of them, were distracting me. A part of my brain was mapping their trajectory and had reached a gut-wrenching conclusion before my conscious mind connected the dots. As the mini-missile delivery vehicles wove around the larger hull, and their payload battered the shieldless hull of the foe targeting us, I checked to confirm my instinctual suspicions. All of the new reinforcements were closing in on our manned vessels to aid their Arxur brethren. We had chosen this engagement because it was the most viable option on the competency gradient. Have we walked into a trap? What do we even do? Peel back and push through the ambushes, weapons at full blast to regroup. Summon drone backup when our automatons are already contesting the Shadow Fleet. The nanodrones reached their intended target, punching through the drive compartment. There was nothing the Arxur harassing us could do to avoid going up in flames. The explosion lobbed icy debris from the planetary rings at nearby comrades, which damaged several of its allies. I was certain that Monahan would advise other ships to pivot to nanodrones, but that tactic didn't address the inbound problem. We had a few minutes before the Dominion completed its pincer movement. While I racked my brain for out-of-the-box solutions, the sensors readout glitched. The unmistakable raiding vessels switched over to green, friendly markers. "Tyler, 30,000 Arxur vessels are coming in hot on our heels," I announced. I advise immediate action to address this threat. Also, the enemy may have tapped into our system since they're suddenly denoted as friendlies. Sovlin huffed with skepticism.
Huh. Did you press the wrong button by mistake? All that bouncing and fidgeting you do on your hind legs.
I didn't touch it! You are disrupting matters of the gravest importance. Does Tyler need to remove you from the breach?
Well, I spoke up to offer sensible advice. Unless it's that nasty Chief Hunter Isif's ships, it's obvious Dominion ships aren't friendlies. And Isif is buddy-buddy with Zhao, so I'd venture since we didn't know they were coming, it's not him. The Greys don't have cyber capabilities like Terrans, as Onzo should know. Hacking is a fantastical notion. That leaves the possibility that the markers were mislabeled by the Yotul, or someone else in a high-ranking position. Would any humans betray their kind to aid the Arxur?
Captain Monahan snapped her head toward us.
No. We're pulling back to fall in line with the new Dominion ships. We have new intel being forwarded that says they're here to take Aafa, and are very much against cooperating with the Kolshians. I'll be hailing the new arrival's commander to gather info for the fleet. XO Schwartz has control over battle stations. Comms, extend the hail.
I blinked in confusion, doubtful over whether to trust these sources. Sovlin could have a point about power-hungry traitors to the Terran's cause, though I knew very little about this Isif he mentioned. Tyler told me that he was an ardent supporter of some archives Grey, but I didn't know the specifics. However, it wasn't impossible that this censored anomaly was an inside job to sow confusion, a betrayal from within. As was evident in the seediest parts of Yotul history, all it took was one person in the right spot who was tempted by Grandio's offerings to sell out a movement. If the primates were too trusting of the wrong people, our vessels could be waltzing blind into a crossfire.
Our intelligence hasn't dropped the ball yet, Onzo, knock on wood. If this was an entire agency's conclusion, there must be some basis for it.
Tyler reassured me. Carlos dipped his head in agreement.
Maybe it's a new addition to the Arxur rebels. I thought they preferred insurgent tactics to direct engagement, but maybe this group buys into the prideful aggression doctrines.
Aggression sounds great. Hell, as long as their bloody guns point in the right direction, I don't care if they follow the whims of the flying spaghetti monster.
Samantha huffed. Our warship reversed its momentum with gradual thruster changes and glided backwards. The hostile Arxur wouldn't concede their strategic location by the gas giant to pursue us. Of the thousands of Dominion ships in this cluster, we picked off a few percentage points. I could see nearby remains of our craft too. We hadn't escaped unscathed. Even with shields, a few well-placed hits in close succession would turn a Terran vessel to scrap metal. Captain Monahan was aware of the singular focus required during a space battle, which was why she was in a hurry to complete the call to our mysterious ally. Seconds passed without a response from the 30,000 ships who were almost upon us. If there was no answer from this grey bunch, it would certainly elevate my suspicions. Any genuine aid would want to coordinate with their allies. What could possibly be the delay? Before my doubts could creep back in, regardless of the humans' faith in their intelligence, a strange Arxur blinked onto the screen. Abundant scars laced his face, which was an unusual greenish grey. Rather than standing in their typical display of strength and ferocity, this commander was in an unusual seated position. If he was answering our hail, this must be the Chief Hunter presiding from a command ship. Given that Sovlin wasn't reacting with recognition, this wasn't the friendly Isif. The carnivorous alien bared his teeth in a true snarl, rather than the relaxed teeth flashing Terrans favored.
Humans, I am Chief Hunter Ilthiss, and I am here to help you deal with these traitors to betterment.
The Arxur growled.
Betterment is an ideal of cruelty and dominance. A friend of yours reminded me of this. I was able to contact Chief Hunter Ulsif from my neighbor sector before Gisnell could get to her with that plea.
Monahan narrowed her eyes.
Why are you helping us, Chief Hunter? We like to know who we're fighting alongside.
Ulsif and I both wanted to show these Kolshians we don't need their permission to do anything, and that we don't work with prey. I've obtained a copy of some damning footage between those codgers Gisnell and Nikonas, but the Dominion ships have disabled communications for that reason. The command ships are jamming inbound signals to be sure, under the guise of cybersecurity. I could convince many others here to turn if they saw this one clip.
There's no way to get them to accept file transfers or hails without hacking their systems and forcing them to listen. If we had malware on their ships, I suspect it would have been activated the second our brass heard the Dominion was here. You'll need to fight your comrades. Will that be acceptable for you?
You speak as if I care about my associates, human. I'm not so pathetic. They are in my way.
They are defending the leaf-licking scum who think they can control us, and I'd rather fight with a sniveling predator like you than join the piss-ridden Federation. At least you don't shy away from a threat.
I think the Federation finds us humans to be most troublesome. Clearly the Dominion's not a fan of the strength and gumption we bring to the table either. If I may, Chief Hunter, do you know how the Arxur were persuaded to work with the Commonwealth?
They claimed that you will eliminate any threats to your claim over the prey animals that populate the galaxy. Therefore, the Arxur will not have a right to exist, and pooling forces with an undesirable herbivore is to protect future raids. They say it's about the right to cruelty, but it's really about control and a lack of ambition. Isif told me that you'll back a society with a different despot to Gisnell. I'll answer to no more cowards. That senile, defective Chief Hunter has the right idea with a power grab, but the role seems better suited to me.
We can settle the future of the Dominion after the Federation is gone, Chief Hunter.
The perfect tone of diplomacy from Monaghan for this self-centered individual.
This is a chance to defeat them entirely and stop the Arxur from being directly controlled by the herbivores who insulted you by trying to starve you. Who do you want to be the one responsible? A hero, even in their defeat?
Ilthiss's eyes glowed with malice.
Generations will know of my power. A true Chief Hunter would never fight for the Federation. We're taking the gas giant. If you leaf lickers want to come with us, you'd better keep up.
The Arxur disconnected from the hail, and Captain Monaghan allowed her neutral mast to fall. She closed her binocular eyes with a bit of weariness. No doubt from her negotiating attempts all being centered on crazy people from deranged regimes. That would tucker anyone out and challenge their professional tone. I could at least rest assured that this newcomer's motives checked out, so human intelligence had read the situation correctly. The Terran manned ships merged with Ilthiss's vessels, coordinating with the Arxur commanders over comms. With 30,000 new craft on our side, we should be able to clean up the inferior force much quicker. I checked my sensors readout, gauging the other battlefronts. Sir, an update on our allies' status. The other Yotul ships have pushed deeper into Aafa's system. If I'm reading this correctly, it seems Terran drones quietly slapped on their own particle beams. The Shadow Fleet is sustaining disproportionate losses. The Sapient Coalition is struggling against the enemy's manned ships though, and appears to need urgent backup.
We can't afford to divert any resources. We're committed to pushing forward with Ilthiss, and if the A-Team is succeeding against the Shadow Fleet, they should keep the foot on the gas too. Taking out those ships is the top priority after all.
What happens when the SC ships fall on their first engagement of many? We're at the outer bounds of the system, not Aafa.
If we spend this battle bailing them out, we won't be able to focus on our goals. They knew the risks. They need to hold their own, unless we get more magical reinforcements out of left field.
While I knew that my human exchange partner was correct, having only 2 main groups to deploy would hinder our capabilities to address evolving threats. It was a shame that herbivore crude militaries were always bumbling fools. I think that knowledge colored Terran's initial perception of me in this role, more than the primitive accusations I faced elsewhere. Determined to set myself apart from other ex-Federation volunteers, I hunched over the sensors to find us an edge. The green dots denoting Ilthiss's ships were throttling ahead at full burn. It was convenient for us that they'd sent themselves to the front lines to absorb the worst of the incoming fire. This is a novelty, seeing Dominion ships fighting against themselves. Untold aggression cancelling each other out. Ilthiss will want to push into the ring for close-range angles, blasting his opponents with kinetics and plasma they can't dodge. It'd be a no-win bloodbath, except that we can seize the distraction for mid-range strikes. Ilthiss is likely to get up close and personal with his old friends, I advised. We should be careful not to hit him. Sovlin grumbled to himself.
Should we now? So much for why Sage Sovlin handle tactics.
Don't hit him because we need these vessels alive to increase our chances during later engagements. I suggest we hold our fire to precede him just by a little bit, so the enemies are distracted when he pulls up alongside them. Tyler grinned with approval.
Good work, Onzo. Chart Ilthiss's intercept vectors and inform us when you estimate a ship is 10 seconds from deploying kinetics.
Yes, sir. 30,000 overlapping lines blinked onto my sensors readout, but I knew our vessel needed to protect one. The other Terran craft would handle the others. I applied filters to chart vectors only for Ilthiss's speediest ships, and those who were the closest to the gas giant's ring. After combing through the data and allowing our new allies to get nearer to the target, I pulled up a nimble warship's pathing. It was flying headlong into a barrage of plasma, while we conserved the brunt of our weaponry for the climax of this aggressive strategy. The fresh Dominion ships had an abundance of missiles to unload at the Kolshian allied hostiles. Scores of casualties were racking up on both sides, but the arrogant Chief Hunter had almost gotten his shicks inside of the icy debris. I pulled up one vessel. We could just barely catch an angle of its belly. We can blow a hole in the underside of this one, and at least make it startle. Plasma needs to get a shot off in the next few seconds.
Weapons! Fire on this target now!
Monaghan ordered. My ears perked up as our beam was dispatched with impressive haste. Somehow, the humans hadn't sacrificed anything in the way of precision. Our Arxur foes were paying more mind to their kinsmen than the UN fleet hanging back. Perhaps under the assumption that the debris lent them enough shelter to disregard us. Their negligence allowed us to tear a gash in the Mark's belly, compromising its integrity. Terran vessels around us fired off similar shots, landing strikes wherever we could. A few kills, along with many damaging hits, were notched on our enemies. Several enemy guns, which had been preoccupied raining hellfire on a charging Ilthiss, zapped plasma in our direction in response. The Terran manned fleet was able to avoid prolonged fire since Ilthiss regained their attention with his arrival. The scarred Chief Hunter had lost thousands of ships with his recklessness, but it was one way to flush the Dominion from the icy rings. The Arxur friendlies stormed the natural-made fortress, cycling between their three main munitions as fast as biologically possible. More missiles were spit off from close range in an overkill, wasteful gesture, while turrets revved to life to pump kinetics across entire ship bodies. Plasma had barely flashed from twin railguns before it collided with our enemies. Ilthiss's strategy was to shoot everything his force had, all at once, without giving them a second to breathe. And it was working like a charm. Now that our plasma has recharged, another supporting volley should cause them to crumble. Even the Arxur themselves didn't expect this much aggression from one of their own. This Ilthiss Grey is unhinged. Not my ideal choice of ally. I saved up another target on the platter, and weapons needed a quick go-ahead to sizzle energy toward the fray. The Terran fleet had drifted nearer, allowing a shorter time to impact. I had the viewport focused on our current mark as human technicians blasted plasma straight into key systems. The craft somehow stayed together, but the gaping hole through its hull left it listing off vector. Ilthiss's people were on it in a second, killing a vessel that was already out of the game for good measure. The Dominion's numbers had dwindled in light of our new arrival, though they pumped out desperate last shots toward the new Chief Hunter. Our crazy ally was able to pounce on the final remnants with our help, but the swift victory was at the cost of an eye-watering 10,000 of his ships. Ilthiss's help won't last long if he keeps bleeding shits like this. I adjusted the viewport toward the open expanse of stars, as our warship band to join our allies deeper in the system. Speaking of allies, that sapient coalition situation I mentioned has gotten worse. We should help them. Samantha rolled her eyes.
In a shocking turn of events, our alien help leaves much to be desired. Except for the Yotul ships. You're pretty much as good as ex-feds get.
I'm so flattered. Not that you're completely wrong. With help like this, we certainly could use more ships. We just made it past their first bastion of defense, and the numbers won't get any prettier. Sovereign tacked a claw against the screen, finding faint indicators from the edge of the opposite side of the system.
Then you're going to like this. Already marked a tentative green. Computer must think they're not Kalqua or Dominion. We should ask these guys to head toward the bulk of the action, rather than drifting way out yonder.
The first wave of reinforcements that were on our side had quieted my doubts, but the Gajid war criminal was speaking as if more new additions were joining our fleet. I snapped my attention to the activity he picked up, seeking out supplemental information so I could brief the captain on their origin. The subspace trails were a bit strange, and would take a moment to untangle from this range, but I was confident I'd figured it out. Whoever this latest group was, I was hoping it was someone more reliable than gunslinging Ilthiss. Humanity needed proper aid to bail out their sapient coalition partners.
Memory transcription subject. Captain Sovlin, United Nations Fleet Command. Date: Standardized Human Time, March 24th, 2137. Now that humanity and its allies were here at Aafa, I could feel the weighty gaze of history upon us. The chance to free our societies from the Federation's grip was both terrifying and inspiring. The Kalqians had stripped us of our own cultures and thrust us into a censored life of suffering. A government that valued control above all else must not be allowed to exist. Just as I had once considered humans a menace, incapable of feeling how to conquer and pillage, I saw the same creatures that deserved anguish fighting in this system. The Dominion and the Commonwealth, paw in paw, both responsible for my tormented lot in life. If it weren't for Rizal, I might stand with Onzo in wanting Aafa glassed. The personalized anger always shaped my strategizing for the better, though the Yotul had been piping up before I could assemble my tactics. I guess that primitive wanted both jobs at the sensor station. However, I had no intention of taking a back seat during the attempt to vanquish the Kolshians. My eye stayed alert for anything useful that could kickstart new ideas. While monitoring the sensor feed for data relevant to our tactical options, 50,000 friendlies at the edge of our detection range caught my attention. In the span since we first arrived in system, our fleet had now gained 80,000 new participants, nearly doubling our original count. Of course, I'd like to have Ilthiss's head on a pike, but thankfully that warmongering Arxur seemed capable of killing off the beasts under his control by himself. 1/3 of his force dying back at the gas giant saved human lives, so I could tolerate Greys getting blown to dust in our stead. That said, I hoped the computer wouldn't identify these new arrivals as more Dominion monsters, answering to some other chief hunter with a vicious ideology. The confusing bit was that they were denoted as friendlies. If these were Federation or Arxur vessels, their signatures would have been matched to the ones in system. Had someone from the Sapient Coalition decided to send more ships? I snapped my head up, catching on to a remark from Onzo about needing more ships. Then you're going to like this. Already marked as a tentative green. Computer must think they're not Kolshian or Dominion. We should ask these guys to head toward the bulk of the action, rather than drifting way out yonder. The Yotul had been pensive since the battle began, likely worried about our odds of taking down this army. A joint force from the two greatest powers in the galaxy, which shattered the records for any battle force. Onzo had understood that our outlook was grim going in. I think the Primitives saw this as a suicide mission. Reality hadn't looked upon us with kindness at first. The Terran shipyards at Proxima Centauri, built up adjacent to a colony with temporary housing and the cumulative manufacturing power of Earth, held significant output for a single species. The Predators seemed as if they could do anything when faced with a challenge to their kind, yet it paled in comparison to the system-filling numbers we were up against today. I knew what hopelessness looked like from gauging the morale of my Gajit crew back when we squared off against the Arxur. The charge we led against the Cradle's raiders had a few realists like Onzo. It was only when Ilthiss showed up that I saw the first glimmer of hope within the Yotul, and with 50,000 new additions to our roster, optimism was gleaming in my crewmates' eyes. I could see that the marsupial was trying to temper his rising spirits. It was important to verify that these were friendlies. If these latest additions were truly on our side, we might be able to fill the system with our own fleet. There is the issue of the 200,000 enemies that are Shadow Fleet, but it sounds like the Yotul and Terrans have their number. Something about beams of particles.
Before we hail these fellas, we should know who they are,
Tyler decided.
For all we know, it could be some trick by the Kolshians to dress their fleet up as Venlil ships.
Samantha rolled her eyes.
That would never work. The Venlil gave us most of their military. 50,000 ships don't grow on trees.
Are you sure about that, Sam?
Carlos teased. The blonde-haired officer blinked in irritation.
Enough. You get my point. We can't afford to be wrong here. Who are we dealing with?
Just one more second, sir.
Onzo furiously applied some filters to the subspace trail data before his optimism seemed to fizzle.
Oh, that's... It's the Dwayton shield.
I shot a withering look at the Yotul. Why are you saying that like it's a bad thing?
Because, like all Federation militaries, except for the one we're squaring off against, they've shown they're completely incompetent.
I was in the Federation military.
My point stands, old man.
Insolent prick. Do you know who was the only captain to spot the Terran ambush on Gajit border outposts, despite their stealth deception? Samantha curled her nose at me.
Why are you saying that like it's a good thing? Besides, maybe my memory's a little hazy, but didn't you do nothing to intervene? Something about expecting us to be unable to resist slaughtering the civilians on your colonies, so you camped by an inhabited world instead of your base.
I might have been a little offsides. My point is, I saw through your tricks, so I was somewhat competent. Not all Federation captains are the same.
Uh-huh.
Tyler was visibly trying not to laugh.
This really shouldn't be amusing, should it? Guess compared to the shit that came after, it's the good old days. Now, sit back. We're going as fast as we can to help out those SC ships. Unfortunately, Onzo has a point about Federation captains not holding up under pressure. They need us.
Damn right they do,
the Yotul declared.
Well, now that they're here, don't we have to contact the Dwayton shield? Make sure they don't wander off unsupervised.
I'm sure we wouldn't put it that way, but yes. It's a good number of ships, and maybe this time will be different. Believe it or not, I heard they held up surprisingly well defending Kalqua.
Cornered animals, sir. Sovlin probably needs that concept explained, since prey could never hurt anyone just because they're out of options.
I scoffed. Huh. I don't take explanations from medievalists and microwave chefs. Go make your fucking call. Officer Cardona ran a final confirmation with Onzo of the data before passing along the news of Dwerten shield reinforcements to Captain Monaghan. The UN commander gauged the distance between us and the floundering Sapient coalition. The manned Kolshian vessels were making quicker work of our direct allies than the shield's last stand. Pairing the two groups together could grant them more backbone, and adding the Kalqua natives to the mix took our tally above 180,000. The real question was whether the avians were finally friendly toward the humans, or whether they'd cause fractious disruptions. The tone of this conversation could indicate their disposition toward us. Without humanity's kindness, the Dwerten species would be in the same position as the Gajid post-Cradle, if not worse. I don't see how they could find it in their hearts to still harbor hatred for us. A Dwerten commander blinked onto the screen.
We were hoping your tool captain would speak to us about our integration, but I suppose a predator will suffice. We're here to make Aafa pay for what they did to us.
Good.
Monaghan growled with a neutral expression.
If I may, weren't the Homogenator's numbers devastated at Kalqua? I thought you only had...
A little less than 10,000 ships total. I do know my own fleet strength. Luke, we lost more people than you did on Earth. I'm so angry I can't think straight. If the Kolshians attacked us again, we'd be fucked anyways. So we might as well point our guns at them here and now.
Understood. The other 40,000 are shield allies.
The Lashee felt guilty for not sending any ships to Kalqua. Some grudge about being iced out of the Federation military. The Jar saved most of their fleet for today, because, surprise, they wanted to help out with this anyway. Wait, why am I telling a predator this? I'm sure the motives of 44 species and which ones turned up don't matter to you. What registers is violence, and there's 40,000 shield ships that want to dish that out.
You know we're happy you're here. We'll forward the coordinates of our herbivore allies' advance, and you can team up with them. They'll fill you in on any details you need. Oh, and Commander.
The avian stiffened.
Yes?
Humanity is not your enemy.
We're, starting to see that. Thank you for saving us.
The Dwerten struggled to say those last words and hurriedly disconnected from the call. Samantha chuckled with disbelief. It seemed the avians hadn't put the entirety of their predator distaste aside. However, I trusted the shield to fight by our side, as long as it meant dishing out retribution to Aafa. The look in the Homogeneity commander's eyes when she spoke about her anger struck a chord. It wasn't dissimilar to how I'd felt after losing my family, stewing in hatred and a desire to make the responsible parties suffer. In her case, that grief was fresh. Trusting the Dwerten not to do something rash would be foolhardy under the circumstances. We need to keep an eye on them. They're not thinking straight, I said. Carlos nodded in agreement.
I know. Every human on the ship knows how they feel. Many of us came out of Earth's attack willing to do anything to the Federation.
However much they're not of sound mind now,
Tyler began. Samantha sighed.
However...
We need their numbers. Their desperation could make them fight better. You heard it from their mouth. They know if this battle isn't won, they can't defend Kalqua anyway. Their fleet is in tatters.
Onzo flicked his ears.
The archives told us how loud and individualistic they are, and it shows. They do crazy illogical things during bursts of emotion. Assassinating Iconus because they were angry over their uplifting. Leaving Kalqua with 0 ships to their name now.
Let's not tell them that, I responded. It won't matter as long as we win this fight. Unlike the Kolshians, the United Nations isn't a habitual practitioner of genocide.
Yet the Federation said we'd conquer and enslave them all.
Carlos shook his head as if disappointed by our continued reality.
They accused predators of what they themselves do. I wonder if they hate us because our darkest moments are a mirror of their finest.
Samantha patted his shoulder.
Oh, you sweet little thing. They hate us because of our eyes and our food, and don't need another reason. They wanted us to be conquerors. It just turns out the system we're conquering is theirs. Now, let's go bail out those bumbling SC idiots.
This should be an easy stop, but let's not get complacent. Man your stations, everyone.
Tyler ordered. Yortal technocracy ships and Terran drones were also moving their vectors toward us after tallying a resounding victory against the Shadow Fleet. The Sapient Coalition bunch were the last group still engaged for our initial skirmishes by the outer planets. A light formation of manned hostiles were giving our herbivore friends a world of trouble. Tactics on both sides had broken down into a disorganized shooting match that was tilting toward the Kolshians. The SC numbers had been nearly halved by an enemy band much smaller than them. It wasn't worth waiting for the Duertan Shield or our autonomous allies to join our rescue. Human crew members can handle a straightforward task and do a clinical job cleaning up this area. The quicker we deal with this, the sooner we can push toward the inner planets. Onzo pulled up an enemy target on screen as we coasted within range, while I monitored whether any foes turned toward us. The Commonwealth vessels seemed a bit dispirited, like they believed that their government was sacrificing them to the cause. With those extenuating factors in mind, it wasn't a surprise that they were slow to react. If Rissell were still alive today, would he have been called home and roped into serving his nation? I almost felt guilty as we nabbed our first mark, nailing them with a plasma beam that was all too easy to land. The Sapient Coalition regained a bit of their senses with humanity coming to their aid. Our herbivore allies regrouped enough to coordinate fire on specific Kolshian vessels. I passed along which ships were being targeted by our allies, so we could pool our resources on the ones they neglected. The manned enemies turned their last missiles toward human-crewed ships out of spite, bitter at the predators who sealed their suicide mission. The barrage could be batted aside by most of us, except for smaller vessels that had too many inbound explosives centered on them. With the rapidly dwindling number of Commonwealth survivors now out of projectiles, it simplified cleanup even further. A small handful of Kolshian ships attempted to flee and were pursued by the fastest Terran craft. We couldn't allow them to fall back, bolstering the largest contingents near Aafa. I knew the point of the staggered resistance was to soften us up for when we reached the inner sanctum. Excessive planetary defenses and the best Commonwealth Dominion vessels would be waiting. Having less threats to contend with improved our odds, given the daunting scale of the task ahead. Taking the Federation Founder's world wouldn't even be the end of our mission.
Finish off anything with the Kolshian warp drive,
Monaghan barked.
We have new orders from command. While it's ideal to split our forces, UN manned ships are being paired with the Shield and the Coalition. We can't afford to leave them to their own devices, so we stick to them like glue. Navigations, sensors, find us the best point of attack by the inner planets. Weapons, bring me an update on our ammunition stores. Comms, patch us into allied channels and keep us synchronized.
A chorus of assent came from the stations the captain called upon, while the last Kolshian resistance in this region was mopped up. It was troublesome that our Sapient Coalition allies had bungled such an easy assignment. I hoped the furious, revenge-seeking Duertan Shield would have a higher level of competency. If none of our partners could handle their own, our warship would be strapped to an anchor. Human leadership needed to have the good sense to cut them loose if it came down to it, and make the requisite sacrifices to win this battle. I peered at the sensor screen. I see we've plotted an intercept course to rendezvous with the Duertan Shield. After that, I say we go toward that oblong rocky planet. Karto, if I remember its name. An unimportant research colony with a few hab modules. Unless you want to bomb it, I wouldn't concern yourself with settlements aside from Aafa.
Sovlin is right,
Onzo agreed.
It's a prime target. There's a mix of Commonwealth manned vessels and Dominion ships. I imagine neither side likes that, so they might not be fighting, or coordinating at their best.
Precisely. Tyler ducked his head.
I'll forward our suggested destination to Navs, along with the location of known enemies. Anything else we should know?
Well, just some tactical advice, sir. From what we can see on here, the enemy resistance only gets thicker as we go forward. I recommend keeping the SC and the Shield in supporting roles.
No, that won't do. The Duertan won't be happy taking a backseat here.
Onzo challenged.
They want revenge for what was done to them. We already established that they're highly emotional and not thinking straight.
Then what are you suggesting? We let them take the lead, despite their questionable competency?
That's exactly what I'm suggesting, Sovlin. Let the Duertan pick their role and see how they fare. Karto is the test of whether it's best to let them go off on their own.
Tyler pursed his lips.
I don't see a better option to keep them in line, and getting in their way could make them turn their guns on us. This might convince them we're on the same side. I'll fill the captain in. She can have someone that's a herbivore ask their decision on how we want to play this.
Let's hope this goes better than we all expect,
Samantha grumbled. As the census officer marched off for a conference with Monaghan, I found myself questioning the Yotel's suggestion. I hated to admit that Onzo's advice was normally sound, but in this case, his idea could be detrimental to the fleet's success pushing deeper. It would be enough of a challenge to protect weaker allies without putting them in charge of our next move. The humans were attempting to manage a tricky situation with the numerous parties for and against them in the battle, yet this seemed like a ludicrous gamble. I hoped that the Dwerten Shield's combat actions today would be as bold as their words. We needed not just to win this next stage of the clash, but also to swing momentum to our side heading to Aafa. None of this factored in Ilthiss's ships, which had moved off on their own vector, rather than aiding our sapient coalition friends. That bloodthirsty chief hunter must not have wanted the appearance of teaming up with prey. There was no question that the Dwerten would not appreciate our Arxur aid. I didn't envy the Terran brass trying to juggle these different interests. If anyone could keep this tinderbox from erupting into flames, it was humanity. The Predators had been agents of peace since day one on the galactic scene. Memory transcription subject: Captain Sovlin, United Nations Fleet Command. Date: Standardized Human Time, March 24th, 2137. The crewed vessels of the Terran fleet advanced on Kharto, where the unlikely Commonwealth-Dominion alliance waited. On a separate course, UN drones and Yotul technocracy ships were flushing the Shadow Fleet out from the system's asteroid belt. Their band had been saddled with Ilthiss since their particle beams allowed them to match his aggression. I was hopeful that the Chief Hunter's ships would fall over the course of the battle, even if humanity didn't believe that was the ideal outcome. However, the 50,000 Dwerten shield vessels surging ahead toward the rocky world, which was somewhat similar in use to Sol's Mars as he understood it, could be a problem too. The avians couldn't afford to throw away their numbers, both for our sake and Kalqua's. We were a siege flight away from Aafa after soaring through the moderate resistance near the gas giants. More vessels were amassed by Kharto, but the bulk of the enemy fleet was anticipating our eventual arrival at the Kolshian homeworld. Their hope was to whittle us down along the way, despite how that knocked tens of thousands of ships from their 500,000-strong tally. The Terrans needed a full docket of information for the upcoming engagement to stave off any traps or devious intentions. I surveyed the shield with interest, trying to gauge what their strategy would be for engaging the hostiles. With their hulls packed into our ranks, it was then that I noticed a strange anomaly on the nearest scans. "I've noticed something unusual about these vessels compared to the standard Dwerten make," I piped up. "It's as if they've stapled some mix and match storage bays to the bottom of their ships. High amounts of mass concentration there too." Onzo tilted his head.
We're the type to turn standard warships into bombers. The mass distribution is congruent with what I'd expect for a few standard antimatter missiles, typically used in extermination fleets.
Samantha's eyes narrowed.
Like the extermination fleet that came to Earth.
Or to Kalqua, even if they didn't go by that moniker. I will note that there's some variance between Krakotl technology seen on Earth, the multi-tube bombers specialized to Colony Foundation, and the Dwerten's rather antiquated technology. The blast radius of their bombs is limited by how inefficient the subatomic collision mechanisms.
I jabbed my claws at the Yotul. "You don't need to hijack my observations by regurgitating science textbooks. Stop trying to prove your intelligence through rote memorization."
I'm providing insight into the destructive capacity of different species' weapons technologies. Rauchi forbid I find it interesting.
Here's some fucking insight. Any antimatter bomb can flatten a city, but the Dwerten's warheads don't have quite the same reach as others when they blow up. Isn't that simpler?
Simpler isn't always better, Sovlin. You just don't want a primitive to know anything more than you. If I was a human, you'd gush about my intelligence.
Well, who'd expect a predator to behave that way? The bar is lower for them. No offense. Humans just tend to have very specific interests, like how Tyler likes murdering fish and shooting things in simulated games. Tyler scowled at me.
I have other interests. Sorry that I can't gush about philosophy and zoology like Marcel. You two need to quit your bickering, especially at a time like this, and conduct yourself with proper discipline. Am I understood?
Yes, sir, I grumbled as the Yotul said nothing. I think you caught the point buried in there. Despite his excessive information, Onzo is right about the Dwerten strapping themselves with as many roughshod bonds as they could. Carlos's brown irises darkened.
Do you think they intend to bomb Aafa, sir?
I think so. I also don't see how humanity could stop them without throwing ourselves into the Kolshians' tentacles, so we should cross that bridge if we get there. For all we know, the shield flounders and panics at Kharto.
Tyler answered. I chewed at my claws. But you said you thought they'd fight better because of their desperation, sir.
I said they might. I don't think it does any fucking good to raise tensions before we even get to Aafa, because after seeing they tape bombs to their bellies, I'm certain they're off their rockers with rage. Our orders are to destroy enemies posted in this area. Focus on that.
If the humans didn't want to address the Dwertons' vindictive plans, then I was content not to dwell on the prospect of bombs. While the thought of innocents like Roussel getting caught in the crossfire hounded me, the personal resentment in my heart yearned for the Kolshians to suffer, as we all had. Our lives meant nothing to them, so my sympathy was a bit strained. The Yotul would be able to ignore the looming problem as well, given that his opinion was in favour of glassing Aafa. What was Onzo going to do? Beg the Terrans to stop the shield from completing his desired course of action? What we need is for the Dwerton to carry their weight in combat. The United Nations doesn't endorse or crave genocide, but I can't imagine they'd be sacrificing human lives to protect Aafa. Kato's created surface was becoming more detailed on the viewport, with a few artificial lights enlarging where hab modules had been installed. The settlements on the surface were cramped structures packed beneath a translucent dome, relying heavily on electrolysis of recycled water to create oxygen. I could read upon such topics just like Onzo. The Dominion and Commonwealth hadn't stuck defensive positions tailored toward protecting Kato's orbital range due to the negligible collateral on the surface. Both entities had a blatant disregard for sapient lives, so I supposed they deserved each other. More concerning was the fact that we barely had a numerical edge over their 60-odd thousand encampment. Few manned ships remained in operation for the Terrans, so the bulk of our advance was the 50,000 Dwerton arrivals and sapient coalition survivors. There weren't enough of us to keep the shield in check, even if we were meant to babysit them. It was a small relief that the Dwerton weren't charging in blind like Ilthiss had. That said, at least there was a guarantee with Arxur ships present that the birds could deal some damage in the attack. The coalition and our revenge-seeking allies were huddling together, thronging toward the hostiles in a massive group. I wasn't sure what the avians were doing, but I was still worried about how the Terrans would handle an assault against civilians. Months ago, I could have never imagined that my main concern, standing among a human crew, would be that their mercy would cause quarrels with other powers. Well, that doesn't look like any bombing formation I've ever seen. If this is a practice run for bombing Aafa, you'd think they'd be more spread out, I grumbled. Tyler crossed his arms, inspecting the viewport.
The Sapient Coalition has tipped us off that they plan to mob certain ships as one big cluster.
To me, it looked more like a clusterfuck.
Samantha chimed in.
I'm inclined to think the same. They were using plenty words related to herds or herbivores too. I don't know what the Dwerton fed the SC, but they lapped it up. What kind of military strategy is this? Do you have any idea, Sovlin?
Realization pinged at the recesses of my memory, triggered by those keywords. Were the Dwerton trying to employ prey strategies from nature against predator warships? I combed my brain for hunting safeguards in ancient Gajid history, which they taught about in evolutionary science class. The obvious factor for us was the spines, but the shield hadn't taped any bristles to their craft. Somehow, I doubted the efficacy of that defense mechanism when the beastly bite was from white-hot plasma rather than teeth. This ploy seemed to center around safety in numbers, relying on the herd for protection. I think this is an attempt at communal defense, I posited with uncertainty. It's not unheard of for herd animals to team up against predators. Also, clumping together as a herd makes it difficult for the predator to target any one prey creature. Tyler groaned.
It also makes evasion impossible when your fleet is a giant target.
Onzo squinted at his sensor readout.
Swarming might be the only way they can get kills in a calculated way. You saw how the Sapient Coalition performed as a proper military. At the very least, it won't be any strategy our enemy is expecting from us. So it could surprise them. Like we did with Ilthiss, we can use our ships to distract the Kolshian Arxur team.
I don't think just shooting at the enemy will be enough to distract them from the giant ball of incoming ships.
Kawas pointed out.
That's why you humans need to pull one of your crazy stunts. Like moving another miles-wide moon.
Hanzo, that requires a ton of planning and days-long acceleration in subspace.
I know, but my point is, I'm sure you can repurpose something as a distraction.
What do you expect them to do? Materialize an asteroid belt around Kato? I hissed. Officer Cardona's icy eyes lit up with sinister delight. This distinct snarl was an expression that played on a human's face when they had a diabolical idea, a wry proclamation of mischief. Nothing that would benefit an enemy's welfare ever followed from that predatory marker. It usually indicated that a Terran had dreamt up some novel way of killing or disrupting the natural order. For all their noble sensibilities, that was the expression of cruelty that lurked within them. Perhaps even the bloodlust they didn't believe they had. I shuddered to fathom what Tyler's latest idea might be, and felt my spines bristle from the elated malice radiating from his binocular gaze. It's been a long time since humans triggered my instincts, even during combat or when they're killing others. Somehow, right now, I sense that it's justified to fear their creative capacity within the field of death.
So, the Dwerten want to swarm the enemy. I think we can do that one better.
The sandy-haired officer chuckled.
Nanodrones. We still have plenty of them.
Onzo's eyes also gleamed, unafraid of the scheming human.
Instead of using them as tiny impacts where they're unable to be shot down, we fashion them into...
locusts. Bingo.
Despite the fact that I was at a loss, Samantha and Carlos both seemed to catch on to what the exchange pair were talking about. Officer Cardona stepped over to Captain Monahan, passing along his idea in hushed tones. I tried not to sulk that the nerdy marsupial always understood the predators much better than me, a veteran starship captain who was supposed to be a brilliant strategist. What had the Yotul exchange program been like? If Onzo was a proper indicator, their response to military innovations seemed to be, "Wow, cool, weapons are awesome, we should play with these killing machines for our ships too." My attention turned to the viewport, not wanting to express my inadequacy by asking for more details. All I'd grasped was that the Terrans found a new use for their nanodrones aside from the standard death by 1,000 scratches. Given that Tyler selected the word swarm, I imagined he had a larger scale plan for them. Hopefully the Dwerten wouldn't be rubbed the wrong way by us springboarding off their idea with a better version. It would take the onus off them, depending on how successful this distraction was. Human distractions tended to morph into the main event as an impetus toward chaos. According to my sensor contacts, the primate vessels were unloading their nanodrones and pooling them into a giant clump. All it took was a contribution of about 100 microscopic robots from each of our 10,000-odd ships to cook up a monstrosity. The swarm looked like a dust storm in the void, a primordial-looking blob that challenged all notions of size and scale. There wasn't a crew in the galaxy that was trained for 1,000,000 tiny dots descending on them as one. This tactic had the downside of making it possible to target the nanodrones with conventional weapons. The Arxur and the Kolshians wasted no time lobbing plasma, bullets, missiles and anything else they had in stock at our distraction. "Well, they certainly seem distracted," I commented. The wicked grin hadn't left Tyler's face.
It hasn't even started raining nanodrones by Kato yet. We'll have enough striking their hulls at once to rack up some kills.
The Dwerten's herd formation wasn't attracting much fire, allowing them to move forward with their group attack. Terran-manned vessels pressed ahead alongside the avians, but kept our distance from their single cluster. Our plasma guns were charged, and Captain Monahan was waiting only to draw within range to give the order to fire. The Kolshians and Arxur were preoccupied with the tiny speck zipping toward them. The nanodrones could gather significant velocity in a short time frame due to their insignificant mass. Our foes couldn't cut down enough of our swarm, and there were mere seconds until its impact. Every time I think that humans are normal people and don't have any particular propensity to evilness, they conjure up something like this. Something that nobody else in the galaxy has ever heard or even thought of. I trusted humanity to utilize their creations for good, but I was suddenly very grateful for that empathy which might drive a wedge between us and the Dwerten shield. This latest plot exemplified how dangerous they were when their hunting prowess was allowed to flourish. Shivers ran down my spine as nanodrones struck home in quantities that defied imagination. An assortment of holes blossomed on enemy vessels along their entire length, with our robots hammering drive compartments through brute force. Explosions besieged the Kolshian Arxur line, as shielding and plating were both helpless against an attack of this magnitude. While the nanodrones were continuing to pelt them from all sides, encircling and swallowing the enemy whole, we took the opportunity to deploy shield-breaking missiles. This softened the defenders up even further for the Dwerten shield, whose herd moseyed ahead to mob small segments of remaining hostiles. Humanity targeted foes away from our allies' line of sight, picking off any dazed opponents with plasma. The numbers of Kato's garrison had taken a significant hit from the nanodrone swarm, and a second wave of attack was on them without a moment given for recovery. It was a brutal trouncing, even as they tried to fight back in desperation. The panic among the enemy formation wasn't just in the prey-crewed Commonwealth vessels. Even the Dominion's order had disintegrated with 1,000,000 mites of dust pummeling their craft. The Kolshians and the Arxur didn't team up with each other well to begin with, so the result was predictable. We were facing isolated survivors, hurling munitions at us and the Dwerten in a blind frenzy. The shield sustained several hits due to their strategy of flocking together, which had made them an unmissable target. That persuaded the hostiles to concentrate munitions on the herd rather than us.
The nanodrone swarm inflicted a catastrophic amount of casualties,
Onzo remarked.
Formation outside of Kato is dwindling rapidly down to a few thousand. The enemy appears to be targeting the shield primarily, by virtue of taking out as many ships as possible.
The Dwerten could mitigate their losses, except some vessels seem disinterested in targeting the last enemies.
Tyler pointed to a Dwerten breakaway sect on the viewport, and his scowl intensified as the Yotul zoomed in on the movement.
Shit! They're moving toward the planet. I don't exactly see any new hostiles coming up from the surface.
Terran manned vessels zipped closer to expedite the cleanup of the last few hostiles, but our sensor station was entranced by the Dwerten's erratic behavior. Homogeneity ships had made a beeline toward Kato, breaching orbital range with as much speed as they could. I flinched as their plasma guns revved to life, cutting down a lone evacuation transport. It made sense that most Kolshians stayed put, since they assumed humanity would ignore the colony in favor of Aafa. However, from what I'd guessed the Avians' wishes to be, that was a grave error of judgment. Gasps of horror sounded from the predators across the bridge as the Dwerten unloaded antimatter bombs without hesitation. Where there otherwise would have been celebration as we cut down the last enemy ships in the area, there was instead a somber silence. The wait for the inevitable felt both long and short as warheads hurtled toward each settlement on the colony. Orange flashes popped atop the surface's beacons of artificial light, though when the radiance died down, Kato's electrical glow did not return. The importance of the colony clearly hadn't mattered to the shield as much as the fact that there were any Kolshians living down there. The Dwerten homogeneity had broken off for a hot-headed action of their choosing, not even waiting to secure orbital victory to move on to bombing the civilians. The Avians had snuffed out every settlement they could spot on Kato. If that didn't make their intentions for Aafa clear, I didn't know what would. Our plans were also set in stone, pledging to displace the Commonwealth government and bring their homeworld under our control, alive. My crewmates had stated that we needed the shield's numbers and couldn't afford to clash with them due to our conflicting ideas of justice. Where each side stood and what was at stake was as unambiguous as the result of the Battle of Kato. The question was what humanity would do about the murderous atrocity their allies had just committed.
Memory transcription subject, Ambassador Tava of the Venlil Republic. Date, Standardized Human Time, March 24th, 2137. The first meeting of the Sapient Coalition was in the past, but now more than ever, my sights were set on the future. Humanity's assortment of allies had been very receptive to the idea of fixing the Venlil's hindrances, since in our case, it had nothing to do with us not being herbivores. It was about us not being meek, deformed herbivores that followed the Federation's guidance. Noah and I returned to Skalga with a new lease on life. A week from today's date, I was set to be the first Venlil to have my gene tampering reversed. It would be televised through a press conference, which Governor Vel insisted on being a part of for optics. My summons to the governor's mansion had mainly been to brief our leader on what happened during the convention, but Veln saved the topic of today's referendum for last. Veln flicked his ears placidly.
Thank you both for coming to fill me in. I made sure to expedite a planet-wide vote on the planet's name as promised. I'll abide by the results, regardless of my distaste for Skalga. I'll also prefer not to keep Venlil Prime around, so the options were Skalga versus other or stay the same.
It'll be wonderful to shed another part of the Federation's influence. That was our point of mutual agreement, I replied. I was planning on submitting my vote online as soon as we're done here.
Don't worry, I won't keep you long. Noah, I can see your feet blatantly pointing toward the door. A sign of where you wish to be.
The astronaut grimaced.
Do I have to answer that?
No, but may I remind you I didn't ask you to come. When Tava brought you, I let you tag along as a sign of goodwill towards your people. I'd say I'd prefer to talk to my SC ambassador without a foreign government's agent in the room, but I imagine she'll tell you everything anyway.
For your information, I can keep my work separate, especially when Venlil interests are involved, I hissed. Noah wouldn't say anything that wasn't meant for you and ears, though. He's honorable. A dark emotion flickered in Veln's pupils, and he hesitated.
I must ask, how in the stars did you keep the humans at bay, Tava? Insight would be accepted from Noah at this point. They have ways of being persuasive by coercing people to do what they want, trapping you with your own words, finding every loophole and technicality in the law. Is that why you went along with everything they said? Was I wrong about your motives?
That doesn't sound anything like the Terrans.
Oh, that sounds everything like us, love.
Noah growled, a low chuckle rumbling in his throat.
Our diplomats are quite skilled at protecting our interests.
I understand what you're capable of, and what you can do when threatened. But contrary to what Veln thinks, we disagreed on plenty. I never felt pressured to do anything I didn't want to.
Because you care about us, and we care about you. Everyone at the UN knew you had humanity's back, so we had yours. We knew you wanted what was best for us, for Venlil, and for the entire galaxy. That was the one issue we had to agree on. It's really that simple. Veln over there wants to play hardball and trade favors, so he's asking for an entirely different relationship between us.
The governor narrowed his eyes.
I'm trying not to ice humanity out. Venlil are my top priority, but I don't mean any active harm to you.
If you watch out for the Venlil first, then the UN will elevate human interests above yours. Tava considered us as much as Venlil, just as we considered you on the same level as us. It's up to you what relationship you want with Earthveln, but the way you're operating now won't merit true brotherhood. We are fiercely loyal, but we also give what we get. I think you know that's fair.
What I know is that I want us to be independent, and I don't want anything dictated to us from outside our borders. It's not personal, it's just business.
I stood from my chair, grabbing Noah's hand. It was always personal to me and them. Humans are sweet, but they're not pushovers. What you told them was you didn't want your talks to be personal, so they've taken emotion out of their decisions. It is just business now. I don't see the issue.
The problem is their tactics are downright predatory, Chava. They're ruthless and manipulative.
Then you're perfect for each other. And Vel, don't ask my advice unless you want to know how to start treating the Terrans as friends again. Like I said, their welfare is personal to me. Let's go, Noah. My human was trying not to laugh at the outraged look on the governor's face. I suppose it could be viewed as audacity that I'd spoken to Veln in that manner, but ousting me as ambassador would sour his political points. There was some curiosity in my mind about what humanity had done that the shifty Venlil found predatory. Still, it was enough to know that the United Nations was well equipped to handle his self-centered schemes. I had noticed some major modifications on the visa law released to the public. My mind also harkened back to how Elias Meyer had warned me about certain elements of his own government being snakes in the grass, which Noah agreed with. Governor Vel invited out a side of humanity they'd been keeping away from us. With legislation being targeted at their species, it's self-defense. Noah allowed himself to smirk once we reached our vehicle.
It was funny, but I'd advise not antagonizing Veln going forward. You're not going to be able to get any favors from him if you make an enemy of him.
You haven't exactly welcomed Veln with open arms, and you made sure he knew you can't stand him, I protested.
I was never that forthright, Tava. You basically called him predatory. I'm pretty sure that's the worst insult in your culture.
Only after Veln used it against humanity. That Venlil should not think himself above you.
I know. But I know how important it is for you to have breathing room with the Sapient Coalition. You don't want Veln to put you on a short leash. Forgive the predatory metaphor.
I flicked my ears in acknowledgement, digesting his point. Governor Veln had been willing to take some of my ideas under advisement, and he'd thrown his full support behind certain initiatives that mattered to me. The gene edit reversal and the Skalga referendum were genuine positives that had sprouted from his rule, while there was little to gain from turning my successor into an enemy. Noah watched with curious eyes as I pulled out my holopad, eager to see our voting process in action. I completed a double retinal scan, authenticated my conscious decision to vote through a code sent to my email, and scanned my ID card in front of the camera. The two options, Skalga and other/stay the same, showed as buttons in large font. I tapped Skalga, clicked a checkbox to confirm my choice, and submitted the ballot after pressing yes when asked if I intended to pass along the results. Noah smiled as I snuggled up to him before prying the holopad from my grasp. The Predator searched up the exit polls, and his teeth flashed vibrantly as he turned the screen around to face me. Overwhelming public sentiment was in favor of retaking our ancestral name, with over 75% of those surveyed being Skalga supporters. Veln's attempts to dissuade the populace from bringing back the name the Federation stole from us failed. Though it wasn't a certain guarantee, it gave me the assurance that one of my initiatives had been taken to heart. How a child is going to grow up on Skalga, able to run, jump and smell. They'll be free of the instincts that have held us back too if I have my way. Noah's eyes fluttered over to me.
What do you say before the SC meeting next week we finally take that vacation to Earth? We haven't been able to go through with it for so long.
I'd love to see where you all grow up. After all, I want to make sure our child is familiar with Earth. We'll be spending plenty of time on human soil as a family, I purred.
You're really excited about that step, aren't you? I've been thinking about it too. Settling down and having kids just wasn't ever in the cards for me. Exploring the universe was my calling, and that ruled out what might have been. The fact that we found extraterrestrials, it was like reaching the finish line of a race I thought I'd just started. It was the culmination of my dreams.
If you're not excited about the idea of children, Noah, you don't have to pretend for me. It's okay. Your feelings are important too, and I don't want you to be unhappy in silence out of kindness.
That's not what I'm trying to say. I'm just explaining that it's the first time I thought about this, and I have no idea what to do raising a kid. A kid from a different species, no less. You, meanwhile, have experience with parenting, and have ideas about how you want to raise the little fella. I'm not sure I can contribute or be as prepared for it as you. It's a huge responsibility, and the more I think about it, the more I know it.
You're overwhelmed by the prospect.
Well, yeah. I had an amazing dad, and I want to be just like him. I'm not worried that I have the wrong temperament or anything, but I don't want to undersell the work and commitment it'll take from us both. The fact that it'll be a massive undertaking as is, it's why I'm worried to suggest the idea I can't get out of my head.
Breathe. We're going to figure out what's best for us both, and it'll be okay. What's your idea?
It might be too much to ask. I don't want to spoil your vision.
Noah, I sprung on you that I'm getting experimental gene mods and looking to have a kid with zero warning. I think we've already crossed too much to ask. The human's hands were trembling from nerves, and I gently coiled my tail around his wrist to calm him down. Our conversation back at the Sapient Coalition meeting had been harrowing from my side, so if Noah was addressing a topic of that magnitude for our personal lives, I could understand his apprehension. He was worried about putting our relationship on the rocks or scaring me off. I gently cupped his chin with my paw, giving him my best look of affection. Whatever change he felt compelled to suggest to our plans, I was willing to listen. Both of us were from different cultures and lives, so we could handle opinion schisms in a mature way. Maybe Noah's not ready for the responsibility quite yet. He sounds stressed. We're not getting younger, but I could wait a few years if it'll make it more palatable for him to ease into. I want to do this together. The astronaut drew a shaky breath.
Obviously, I'm not capable of giving birth, but what if we adopted a human child?
Oh. My voice came out flat as I tried to keep my emotions from spilling over. The thought of splitting up with Noah cut me like a knife, but a difference in interests that severe would be difficult to overcome. I understand if raising a Venlil is not right for you, but the entire reason I wanted this was about having a child that can live the life I'll never have. I can't give that up, even for you.
No, I'm not saying not to have the Venlil child at all. I'm sorry for being unclear. I'm talking about raising a human child alongside our little fluffball. Raising them together. It's an added responsibility, I know, but I found the idea really beautiful. A family that bridges the species gap.
It was my turn to be taken off guard by Noah's suggestion toward our plans, though I didn't feel adverse to the idea. I could imagine a little primate and a tiny Venlil running around in the park, laughing as one big family. Of course, I had no idea what was needed to raise a human, but I suppose that put me in the same boat as my partner. He was clueless what went into rearing one of my species' younglings. Having helpless sapients that were dependent on us to survive would mean we could learn about the other's kind at a fundamental level. Calling a predator my own child, caring and loving them just as my astronaut would love a Venlil, felt right. It was a daunting challenge for us both, yet I couldn't agree with the heartwarming idea fast enough. That sounds like a wonderful idea, Noah, I replied. Raising a human and a Venlil alongside each other as siblings. I love our little Earthborn. I don't think I can call them a goober. Can you suggest an adorable nickname? The Terran's pearly fangs showed with a radiant smile.
You could call them a goober, but why go for that when you can say, our little vicious predator?
Ah, yes. Humanity, the vicious species whose first contact with the Xeruleans was the visiting ambassador curling up on a human diplomat's shoe.
A human diplomat's vicious shoe.
How can a shoe be vicious?
I'm sure the Federation would drum up some evil intentions we have with our foot coverings. Obviously we use it to harden our feet to kick prey animals like this.
Noah lightly battered his shoe against my ankle, amusement dancing in his eyes.
Wait, I actually heard a story back at the embassy about someone throwing a shoe at a receptionist to distract security at a UN base. I don't know how true that was.
You could have stopped with the first part, but you just have to correct your words, don't you?
Accuracy is important. Science doesn't mess around with truth, my love. I wouldn't want anyone to say I omit unflattering aspects of the truth. I value my integrity.
I value your integrity and everything else about you, Noah Williams. You're the person who completes me, who gets me, and makes me feel like I am free to be happy again. I'm so glad the universe crossed our paths. I love you with all my heart. The human's binocular eyes fixed on me with intense focus.
I love you too. Now, forever and always. I'll love you to the heat death of the universe.
I rested my head against the Predator's sturdy chest, exhaling with contentment. All I'd hoped for in recent months was a peaceful future between us and humanity. While I couldn't work as fervently toward that on the political stage, events in my personal life could align toward that sincere goal. My passion could also be devoted to returning the Venlil to our roots and finding out what we were without the Federation. The referendum looked like a lock to return our name to Skalga, which meant the public was on the same page. Maybe after Noah and I paved the way for a post-gene reversal life, others would follow. For the first time since my daughter's death, I felt that the best days of my personal life were ahead. Humanity's arrival was what gave me the chance to have a family again, freeing me from my ignorance and opening new doors into the future. I was grateful to have a partner who'd invested himself in my dreams and morphed them into a joint effort that could give us a unique, wonderful opportunity. There was no telling what came next for us, but I was excited to see where the journey would lead.
Memory transcription subject, Onzo, your tall technical specialist. Date, standardized human time, March 24th, 2137. After my wishing for the Kolshians to face steep retribution for everything they'd done to Lane, it turned out there was no need to prompt humanity to begin bombing. The Dwayton Shield had been eager to obliterate anything housing life on Kato's surface. Watching the settlements vanished beneath a fiery glow visible from space did nothing to temper my rage. It didn't give me back the 20 years of my existence spent in a neurochemical haze because I had predator disease. The Terrans seemed no more pleased than I was, and Sovlin's face showed a mixture of horror and concern. Chewing on his reaction for a few seconds, I believed the old Gajid was worried about how the humans would respond to the Dwertons' bombing endeavor. Tyler had spelled out the UN's intentions to end the cycle of violence and not to become like other murderous factions in our neck of galaxy. I respected the Terrans enough to heed their direction. Without the Earthlings' arrival, Lane would be still overrun by Federation colonizers today. In my heart, I felt that the Kolshians needed to pay for the millions, billions of lives they genocided through their tenure. Yet a coldness gripped me as I realized how easy it was to kill an entire populace. This is what it means to wipe the feds out once and for all. The reality I'd wished I could bring about. When Tyler said I think life means something, he wasn't wrong. This feels no better than watching all the things they did to us. The Dwayton ships veered away from the surface, knowing the life-facilitating habitats weren't able to withstand a dose of antimatter. As if they'd never gone astray, the birds rejoined Terran and Sapient coalition forces in cleaning up the last Kolshians in the systems. I forwarded a final target for us to pick off in a fog, still reeling from the suddenness of the bombing. My concerns regarding the Dwerton had been about how effective they'd be in the thick of combat, but now, I was worried about how much they'd lash out due to their cornered animal mentality. It wasn't out of the question that they'd turn their guns on us within their rage. Not dissimilar to how years of bottled anger led me to behave in explosive fashion at times. The humans needed to handle the situation delicately. I wasn't sure how the primates might go about getting us and the Dwerton on the same page. As the last active foes by Kato were picked off, the Terrans decided it was an appropriate time to break our silence. I could see a brief discussion between our officers as the rest of the crew moved ahead with battle plans as though nothing was wrong. Navigations pulled us closer to the herd-like cluster of shield and coalition vessels and synced us with their vector toward Aafa itself, the prize of the system. Captain Monahan stewed by her station, scowling at the viewport.
Hail the Dwerton shield yesterday! They're not going to launch an orbital raid over Aafa, especially not with our boots on the ground.
If I may, sir, I began, swiveling my ears toward Tyler. The Sapient Coalition doesn't seem to have any objections over what the Dwerton did to Kato. Your allies won't challenge you, but they think that bombing was justified. The blonde human pursed his lips.
We know that they're angry about their entire lives and societies being a lie. I know that you're angry about them stomping out the Yotul spirit for decades, but those people had nothing to do with that, and that's a damn straight fact.
I know. It kind of hit me that everyone down there was just dead in an instant. Even if the Kolshians deserve it, it's terrifying to be the arbiters of which civilizations live and which ones die. Humans don't want to set the precedent of who you choose not to save.
When you stop believing your enemies are people, that opens the door to monstrous acts.
Carlos agreed.
Humanity is making a conscious choice to care about all life, even when it feels impossible to do so.
Samantha snorted.
All life. I don't see how we ever fix this authoritarian clusterfuck. Besides, I have as much sympathy for Kato as they did for Melbourne, which is 0. But since we saved their asses, the Dwerten have no right to show up, circumvent our wishes, and give us the runaround.
Well, they did.
Sovlin grumbled.
Ons, the atavist is right. Your allies agree with them, not you, and infighting would fuck us over. Tread carefully with that rebuke.
Tyler heaved a weary sigh.
Not my department. My job is to make sure whatever goes down, we keep an eye on it. We'll see what the captain says and provide support accordingly.
Monaghan's hail had gone unanswered for several minutes, a sign that the Dwerten weren't eager to give humanity an account for their actions. I tried not to fixate on the outstanding call. Even if tensions erupted within our own ranks, it would still be vital for me to have a full picture of what was happening throughout the system. My gaze filtered down to the sensor screen, where I could gauge the success of our other group. Yortal technocracy ships and UN drones had kept pace with Ilthiss, gunning into the asteroid belt. The Shadow Fleet had taken up positions there to utilize terrain to their advantage, and it seemed our Arxur allies had reenacted their reckless strategy from the gas giant. The chief hunter sacrificed thousands of his vessels again on a headlong charge. The particle beam-armed ships accompanying him were the ones who had the Commonwealth's number. The Arxur reinforcements were still afloat with about 15,000 ships, while the technocracy and UN top artillery were reigning supreme in this conflict. My team engaging the Kolshian second-rate ships here allowed our heavy hitters to demolish their secret arsenal without distractions. When our forces joined up to storm Aafa, we'd make it a grueling challenge for the Federation to defend their core world. The enemy hadn't whittled us down along the way as much as they hoped. The only thing that could fuck this up was if we get into it with the Dwerten right before the final stage. We need unity, so I hope Monaghan will be pragmatic. That's assuming the shield answer. After several minutes of waiting, the same Dwerten commander from earlier appeared.
What is it you want, human? You said we can choose our role, and choose what we came here for. Do we have a problem?
Easy. I wish to coordinate our plans for taking Aafa without using an intermediary. We're not enemies, so we need to be on the same page.
Monaghan said.
For a predator, you show zero appreciation for a display of violence. Your SC friends tell me we're not on the same page at all. And also, you let us take charge at Kato, just to bump us when we get to the main event. Nice try.
Dwerten Commander, this isn't a contest. This is about the fate of both of our people, and for that matter, all intelligent life in a 1,000 light-year radius. I heard what you said about being angry, and coming here to dish out violence. I assure you that humanity understands, appreciates, and empathizes with your feelings. We knew you're hurting, but I know we both agree that we have to win this battle. Us being divided or miscommunicating could spell disaster for our chances.
We're not divided, unless you try to stop us from finishing the job. If you truly grasped how we feel about the billions of our own lying dead, there'd be nothing to talk about. Don't pretend you aren't about to plead for us not to bomb those soulless bastards.
I'm pleading for you to stay your explosives long enough for us to have mutual discussion on what to do with Aafa, and most importantly for humanity to head to the surface and gather information to ensure the Kolshians become a non-factor in the galaxy. Please, listen to my next words. We know very little about the Shadowcast. We want to know their motives for starting this entire cycle of hatred so we can have closure for Earth. If you're truly grateful for our help in saving Kalqua, you'll let us have that.
The Dwerten's beak parted in confusion.
You'd go to all the trouble of landing, risking human lives and merely delaying what we planned to do. For information on why they did it.
It's beyond the why. The practical reason is one I think you'll agree with. Our lack of information on the Shadowcast means we have no idea where they hid. It could be on another planet, far off, perhaps even in a system belonging to you or one of your allies. It could be under the very oceans of Aafa, like the archives were. If we don't find out the truth, those bombs could miss the people who are undeniably responsible for what was done to you. We succeed by doing this by the book, and without letting our emotions cloud our judgment. Trust us to be predators and hunt every Kolshian conspirator down.
You will share your findings with us, and not omit anything for your own purposes.
We are not the ones who hide our true intentions. I see no reason we can't work in harmony to dig up any other dirty secrets the Kolshians might have that will threaten us all. What do you say?
The grey avian was silent for long, brooding seconds.
Assuming you can get unequivocal command of Aafa, I'll have my fleet hold their fire. If things go astray, or it looks like we might be losing the fight, we're glassing as many cities on that blighted rock as we can.
Then let's make sure we win.
Monaghan declared.
Take care of yourself, Commander. I hope this is the start of better relations between our species, and I hope that you can find peace someday.
I hope that you find the closure you're looking for, human. Good luck.
The Dwayton commander vanished from the screen, and our captain's face lit up with visible relief. Persuading the shield to let us land bought us some time, without worrying about the first bombs landing as our soldiers touched down. On a personal level, it allowed Tyler and I to accomplish the mission that brought us away from our easy assignment in the first place. Finding out what the Kolshians had done to Slanik. Perhaps that mystery would overlap with the broad answers the United Nations was seeking out. Even when I felt certain that Aafa's glassing was the optimal outcome, I wanted to help my best friend first. With a temporary solution to our internal disagreements, that eliminated one hurdle to taking the Kolshian homeworld. I tried to wipe out what happened on Kato from my mind and focus on what was ahead of us. The entirety of the Terran's efforts since first contact led to this moment. The Dwayton Shield and Sapient Coalition fanned out while we maneuvered to the heart of the formation. Meanwhile, Yortal Technocracy, Terran drones and Arxur allies took up angles from opposite headings. Our collection of ships was forming a net that encircled Aafa, merging into a cohesive unit that had swallowed the planet's defenses from all sides. I pivoted our viewport onto the luscious world, a series of faint violets and greens dotting the continents from native vegetation. City lights were more prolific on Aafa's form than the electric glimmers on Kato, while the oceans were unbroken swaths of blue. I couldn't rule out the possibility that the Shadow Fleet planted its cities beneath the waves where no one would ever look. The Kolshians' Echelon ancestors had aquatic origins, and as the Thafki proved, species who were drawn to water never truly lost that itch. Whatever secrets were hiding down there, we needed to steamroll the hundreds of thousands of Commonwealth ships above it to find them. Now was not the time for any missteps. Tyler cleared his throat.
You see the planetary defenses on the lunar satellite? Those are going to prevent us from getting close enough to Aafa for a landing or an airdrop, and they're going to be a massive problem for our ships. It'll be a bloodbath to get a clean angle to take them all out from above, because they got a fuck ton of outposts.
We understand that from the crew briefing, I replied. Secretary General Zhao's drawn comparisons to Normandy, an amphibious assault where, according to my research, one coalition stormed the desired target's beaches to take them over. We want to overrun the Kolshian planetary defenses and claim them for ourselves.
Yes, precisely. If we can turn their own powerful lasers and ground-based artillery on the Shadow Fleet, it'll give us a massive boost. As an officer of this ship, I have no intention of volunteering for this mission. Infantry and security personnel have been assigned from our vessel and many others. But if anyone does feel their skill set fits a job like this, I'm giving you the opportunity to join the landing party in the hangar bay.
Fuck no, sir. I'm staying with you.
Good. After the boarding incident, you're sticking with me whether you want to or not. That prompt was mainly directed at Harris and Romero.
Samantha narrowed her eyes.
What? Because we're foot soldiers who got stuck being Baldy's watchdogs.
Pretty sure that's why Officer Cardona asked us. We stormed the archives and the Arxur cattle ship, and we're the most qualified ones at this station.
Carlos sighed.
Qualified ones to pad the cannon fodder. Also able to shoot a gun and clear a building, unlike the Feddies. You know what? Fuck it, I'm in. Might be the only place the damn UN lets me shoot at those Kolshian dickwads.
You're truly eloquent, Sam. Away with words.
I'm going to get the job done. I don't hear you volunteering to leave this cozy ship.
I'm in if you are, you absolute psycho. Let's gear up and head to the hangar.
Sovlin swatted Carlos with the blunt side of his claws.
Wait for me? None of you even asked me after the three of us have been through several gunfights together.
Whoa, I'm not sure that's a good idea.
Tyler protested.
Are you sure? It involves a space drop. You know, jumping out of this ship. Also a jump where you'll be far back enough to need the use of jet thrusters till you're within lunar gravity range.
What? You want to pull the crazy shit you did on the Cradle, but from space?
And while dropping military rovers too. I'm glad you're getting the picture.
So let's skip to the part where Baldy wimps out and says a tearful goodbye.
Samantha interjected.
Fuck you. I don't like the idea at all, but if you can do it, so can I.
The Gajid's remaining spines bristled, tipping off his fear.
Who flew the shuttle down to Silius, pushing it harrowingly close to its breaking point?
Yeah, but you also freaked out when the aerosub started sinking on Talsk.
That was water. I don't know if you know this, Sam, but that's different from land. There's no water on the stupid hunk of rock there. As long as you're not crushing this moon into a planet, we're good.
Tyler hesitated.
You are qualified infantry, but aliens don't have the training for orbital drops. However, if you want to hurl yourselves into the line of fire, I won't stand in your way. Tag along with Harris and Romero if you're sure.
Sure as can be. They're not getting rid of me.
Great. Still stuck babysitting the war criminal with spikes that could poke my eyes out.
Sam lamented, though I caught the teasing lilt in her voice.
That's right. My remaining spikes could poke your ugly ass eyes out, so you'd better be nicer. Let's move.
The trio vacated the bridge, leaving Tyler and I to man the census station during the crucial battle. When I proved myself more than capable of supplying tactical insight in Sovlin's absence, it would be difficult for the Gajid to use racist pejoratives toward my capabilities. I centered the viewport on the Arxur and Dominion ships between us and the lunar satellite, while also setting my filters to watch for any planetary defense lasers vectoring toward us. Our goal was to get the infantry that would be storming the enemy fortifications as close to the target as possible. It was also preferable that they didn't deploy right in the middle of a plasma beam contest. I ran a hasty analysis on the makeup of the first ships we'd be facing. Pinpointing enemy weaknesses required knowledge of what we were up against. The Shadow Fleet had staked a massive claim within Aafa's bounds, while the Dominion also had camped eye-popping numbers by the target. It was a little surprising that the Arxur captains had been dissuaded from dropping a few bombs on the Kalqians with their cruelty-centric culture. Furthermore, of the hundreds of thousands of craft here for the final stand, very few were manned Commonwealth vessels. Most of the public military appeared to have been sacrificed along the route. Among the Aafa-based ships marked as hostiles, very few appear to be manned, sir, I informed Tyler. I will just bring your attention to the contacts designated civilian. Standard evac transports. Out ahead of the front lines, and the only manned ships that I can see. The human nodded.
How many souls aboard?
Hundreds. No sign of weapons on board or anything anomalous. They are flying straight toward us, but we're also blocking all the ways out of the system. Assuming you don't want them blown up, you might want to direct the Dwerten away from their flight path.
Understood. I do wonder why they didn't evacuate civilians sooner. They've known we're coming for weeks. Sure, they're arrogant, but there had to have been some civvies who wanted to get out when they heard the flesh-eating predators were coming.
I tilted my head in befuddlement. I do think some of the populace would have wanted to leave with advance warning. The only thing I can come up with is that they didn't tell them ahead of time.
That is a reason. The squids sure do like keeping their control and not giving people the option to leave. Could be part arrogance and part tyranny. I dunno, but we ain't gonna shoot evac shuttles.
The Dwerten might want to. It was done to their civilians trying to leave Kalqua. They only agreed to spare Aafa so humanity could eradicate the Shadowcast.
I heard you, Onzo. Plus, I get that those fuckers might have sent the evac ships up now, so we have to fight around the civies to get to the military targets. I'll notify the captain, and we'll get our SC pals to quietly push the shield as far away from those transports as possible.
Okay, I'll keep an eye on their path so weapons know where they are. The blonde officer strode over to confer with Captain Monaghan while I mulled over the circumstances on the battlefield. Within the hour, we'd be squaring off for our first engagement near Aafa. The civilian ships were an unwelcome variable, and the Terrans were too honorable to take them out of the equation. It was important to determine why the evac shuttles had been held back until now, before they complicated a testing battle even further. The humans hadn't expected the Kalqians to fight clean, so it was possible the hostiles meant to sacrifice their own non-combatants or use them as living shields. Solidifying our understanding of Aafa's motives for this launch timing could be necessary to stave off any dirty tricks they had in mind. I hoped humanity wouldn't be forced to make the decision between innocence and victory, but I knew they were willing to do whatever it took to end the war. Memory transcription subject, Onzo, Yotol technical specialist. Date, standardized human time, March 24th, 2137. Our fleet crested toward our waiting enemies, with the greatest tools and allies mankind had been able to assemble. As impressive as Earth's wartime innovations had been, it was their relentless pursuit of friends that we'd reaped the most rewards from so far. Having others to back us up made it possible to challenge a multitude of foes. The road to reach Aafa's orbit hadn't been pretty, but war was never so beautiful or clean. The Terrans hadn't escaped entirely free from compromising their beliefs or sacrificing lives they wished they didn't have to. Assuming we gained orbital control, I wasn't sure what we'd do about the Dwertons' determination to glass this world. My grim realization was that humanity might have to bend their values again, with the Kolshians sending up civilian ships amid the battle. The evacuation shuttles hadn't lowered their thrusters despite the oncoming onslaught. The United Nations hadn't fired on the transports, though we were in range to take the first ones out. I could see weapons growing antsy the nearer they got. The Terran Allied fleet seeded a slight opening, altering our path enough to drift out of their way. With thousands of weaponless refugee vehicles coasting ahead, it was difficult to steer clear of all of them. I eyed the sensor readout and noticed them sending power to directional thrusters. The evac shuttles might be trying to sidestep us. But if they're afraid enough of Terrans to leave, why would they trust them not to fire? My head snapped toward Tyler. Get weapons to fire on those shuttles! They're hostiles!
Hang on. What evidence do you have for that, Onzo?
The human asked in a wary voice.
I know you think they deserve to be wiped out, but...
The evidence is they're not acting afraid of you. None of them are flinching. My gut instinct says they're up to no good.
The Kolshians have a better understanding of what's the truth about us. They might know our code of ethics against shooting civilians.
The Shadow Caste knows, but the average citizen doesn't. That means the secret fleet must be piloting those shuttles. It's the only thing that explains their behavior.
Sensors would know if they're hiding weapons, so that... No. My God.
Captain Monaghan frowned, having overheard our exchange.
That's a bold assumption, but it has the ring of truth to it. Weapons. Patch us in with our allies. Advise them to hold their fire, but shoot any transports that draw too close.
As comms fired off a hasty communique, and I passed along the nearest shuttle for weapons to target, the speediest Kolshian transport swerved at a UN drone. The automated vessel was programmed not to shoot at civilian targets without authorization or clear hostile activity. When the evac ship rammed into our unpiloted vehicle full speed, it smoked through its hull. Both spacecraft were shattered in the collision. Hundreds of life signatures from within the shuttle vanished in an instant, strewn to cosmic dust. On the thousands of ships carrying refugees, similar passenger counts showed on my readout. Given the lack of panicked movement within the interiors, I assumed they had no idea what their fate was going to be. The civilian vessels turned on the first Terran ships they could encounter, with several hundred crashing before we'd reacted to the unthinkable. I could feel a knot of horror in my stomach as I realized how little the Commonwealth thought of the lives of their own people. While humanity chose to care about all life in the galaxy, the Kolshians cared for none. Those civilians had been loaded onto the shuttles without a clue of their fate, with the promise of escaping the system. The Shadow Fleet knew we wouldn't shoot a genuine transport down, and conned hundreds of thousands of their citizens into climbing aboard to make it believable. They waited to start evacuations until the last minute because they intended to use innocent lives as a weapon. How will they ever explain this to their people? How do military commanders, at least the ones from the public fleet, have no gripe with this strategy? Captain Monaghan's teeth were bared with contempt.
Shoot down every one of those transports. And sensors. From now on, don't mark any Kolshian ships as non-combatants.
Understood, ma'am. I applied filters to label anything with the Kolshian walk signature as hostile. If they were any innocents, their government's deranged actions had revoked their right to protection. The transports are shown as hostiles now. I've left a new class indicator to reflect their unarmed status, so weapons can fully assess our priorities.
Good work, Onzo.
Tyler grumbled, though his gaze was far off, struggling to process such a senseless gambit of civilian lives.
You were right. After what they've done to entire planets, I guess this shouldn't surprise me.
This time, it's not just them letting it happen like they did with the Thafki or the attacks on Nishtal and the Cradle. This is intentionally and knowingly sending civilians to their deaths. How did they sell this to the people outside the conspiracy?
If I know one thing about the Federation, it's that they love to blame predators for anything they have to do. Better dead than cattle. What's the sacrifice of a few thousand people if it saves the herd? Yet our empathy is what's under a microscope. That's a bad fucking punchline, huh?
It's not a punchline if it's not the least bit funny.
It ain't funny, but it sure is a joke. We could have had hundreds of friends if the Federation didn't exist. I'd sure like to have seen what kind of shake we would have gotten. Like It's a Wonderful Life, except that it's a good thing they weren't around.
Once again, I don't understand a word you're saying.
That's how I feel with you and your science words. Forget my movie references and put that big brain of yours to work. We gotta get Baldy and company within range of the moon.
I'm working on it. We need to pass through the Shadow Fleet wall ahead. Slated to make contact in a few minutes. After we clear out the civilian transports. The human nodded.
Eyes on the Dominion's main activities.
They're on the offensive, gunning for the shield and the SC where they can, since they get off on hunting prey. But I don't think that's our primary concern.
It's not. Keep at it, buddy.
The Terran warship sliced through the remaining transports like putty. The shuttle's lack of shields or armor allowed them to be downed with relative ease. The Kolshians' ghastly trick had taken out a few hundred chicks before the first shots ran out, but I knew our true casualties would surface once we engaged the enormous armada. I angled the viewport toward the moon, where the planetary defenses sat, which was doling out carnage with any lasers that landed. It was difficult to imagine Sovlin in a vac suit, traipsing around. The rovers drop into the ground were the only way he'd keep up with the Persistence Predator's trek. Their mission could entail heavy resistance, so the more we could simplify the landing process, the better. While our manned ships were pigeonholed into closing on the moon, in order to unload infantry, other contests were being waged across the planet's breadth. Flashes of orange and white, signifying explosions and plasma respectively, detonated above the world's entire circumference. Speedy UN drones on this side of Aafa were targeted by the planetary defenses from afar. Meanwhile, from the globe's opposite half, missiles blazed into space from the depths of the ocean. It lent credence to the theory that the Kolshians had constructions within abyssal waters. These warheads appeared to be nuclear-armed, and their ability to escape the atmosphere and find targeting was an impressive feat of engineering. I'm sure they didn't stuff those missiles onto one side of the planet's oceans and up the other. I'll stay vigilant for anything that the atmospheric cringes on our side. We don't want to get blindsided by nukes. The Terrans had a better capacity to thwart the ballistic missiles lobbed at singular ships, although such mighty munitions packed a forceful punch even if they were stopped short of the target. The Yotul technocracy also possessed particle beams that could slice through a warhead's arming mechanisms. However, Chief Hunter Ilthiss's craft got walloped by the influx of nuclear weapons. It was clear the Dominion ships had been ordered to pay no mind to defense. What was fortunate was that the Sapien Coalition and the Dwerten Shield were kept on our side of the globe, or else they might have fallen victim just like Ilthiss's had. Our Dominion allies were reduced to a small remaining force, cutting off one source of manpower. Sir, I know I said it's not our primary concern, but I don't think we want our herbivorous allies to take a shellacking like Ilthiss, I remarked. Can they handle Arxur fighting them one-on-one? Or two-on-one? Tyler bobbed his shoulders.
I doubt it, but we can't worry about that until the planetary defenses are offline. Hopefully the Greys aren't ready for prey to actually fight back. The Dwerten are out for blood, so hopefully that compensates for their lack of tactics.
I suppose they're lucky they're fighting Arxur, not Shadowfleet shits. We're the ones who are pitted up against the biggest threat, and the sole path to the moon is through them. The human tacked a marked radius of space.
I input the region we need to get to for troop deployment per the mission parameters. Worry about finding us the best route and keeping us apprised of any threats. Might be a bumpy ride, you know.
Understood. I also know we want to be as close as possible, so I'll look for anything that helps us gain ground. Our warships were joined by some UN drone support, since our manned vessels were at a disadvantage against Kolshian automatons. The lasers on the moon amped up their firing speed, putting an exclusive focus on our newest and strongest craft. Outdated crewed vehicles were neglected altogether. The amount of power that could be funneled through the lunar installment was astounding. Similar to how humans moved their nuclear arsenal to Luna, the Commonwealth had stationed some of their high-yield explosives on the natural satellite. That kept them closer to the action in the event of a raid, rather than buried in the ocean. Our flight path wasn't dissimilar to Calcium's en route to Earth. I wondered if the Kolshians had taken notes from that clash. It didn't seem the Shadow Fleet had grasped our intentions, since they were regarding the UN drones as the greatest threat. Our highest concentrations of automatons found shield breakers deposited in their midst, and were tag-teamed by ship weapons and planetary defenses. Manned Terran vessels were able to cruise forward with minimal fire trained on us. Thousands of soldier-toting friendlies sailed toward the arbitrary boundary where our troops could deploy. It was only as we neared the skirmish line that our foes rounded on us, and plasma began zipping our way. I could see debris littering the edges of the viewport, a telltale sign of why thousands of our drones had vanished from sensors. If our finest vessels are getting mowed down by these planetary defenses, I see why we need to capture or eliminate the infrastructure. Imagine how the Dwerten Shield would fare against weapons of this kind. This must be why the Kolshians thought Aafa was impenetrable. Navigations yanked our ship to one side, turning our casual glide into a spiral to avoid plasma. Shields blinked out on my readout, with the Shadow Fleet having ample shield busters in reserve to handle us. I pinpointed a Kolshian automaton for weapon targeting, but its algorithms were one step ahead of our hastily deployed shot. The beam fell wide by a large margin. Charging ahead against superior craft wasn't ideal, yet the threshold we needed to reach sat behind these vessels. Our own drones had to break free from their predicament and give us an assist, or we were going to end up in multiple pieces. I could see several manned craft flanking us reduced to tattered husks. I traced the vector toward a marginal opening in their ranks. This is the best opening I can find, but it takes us within their direct line of fire. My suggested strategy would be to set up barriers and hunker down, except that time is of the essence.
The Kolshians will close the gap as soon as we make a run for it, won't they?
Tyler sighed. Obviously. They don't know our true plans, but they don't want anyone getting in range of the planetary defenses. Hell, even if we get past them, we'll have lasers and nukes from that moon thrown in our face. Need to launch the troops and get out fast.
Why haven't they used those nukes?
Probably going to wait to launch them in the event we get past their line. They don't want the Shadow Fleet caught up in their blast radius. Layers of defense.
So we need a distraction. We've got a few spacecraft carriers. Time for them to open their bellies and pester the squids with some fighters. Back where it all began.
I twitched my ears. It's a start, but we need more. If we have any antimatter bombs left after the gas giant fight, I think it's time to use them against singular ships. It'll punch an opening and give us a moment to break through.
We do got some leftover warheads. Don't got any intention of dropping those on Aafa, especially after Monhan's little chat, so throwing them in the Kolshian's face sounds fantabulous to me. I'll bring the captain in the loop.
I locked in the optimal vector for our navigations before offering a second set of targets that needed to be displaced. On the viewport, munitions whizzed past us. Standard combat missiles were locked on Terran ships by the thousands. Weapons was working overtime to strike the explosives down before they reached us, though one rammed straight into our nose. Without shields, it blew off a large chunk of our underbelly, though thankfully, it was shy of the hangar where our troopers were congregated. We were fortunate the hull integrity held together, and that the fissures in our armor plating were not spreading throughout the vessel. Non-critical hit. Might lessen the power we can route to the railgun, but it could be much worse. We don't want to get hit by anything else lobbed our way. Tyler gave me a nod as he returned from the captain's station, signaling her approval of my plan. Com sent out the call for fighter support. It was rare to utilize such massive munitions in fleet confrontations, since their design was tailored to targeting sprawling regions from orbit. We prepared to divert all power to thrusters. There would be a single chance to make a break for it, assuming our plan worked. I watched as we bore down on the Kolshians with some level of concern for our safety. Inertial dampeners were suffering the occasional lapse, pushed to the hardware's limits by our erratic maneuvers. The disadvantage of having biological life on board was that we couldn't take severe evasion actions like drones without killing the occupants. I could see the bubble of space nearing on sensors, but despite the strategic advantage, I wasn't going to suggest we push deeper to give our friends a better launch point. It would already be perilous to get their jetpacks in range at all. Fighters slingshotted out into space from our behemoth carriers, who lurked at the back of the pack. That was step one of the distraction, as nimble UN frames weaved up close and nipped at the Kolshians' heels. Our bombing classes were preparing the deployment of antimatter weapons, ready to forcefully vacate the enemy from this patch of space. Humanity was too stubborn to turn back. We were pushing through to the target destination, here and now. Plasma clicked the already damaged part of our ship, as our jerky movements failed to skirt a close-range beam entirely. I moved closer to Tyler on instinct, drawing strength from having my buddy at my side. We'd always known that deploying to Aafa was a risk, but standing by him was worth sacrificing the idyllic future that beckoned to me on Lane. If those antimatter bombs didn't get out of Allied base soon, we were going to be lit up like a sacrifice to Ralchi. Kinetics raked across the front of our ship. Mauling was even further. Navigations was overloaded with new threats, desperately dipping down and throwing out interceptors. There was no time to get our bearings and counter the inbound munitions, as we felt the ship rattle from impact after impact. "Hey, Tyler," I hissed. "If this is the last thing I say, I've got 3 words picked out. Fuck the Federation." The blonde human ruffled my forehead there, earning a hiss from me.
Damn straight, but I don't plan on dying none. We gotta rescue Slanik. Promised Marcel. Onward and upward.
My quizzical look intensified as I questioned whether that exclamation was in reference to hot air balloons. They were worse things to die thinking about than Terran flight devices and the technical chain of events that led them to the natural development of starships. A lot of people would have sought something more meaningful to dwell on, but I want to go out fantasizing about what I loved. The red dots on the screen indicating threats faded into the background. I waited for the inevitable, even as the primates fought tooth and nail to press ahead. Instead of getting bulldozed by 2 plasma beams, our warship managed to turn on its axis. We glided between 2 seething arcs that were meant to ensnare us. My optimism for our prospects lifted ever so slightly as the antimatter bombs began to unload from across our fleet. Hostile drones balked with city-leveling munitions incoming and tried to maneuver out of the way. Their plan was to let each missile sail past where it would be locked onto nothing and could be disabled at their leisure. However, another wave of human warheads chased them along their evacuation route, forcing them to widen the gap further. A third volley kept them back so we could pass unassailed, like wild beasts being fended off by a waving torch. The antimatter did connect with a handful of enemy targets, mainly those who'd lost mobility earlier in the battle. Massive levels of energy were thrown out from the epicenter, and I had to hurriedly account for a plane of shrapnel which was generated in our path. The edge of the launch point was a few seconds out, so Sovlin, Carlos and Sam could leap to the moon if we got a little further. UN fighters and drones mobilized in a circle around us, standing between the manned vessels and the Shadow Fleet. They were taking the brunt of the barrage, buying precious seconds which must have ticked off the Kolshians to our importance. However, it was too late for the Shadow Fleet to stop us from executing our plans. The region where we were clear to space drop Krugs flashed green as the sensor dot for our warship poked its nose across the boundary. Without an instant's hesitation, the hangar bay was flung open and the human soldiers leapt from the safety of our vessel to get boots on the lunar ground.
Memory transcription subject: Captain Sovlin, United Nations Fleet Command. Date: Standardized Human Time, March 24th, 2137. The humans had really done it. The deranged predators strapped themselves into multi-layered spacesuits and leapt straight into space. I wasn't sure what compelled my stout legs to follow their lead, but here I was, coasting alongside Carlos and Sam with no way back. The jetpack alongside my oxygen gave me a small push toward the lunar surface, with its flight computer having been programmed with my mass and height differential in mind. My claws wrapped around my rifle, which was tethered to my chest. The last thing I needed was for my weapon to float away. I wasn't fully convinced we'd survive this stunt. Assuming we did, a single bullet which made it through or around the suit's armor plates would expose us to the vacuum. It was absolute lunacy, though it was made worse by the fact that they'd slingshotted military rovers of massive size and with gigantic guns toward the moon atop thruster stages. It didn't seem possible for it not to break apart when it struck the ground without a true engine tacked onto it. That was our likeliest fate too. It seemed idyllic floating through space now, but hurtling toward the cratered slate-colored surface would be terrifying. Did humans lack cognizance of falling or heights? Why had I agreed to go with them? Just to prove myself to these should-be predator disease inmates. The good news was, a ship sniping lifeforms in the breadth of space was almost as difficult as nailing a nanodrone. We were microbes to a Shadow Fleet weapon station. That rendered the odds of us getting cooked by plasma low, though not zero. I cast a glimpse back at our warship in time to see it making a hurried retreat from the planetary defenses. UN drones were fighting the Kolshians tooth and claw, but the enemies were easily sealing the temporary gap formed by our bombs. There was no telling whether our friends would survive the battle that raged overhead as we careened toward the satellite's pole. The planetary defenses had to be disabled if we wanted the rest of the crew to have a fighting chance. Sam, are you sure this is safe? I asked over the comms link. The human's irate expression was something I could imagine beneath her helmet.
Oh, need a diaper change, Sovlin?
Fuck you. I'd like a realistic idea of our chances.
Well, even if you pass out like a scaredy cat, the pack's automated. It calculated the best route with its fuel reserves. We did a small-scale test of the tech on Luna, but it's pretty new. Even if it does orient us in the right direction on an alien world, when our measurements rely on trustworthy as fuck fed science, it's up to you to land on your feet and haul ass.
Carlos patched into our helmet link.
Thankfully, you'll only have to hoof it to the nearest rover. If the trajectory is on point, our ride will be a few hundred feet away. From there, we got some big guns and a little more padding between us and a stray bullet.
You have armed ground vehicles specifically for moons.
And for harsh terrain planets like Kato or Mars. UN's had these bad boys out on Mars, mostly for search and rescue, but also in case any security action was needed. Don't know why they don't use tank treads. You could ask Gonzo if you wanted to know.
I bet that primitive read all the answers in a book somewhere. I could do that too. Sam snorted.
Then why don't you?
I'm busy. Currently dropping onto a moon with just a jetpack, for example. But I'm not establishing contact with that joke of an engineer until we need to patch ourselves back into the ship. All they need to know is when the planetary defenses are under our control and we need a ride out.
You and Command will be in touch with our ground leaders the whole way through. We only need to phone home once we want off this barren rock.
How will the fleet know if we fail?
The installation will blow up.
Carlos answered in a voice that had too much levity.
Giant fireball, base gone. Quite visible.
I flailed within my spacesuit. What?
Yep. I thought you listened in the briefing. Each installation across the lunar surface, including the one we're raiding, has a self-destruct function so that it doesn't fall out of their control. However, it requires authorization keys from 2 individuals. They'll want the planetary defenses in the space fight as long as possible, so they'll be standing by the receptacle until their base is about to fall.
The part I did listen to was the part where we still plan to storm their safe house. Do you warmonger apes like complexes blowing up in your face?
We prefer not getting immolated in giant explosions. Thanks for asking.
Sam chirped. The lunar surface was enhancing in detail, and I could feel gravity playing a hand in my acceleration. The uptick in apparent velocity caused my stomach to churn, which made me desperate for the humans to keep talking as a distraction. My claws wanted to uncurl from the gun. Instinctive panic told me I was about to die. The predators crossed their arms in front of their chests as they hurtled toward the solid ground. Unfortunately, the more I heard about this plan, the less comforting I found their growling voices. The fact that they knew this base was prepped to detonate as soon as we got close suggested this was a suicide mission. What if the humans are sacrificing us to get the planetary defenses destroyed, the way the Kolshians sent civilians to their deaths on those evac shuttles? How can clever predators like my guards not see this as a death sentence? I'm willing to die for what I'd done, but I would have liked to have been told up front. I'd still do it so Earth can survive. For that debt I'll always owe you, but I don't love the idea of getting blown to bits. I hissed. Carlos's sigh was audible within my helmet.
As I was saying, the 2 authorized Kolshians will need to stand by to initiate the self-destruct. Makes them a sitting target. Snipers take out one of them, and make sure no one else grabs the key. Our job will be to clear the facility and assume control of the command center.
You left out the part of the job where we compete for the highest kill count of Kolshian asswipes.
Samantha interjected.
Oh, and Carlos. Baldy's definitely thinking he should have stayed with Unzo. The Otal was the smart one, sitting in front of a bloody screen.
I do hope that nothing happens to that Torshana, I remarked, mischievously checking whether the humans knew that word.
That didn't translate. What's Torshana mean?
It's a loving term of affection. Onzo asked to be called that instead of primitive.
I don't fucking trust you.
I'm being serious. If anything happens to me, tell him Sovlin was proud to work alongside such a bright-eyed Torshana.
That almost sounds nice.
It is nice, I promise. Torshana holds a special place in the Otal language, especially in Rinza. Onzo and you battle-bonded, so it'd mean a lot from you, Sam.
I'll consider it. I do respect that wise-ass firecracker. He's all right for...
The rest of Samantha's slanted compliment eluded my comprehension. My focus was ripped back to my trajectory once retro thrusters kicked in to slow my fall. With conversation failing to distract me, I noticed why boost power was kicking in. We were close enough to the ground that it was time to tap the brakes. My personal propulsion warred with gravity, yet gravity seemed to be winning. What spikes I had struggled against their bindings underneath the back of my suit. This free-falling sensation wasn't anything that Gajij evolved to withstand, and my head was spinning from the rapidity of it all. Fear throttled my heart without any reprieve, threatening to strip me of my faculties. The lunar surface expanded within my periphery, like it was being magnified across a viewport. Craters that looked like tiny divots from afar were becoming gaping basins. A few miles from our landing site, the planetary defense complex was taking on a 3-dimensional appearance at last. My brain weighed the cumulative stimuli and proclaimed my death was imminent. I couldn't imagine how the Terran troopers who airdropped onto the cradle felt on a planet with full gravity that well exceeded this moon's attraction. Predators were built differently from us, but humans were a fearless breed even among hunters. I was certain the Arxur wouldn't tackle such daunting heights. Does that make me braver than the Greys? That thought almost gives me the willpower to keep my wits. Besides, it's not like I can undo the fact I jumped out of a spaceship with suicidal primates at this point. Fuck! I screamed into the comms. Where is the fabric overhang you had on the cradle? Did you crazy insufferable predators forget that? Carlos's chuckle sounded too carefree.
Oh, this is better than normal skydiving. So gentle and tranquil. I do this for fun. The adrenaline, Sovlin. Don't you feel alive?
I feel like I want to know where the gliding tarp is. We need to slow the fuck down.
Well, a parachute would be useless. There's no air in space for it to catch on.
Duh. You don't have to be Onzo to understand basic facts.
Sam jabbed. I gulped down the oxygen circulating within my suit, leaving myself a mental reminder to purposefully have Sam run into my spines if ever I had the option again. Those mind-warped humans had no right to poke fun at how petrifying this was. My body careened through hundreds of feet of altitude in a short span, while the boost pack's vibrations chipped in with more insistence. It was only when the ground was a skyscraper's length away that it slowed me to a leap's glide. I floated on a bubble of air, placed down with a gentle touch. My feet pressed onto the lunar surface with less force than if I was hopping out of bed. The predators touched down without issue as well, slowly lowered to the ground in tiny increments. The perfect calculation of the jetpack's computer was remarkable. I was beyond grateful to have my legs on solid ground. Now, it was time to get moving toward the complex that could be detonated in our face at any moment. Across the surface of the moon, other groups would be storming similar installations without pausing for respite. Carlos checked the hood within his helmet before pointing toward a rover that had plopped down to the moon with elegance. It was awkward to run in my spacesuit under the low gravity, especially since the predators could maintain their pace with a light skip. I found extra energy for my legs as a rocket landed just shy of our position. The Kolshians had spotted us. It's going to be a long few minutes driving toward the base. Thankfully, I don't think they have a large supply of missiles on hand, but they will be shooting at us the whole way. My lungs and core burned as we neared the rover, though I forced myself to press onward. Samantha ducked behind the wheel of the vehicle, while Kalqua ushered me into the back compartment. As soon as we were inside, I collapsed from exhaustion. It would take a few minutes to catch my breath. The male guard took a brief look at me before popping open a hatch on the vehicle. The human hoisted himself up behind a machine gun fixed to the top, just enough that his head poked out of the rover. His gloved hands turned the turret in all directions and searched for targets. Samantha finished plugging in the coordinates before turning to face me.
Sovlin, you're gonna be the loader. You see those ammo boxes? Load them into the main gun and don't fuck it up.
I pushed myself to my feet and studied the task at paw. Yeah, I can do that. We don't use ground vehicles too often in the Federation. Nothing like these, but I've seen a few during Arxur raids. It won't be a problem.
Better not be, or you're walking to the base.
The rover was rolling ahead toward the Kolshian installation, and without sound in space, it was impossible to gauge when we were being fired at. I could see Carlos firing off rounds at targets, but I decided to keep to my lane and help him reload. It was the human's role to survey the battlefield and assess hostile activities. Hopefully the vehicle's armor could absorb kinetics sent off by Kolshians who saw us coming. An army of military space rovers dropped from the sky, plowing across the cratered surface. We were impossible to miss. Perhaps it was better that I wasn't relegated to the stressful role of gunner, requiring myself to be exposed to anything sailing through the area. Samantha, as the driver, wasn't content without a view of the action. The rover lacked a windshield like I'd expect from exploration vehicles, but it seemed to have a periscope she could peer out of. I kept to my dutiful task, refraining from asking questions about our progress. Minutes of sightless transit had me uncertain how much further we had to press on to our destination. From the way Carlos's legs had tensed up, we were receiving heavier amounts of fire. I knew that meant we had to be getting close, though none of us would exit the vehicle until we were on their doorstep. There was no telling whether UN snipers had been successful in eliminating these self-destruct keyholders. I guess we'll find out by whether the base goes boom as we bust into the command center. Let's not think about that. I'll assume we get control of those stupid lasers, and then my knowledge from defending the cradle might come in handy for how to use them. Carlos continued to dish out bursts of fire while helping Samantha keep an eye out for traps. The two humans communicated information only when it was necessary, otherwise preferring to fixate on our life or death circumstances. I was impressed as always by their efficiency and composure under extreme peril. The Terran's confidence rubbed off on me a little, despite how insane this mission was. There weren't enough Kolshian foot soldiers defending the base to hold us back, as long as we could absorb an influx of fire a little longer. The rover appeared to have inbuilt systems that could mess with missiles, homing systems, or destroy them in flight. Explosives were the greatest threat to us in transit, and they could be neutralized. The incredible machinations crafted by these predators might be enough to get us to our destination in one piece. I couldn't help but give a satisfied grunt, knowing how the tide of the space battle might turn if we gained control of the planetary defenses. Such powerful weapons were a nightmare for the UN Armada to deal with, something that could smite our most advanced spacecraft in one hit. Without these installations, the Shadow Fleet would be ill-equipped against our particle beams, nanodrones and other superior munitions. I decided to break my silence for a quick word of encouragement to Carlos. I wanted to share the triumphant feeling coursing through my veins with the guard who'd always given moral guidance of the highest integrity, the one who believed in a brighter future and tried to understand what drove me from the beginning. However, as my gaze turned to the Predator to weigh his demeanor, I saw a sudden spasm pass through his form. His head made a quiet snap backward in the hatch, and his hands slipped off the turret. The human's legs crumpled underneath his bulky form, as if a rug was yanked from under him. Panic raced through my heart, realizing what had happened. I rushed to his side and kneeled over his downed form. Samantha also whipped around in the driver's seat, yelling Carlos's name through our comms link, to no response. My eyes peered at the bullet hole through the front of his spacesuit helmet, exposing the human to the vacuum, and the crimson blood bubbling at the cracked edges. Horror took over my consciousness as I scrambled for a way to keep the kind-hearted Predator alive. Memory transcription subject: Captain Sovlin, United Nations Fleet Command. Date: Standardized Human Time, March 24th, 2137. I desperately shoved my paw over the bullet hole on Carlos's helmet, trying to seal the gap that exposed him to the vacuum. Viscous blood adhered to my suit, slathering over the smooth exterior. How was I supposed to give the human medical attention when removing his mask would freeze him and strip him of all oxygen? Samantha knelt by my side, her body language distraught. I could see her checking the wrist readout of the male Predator's vitals while I desperately shook his unmoving shoulder. Despite my best efforts at revival, his form was limp against my touch.
Whatever happens to me, I will be enduring as a tree and fierce as a bear. Our past doesn't define us,
Carlos had told me while describing the green markings on his arm. When all of this first began, I couldn't have imagined how much grief I'd feel huddling over a Predator's corpse. I could feel the rover trundling along toward the base, autopilot still in gear even as Sam had crawled away from the driver's seat. Carlos needed to get back up and man the turret. It was a single bullet. An apex hunter, the most powerful creature on untamed Earth, shouldn't be downed by one lump of metal. Terrence was supposed to be enduring as a tree, and fierce as a bear. I punched at his chest through the thick spacesuit, frustrated that it wasn't moving. "Wake up!" I screamed. Sam winced from my volume as the comlink was still open. "There's going to be humanitarian missions after the war. The chance to do good in the galaxy like you love doing on Earth. You can't just fucking quit." Carlos's form didn't budge or react an inch, offering no signs of life. I could see the female guard shaking her head and trying to collect herself. Samantha wasn't doing anything to help patch our friend up, though I could hear her sniffling. How could she give up on him like an Arxur, not doing a single thing to mend a wounded friend? These were predators with empathy, not callous monsters like the Greys and Kolshians who left their weaklings behind.
And you are not going to refer to me as Predator again.
I could hear his stern voice chastising me with impatience for my antics toward the Arxur. What Carlos told me a little while ago served as a reminder of how he was my first friend. The one who sought to understand my motives in spite of what I'd done.
I listened to your spiel on torturing an innocent human and tried to empathize with you.
Every word the human had said to me was rushing back, burying me with an emotional avalanche. I remembered the time I'd saved his life on the cattle ship and first realized that I cared for my guards. An alarming thought back then. I reminisced when he visited me in my prison cell on Skalga and had been the only one who could restrain his anger enough to speak to me. When I was at my lowest, thinking Khajiits were monsters after the Omnivore revelations, it had been Carlos who asked other humans not to bring that up to me. He'd known how I felt about being a meat-eater and how my entire life had collapsed in on itself. "There's a tillfish right there. They're going to give you a hug," I blubbered, with tears streaming down my face, The guard's fear of the insectoids had been on display on several occasions, to my prior amusement.
You've got to move. It's very creepy, right?
I turned Carlos's helmet from side to side, like I was rolling a ball back and forth on the carpet. There was no resistance. The stupid human wasn't answering. How hard was it to give any form of response when he was freaking me out like this? The Predator had known the risks, but I couldn't accept that he was just... gone. Snot bubbled in my nose, as I imagined what he would say about catching a bullet in the wrong place. He'd always been much too calm about potential dangers, while I'd been the panicky one in our sticky predicaments.
We always hope for the best, but no combat situation is a guarantee. Just breathe, buddy.
The guard had said on the submarine, when we were trying a last-ditch strategy to evade a torpedo.
I won't breathe. I won't listen to you.
I screeched as I sank to my knees in despair. If I were being honest with myself, I'd realized the truth the second I saw his wound.
Carlos.
Samantha's hands sank deep into my arm, and the human yanked me to my feet with force. I shrieked, swinging my claws toward her in a clumsy gesture. Despite the bulky suit, the Predator's reflexes made it easy for her to duck. Her chest was shaking, betraying her own emotions, but I could feel her binocular eyes leveling me with a pointed stare. She prevented me from returning to my attempts to resuscitate Carlos, and stood between me and the fallen soldier.
Listen! Carlos is dead, Sovlin. He's gone.
Her growling voice had taken the form of a commanding yell.
I checked his vitals. There's no heartbeat or brain activity. There is nothing. Fuck all we can do. We need to keep moving.
I stumbled back in denial.
No! You're wrong. I'm not leaving.
Samantha forcefully jostled my shoulders and lowered her voice to a sympathetic growl.
Carlos was killed instantly. If someone doesn't get back on that gun so we can defend ourselves moving forward, he died for nothing. Everyone who's died in this war died for nothing if we fail here. Plus we need to make the fuckers who shot him pay. I'd get on the gun myself, but I'm the only one who knows how to run the vehicle's OS.
The gun. Yeah, nobody's shooting it.
Snap out of it. I'll watch our navigations, but keep back here to help you reload. Be quicker than you doing it yourself. You make some Kolshians' heads explode, and we take the fucking base for Carlos and for humanity. You just need to stand there, head low, pull the trigger, bullets spray, nice and simple. Can you handle that?
Yes. I miss him already, Sam. I always hated losing a soldier.
The Predator's shoulders slumped.
I miss him too. He was more than just a soldier. He was my friend. Our moral compass. When we get his body back to our ship, I'll see that he gets the burial and the honors he deserved.
I imitated a human nod in a daze and tried to move through the grief suffocating me. None of what just happened felt real. It was all so sudden how Carlos's life was snapped out of existence. Bitterness hardened within my heart as I thought about the Kolshian in the base who'd shot my friend. I was going to make them pay with their own life, returning the favor. There was plenty of anger to grant me courage. Despite how I'd seen the human sniped out from behind the turret, I moved his gunner's tether to my suit. It should have been me gunned down in the first place, bringing it full circle with how I'd wished to sacrifice myself for my crimes. I used to think that I don't deserve happiness, but it's not about that anymore. Carlos doesn't have the checkered past I do. It's a basic equation that I deserve to bite the dust more than him. My head poked out through the hatch, and my claws didn't feel like my own as they hooked around the firing mechanism. Kolshian defenders had taken up positions with machine guns along the balconies of their installation, which looked like a glorified tower wedged between expansive weapons. Bullets assailed our rover. Though their flight and collision with our armor was inaudible, the blurs of motions blinked across my vision. I could see one make a close shave to my position, while dust ahead of us was churned up by a vaulted missile. Another explosive appeared to be on target for our position, but was snapped off by the vehicle's automated interceptors. It was chaos on the lunar surface. Hundreds of rovers rolled over the bumpy terrain to our destination, just as I knew was happening at the other outposts. There were a few hundred Kolshians on site to defend the complexes, but they would be overrun if we reached them with these numbers. We needed to keep our vehicle intact for a few more minutes to reach our target. I was thirsting for blood in predatory fashion, embroiled in pain from the loss of Carlos. The fresh wounds drove me to sort out the kinks of the technology quickly. The gun was able to pump out multiple rounds in a minute, and the bullets could clear the miles-long gap without wavering. I set to gouging holes in the balcony, hoping to obliterate those bastards with lead.
When it's time to hop out, we'll join up with the rovers to our left and right.
Sam explained over the comlink.
Your rifle is still strapped to you, right?
While I'd shifted my gun out of my way to operate the turret, I could feel it tucked against my side.
Yes, I have a visual on the base. I'll know when we're there.
It'll be obvious because the rover will stop. Assuming the squids don't have the good sense to duck and cover inside, we can shoot the outdoor campers from the rover. But I imagine they're retreating.
Through my heads-up magnification, I could see Kolshians making a break for the entrances. Snarling with unadulterated rage, I swiveled the turret toward their destination to choke it with fire. Bullets nailed several soldiers in the back, liberating them of their violet blood just as they'd spilled Carlos's crimson life force. The smarter ones were able to crawl inside using corpses as cover, but a few defenders were trapped outside as our tanks rolled closer. They were being peppered by hundreds of turrets, with the balcony wall looking more like paper ribbons. Unable to find an easily available target, I pumped extra lead into the corpses for good measure. If any of those arseholes were playing dead, they weren't going to be playing much longer. Minutes whizzed by in an adrenaline-fueled blur as the rover rolled toward its destination. I eviscerated one Kolshian who stood for the briefest second before they could fire a shot at me or one of our allies. Samantha, meanwhile, was keeping an eye out for any mines through her periscope. She pointed out one metal circle hidden deceptively on the ground for my hood, which I then set off prematurely. It seemed like the enemy's missile supply was depleted, but running into the barrier of landmines could upturn a rover and maim its inhabitants. I was grateful the Predator's eyes were keen, because my focus was single-mindedly on revenge. I can't wait to get out onto solid ground and execute these fuckers up close and personal. How many humans, how many innocent people have to die before their bloodlust is slaked? Anyone still serving in the Kolshian army is a true predator and deserves to suffer for everything they've taken from me. Once we were within half a kilometer, the Terran snipers were able to set up shop. Their work was quiet and efficient, detectable only through the appearance of tiny holes in the windows. Anyone visible, including the Kolshians with the self-destruct key, was picked off with the masterfulness of a hunter focusing on their prey. Terrans with perfect accuracy kept watch on the door, blowing one foe's head off as soon as he set foot into the command center. No one was going to be retrieving those arming authorizations. Our enemies were going to face real justice. The damned primates better not take prisoners this time. Beyond my steaming anger, we couldn't afford to tote more bodies back to our ships. I kept my head low as the rover slowed, parking itself by the decimated complex.
Hey, Sam, something just occurred to me.
The human offered.
What's to stop the Kolshians from blowing the planetary defenses off the map with us inside?
Same reason humanity sent us here instead of picking them off from orbit. Too dangerous to take a direct flight at the lasers. It would have cost us a fuck ton of ships. You gotta have precision bombing to ensure you take out something this small. But I imagine when they realize it's turned against them, they'll try. They weren't expecting us to thwart the self-destruct orders.
So it could still blow up with us inside?
Only a small number of humans are sticking around to operate the controls after we clear the place. We're going to get back in the rover and catch a drone shuttle back to our ship at the evac point under friendly controlled skies. Damned if I'm going to leave Carlos to decay at the arse end of this moon.
He should be brought home. Even if he wasn't tight with his family, there's many people who will grieve his passing and celebrate his life.
A life that should have been longer. But that's a tired story I could say about my dead as a doornail husband too. Fucking hell. Now's not the time to get all teary-eyed. Get out of the vehicle, now!
I ducked back through the rover's hatch and bounced out after Sam toward the exit. The human fell into a pack with other soldiers before we ascended the balcony stairs in a purposeful formation. Kolshian bodies littered the upper deck, with a handful having been picked off back on the ground. The rover's onslaught had shredded any living enemies, especially as UN vehicles armed with grenades got close. As always, the Predator's killing technology from their pre-FTL days exceeded anything seen in the galaxy. The extremity of the wars they'd fought amongst themselves, brutal and bloody, showed in their advancement of their technology. With how quickly the Yotul were catching up without shackles, it raised the question of whether Lern had a similar history. What will Onzo and Tyler say, assuming we make it back? But with Carlos in a body bag. It's like every thought brings me back to the fact that he's gone forever. No more advice, shared meals or adventures together. Irrevocably gone. I knew I needed to keep my composure, unless I wanted to bear responsibility for Sam garnering the same fate. The Kalqian command center was kept locked down by snipers, but we needed to flush out any stragglers taking refuge inside the obfuscating walls. As much as I longed to be the one to end these miserable bastards' lives, the humans were taking charge. A soldier kicked open the door, lobbing a grenade with ease through the lax gravity. Our helmet hood switched over to night vision, which allowed us to see in the dark in the kitchen. A Kalqian was trying to hide behind a trash can, but I fired a shot into his leg. While he jerked to the ground, I stomped up to him and placed a bullet straight through his helmet from point-blank range. The Terrans were shooting on sight as well, already poking gun barrels into closets and adjacent hallways. There wasn't time for any unwanted surrenders, to my relief. With how willing the Kalqians were to fight dirty and utilize the UN's morality against them, it was impossible to trust any attempts to turn themselves in. I fell back in at Samantha's side as she kept an eye for any ambushes from behind. We followed a snaking corridor into a mess hole, where a few petrified hostiles shot at us from under tables. One bullet connected with a Terran's leg, but thankfully the foe's low positioning made it difficult for them to fire on vital areas in close combat. I ducked enough to pump several bullets in quick succession, as the Predators dispatched the other enemies with breathtaking ease.
In ground combat, you guys far outshine them, just like you showed you're not in the same bracket during the shipboardings,
I remarked. Samantha finished patching the bullet hole in our wounded suit leg, securing his air supply.
We're trained properly and keep our wits. Federation fear and Kalqian complacency don't make for a good standing army. That's if they weren't outnumbered and blown the fuck out by the rovers.
I'm glad they were outclassed, because it means we can get control of the planetary defenses. That'll turn the tide of the battle and distract the shadow fleets, I hope. Carlos's sacrifice has to mean something.
Let's actually get those lasers in our possession, then we'll think about winning this shit show. Just keep your head on a swivel. We don't need any traps or tricks catching us off guard.
I don't need my head in a swivel. I don't have binocular vision.
Huh. You still need to look behind you, Baldy.
I chuckled before quieting myself with guilt.
Huh, what?
Sam huffed.
Carlos wouldn't expect me to stop taking swipes at you for anyone's funeral.
The UN soldiers finished sweeping the hole before progressing down the final stretch to the command center. The complex was hardly spacious for its occupants, with few luxuries present. The premises were reserved for packing weapons to fend off raids and invasions. If that fact allowed us to reach the command center and bring the planetary defenses under our control quicker, then it was a blessing. The Terran who'd taken the bullet in the leg was able to bounce after us, having gotten a tight patch secured around his perforation. Given that the command center was under lockdown by human snipers, there weren't likely to be many more enemies to clean up. Samantha found a single Kalqian crouching outside the final entry and gunned him down without remorse. The Terrans didn't relax their guard, despite the high likelihood that the vicinity was clear of hostiles. I was grateful that most defenders fell against the rovers, saving me from watching more humans perish at my feet. The senseless losses our side had incurred throughout this battle were staggering enough, just from the overhead skirmish. I waited as we communicated to our snipers that we were entering the command center, so watchful allies wouldn't pick us off at the first sign of movement. There was no time to waste in redirecting the planetary defenses for the sake of our fleet.
All right, let's go,
Samantha barked. I followed the Predator soldiers into the command center and watched a tech specialist work on switching the defense's directives. Turning my gaze starward, I wished that Carlos was here to see our mission reach its successful end. There was still a herb-load of enemies running amok above us, and we had no update on how our armada had fared in our absence. Nonetheless, I was certain these seized assets could give the United Nations the chance to put the Shadow Fleet down. Because of our actions on lunar soil, humanity might be able to level the playing field around Aafa's orbit.
Memory transcription subject. Chief Hunter Isith, Arxur Rebellion Command. Date. Standardized human time. March 25th, 2137. Landing on Liberty's bastion, I could see the fruits of humanity's ventures into the universe. The colonists who'd been evacuated under the threat of the Malu Shadow Fleet curing them had returned to the frontier. Secretary General Zhao was making his first in-person visit to the colony and agreed to meet me here. A shorter journey than traveling to Earth. The dignitary knew I'd like to pay a visit to Felra, who was now a permanent resident of the settlement. Her last message had been an irritating remark about how she thought I'd look cute in a sequined hat, so she'd bought one for next time we met. Dreadful. I would have to face that insufferable idea. However, the purpose of my visit was to brief Zhao on the rebellion's progress and inquire about the status of the Battle of Aafa. The reality was that we didn't have ships to lose to contribute to a direct assault on the Kolshian homeworld. Our tactics had always been guerrilla warfare, through and through. There was nothing glamorous in breaking up supply lines and utilizing hit-and-run attacks against ship contingents, but it was the surest play for our purpose. If our rebellion broke apart, that would mean the Arxur had no optimistic future in the galaxy. Neither Gisnell nor Ilthiss would detach themselves from cruelty. I couldn't believe what UN intelligence had told me about the Dominion fighting alongside the Shadow Fleet. I never imagined they'd so openly show their mutual interest in continuing the war. Gisnell must be desperate to stop humanity from coming for Riss now, regardless of how Earth has refrained from openly waging war against them. The majority of the Dominion ships being at the Kolshian homeworld meant that each sector was left with sparse defenses. We couldn't resist targeting ship counts in the meager thousands, depriving Betterment of much-needed numbers. Assuming the band at Aafa fell, the copious spacecraft kept in Riss's central sector was halved. My rebellion hadn't gunned for them first, since my next plan was to trumpet a certain video through open channels. Command vessels at Aafa were jamming comms to prevent the footage of Gisnell and Nikonus' collusion from being passed along, but the brass weren't back babysitting the leftovers. That strategy had flipped several Arxur vessels that I'd been able to contact in the external sectors. Lisa breathed in the fresh air, smiling.
This is a lovely planet. Regardless of what happens at Aafa, maybe more so if we win. I bet humanity is going to spread out, like them. I think this colony has a lot of potential to be the start of something new.
It would also be the perfect world to hide secret experiments.
Oleg challenged with dramatic arm motions.
Much farther away from Earth than the 3 colonies that popped up in our territory. We could work on bioweapons and no one would ever know.
Oleg, I've never met anyone as paranoid as you. You need medication.
I do not. It's not paranoid when I'm right. It would be easier if I was wrong, but other people just miss these things.
Though our posse of 3, with Kaisel staying behind to avoid offending local leadership, was standing just in front of our landing ramp, the settlement looked ramshackle and unimpressive. There were 2 large buildings that I could scan with my visual translators, with one labeled a communal dormitory and the other as Town Hall. The sole independent constructions were hab modules in front of farming fields where earth crops had been planted. There was little in the way of shops apart from market stalls for food and general goods. The Maziks were constructing an embassy with proper elegance, but that was still a work in progress. I thought I recalled some tidbit from Felra about the Terrans opening a new seed vault on Liberty's Bastion. That was the closest thing to a government mission on this world. There was likely a lab-grown meat factory tucked away somewhere, far from any Mazik eyes. I guess that was hidden since it might qualify as a bioweapon by the Federation standards. Oleg needed a reality check on his fantastical conspiracies, especially after the jaw-dropping revelations of late had encouraged his outlandish theories. The glasses-wearing human was talking about mind-reading technology just last week. It couldn't get more detached from the realm of probability. I flared my nostrils. Silence! The likeliest secret on this colony is the fact that an Arxur is landing within Mazik territory, yes? I recall they weren't pleased to see me at the summit, so it's bold to invite me here.
It's our colony.
Lisa shrugged, bringing her arms closer to her chest as the chilly breeze nipped at her.
We can do what we want, though we don't imagine Zal wants to step on any toes. This planet is perfect for habitation, and we wouldn't want the Maziks rethinking their gift. I wouldn't mind settling down in a place like this.
I thought you wanted to open a coffee shop and bring people together.
That's why there's opportunity here. Earth will pour tons of time and resources into building this place up. There's no conveniences or entertainment spots here yet, so the market isn't saturated like it is at home. Places like this could become something more than Rust attempts to get humans out of Sol.
I agree.
Zhao chimed in, having approached quietly from the side.
There were limitations from my target date of having residents here, and the United Nations thrilled the Bastion colonies by 2136's end. In peacetime, we'll have higher standards for new construction. If all goes well, we're the de facto power in the galaxy, and we need to look the part. It's wonderful that you could make it out here, Isif.
I turned my maw to face the human. Secretary General, I eagerly anticipate an update on the Battle of Aafa. But first, may I inquire how you're hiding my visit from the Maziks?
I'm not. We don't plan to build our alliance on lies and secrecy and foster mistrust within the Sapient Coalition. President Kuko knows who you are, And I've told him that we're coordinating our war efforts with the rebellion leader in the area. He doesn't approve, but won't interfere.
Very well. I assume you wish to speak of the war efforts. I'd like to discuss further where the Arxur stand after this is over, because I believe my recent efforts made Gisnell's capitulation likely. All I need is an update on Aafa.
I'll let you begin with a summary of what the rebellion has been up to, and then I'll bring you up to speed on the battle. Don't worry, I'll point you to the starship docking port to find Felra. We don't get much Kathik here, but she fits in well as an inspector.
Felra is a strange dosser, but I am grateful for that annoying rodent safety measure. How much do you already know about our plans from Jones and her informant? Lisa huffed as I pointed at her with my tail.
I am not Jones's informant.
You are always in touch with her and promise to handle her like you have some inside road. She always seems to know my plans. It doesn't take a genius to figure out how that might occur. I am not the Federation. Oleg narrowed his eyes.
You know, that makes a lot of sense. No wonder you shoot down my conspiracies. You're one of them.
Coming from the guy who instantly believed Isif was a UN spy.
Lisa Reynolds shot back.
And he was a spy for us.
Secretary General Zhao's eyebrows shot upward, as though he were conceding the point to Alexei.
I have no idea if Reynolds works for Jones, so I wouldn't put it past her. And I know she wouldn't tell me. Old habits die hard. Still, I'm grateful that you three seem to have bonded. Now, forgive my impatience, but I'd like to get back to keeping tabs on Arthur as soon as we're done. Can you fill me in on your recent whereabouts?
The entire goal of my actions had been to bring as many Arxur to my side as possible. I wanted to have enough people left to cobble together a society. Turning Chief Hunter Ilthiss had hopefully been an asset to humanity's cause, but with nothing left to lose, I'd been determined to convert more Dominion personnel. From the second-hand information Jones had given me, I knew that the command ships at Aafa were blocking the Terrans from passing along Betterman's treason. It was my belief that we'd achieved a workaround, though the fallout remained to be seen. I have no idea how humanity is holding up against two galactic powers. Any chaos or doubt within Arxur ranks could aid their mission. My people approached the vessels left behind in each sector and forwarded the video of Gisnell and Nikonas colluding. After the viewing of this footage, they were asked to join my side. A large percentage have committed forces to the rebellion, which takes Riss's ship count down a notch further. We also have deigned to launch attacks against any who didn't join our side. This should help humanity to gather a Dominion surrender, yes? I asked. The Secretary General grimaced.
I gave you my word that will help your cause once Arthur is dealt with, and I'll follow through. The less ships they have, the better. I don't imagine you'll find faulting having more ships at your disposal either. However, I confess it would be of more immediate use to connect with the Arxur fighting us at this moment.
You're in luck. The Dominion does not have command ships to jam signals out here, since they are at Aafa. However, any fleet needs to communicate amongst itself. Specific channels are open so Chief Hunters can stay in touch with their sector and be apprised of any attacks back here. If it comes from approved vessels and is framed as a status report, leadership has no reason not to pass it along. I have given pointers that should help some Arxur abetting the Kolshians to see the truth. Very soon, Oleg flashed his teeth.
Isif is saying that the video would be playing mid-battle. We should have at least some Dominion assets turning to our side and throwing a wrench in the Kolshians' alliance.
I thought it was wise to pass along the message to each sector in person, so there was no chance the Dominion could catch wind of our intent and block the video. It's important that they're blindsided.
Lisa said. Zhao tapped his chin.
I agree that we don't want them to get a heads up. I'll brief you on command, and we'll throw the fleet in once we receive visual confirmation of hijinks. Might I say, excellent work, Isif. Without ever needing to send a warship of your own, you're responsible for all of the extra help we've gotten. From saving Earth to swaying your people. Don't think we don't know that you've done more than anyone for humanity's cause.
Your cause is my cause. Ending the Federation. A better future. No more sapient cattle, I responded. Might I ask what you mean by all the help? This means Ilthiss has been useful perhaps, yet your reference seems to be corresponding multiple parties.
The Duel and Shield have come to our aid too. That's in no small part thanks to you, risking your people to stop the Kolshians from eradicating Kalqua when you had nothing to gain. It's telling that our chances ride on the friends and allies we have struggled so hard to get. We did what was right by ourselves and by the laws of decency, even when it was taxing. Our decisions haven't been perfect, and there's been some things we had to do that were unpleasant. But we opened enough eyes to the truth for it to make a difference.
You say we, as if I were a part of the outreach to the leaf flickers.
You were, Isif. I'm proud to call you a friend of the United Nations. While I cannot guarantee what the Sapient Coalition will think about the Arxur, after this is all said and done, I promise I'll try to do right by you. I'll try to build a path to reconciliation.
Lisa chuckled.
That won't be easy, sir.
Believe me, I know. There are so many broken relationships from centuries of psychical hatred that need mending. There are trillions of traumatized people, freed cattle, those grieving worlds that are bombed out husks, brainwashed citizens with lives rooted in fear and victims from the literal past. Trying to set the galaxy back on track will be a battle of its own.
You've come a long way from protecting humanity's interests above all others, I remarked.
We gain nothing from the suffering of other races. Peace, equality and community are humanity's interests. It's the only way Earth will ever be a safe, prosperous member of the Orion neighborhood.
You say that as if you believe they can truly accept predators.
I do. With time, I think they could even accept the Arxur.
My nostrils flared, considering whether that could be a possibility. Before everything that had happened in recent months, I wouldn't have believed it was possible for the prey to forgive what we'd done, and for us to forgive the long-ago curse of starvation. That was before I learned that the Federation wasn't the sole party responsible for our plight. Betterment had been the agent that wiped out our cattle and encouraged us to seek out a sapient food source. Likewise, the herbivores had learned that the Kolshians were complicit in everything the Arxur did, with the power to stop it at any time. Chief Nikonus wouldn't have allowed a predator race to be peaceful and used us as a tool to justify their control. There were so many things I'd seen on a personal level that gave me hope for the future. Felra had been willing to accept me, even after learning that I was an Arxur. That deranged dosser tried to get a rise out of me often, and once dabbled in eating Olek's beef jerky. Governor Tava had been willing to work with me during the cattle exchange. She'd argued in my favor when the humans imprisoned me, and again at the summit. There was the fact that the majority of 38 herbivore species voted to let me speak at that summit, and that the vote to join a human-led venture was still unanimous after Zhao admitted to working with me. There was even the Yotul reaching out after the event and being pleasant to work with during battle. I had liked and respected the feisty marsupial I spoke with during the fight for Kalqua. There's even that the Maziks didn't throw a fit with word that an Arxur chief hunter was landing in a predator enclave within their territory. Things have changed. I hope so. It seems that we will be on the outside looking in for some time, I replied. Zhao tilted his head.
That's why I'm personally making an effort to keep you in the loop. You're as much a friend of humanity as anyone in the Sapient Coalition. Just to drive my point home, the risks you've taken for us haven't gone unnoticed. Now, I'm sure you've been waiting to hear about the Battle of Aafa.
That would be appreciated.
In short, we've pushed through to Aafa, and the planetary defenses are under the control of our ground troops. It's my expectation that we'll know who wins or loses this fight by the end of the day. It's not like that's the last leg of the journey, but with the new information you gave us about turning Dominion forces, I'm hopeful that humanity won't be searching for a new home as of tomorrow. Once the result is locked, I'll make sure intelligence passes that along to you.
The fate of my people is in humanity's hands. I hope that you will succeed.
I hope so too, but there's nothing else either of us can do. You've achieved more than I could have hoped for, so take comfort in that and save the worrying for another day. Go enjoy your time with Felra, Scifi. Ask for her at the docking port over there. She should be on call now.
I will. Good luck, Zhao. Whatever happens, it's been an honor to work with you and all of humanity. The Terran leader smiled.
Likewise.
Olek and Lisa tailed behind me as I padded off in the direction Zhao was pointing. It was a strange world where I could express my feelings and meet up with a herbivore friend who cared about me against the odds. There was nothing else I could do at this point to aid the rebellion and the UN fleet's chances. I hoped that my final contribution, ensuring that Dominion forces by Aafa got wind of Gisneld and Nikonus' scheming, paid dividends. It had to work. How could Arxur not turn on Betterment, hearing how our suffering was their intent? In conjunction with the Federation, for all intents and purposes, I was assuming the news would cause a significant schism in Arxur ranks. Ilthiss couldn't be the only one to react to the truth with outrage. With the numbers a bit more in their favor, humanity might be able to eliminate the Shadow Fleet from Aafa's orbit. This would be the defining moment where a verdict would be passed down about whether sapient predators had the right to exist in this galaxy.
Memory transcription subject. Onzo, Yotol technical specialist. Date. Standardized human time. March 25th, 2137. After the human troops leapt from our ship toward the lunar surface, survival up in the stars proved to be a harrowing task. There were several factors that left our warship in a precarious spot. On a grander scale, the gap we'd cleared with the 3 rounds of antimatter bombs had sealed. The UN drones had borrowed seconds for us against hopeless numbers, falling by the thousands. Half of our allies were situated on the other side of the Shadow Fleet, but were unable to help us retreat due to their own problems. Turning back wasn't an option, and with that door closed, it was a matter of avoiding immediate death. The nuclear weapons tucked away in the moon were launched as soon as we got past the fleet, leaving us quite the radioactive payload to evade. Drones were scrambled to cut them down, despite having Kolshians spitting plasma at their heels. While our drones on this side of the globe had suffered heavy casualties, manned ships hadn't gone unscathed either. Our vessel had taken a beating with several direct hits to our underbelly, and we lacked any shields once those were taken down. Honestly, if someone didn't engineer a way to facilitate a shield current despite magneto-resistance, they were all but useless in future battles. The United Nations hadn't scrounged up any alternative innovations on that front yet. While I had my eyes on any missile launches, we couldn't afford to take many more hits from conventional weapons as well. Our craft was hanging together by a thread, with a single love tap able to cause structural integrity to unravel. Even if Sovelin, Kalos and Samantha are able to gain control of the ground stations, that will take time. I'm not sure how we're supposed to hold out against nukes, free shots for planetary defense lasers, and Shadow Fleet ships. The Terran fighters were mere nuisances to the drones, and were getting their asses handed to them. Though it was difficult to discern through the sea of sensor blips, the Dwayton Shield and the Sapient Coalition seemed to be struggling against a Dominion assault. The Arxur had brought tons of spacecraft into the fray. While the Avian Alliance was showing novel aggression, the Greys were the seasoned veterans in that department. The Carnivores hadn't been expecting such a fight from the homogeneity, but they adapted their strategies swiftly. Concurrently, on the far side of Aafa, Chief Hunter's Ilthiss and Dulcif's fleet had been reduced to stray remnants. The UN drones and technocracy craft there were left outnumbered, on their own, and unable to join our engagement by the moon. This is not how we wanted the battle to go. Particle beams alone won't win this fight, I hissed. Tyler scratched his blonde scalp.
Let's hope taking the planetary defenses is enough. We don't have many tricks left in the bag. Unless you got something in mind, Onzo.
My suggestion is to get somewhere those lasers can't have free reign to shoot us. Except we can't go back the way we came, and we've suffered enormous losses. The way I see it, we just need more ships. The Shield and Ilthiss just don't cut it.
This goes to show why we ain't provoked the Dominion. We didn't want to fight them and the Shadow Fleet at the same time, or for Betterment to know how much we had their number. Guess that ship has sailed, huh?
I think if things get much worse, the Dwayton will follow through on their promise to bomb Aafa. Since we are on the brink of defeat, maybe you should tell them to. My friend's jaw muscles tightened.
I don't want to authorize that.
And no, neither do I after seeing how senseless the Glasson of Kato was. But even if we flip the planetary defenses, it'll be too late to bring back our losses. We might have lost 50,000 ships across all our allies, which is a large chunk of our fleet. Enemy casualties are maybe 20,000 so far, and that's almost solely from particle weapons, which most of our fleet doesn't have. I don't see a scenario where we win here. The census officer's scowl deepened, displeased with my suggestions. His blue eyes seemed to be counting the minutes that had passed since Sovelin and his team leapt into space. They should be barging into the complexes by now, given how close their landing sites were. It was a miracle we'd managed to keep out of range and alive that long. What would happen to the troops if we fell, and they were left stranded on that moon with limited oxygen? What would become of humanity and the Otol if our all-out attack came up short? I suppose before drastic scorched earth action would be authorized, we should see if the planetary defenses could be impactful enough. A laser from the moon was identified as aiming at us, leaving us mere seconds to swerve off its vector. I could feel my heart pounding in my chest as my brain came up empty of any last-ditch strategies. We would have won this battle if it was just the Kolshians. We'd done admirably to make it this far with the Dominion joining in. But now, I could see 2 Shadow Fleet vessels tearing after us, lining us up for when their plasma weapons recharged. I desperately passed along the nearest drone's coordinates to weapons, but thanks to the foe's dramatic twail, our shot didn't cripple it like I'd hoped. It merely made a dent in its armor, so meaningless that the hostile didn't slow in its pursuit. There had been a momentary pause in the planetary defense firing, but I could see the entire complex lighting up below us now. It was a shame we were out of bombing range and that we'd committed to foot soldiers taking the installation regardless. I fumbled with the sensor readout, searching to map the laser's path. How were we meant to dodge 2 plasma beams that would tear off any second, and a laser? We still had a physical barrier to deploy to impede the incoming munition, but we couldn't shield both sides. I made a split-second decision and relayed the suggestion to drop it in front of the Shadow Fleet. While the lasers were stronger, the chances of evading synchronized plasma arcs were slim without some fortress. Captain Monaghan's weary eyes turned to the bridge crew.
We've received word from our unit leaders on the ground. All planetary defenses are under our control, except for a single module that was able to initiate self-destruct.
I could see an explosion near the shadowy border of the moon, where sunlight wasn't illuminating its cratered surface. The sensor's readout had switched the defense complexes to friendly indicators after that new info was fed into its database. I tilted my head in confusion, wondering why the nearest lasers were powering up and pointing at us. My befuddlement turned into a laugh, perhaps a sign that I was delirious from the stress of the battle. We might not be on track to win the battle, but it was amusing that the Shadow Fleet had no idea what was coming. A bluish flash radiated from the powerful weapons, and I tracked its lightning-quick path across the viewport. The complex's computer had charted the optimal angle to sizzle through both Kolshian drones, slicing them clean in half before the algorithms realized what changed. Planetary defenses revved to life on our side, finally granting some breathing room for our battered fleet. Without having to worry about flying straight into a stream of hostile lasers, I relayed a suggested course to sensors. It would take us as close to the lunar surface as possible. Further, that locale was in the blind spot of the complexes, so we didn't have to worry about friendly fire. It would also aid in getting the shuttles evacuating our soldiers back onto the ship. As insensitive as Sovlim could be, it felt weird standing on the bridge without his jobs. With our former pursuers dead in the water, our warship beelined toward the moon with a new lease on life. I highlighted the marker of the UN shuttle assigned to our vessel, seeing that it was circling over the evac point. The soldiers would need a few minutes to travel by foot to the pickup site. To my knowledge, the rovers had been left behind and jerry-rigged with explosives in case any Kolshians thought to retake the facilities. Sovlin, Samantha and Carlos wouldn't return for a little while longer. I tried to focus on picking out long-range targets, knowing that we needed to tilt casualties in our favor. The lasers had struck down thousands of enemies in the brief span we had them online, but the Kolshians were mobilizing on a bombing route. We had to push the Shadow Fleet back, despite how well equipped we were. It would be nice if we could rally the technocracy and UN vessels from the other side of the globe, but they were in hot water. The Shadow Fleet was pelting them with missiles and plasma, and if the hostiles burned through their munition stores, they would ram themselves into Terran ships. We couldn't replicate that crash and burn strategy, given that we were outnumbered. Back on our side, it would be a sacrificial play summoning the Dwerten Shield and the Sapient Coalition to hound the Kolshians from behind. Still, even though the Dominion had them on their heels, I thought we had to bring them to us. If the planetary defenses are bombed out with hardly a chance to rack up casualties, it's over. We've got mowed down like flies taking the complex, so we need an equalizer. I pinned my ears back against my head. Tyler, sir, have comms reach out to the Dwerten. I know they won't like orders from us, but persuade them to abandon their positions against the Arxur. We need something to hound the Shadow Fleet from behind.
The shield will be massacred, and then the Dominion will come at us too.
Officer Cardona objected. I know, but it'll keep them at bay for a few extra minutes. We've invested too much in the planetary defenses. The UN drones took too many losses on our side to get us to the drop point, and we can't handle the Shadow Fleet alone. The lasers are all we have. It's a simple calculation of what the greatest asset is.
Fuck. We can't have gone through all of this to lose the lasers, and the shield are gonna fall 1-on-1 with the Arxur anyway. I'll have Monaghan pass along the message. She'll tell them the truth, that it's the only way, and hope they go for it.
If you remind them that this is all to stop the Shadow Fleet from marching on Kalqua, I believe the Dwerten will make that sacrifice. They want to bring the Kolshians down at all costs. My human friend shuffled off, and I stuck a glimpse at the shuttle sensor dot near the lunar surface. It was lifting off with our crewmates in tow, assuming all had gone well. Sovlin was a brave Khajiit to pull that death-defying stunt alongside the primates. I couldn't wait to hear some version of how a primitive like me wouldn't have been able to handle a jetpack, ignoring the fact I'd used them during maintenance spacewalks. Regardless of our fleet's dire straits in the battle for the galaxy, some things never changed. If there wasn't some kind of comment about my intellectual capacity, I would be concerned. My attention returned to the present circumstances on the bridge, where Monaghan huddled over her comms. I didn't envy that conversation, but whatever she was saying seemed to be working. The shield was trying to sidestep the Arxur vessels who'd moved in for an up-close and personal kill. The Sapient Coalition was running interference. As the weakest links, their prey crews still proved selfless, standing in the way of blistering guns. Our plasma weapons could land a few long-range shots, but between drone evasion capabilities and distance, our accuracy was lacking. Watching our side's desperate actions now, I wished I hadn't gotten my hopes up back when early reinforcements entered the system.
Hey, don't go doom and gloom on me.
Tyler tapped his palm against the workstation for my attention.
Your spirits look in the toilets, my man, and I won't be having that at my station. Give me one piece of good news, Onzo.
We're not dead yet. My tail drooped further between my legs as I struggled to find a bright side. Reading the shuttle's passenger data, which showed 3 KIAs listed among the dozens of soldiers returning to our ship, meant I couldn't attest to our friend's safety. Oh, I got one positive. Sovlin, Sam and Carlos are heading back on the shuttle now. Assuming they're alive, we'll see them soon.
That's fantastic. You know, I was worried about sending that Gajid out on something extreme like that. He's really come a long way since we first met him, and I'm glad we got a chance to make everything right between us.
By making things right, you mean you punched him in the face?
Well, I was angry. You got to know what that's like, Onzo. My knuckles may have grazed his jaw, but it all worked out. This fight will work out too, so keep your head in the game. I need you to keep watch for the Dominion ships in case they turn on us. We gotta fight to our last and be ready if the whole damn fleet comes at us.
Yes, sir. I'll have the Axis vectors mapped pronto. It might help to forward any assessments to the SC and the Shield. Tyler gave me a hearty clap on the back as I tried not to watch the Shield and Coalition bleed numbers. The Dwerten were hurling munitions toward the Shadow Fleet with fury, forcing some to turn their attention away from our encampment by the moon. The Arxur hadn't relented for a moment, and I could see their ships burning full thrusters ahead in our direction. However, in between my last visual and the present one, it seemed like something had discombobulated them. Their movements looked uncertain and disorientated, like they'd been thrown out of subspace by disruptor pulse. My inquisitiveness prompted me to solve the puzzle, seeking out what had caused the sudden hesitation. The majority of the Dominion ships seemed to reach a decision, forging ahead with shaky focus. However, before my watching eyes, an inexplicable breakdown occurred. Some Arxur vessels began firing on their own remnants. Other agitators' undercraft turned their sights away from the Dwerten and peppered the Shadow Fleet from behind. A handful were shooting at both the Shield and Coalition, and their own side, blurring their allegiance even further. Any semblance of cohesion broke down with the infighting, as no party had a clue where to turn their guns. The Kolshians were taken off guard by the Grey's betrayal, and after a moment of consideration, began shooting all Arxur vessels with blanket condemnation. Sir, the Arxur and the Kolshians started shooting at each other. Why, I have no clue. Ilthiss said he couldn't get through the comms embargo, I explained. What I can say is the same chaos is unfolding on the planet's flick side. Our drones seem to be having a resurgence in efficiency. Tyler's frosty eyes widened.
This changes everything. We have to seize this opportunity while they're reeling.
How do you say it? Damn straight. We need to kick their ass before Sovlin shows up, so we can know we did it all without him.
I don't know about that. There's still hundreds of thousands of ships to clear out, even if a shit ton of the ones here were Dominion. How many are on our side? We could have numbers in our favor now.
It's not so simple, sir, but the Kolshians are treating the Arxur all as hostiles, so I'd venture the ones who hadn't turned on their mission will now. My opinion is that we should target the Shadow Fleet with everything we have.
Damn straight. Whatever we have left, we'll have it flying at them, ASAP.
Suits my conjecture, the Kolshians' targeting of all Arxur vessels resulted in Betterment's entire fleet rounding on them. As the eye-popping number of ships on both sides traded blows, it was clear that the Shadow Fleet was annihilating the Dominion. While the Greys landed thousands of kills through ship volume, their ranks were being ravaged much quicker. The Dwerten Shield rallied among the confusion, eagerly shoving antimatter bombs meant for Aafa down the Shadow Fleet's throat. Any nanodrones and cluster bombs the UN had left assailed the enemy, capitalizing on the confusion. Planetary defenses had never been contested thanks to the diversion, and were still canking out ship-ending lasers without refrain. I eagerly passed along a target for our plasma railgun, and noted that the indicator denoting Sovlin's transport had crossed into our ship. With the Gajid likely on his way to the bridge, I spared a glance back toward the other side of the globe. there wouldn't be any gaps in my knowledge for him to question. The Yotol technocracy was being aggressive in hounding the Shadow Fleet. With the Arxur to distract our foes, particle beams were surgically dissecting them. The Kolshians on that side were floundering enough that the UN could finally divert some drones to help our weaker flank here. We were on the cusp of winning the Far Half's engagement altogether, which should tilt the lunar fray heavily in our favour. My mind was reeling after out of nowhere, it seemed that we could end the Federation within the hour. What had changed inside of the Arxur fleet enough to sow that much division? Had humanity found a way through their cybersecurity, or was something else going on? Dominion vessels were falling in with Ilthiss and Ultsif remnants on the far side, though on this half their numbers were rapidly sinking towards zero. We needed to keep the pressure up while the Shadow Fleet's focus was still on the Arxur. The Kolshians had lost not just their allies, but tens of thousands of their own vessels to the betrayal. Even with our losses earlier, we have the advantage after this change. We have particle beams and planetary defenses still in play to aid our reinvigorated fleet. I watched with bated breath as I wondered if this sudden infusion of chaos would be the deciding factor in the Battle of Aafa. Victory was within humanity's grasp, and now, it was up to us not to let this opportunity slip away. Memory transcription subject, Onzo, Yotol technical specialist. Date, standardized human time, March 25th, 2137. The lasers from the planetary defenses gave the Kolshians no quarter as humanity ramped up its efforts against the Shadow Fleet. While the Arxur were getting eviscerated by the high-quality drones, we took it upon ourselves to direct our allies. The Sapient Coalition had been distracting the Dominion so that Dwerton could go after the Commonwealth, joined the Avians in wailing on the enemy with everything they had. UN automatons mobilized from beside the moon, while the Federation was preoccupied with the frenzied Greys. More of our drones swooped in to reinforce them, coming from the far side of the planet where our foe's fleet was capsizing. Dominion's ships had fallen in with Ilthiss and were meandering toward our half of the globe. Yotol technocracy vessels stationed over there took charge of hunting down the last stragglers. Our warship, meanwhile, fired off plasma shots and every mini-missile we had left, enjoying our cozy spot on the firing lines. Even as isolated Arxur near our engagement floundered, they were hell-bent on issuing parting gifts. That meant every missile or close-range kinetic they could throw against the Kolshian metal. No algorithm could escape the quantity of weapons firing all around our enemy. The Shadow Fleet numbers were ticking down like sand in an hourglass. I was transfixed by the viewport as far-reaching particle beams cut through Kolshian vessels with an invisible paw. The Dominion had comprised close to half of the enemy contingent here, so flipping their ship count alone put us on even numerical odds. The planetary defenses were built to tear any invading foes to shreds, which meant they could smite thousands of Aafa's defenders until they were removed from play. The enemy had no chance to take the complexes offline. We were really doing it. I wasn't sure the Shadow Fleet could fend off the assault, even if the UN, the SC, the Technocracy, and the Dwerton shield ships were taken out of the equation. The Arxur had the miracle reinforcements we needed here all along. It wasn't worth the risk of provoking betterment before. But now was the opportune moment to flip the Greys. However humanity achieved that, it was a Ralchi send. I perked my ears up. Sir, I'm sure you know, but we should take precautions with our manned vessels. We need as many ships like ours intact as possible to occupy Aafa. It's ideal if this doesn't turn into a two-way bloodbath.
Right on. I'm going to the ground when we end this fight to find out what happened to Slanik. I don't know if you want to come with me, but you ain't got to. There's no telling what we're walking into.
Tyler replied, I wouldn't let you bumble off on your own. After their ordeal, we'll have to see if Sovlin and company are up for another ground excursion. They could be worn out. Might need some shut-eye.
Well, this battle's been ongoing for a lot of fucking hours. We're all tired, but we can rest when the Federation no longer exists as an entity. Any ideas for how we help kill the ones up here, quick and easy?
I gestured toward the sea of explosions as the Kolshians were bombarded by thousands of munitions. I say we sit back and watch the show. Is this what fireworks are like on Earth? I see why you said it's beautiful.
This is a fine light show, but spectating ain't really seizing the opportunity, Onzo. I thought you wanted to make them pay.
Well, I also want to make it back to Lane and see you and all the others on the return flight to Earth. We can still kick their ass from here. It just takes a little imagination.
I'll bite. What's your play?
Remember on the submarine with the torpedoes? How they went past the enemy and looped back? Why don't we try that with our missiles? With the abundance of stimuli right now, The Kolshian drones might see them as off-target. Less warheads would be deflected. Tyler tapped on my screen.
Forward your suggested pathing to weapons. I'll loop everyone into the picture.
Proud of myself for improvising that idea mid-conversation, I began passing along targeting vectors to weapons. The missiles could have new instructions transmitted to them mid-flight. Coordinates I'd have standing by for the humans to send and double them back. There were still 60,000 active Shadow Fleet ships despite their enormous losses. While that count was much lower than our combined force, we had to take them down before they could land a counterpunch. The Flick Dominion ships were going to be a memory in the next few minutes. That meant we'd bear the enemy's full attention soon if we couldn't dial up the pressure. Plus the racist old Gajid will be back any minute. I don't want him to get a word in, questioning my skills in this station. It was as if the thought of that former Federation captain summoned him. I could hear the clicking of claws on the floor behind me, the methodical podding of Sovereign's feet. However, the light strikes of boots belonged to a single pair, and it wasn't the commanding thuds of Carlos's bulky form. Samantha looked unusually dispirited, the standard sneer wiped from her face. The Gajid's hoity ear was also missing, replaced by his claws curling into a ball with rage. I drew in a sharp breath as I put two and two together about what happened on the moon. While I hadn't known Carlos well, he had always been a kind-hearted presence on the bridge. Tyler's mouth parted with sorrow as his bushy eyebrows slanted downward.
How bad is it?
Carlos isn't coming back,
Sovereign said in a voice that lacked tonality. He squeezed his eyes shut as if to bury his emotions.
Tell me the planetary defenses made a difference. If we didn't have a chance, our whole mission was for nothing.
I placed my tail on his wrist for a brief second. Those lasers killed at least 10,000 of the Shadow Fleet ships. I'll tell you, revenge, it didn't make me feel as good as I thought it would. But you're wired differently. Turn toward the viewport and much the end of the Federation. I came up with a damn good idea for our missiles.
You have lots of good ideas, Anzo. There's no need to prove yourself to anyone.
Who are you? And what have you done with Sovereign? Samantha's eyes landed on me.
I'll tell you what he won't. Sovereign agreed not to call you a primitive. He told me he was proud to work alongside such a bright-eyed Torshana.
My tail snapped away from the Gajid's arm. The fuck did you just say?
It was a joke, but it's not funny anymore.
The Gajid sighed.
I don't have the heart to mess with you.
That's not messing with me. That's crossing the fucking line. The only reason I'm dropping you, military law be damned, is because you're suffering from Carlos. You ever say that words again, and I'll rearrange your facial features the way you did to Marcel. Tyler glowered at Sovereign.
Then I'll throw you into another cabinet for good measure. But I'm gonna cut you some slack and assume you weren't in your right mind, because of what happened to Carlos. It's a damn tragedy. I like that guy. He had his whole life ahead of him.
I'm sorry,
Samantha grumbled.
I didn't know there was anything wrong with that word.
The Gajid slumped his shoulders.
I just wanted to get under Onzo's skin. For what it's worth, I only took the time to even research Learn culture because I like him.
That's enough on this topic for now, but you're gonna hear why slurs are real fucked up later.
Tyler scolded.
I don't want to spit on Carlos's memory with this bullshit now, because it ain't the right time. Also, I don't want to miss the Shadow Fleet getting blown the fuck up for your bullshit. My best friend's ideas are gonna wreck those ships.
If anyone else had called me that charged term for Indians, I would have resolved the issue on the spot. However, my opinion was that Sovereign was sincere in viewing it as playful banter, without understanding how it was far beyond acceptable. It was difficult to summon anger when the Gajid looked so devastated by Carlos's demise. I was forced to consider how easy it would be for any one of us to bite the dirt. After losing one of our station's personnel, it drilled home the risk we'd be undertaking landing on Aafa. I tried to shake the thought of our peril, but I knew now more than ever that I was responsible to help protect our group. The pledge I'd made to my best friend wasn't one I'd back out on, no matter how much I'd love to stay up here. What I did know was that Sovereign and Samantha were committed to see this all the way through as well. Well, we hadn't asked them. I could tell they intended to head to Aafa's surface with us as soon as the Shadow Fleet was eliminated. It was difficult to muster up my old exuberance following such heavy news, but I did want to burn the Federation's fall into my memory. Years of resentment for the aliens who stole our culture and made a mockery of my species led up to today. Humanity needed one more spike of enemy casualties, and the threat of Kolshian control returning would be gone. The primate's arrival had given us a chance at being our true selves again. The missiles are away and sailing wide of their targets. Let's see if the underwater tactics translate, if we can deliver the final punch. I'm ready for all this to be over. I've seen and done too many things that risked my welfare. The stakes of this moment weren't lost on any of the binocular-eyed faces in the room. The Terrans had endured a great deal in such a short time frame. Much like the species who'd suffered under Federation rule for centuries, humanity had their worldview flipped upside down after first contact. I knew what it felt like to be treated as a primitive, but the burden of being viewed as a monster, unfit to exist, seemed worse. They'd been staring down the potential extinction of their species for many sleepless nights. As the explosives began to stake back toward the Shadow Fleet, I echoed the Dwerten commander's wish that the Earthlings could win and find closure. The enemy seemed mystified by the explosives passing them as they cleaned up the last of the Arxur. Particle beams were cutting down hundreds of Kolshians from far-side UN drones closing in on them. The Dwerten's shields were flying with senseless aggression, not giving the bastards time to process what the missiles were up to. Our armada badgered Commonwealth marks with plasma beams from afar. Lasers scored instant kills from the complexes that Carlos had lost his life to bring into our position. When thousands of warheads sent from an array of Terran ships doubled back in a flash, the Shadow Fleet was too overwhelmed to respond.
Here we go,
Tyler declared, a grin of schadenfreude on his features. You must have been telling the truth about sharing my desire for payback back on Lane.
This is gonna be some flashy fireworks, Onzo.
I was mesmerized alongside the blonde-haired human as explosions rocked the Shadow Fleet. The hits landed in close succession, encouraging the Sapient Coalition to send follow-up missiles. Debris from the enemy detonations struck their own allies as thousands of drones crumbled against a new tactic and sensory overload. It was now that the nearest human vessel swept in for the kill, going all out for the finish. With the numerical advantage on our side, UN automatons found the surest way to eliminate the Shadow Fleet. They rammed themselves into surviving Kolshian vessels with guns blazing on approach. Planetary defenses had their pick of the few remaining survivors, sniping enemies without the need to recharge. Meanwhile, Ilthiss's remaining band had arrived from the other side of the globe. The Arxur chased after the Shadow Fleet, hungry for revenge after the Kolshians wiped out their comrades on this Aafa. Particle beams were still dissecting enemies, some from technocracy ships that were hurrying to aid us. My disbelieving eyes stared at the sensor readout as our flurry of threats made quick work of the few thousand enemies that remained, after the missiles and the Yewen's own kamikazes. It was difficult to find hostile indicators on the screen. Control of Aafa is ours just like that. As long as the Dwerten shield will uphold their bargain about blasting the Kolshians and the Arxur will let us do the raiding, it's time to start gating up to head planet-bound. I scrutinized my readout for the decisive moment and wagged my tail with enthusiasm when it arrived. The Shadow Fleet has been eliminated from the orbital vicinity. It's over! Humanity has control of the Federation's art. We won! Captain Monaghan didn't quiet the cheers and applause as my shouted announcements reached the ears of the crew. Humans embraced each other with forward-facing gazes that watered with emotion. Tyler clapped his hand on my back with a bit too much force. Samantha reached out for her fellow guard to find he wasn't there. She finally let the tears overflow while shooting brief glances towards Sovlin. My gaze hardened with resolution, since I knew what I said wasn't entirely true. It wasn't over. What came next was uncovering the truth about how the Shadow Fleet operated, to ensure they weren't hiding out somewhere in space. If we discovered the origins of the conspiracy along the way, that would finally close the case on why the Kolshians were doing this. I didn't care what their reasons were, but humanity did. Tyler mentioned something about recording history to avoid it happening again in the future. Assuming we were able to land safely, the United Nations still had to reckon with the fate of Aafa and the entire galaxy. Tyler pursed his lips once the celebration settled down.
All right, we ain't breaking out the champagne yet. Anyone who's heading to the surface, follow me to the hangar. We'll get a briefing there on everything we need to know, and any intel on the Shadowcast that might help. Then we're going. No time like the present. Everyone else, watch out for enemy stragglers and reinforcements. Intel says that was all the ships they had, but we can't afford to get blindsided. Now, who's with me?
I'm coming with you,
Sovlin said. Samantha bobbed her shoulders.
I haven't shot enough Kolshians for what happened out there. Let's go.
Glad we're all sticking together. Let's just be careful for any spiteful tracks they set for us down there, I growled. Tyler bared his teeth.
Yep, the way I heard it, all human soldiers will be wearing gas masks. I'm a red meat guy. Don't want to be cured.
Red meat.
Sovlin wrinkled his nose with utter disgust, a trace of his normal attitude surfacing.
You mean blood-soaked?
Nah, I'm talking about the colour of their flesh, my dude.
Which is determined by how much oxygen is held in the muscles, I added with a tail lash of mischief. The Gajid flailed his claws.
Why the fuck do you know that? I didn't need to think about that, Onzo. I mean, Protector, are you getting a doctorate in predation?
I know many things. You'd be amazed what reading actual words on paper can teach you. Tyler smirked.
Something tells me Sovlin doesn't want knowledge about our culture. Why don't we resume the discussion about meat eating on the ride down?
I'd rather not.
Sovlin spat.
Just walk, Predator.
My exchange partner snickered to himself. It was clear that our orbital victory had lifted everyone's spirits, except for the sullenly silent Sam. We needed to find a new normal without Carlos, so we could achieve success in our mission. As I marched toward the hangar bay, I considered how our stint in Aafa might play out. Humanity was likely taking its first actions as the default leaders of the galaxy. While I was grateful for how differently they treated aliens from the Federation, I hoped they would continue to uphold a moral example in this new future.
Memory transcription subject. Captain Sovlin, United Nations Fleet Command. Date, Standardized Human Time, March 25th, 2137. Aside from my visit following the Battle of Earth, I hadn't been to the Kolshian homeworld in a long time. Russell used to invite me to family celebrations when he'd return home and pass along his stories from the warfront. On occasion, I accepted my protege's offer to mingle with his family. I hadn't been interested in reminders of my non-existent loved ones by seeing his happiness with his relatives, so it had been years since I wandered this city. The UN transport touched down on a rooftop landing pad, and I could see that time hadn't changed the Federation capital much. Massive arrangements of flowers were maintained atop buildings, with the more complex artwork denoting prestige. Botany was viewed as the most peaceful, prey-like pastime, but this was the sole planet where it was a lucrative career. There was no architecture with as many adornments as the School of the Flora, which took in students from across the galaxy. Each building had its own colour scheme, with words spelled out in Kolshian and pretentious common engravings. It crossed my mind that even the name of the diplomat's tongue stemmed from the word Commonwealth, showing who was really in charge. Yet for centuries, no race had realised who the Federation served. With the full scale of what had been taken from Gajid kind, the skyline that once inspired me with awe and purpose smelled rotten. While a masked Tyler and Samantha were enamoured by the view from on high, I didn't want to waste a second sightseeing. There was still work to do, ensuring that the secret cast ended today. I couldn't return to Earth where Hunter and Vizith needed my guidance until the mission was seen to completion. I hadn't even allowed myself to think of the future until victory was ours. I could act as a father again. It blew my mind that we defeated the Shadow Fleet and that subservient species could reclaim power in our own lives. Aafa was at humanity's mercy, and I hoped the Predators would use that power to sniff out any of the secrets the conspiracy had. Let's get moving, I grumbled. Remind me why we landed on the roofs, not the streets. Tyler heaved a sigh.
You know why. There's no telling how the Kolshians will react to Predators touching down in their grill. Last thing we need is to get caught up in a stampede, or to get mobbed or shot at. For all we know, there's Shadowcast agents lying in wait to gun us down.
I feel like there was something in that last thought. Maybe someone saw us landing here, and standing here admiring the view is painting a target on our backs.
Baldy's right,
Onzo chimed in. My claws angled toward him in a threatening gesture due to the use of that nickname.
Sooner we find out what happened to Slanik and get out of here, the better.
Samantha leaned back on her heels.
We need a way down to the surface.
Well, I can see the whole city. While I'm admiring the view, the crowds are over by the Federation Hall, along with some shit burning. Means we're clear to head on down. I say we take the elevator and walk out the front door.
Tyler growled. The female human shrugged.
Beats listening to Baldy screaming in my ear, rappelling down the side of the skyscraper. I'm not sure what our plan is to flush out the Shadowcast, but I'm glad another team's responsible for seizing the Governance Hall.
That's where I'm useful. I've been here several times and I know the basic layout, I chimed in. Some civilian might talk to me about who's involved with seditious activity. That's our best bet to get any insider info. Tyler nodded in agreement with my plan before we hurried down the rooftop access. The skyscraper, which appeared to have been a hedge fund management venture, was all but vacant, pooling the resources of wealthy investors didn't seem to be a priority with predator ships in orbital control. Electricity hadn't been cut off, so the four of us squeezed into the elevator. I shouldered my rifle, ready for any threats when we reached the lobby. There was nobody to greet us when the doors swung open at the ground floor. Even the dumbest Kolshian knew that camping out in a towering building wasn't ideal if antimatter bombs hit. While I said I might be able to get Kolshians to talk to us, that might be more difficult than it seems with the humans here. I remember how Rizal shuddered when he first saw Marcel. The reason seeking out information would be a struggle became evident once someone saw a group hustling out onto the streets. A single scream from a passerby, followed by pointing at us with an indigo tentacle, caused anyone walking nearby to scatter. I contemplated where the Kolshians wouldn't be able to run, which left anyone who stayed in their residences. After taking the moment to catch my bearings, I led the humans toward the setting sun. Our posse traipsed down the eerie sidewalk. I knew we were forced to barge into someone's home and intimidate them. All we sought was a small pointer in the right direction, for anyone who might talk to us willingly.
Where is the shadow cast? They're not resisting our invasion at all.
Onzo mused aloud as we maneuvered through the walkable city. Samantha snickered.
I think they're more preoccupied with keeping their own citizens at bay. The stunts they pulled today couldn't have been popular. Plus they lost to us.
We'll see how the average Kolshian feels about their government and conspiracy if we can get someone to have a conversation with us, I mumbled. But first, I need you two to act predatory. Nobody's crawling out of the woodwork to speak with us, so we need to bust into someone's home and get some pointers.
What? You want us to go and intimidate people?
Tyler stiffened as he noticed the row of compact houses which looked like oversized storage crates.
Fucking hell. How are you sure there even is anyone left alive who stood against the government before all this?
Because I knew Rizal wouldn't have stood for the things we've learned about the Commonwealth. He wasn't the only Kolshian with integrity who would have been revolted by this tyranny. I just imagined the smart ones operated in secrecy, like the shadow cast they're opposing.
You better be right, Sovlin, or we're wasting precious time they could be using to tie up loose ends.
What happens to Slanik doesn't hinge on my plan. You have no alternative ideas for where to start the search, and no intel on the Shadowcast's location. Are you in or are you out? Tyler hesitated.
You sure have wonderful ways of speaking to your commanding officer. But you're right that we ain't got nothing on these guys. They're ghosts. The cities are likely as anyone to have theories. Maybe the Kolshians got an Area 51 place.
You were?
Onzo questioned.
A secret base that everyone guesses what the government's doing there. Even if it's under the ocean like their nukes, that's way too big a search area. We got to narrow it down. So tell me what door we're kicking down.
I searched for the house with the nicest garden and trundled up to that doorstep. The humans followed before Tyler's leg removed the barrier from its hinges with a powerful kick. The Terran soldiers stormed forward, sweeping the house with guns out. They found a whimpering Kolshian beneath her kitchen table and dragged her out screaming. Samantha jabbed her barrel right beneath the civilian's chin, shushing her threateningly. Officer Cardona seemed to be keeping an eye on the guard, though he didn't voice our disunity. We picked someone who won't be willing to go toe-to-toe with human aggression. I'm sure she'll answer our questions under threat of having her brains blown out.
Do you want us gone?
Tyler barked, in the most guttural tone he could muster. The Kolshian froze with two gun-toting predators hovering over her.
Please leave. Not good food.
We don't want to eat you, dipshit. We're asking you to talk.
Samantha growled.
You play nice and answer the Gajid's questions. You don't have to see us anymore. You don't sing. We shoot you and find someone else that will. What will it be?
I'll help. But please, just ask and leave. Whatever you need.
Not so fast. You play games with us, or we find out you've been in any way untruthful. Then we come back. You'll wish we killed you up front, so think carefully about how you answer. Also remember that we're predators, so we're a lot better at deception than you are. Isn't that right?
Yes. What is it that you want to know?
I ambled up to the Kolshian as she quivered on the floor. It's an easy question. Do you know anyone who's involved with seditious activity against the Kolshian regime? Anyone suspected of treason, disloyalty, human sympathizing, or something in that vein?
I'm not involved with that sort of thing. Wait!
The civilian exclaimed as Samantha twisted the gun.
Look, I only know of one person who's under serious suspicion. The sister of a hated Kolshian traitor. She's been,
ostracized since nobody knows how deep her involvement goes. Maybe
Tyler leaned forward.
Where is this suspect?
She lives 2 blocks down. Just go right when you exit my place. It's the bungalow with the vine braids flowing from her windowsill. You can't miss it. Is that all?
Yes, I grunted.
Are you going to kill me?
Samantha stepped back with the gun, though I could sense her scowl.
No. Time to go, guys. I've had enough pathetic pleas for one day.
I turned on my heel, ignoring the stare of an abnormally quiet Onzo. That Yotul must have sensed my own doubt creeping in. He was thinking, just as I was, that the Kolshian's rumours seemed like shallow guidance to act on. I hoped this lead would bear fruit, but our sweep could turn into a long search. Familial relations to a traitor didn't mean this suspect agreed with his ideas, or was involved with resisting her government. However, she might know which players her brother had been connected to, so we could question those people with her help. It merited investigation. Even her partiality to us wasn't certain. Let's hope Sam is clear that we're not going in to intimidate this Kolshian. We need our potential ally to like us. We couldn't seek out the Shadowcast without proper information. I kept my complaints about the ceaseless walking to myself, and instead led the way toward the suspected rebel's home. The single-story home was classier than the cramped dwelling we'd broken into. The last stop size had facilitated an easy sweep for our initial interrogation. As promised, thick vines flowed in artificial entanglements from each window. Faint recognition chimed in my head as I gazed at the peach stucco and manicured teal lawn. Was this somewhere that I had visited long ago? I hadn't associated with many people on this planet, but this seems familiar, I mumbled. Onzo tilted his head.
It's familiar because of the lawn. That quaint shade of turquoise matches the grass species indigenous to Skalga. That must have been imported off-world. The owner takes botany seriously to spend that many credits on...
Not that. It's like this place is tickling my memory. Samantha crossed her arms.
If you say it came to you in a dream, I'm going to backhand you.
Maybe it's nothing, but it's not like every building on Aafa looks alike. Anyway, we shouldn't be wasting time. I'll knock since we don't want her seeing you two first.
Fine. We'll stand off in the corner in time out.
Onzo perked his ears up before trotting up to the doorstep ahead of me.
And I'll talk to this Kolshian about interesting flora and their evolutionary quirks. We're going to hit it off if I have any say.
I hustled after him, wrapping my claws against the frame. You'll do no such thing. We don't need a babbling primitive scaring her. The door swung open seconds after I knocked, suggesting the inhabitant saw us coming. The Kolshian's skin was a light purple with features that I would recognize even after a decade. Her demeanor was sheepish, but her posture shifted once she'd focused on me. Her bulbous eyes widened with recognition, emotion swirling within. I stared at her in shock, feeling the buried guilt for my treatment of Marcel return. That answered who her traitorous brother was. My heart broke to know my first officer's name was being dragged through the mud. The Yotul squinted with puzzlement as I threw myself forward and dropped Orcel in a hug.
Oh, so you're friends with this Kolshian?
Sam shuffled into view, huffing.
I'm thinking the same thing. Whose side are you on, Sovlin?
Right, it's... fine. I saw the predators on your approach. I knew they were here.
Orcel stammered as she avoided looking at the Terrans.
I, have many questions for you, Sovlin. The first of which is why you're with them.
Because they're good people who deserve support. They're trying to repair the galaxy, and I trust them with that responsibility. Besides that, I owe them, I grumbled. I should have protected Rissel, Orsi. And I'm sorry. Tyler inched forward, tilting his head.
Real talk. Why are you so familiar with the Kolshian?
This is Rissel's sister, Tyler. You know, my first officer. The one who saved Marcel.
No shit. Well, I'll be damned.
The tall human's body language warmed in an instant, abandoning his standoffish posture.
Marcel would love to talk to you, but for now, we'll take care of you. I ain't forgot how much humanity owes Rissel. Khajiit might have wiped us out if not for him. That makes you one of us. Your name's Orsi.
Orcel shifted with discomfort, clasping her tentacles together.
My name is Orcel. You don't hate me.
Why would I? 'Cause you were born a Kolshian. That's as dumb as folks hating us 'cause our eyes are different. We're here for the Shadowcast.
I'm not their biggest fan. Please, come in. I don't want anyone seeing you talking to me.
Arxur shied away as the humans padded into the residence. Onzo and I tailed behind, inspecting the interior's photographs and plants. My personal connection to this Kolshian likely helped her to accept that the Terrans weren't an immediate threat. There was no telling what she knew about the conspiratorial government, but I was pleased that she expressed distaste. It was also reassuring that Tyler spoke as if she was a friend, because I couldn't leave her to face whatever consequences were coming. I owed it to Rissel to get her off this world, safely with Duel and Unzimata hanging over Aafa. One problem. If I'm not mistaken, Arxur looks outright disgusted by the predators. I'm not sure she actually wanted to invite them inside, or would want to stick with us, even with a guarantee of protection. Oblivious Tyler made himself at home, slouching in a kitchen chair.
Right then, I'll get to the point. Is it true you're working against the Kolshian government?
Who told you that?
Arxur hissed.
It's why we're here. We asked around and were told that your brother, that Rissel, was a traitor, and you might be too.
Again, slandering Rissel's name. Forgive me for raising my voice. I'm not challenging you.
I heaved a sigh. Orsi, the humans aren't going to go off at a single insult. Believe it or not, they're immensely patient. I've challenged their wishes directly, even argued in bad faith, and nothing happened. They don't experience bloodlust.
My anger issues are much worse than Tyler's,
Onzo added.
Humans are soft. I was in the process of scientifically verifying that you can manipulate them just by adopting a cute expression.
If you want to be treated like a child.
Officer Cardona growled.
Look, Arxur, we're trying to figure out where the Shadow Fleet's been hiding all these years. We were looking for someone who already wanted to take them down and has a head start searching. Given that I heard you say you don't like him, we're on the same side.
No, we're not! I haven't lifted a tentacle against the government.
The Kolshian protested.
People spoke out after learning about the omnivores, and every one of them disappeared within a day. Our leaders scare me almost as much as you do. I know they don't have our best interests at heart, and they'll do things like sacrificing evac shuttles. But what could I do? I didn't want to end up like Rissel. Everyone hates my race, so I can't leave.
I wrapped my arm around Arxur's shoulders as tears streamed down her face. Easy. I understand what it's like to be viewed as a monster. Maybe even to view yourself as a monster. So do the humans. Just because you didn't want to be killed doesn't mean you supported the Shadowcast.
But I'm not with humanity. I don't like or trust predators, and I'm certainly not pleased they've taken over my planet. Rissel told me to trust humans, just like you did, Sovlin, but I hope never to interact with them. Whatever you say about bloodlust, they're built for killing, the same way a flower is coded to bloom. So I don't think I'll overlook their cursed lifestyle. I won't serve you, humans. If you need to kill me for that, get it over with.
Samantha had turned her back on the conversation, struggling to withhold her comments. Onzo had drifted to her side, since the Autol's skill was in intellect rather than nurturing. I had already said my piece on humanity's kindness to no avail. That left a stupefied Tyler, who rose from his chair in slow increments. The human sank to one knee in front of Arxur, rather than remaining at his full height. The Kolshian gasped as the predator pulled her into a gentle hug, despite the insults she'd lobbed at his species. If this display of empathy didn't convince her, nothing would. Tyler pulled away, bowing his head.
I'm disappointed to hear those thoughts, but thanks for your honesty. I'm sorry that we frighten you so much, but we won't kill you. Pinky promise. You ain't got to do nothing you don't want, or to like us. I mean, I wanted aliens to like me, but I guess it's hard when my lifestyle disgusts you. What I need is to remind you we both don't like the Shadow Fleet, so having them gone helps us all.
Plus, if we wanted to kill everyone in Aafa, we could have glassed you.
Sam commented.
She's right. But it's not up to us to decide what parts of nature, what life forms and which lifestyles are acceptable. We believe the galaxy has seen too much death and suffering. We wish we all could have got along. Even if you don't believe those words from a predator, the Shadowcast can't go through the motions of pretending to care. Doesn't that prove we're less bad than them?
Arxur was silent for several seconds before she forced herself to gaze at the human.
I thought about reaching out to Earth before, but I knew you couldn't help me. You're dangerous. I must be out of my mind to be considering this. But the Shadow Fleet are predators too, so I guess I'm just selling them to their own kind.
You know where they're hiding? I gasped.
I have a guess. The Shadowcast always hides in plain sight, and their self-selected name is about hiding beneath the official government. What if it's literal? Where's a better place to camp under our noses than beneath the Federation's hull? There must be a reason the capital won't authorize the construction of new bunkers or anything underground.
That actually makes sense.
Sam acknowledged with a lilt of surprise. I flicked my claws in agreement. The hole is built like a fucking maze. Perfect for hiding corridors or rooms.
Ain't certain, but it's worth looking. Thanks, Orsel.
Tyler growled.
Join us. I know how you feel about humans, but you don't really think Russell was all wrong. We can help you start over. Also, if we find the Shadowcast, you can see the truth with your own eyes. You'll know that they are the enemy of all sapient life. Not us.
The Kolshian shuddered.
I'll join you in case you need more insight about Aafa. It's for the best to see that those monsters are taken out. Besides, it's not really a choice. If the Shadowcast hangs around and they find out I helped you, I'm dead.
That won't happen under our watch. And you have my word. We'll make sure Russell's name isn't tarnished any longer. He had compassion for one of ours, and it cost him everything. I only hope that I can show half of the same kindness with you. Welcome to our family.
Onzo wagged his tail.
Welcome! I'll get in contact with you in command on the way. Let's go send those shadow pricks to an early grave.
Samantha raised her gun in agreement.
Come on, you heard the Yotol.
I coaxed Orsel out of the door, grateful that I could achieve some penance for Russell's demise. His relatives were the closest thing I had to surviving family, apart from Hunter. I hoped our theory about the Shadowcast's location was correct, and that it correlated with where Slonic had been taken. Beyond rescuing that Venlil, we deserved the truth about why the Kolshians had set forth to rid the galaxy of predators. After everything we'd endured to get here, I was confident our team could face these final revelations together. It felt right for humanity to bring down the Federation's secrets on the same day their empire crumbled.
Memory transcription subject, Onzo, Yotol technical specialist. Date, standardized human time, March 26th, 2137. United Nations soldiers were amassing by the Government Hall, the very building where every Federation diplomat once gathered. If the Shadowcast's hideout was in that intricate construction, I could almost respect the brazenness to keep the secrets of Underbelly so close to every other race. There was a wondrous arrogance to it, the very trait that made the Kolshians underestimate humanity until they no longer had the chance to wipe Earth out. They always assumed they were untouchable and would handily win the war until the moment Aafa was ours. While the Terrans were still calculating their moves, Kolshian civilians had stormed the hall and fires danced precariously close to the building. Since the United Nations needed the information within, we were in the process of quelling blazes. The crowd had been incensed by their government throwing away evacuation shuttles, and also that they'd lost to the Predator invaders. Once we'd assessed the situation, Tyler had found us a group of human soldiers to storm the hall with. I wasn't sure where we were going, but we needed one of the native guards to help us. Even the Kolshians responsible for protecting this place seem to have turned on their government. I don't think they're on the Shadowcast's locale. I've advised Tyler we need a different way of asking. My gaze monitored Orsel, a Kolshian who seemed none too fond of us. While I didn't like her mingling with our posse, I could respect that she had a brain in her skull. If she was right about the Shadowcast being buried below ground, it would make our mission much smoother. My main concern was that should she end up representing a problem for us, I didn't trust Sovlin's loyalties. The Gajid wouldn't turn on humanity, but I doubted he was capable of pulling the trigger on Russell's sister either. This could be a trap set for us by the secret government, luring us into a place where they held the cards.
I'll assume we won't just find a floor plan laying around her.
Samantha asked. The Gajid hovered close to Orsel as we moved toward the door.
I've been to the basement. Your head's been trying to get there, through all sorts of twisting corridors and finally down an escalator. They have a subway train that takes you from the hall to the office spaces. I didn't see anything related to the Shadowcast back then, so...
It's all right. Nikonas must have had some sort of bunker where he'd go if there was an attempt on his life. The idiot might have not expected an assassination, but he ain't so dumb not to have plans for it.
Tyler explained.
We just got to ask the guards if they know where Nikki went in an emergency. Private bunker or some shit.
Orsel gulped with nervousness.
What are you going to do about the civilians who pushed their way inside?
They don't bother us, we don't bother them. They want to attack us, we have to defend ourselves, but hopefully they know we're here for the Shadowcast. If the bullets start flying, you better duck for cover, 'cause I sure ain't giving you a weapon. That blue helmet tells our boys you're with us. Coolio?
I don't feel good about being here with a bunch of predators with guns.
I bared my teeth with exasperation. Have those predators shot at you with said weapons? Sovlin, your friend, vouched the humans won't snap. We've lived on a warship with them for months during life-or-death battles. Stay behind if you want to, or sell. But we don't have time to tipclaw around your feelings.
I want to see what the Shadowcast has been doing while we all live up here. I want to know why they care so little about the lives of their own people, and why they lied to us. You're here on my planet now, so I doubt there's any avoiding humans anyway.
After everything your people are responsible for, I think it's high time you stop treating us like the fucking monsters.
Sam grumbled. Sovlin's spines were bristling beneath his vest.
Orcel can't help how she feels, and she's not responsible for what the Kolshians did. It took me a long time not to be afraid around humans. It's not easy to see you as normal.
You always act like it's been so easy for us, Baldy. We said hello, and everyone tried to wipe us out. Over 1 billion dead. Everyone's lost something, but you don't see humans cowering around every alien they see.
That's enough.
Tyler spat.
I understand that you're angry at Kolshians, but Sovlin is right. Orcel had no say in what her government did. She can't help the feeling she's been programmed to have, and she deserves as much patience as we gave any other Xeno. I know it ain't easy, Sam, especially after Carlos, but he'd be the first one to warn you about lumping an entire populace together.
The Gajid mimicked a human nod.
The belief that makes monsters of us all. He was talking about not seeing your enemies as people. Carlos never wavered in that belief. I don't intend to let you or Orcel make my mistakes.
And I don't intend to let us get saddled with someone who'll get in the way of our mission, I countered. This is way more important than what you owe Resell. This is a favor for Marcel, and also the answers for why all of his and our torment happened. If Orcel can't control her feelings, then she's not coming with us. Orcel wrapped her tentacles around her torso in a self-soothing gesture.
I'll be fine. They killed my brother, and what they did is the reason the predators with guns are here in the first place. If you have a chance to get rid of them and expose their real motives, I won't be in your way. I just wish we'd get it over with.
Is this as simple as facilitating revenge for her brother's murder? I still don't trust her not to be a liability, but she doesn't seem like a Shadowcast plant. I know how I felt just seeing my Ensign burnt by those exterminators. I could recall the alien's truck arriving at my family home, and Papa shooting the Henser for a quick death. Why couldn't the exterminators give predators a swift, painless end if they had to kill our beloved pets? Thinking about the look in our domesticated pest killer's eyes, I could imagine her tan and black pelt vanishing beneath tongues of flames. The fact that Dino's coloration had been the exact same dug up all my memories of the moment I first encountered a Terran dog. Imagining what had been done to our beloved animals made me furious, just as much as thoughts of the far soul who placed me on a predator disease medication. My claws curled up with fury as the slights against the Yortul swirled in my mind. The glassing of Kato hadn't made me feel any better, but it hadn't eased my loathing of the Kolshians either. If I were honest, I hated having to work alongside someone who'd lived a comfortable life on Aafa. By her own words, Orcel hadn't played an active role against the Shadowcast. That made her complicit as soon as she'd known the truth about her government. I was here to fulfill Tyler's promise to search for Slanik, not for the secrets humanity sought. Whatever reason the Commonwealth gave for why this needed to happen, it wouldn't suffice. I couldn't care less. Tyler placed a hand on my shoulder, making me jump.
Onzo, did you hear me? We're moving, and I need your genius mind working for us. You good, bro?
I'm fine. I was just remembering the day they burned Ryense, I admitted. Hearing the Kolshians justify what they've done, I'm not sure I want to be in the room for that.
Honestly, I'm not sure I can deal with their contempt for us neither. You don't gotta hear it firsthand, my man. Don't think I don't know you came here for me, and I appreciate it. Let's see if the Shadowcast's there, alright?
I lifted my rifle in acknowledgement and bounded after the UN soldiers. We pushed our way through the thronging crowd, scaring them back by popping a few rounds into the grounds. That proved an expedient way to clear a path as we moved into the front door. We spotted a Kolshian in guard's armor who seemed to be helping the rebels milling about in the ornate entryway. Towering pictures of species working together on legislation mocked me from the walls. The false promise of the Federation put in visual form. I tried not to focus on the amicable body language of diplomats past and present, and instead watched Tyler round on the guard. The blonde human's impatient eyes could be felt beneath his biohazard mask.
Do you know where Nikonas's bunker, safe room, whatever you want to call it, where that is? Where he'd hide if shit hits the fan?
Ah, Tyler. Ever so eloquent.
Yes, I do.
The Kolshian gasped out.
Then you'll show us there. We'd like to pay your leader a visit.
Okay, but Chief Baronis' bunker is sealed. Even us guards don't have a high enough clearance to give you access.
Samantha raised an explosive charge.
Don't worry, I have a key.
Tyler leveled his weapon at the local guard, who wisely took the hint to get moving. The path through the entrance hall had been walked by many diplomats, though protesters had taken to smashing anything that looked fragile. Unlike the one at our behest now, the few defenders of Aafa who'd resisted the mob had been overrun. They were in the custody of furious Kolshian civilians. Most rebels paid little mind to the hundreds of UN soldiers swarming in the direction of this Moronis fellow's bunker. The largest group of dissidents had filtered into the now vacated auditorium, where Noah had given his speech not too long ago. It felt like another lifetime, but none of the Commonwealth's henchmen showed their faces there today. The Shadow Cast has gone into hiding, it's quite clear. They think they can stay off the radar and regroup, but we won't let that happen. A handful of protesters did scatter in fright at the sight of us, but those who'd quietly sympathized with humanity fell in behind our troops. They must have figured that we were seeking out the Shadow Cast, who definitely lacked the backing of their citizenry right now. Sovlin was right about the hall being built in a disorientating maze. Unless you terried these paths every day, an escort was needed to find any particular destination outside the auditorium. Tyler questioned whether the guard was misleading us before the Gajit piped up that it was in fact a meandering maze. Orcel was taking in the sights we passed in silence and seemed to be considering whether to shrink back into the crowd of Kolshian followers. I wouldn't mind dropping her off with her kind. Before Isel's sister could act on that thought, the guard we were tailing steered us toward an escalator. Sovlin's eyes lit up with recognition, which was a good sign we were getting somewhere. There was an unspeakable awkwardness in hundreds of Terran soldiers having to walk down the moving stairway in a single file line. Per Tyler's directives, Sam and I each perched on a rolling railing, with Sovlin in front of the large Terran on a step, so that 4 guns pointed at any tracks below. Orcel stuck right behind us. She did look as curious as I felt to see whether her theory was true. I was excited by the prospect of bringing this mission to a close and ensuring that the Kolshian's legacy of destruction came to a close. The Kolshian guard pointed away from a subway train, walked to his indicated spot, and popped out a false wall.
Down another few flights of stairs, you'll hit a blast door. I'm not sure your explosives are a big enough key. You need to pass a retinal scan with authorization and use today's code. I don't have either of those. Regardless, if Maronis is there, nobody will be allowed in or out.
So it's kept shut by a powered switch? Obviously we just need to cut the power to the door, I pointed out. Do we have any EMP grenades? Tyler grunted with contentment.
The range of those bad boys is short, but we sure do. We'll scan through the walls to find where the switch is and light it up.
Okay, hang on.
Orcel piped up.
How do you know where to find Chief Maronis or what's waiting inside?
Well, we don't, but I'm gonna find someone who does. Let the specialists do their business, and we'll see if what's back there is really a bunker.
A human soldier searched for the exact location of the switch before attaching an EMP grenade nearby. She gestured for anyone with electronic devices to step back to keep them from getting fried, then triggered the device. Like its jaws had been pried open, the mechanism sealing the blast doors released its grip. The thick barriers stood open in slow fashion and uncorked the mysterious construction behind. Orcel's eyes widened with shock as she glimpsed the scale of the cavernous space behind the entryway. Her theory about the Shadowcast's location was spot on. The door hadn't concealed entry to the head of state's bunker. A city stretched as far as the eye could see, with rounded cave-like edges above rather than a natural sky. Plants had been set up in pathways between multi-story modules and miles-long spaceship hangars. Lights hovered above the greenery to aid its growth, simulating sunlight and illuminating the cavern. Thousands of Kolshians milled about the streets, with some flocking to shops. There were a few armed sentries posted by the open doors, though none drew their weapons on us. The Terrans were quick to disarm them and line them up by the doors. I could appreciate the impressive feat of engineering to carve out an expansive settlement down here. It answered numerous questions about how the conspiracy sourced its perpetrators, and where their advanced fleet had been stashed for all of these centuries. I believed fully that despite the negligible effort to send average civilians to bunkers, Commonwealth leadership had leered in the face of our invasion. It was in line with their standard selfishness and disregard for lives. Just wait until the Kalqian protesters waltz inside behind the humans and see how an entire society was kept from them. We're going to make someone point us to Chief Moronis.
Where is Moronis?
Tyler barked, leaning close enough that his breath struck a sentry's cheeks.
I think he should discuss the terms of your surrender.
The Shadow Fleet, though, gulped.
Chief Moronis, thought you might find us. Don't worry, he didn't run. He wanted to parley and told us to send you to him. The 5-story building painted the colour of seagrasses, straight to your right. It's the true office of the chiefs. A short walk from the hall.
I pinned my ears back. How do we know this isn't a trick? You don't fight fair.
Because it's over. This is the only chance our work will be maintained for the continuance of all life, and Moronis gambled that maybe you could understand. We know you want answers, so hear it from the top. Let us spell out our proof that you will kill all of your friends, whether you mean to or not.
Tyler hesitated before stepping back from the Kalqian.
Lead us to him. Try anything and you can forget any mercy. You can forget keeping your life.
As Samantha, Orsel and Sovlin followed after Tyler, I found myself hanging around by a stationary group of UN soldiers. I didn't want to hear the root of the Kalqians' propaganda, explaining why humanity would snap and wipe out their sapient allies. What was the point of entertaining such wild delusions, especially when this could easily be a trap? I'd meant to stick with my exchange partner the whole way, but he said he wouldn't force me to listen to Federation bullshit. I could watch his back from out here, searching for signs of Shadowfleet treachery. When the time came to search for Slanik, I would be there to help my human friend fulfill his promise. I cleared my throat for attention. Aran, you go on ahead. I'll wait out here. If anything smells off, get out of there. Tyler glanced over his shoulder before giving a curt nod.
I hate separating from you, but I respect you taking care of yourself. Don't worry, we'll see you on the flip side, Onzo.
I flicked my ears in acknowledgement and watched as the Kalqian protesters tailed his contingent of Terran soldiers. Those answers meant a lot more to that posse than they did to me. All I cared about was protecting Lern and my friends. A sliver of me was curious what justification the Shadowcast thought humanity would care about, but it would be delusional ravings if they truly thought Earth would carry on their work. I rested back on my heels about a grueling day's exploration and committed to a diligent watch outside the building where Moronis was supposed to be waiting. As long as humanity found the closure they were looking for, perhaps this wouldn't be an entirely wasted endeavor.
Memory transcription subject, Captain Sovlin, United Nations Fleet Command. Date, Standardized Human Time, March 26th, 2137. The captured Kalqian sentry led us up several flights of stairs after the UN soldiers rejected taking the elevator, and I waited with unease for a trap to show itself. There was only a modest room where an elderly Kalqian with baby blue skin and a pompous air about him waited. The figure claiming to be Moronis gestured to the seats, an offer Tyler accepted after some hesitation. I plopped down next to the blonde human, while a skeptical-looking Orsel found a chair next to me. Onlookers from the UN and Kalqian dissenters packed into the room, ready to bring the Commonwealth leader into custody. Would he be wise enough to surrender? Moronis leaned forward.
Well, humans, before you say a word, let me answer the obvious question. I'm Chief Moronis, the successor to Nikonus, but unlike him, I don't paint a target on my back. I've tried to operate from the shadows, and everything I've done has been to crush dissent and ensure the continuance of our work. I don't know if your kind can understand, but you simply must.
I understand you've built quite the underground city here. How many residents?
Tyler prompted.
Millions in this city alone. This is the Shadow Capital, a mirror to what you see above ground. But there are other residences beneath our cities with separate entrances. You could find your way to one of them by bullet train. Much of our space was devoted toward the Shadow Fleet before your breed destroyed it. I don't know what I hope for from this conversation. I believe you do care about your friends, so maybe if you realize that you're exposing them to tremendous harm, you'll do the right thing.
What are you talking about?
I'll explain everything. I can see several of my own citizens are curious to find out why we needed to protect them from predators. Let me start by directing a question at your off-world Gajid friend. Captain Sovlin, how would you feel knowing you and any other herbivore who's interacted with humans could wither from the inside out? That your mental faculties could vanish in an instant years later?
I waved my claws dismissively. I feel nothing, because it's not true. Predator contamination is a lie, Moronis. Everything the Federation taught is wrong. The humans aren't a disease.
Don't sound so convinced. You came here to ask why we began taking action against predators. I intend to tell you the full story, and after I do, we'll see if you still want to be sitting right next to one of those things. A disease is precisely what they are, and I'll lay out a scientific accounting for why that is true. You cannot argue with a mountain of evidence.
Not unless you're the Federation.
Samantha sneered.
Did some animal rot after it died, and you're convinced it's tainted?
No, it was much worse than that. The Kolshian race was placed in immense peril by the filth that festers in a predator's fluids, and in the humans' defense, I don't think they realize what they're doing.
Was Moronis really trying to sell this tired argument of predator exposure giving us predator disease? Terran therapists had shown that mental conditions were more complex, as were the actual neurological causes behind them. It was fear-mongering to allude that I'd show signs in a non-specific amount of years. While we hadn't known the Earthlings long enough to disprove that, they'd not passed any ill effect to the prey animals on their blue marble. I leaned back in contempt, though I noticed Orcel scooting her chair further away from the humans. She wouldn't take much convincing to believe that the primates were an infectious threat, given her instinctual disgust to them. I am curious what scientific account Moronis thinks he can string together. He does sound like he believes it himself, just like Nikonos did. I do want to know what pushed Aafa down the path of causing so much harm to hundreds of sapient species. Whatever the truth was, it could be as simple as one predator being a carrier for many diseases, and the Commonwealth applying that logic to anything that ate flesh. Even if it were true about humans, we knew that alien diseases didn't cross the species threshold due to differences in biology. I was at a loss, conjuring my own explanations. It seems my Terran companions were mystified too. Tyler confirmed that his helmet camera was rolling, fully intending to capture every word the Kolshian said on video. He rested his elbows on the table, sensing that juicy information was about to flow. The blonde human's expression was hidden beneath his mask.
Speak. Tell us everything from the very beginning. How the Shadowcast came to be is our business.
Well, it started with a string of mysterious deaths, decades before we made first contact with the Far Soul. The strange disease was 100% lethal and unresponsive to our medicines, so if symptoms showed, it was a death sentence.
Moronis pulled up a series of mass graveyards and ghastly images of sickly Kolshians.
They would lose their memory and their sensibilities, resulting in aggression and delusion. At first, the plague didn't seem to be transmissible from person to person, so we didn't quarantine victims with a strict enough tentacle. It was only years later that the people who had contact started showing symptoms.
That's a long-ass incubation period.
Sam commented.
Indeed. There wouldn't be a trace of any microbial agents in their tissue, and yet their brains were rapidly and positively ravaged. Once we clued in to the staggering delay in symptom onset, scientists were able to piece together the origin. Stories from years before the first victims, where a local predator called the Tyranni went off the deep end and started dropping dead in the wild. Select other animals in the ecosystem to a lesser degree had also begun to decay. We established a link between the increased predator activity and the deaths that had plagued us.
Tyler recoiled in confusion.
I don't understand. How'd the Kolshians get infected to begin with? How's it spread? You all roamed the wilds enough for a plague to pop off.
We didn't know what the contaminant was, and we still don't. What we're certain of is that it contaminated the soil and the water, because victims were linked to nearby water mains and food shipments from the Tyranni plague's epicenter. That's why we can tell you scientifically that contact with predators and their byproducts leads to an irreversible decline. We called the disease the hunger, and the entire government banded together to nip it in the bud.
The hunger, I murmured. And that's what you call the human's vitamin deficiency in the archives.
Now you understand. And you'll understand how everything we've done has been to stop this scourge from ever showing its face. I'll address the human element after I've laid the groundwork, so there's no seeds of doubt. But to grasp where the Shadowcast came from, I hope our citizens can understand what we're protecting them from. You have to know how we stop the spread of the disease.
Samantha groaned.
Let me guess. Burn everything.
Actually, yes. Fire seemed to be the only thing that could cleanse away the contaminants.
While Chief Moronis searched up new images of the disease control efforts, I considered what I had just learned. The humans weren't reacting with enough concern toward this invisible plague that only showed the tendrils of its infection after years. The photographs that the Kolshian chieftain was displaying seemed like genuine historical documents. Had the Terrans not warned us about the risk of them spreading the hunger for fear it'd push us away? Perhaps they had a cure in the form of this B12 vitamin, but I didn't understand why the transmissible agent didn't show on any tests. Orsal looked more petrified than I was with her extended contact with my friends today. Maybe predator disease can be caused by other factors than an infectious agent, but the Kolshians were right about microbes being one cause. I just find it difficult to believe that caring humans would put the Venlil at risk like that. I've seen firsthand how empathetic and protective they are toward their friends. Surely they would have warned Governor Tarver. Except Moronis claims they're unaware. The chief pulled up dated clips of Kolshian exterminators in full bodysuits which had complex air filters atop the standard getup. I could see them burning the sickly corpses of curved-fanged predators, and in some cases, living specimens that showed symptoms of the disease. In later timestamps, they had set out to wipe the tyranny out entirely, even ones that hadn't presented with signs yet. The most horrifying footage was them tranquilizing their own infected citizens before burning them alive. Corpses from the mass graveyard were also dug up and incinerated to slow the soil contamination. This ghastly outbreak explained why they were so determined to cleanse predators from every ecosystem.
The exterminators were born. That fire suit acts not only as a safeguard from the flamethrowers, but also a biohazard suit, not unlike the gear the humans are wearing now. Those masks just might protect the Kolshians you've interacted with today.
Moronis continued.
Other predators besides the tyranny were attracting the disease too, so we aimed to kill all of them. Any animal corpses had to be incinerated before its entrails could settle. Our own dead were reservoirs of disease too. It's the reason we have forsaken our aquatic roots. The water was its preserver. We've kept up those practices to this day to prevent it from ever returning, here or on other worlds.
I swallowed with unease, disquieted by my months in close quarters with the Terrans. Chief, might I ask, does this relate to predator disease at all?
It does. By tearing down those predator disease facilities, those humans are crippling your ability to detect the disease early. Aggression is one of the primary signs. Besides that, we couldn't afford to have any nonconformist violating our quarantine policies or engaging in predatory behavior. We barely kept a lid on the spread.
That's all well and dandy, but I don't hear nothing about no shadowcast.
Tyler pointed out.
It doesn't sound like you were doing this in secret.
We weren't, with the public health measures being so obvious. The secrecy didn't start until long after we put the plague to bed, when we turned our attention starward. We made contact with the Far Soul and eventually told them about the hunger. They were able to point out isolated instances of Telsk's animals suffering inexplicable declines in post-first contact times. While not as contagious as our case, it seemed to have jumped to their kind on occasion. We feared we brought the disease with us. We used old quarantine methods before the contaminants could mutate to their most transmissible form to stop the Far Soul from facing a similar outbreak to Aafa.
Sam crossed her arms.
You magically knew it was the same sickness and that it would turn out the same as your hunger shit.
Even if this one wasn't the same pathogen, it was close enough to hit home. Convergent evolution is our universe's reality predator. It's why we see such similar patterns in all worlds. All life forms exist to accelerate entropy. Chaos is the natural state of all we observe, and there is nothing that can facilitate such large-scale disarray and decline as this disease does. Lethal contaminants and predators are two tentacles of entropic force. It's why your ilk are found on all worlds. We do not accept this axiom.
And we don't accept people calling us predators, but you always find a way to do it anyway. Why don't you skip to the part where the Shadowcast comes into the picture?
It all traces back to the Krokotl, and the Far Soul stopping us from doing what was necessary. It was a regrettable mistake to chance flesh-eaters escaping our oversight. Shall I continue, or is the long-maned one going to interrupt my story further?
Orcel squeezed her eyes shut.
Please, let him continue, Samantha. It explains a lot about why we're disgusted by predators. That response is triggered by ancestral sources of disease.
It's why humans are leery of insects, I remarked. I'd also like to hear the rest of Moronis' story, Sam. I'm, concerned.
You shouldn't be. We're not radiating invisible biohazards for fuck's sake. But since Tyler's so keen on getting this jackass on the record, I'll let him talk a little longer.
The Australian soldier conceded. Good. I need to hear what he was going to say about the crocodile. Nikonus mentioned that they were aggressive and that the Kolshians tried to find the source of it. Maybe Nishtal's population was carrying the hunger too. The tenets I'd thought hadn't held a shred of truth were starting to make sense in light of such dangerous contaminants that predators could pass along. At this point, I doubted the chief had any incentive to lie, and he had the weight of evidence on his side. Moronis' insinuation was that his people wanted to exterminate the crocodile the second they identified the dietary risk. The question was why the Farsal states had pushed back against it, and how they'd crafted the curing process. This could be the reason my own species was converted away from omnivory rather than killed. It might give us the full story of the conspiracy's founding and goals. Moronis waved a tentacle dismissively.
You know the deal. The crocodile were aggressive, and when we noticed their diet, it explained why their temperament was so much different from ours. Contaminants in meat impacted higher thinking, culminating in the hunger after large quantities of buildup, perhaps passed down after it affects genes. We wanted to glass Nishtal, but the Far Soul couldn't live with killing another sapient race, not without exhausting alternatives.
The cure, I breathed.
Yes. The archives were established on Talsk as a secluded location for the experiments and a way to quarantine cured specimens. The hunger didn't present symptoms for years, so lengthy testing was the only way to gauge whether they'd been mellowed. The Far Soul's gene edits worked, to our surprise, and the Federation's purpose was born. We'd stop all sapiens from eating meat and cleanse their world to prevent exposure to the hunger.
Sam drummed her fingers with impatience.
I still hear fuck all about the Shadowcast.
That all happened because there was public backlash to what we did to the crocodile. Nishtal didn't appreciate being saved at gunpoint either, and we worried they could seek regression someday. The Shadowcast was formed of those who believed in the cause, and with the Far Soul's aid, we set out to wipe the record and disguise future cures. The only way to ensure the cured species never found out the past was to make our own citizens unaware.
Why is it fair that we don't know the full extent of the predator threat? That our lives meant nothing to you? It clearly didn't even work because everyone found out the truth.
Orcel spat.
You helped the Arxur, and then these humans were left alive.
Darling, our plan worked for centuries, until arrogant Nikonus blabbed everything to a reporter. Just like he set out to reclaim anyone who rebelled against us, instead of crushing them like I did. They had their one chance during their uplifting. I agree that not knowing the full threat was a problem. The plague is still in the history books, but Aafa forgot why the pandemic was so scary. We needed a threat to continue to enforce our laws and remind people why predators were dangerous. The Arxur were perfect for that.
You wanted the war. For my family to get fucking eaten alive, so you had an excuse to keep up your quarantine measures, I hissed.
Yes, you get it, Sovlin. Back to the Kolshian lady's point about our predator occupiers here now. That's on the Far Soul. They refused to kill humanity like we ordered and lied about it, even though it was clear these primates were beyond salvation. We tried to fix them, the same as any omnivore, but the quarantine Terrans in the archives all exhibited traits of the hunger. We know now that a cobalamin vitamin gives them some strange long-lasting immunity, rendering the disease dormant and allowing sustained sapience. This requires further study.
Samantha slapped her forehead.
So you do know about B12 now?
We got some humans to talk about how they could adapt to plants without dying during our personal experiments at Milu. We believe these renewed curing efforts might have been successful in ridding you of the disease if you long-term abstained from flesh.
Ain't happening. For many reasons, not least.
I know you can't give up your addiction on your own. But listen, if you care about the friends you've been infecting, who could start dying in a few years, without warning, You must continue our work. If you care, you'll leave the herbivores alone. Maybe you'll even become a new threat. Enough to remind the masses to be afraid of predators. It's a sacrifice someone must make.
My eyes watered with sorrow as Chief Moronis finished presenting his case. His explanation fit with everything we'd uncovered along our journey, and it gave a reason for the Federation's entire history. It seemed a cruel twist of fate that loyal, friendly humanity would be asked to make that sacrifice, to isolate themselves so not to contaminate their friends. I'd come to love my crew aboard Monaghan's ship, and while the contamination sounded like a terrible way to go, I was willing to die for the Terrans' right to exist. Their culture was too rooted in hunting for them to give up their identity and cure themselves. If humans were immune to the hunger, as long as they could access B12, keeping to Earth and forsaking the Sapient Coalition might be the best option. I knew they'd never be the Arxur, not with how their empathy had prevailed time and again. My spines bristled as I waited for Tyler's response, which would address how the Terrans would handle this latent threat Moronis described. It didn't seem fair that after all this work to usurp the Kolshians as the galaxy's supreme power, the Predators had to take their place in some capacity. They didn't deserve to suffer for factors beyond their control. It's not their fault that they've been spreading the hunger. I don't think what the Kolshians did was right, but we can't let predatory diseases wipe out the galaxy. Tyler raised a finger in a wait-a-minute gesture.
That's a nice theory, except for the fact it's all horseshit. We ain't infectious, and B12 don't work like that. Your hunger is caused by prions, man.
Misfolded brain proteins.
Samantha chimed in.
Freak mutations that are transmissible if you make contact with infected tissue. The reason you see it most in predators is because they eat said tissue.
Chief Moronis blinked, dumbfounded.
You know what causes the hunger. You can treat it. I heard you did with your archives rescues.
The two aren't related. Prion diseases aren't treatable, but we can detect them with blood tests. We're not infected just by virtue of being predators or eating meat. That's the difference between us. We live in a world of science, and you live in a world of fear and speculation. We seek proof and answers, while you seek verification for your existing beliefs.
Tyler bobbed his head.
Our vision might be narrower than yours, but at least we ain't blind as you all. Sounds to me like you did all of that horrible shit for nothing.
It sounds like that to me, too.
Orsel hissed, while the Kolshian dissenters piped up with agreement.
You believe Terrans are moral and care for their friends. You said so. You have zero proof the humans, or any omnivores, are dangerous after all.
You tried to scare us into believing that it was dangerous to be around them. They're people like us, not biohazards or a threat. I'm sorry I considered it for a minute, I huffed. This is just another falsehood you broadcasted.
That's not possible. This human says it's transmitted by eating flesh.
Moronis protested, his tentacles flailing in frantic motions.
The hunger is seen on Earth, like every other world. We did this to save all sapient life.
Tyler slammed a fist on the table.
We don't need your salvation. We need two things. Your surrender, and you personally to show us where you keep your prisoners. This is our galaxy to run, and we ain't gonna be keeping up the death and suffering circus, 'cause you're the real predators. You've led the galaxy into ignorance, decline and disarray. Your legacy is entropy, huh?
If my words haven't moved you, perhaps that is all we leave behind. We were supposed to save lives, and without that purpose, the Shadowcast is nothing. My Lord of the Work is to surrender, and lead you to the place where we keep humanity's friends. Follow me.
The Kolshian chieftain stood with a defeated posture, reeling from the human certainty that so-called prions were responsible for their plague. It was a positive sign that the Shadowcast agreed to stand down, with their mission undermined and their fleet erased. I was relieved to hear that the Terrans weren't a hazard, and that their science had illuminated the dark corners of our past once more. Where Moronis claimed to have a mountain of evidence on his side, it was the Predators who could interpret it correctly. Orsel, the other Kolshian citizens listening, and anyone watching Tyler's video would see who was in touch with reality. Once we recovered our friends, the next item on the agenda would be to set the galaxy onto a better path. There were many issues to iron out, but with the Federation's lies and deceit stripped away, I was hopeful we could birth a new era of enlightenment.
Memory transcription subject, Onzo, your tall technical specialist. Date, standardized human time, March 26th, 2137. I was glad to have a moment to relax and contemplate the city rather than listen to Kolshian spiels. There were engineering advantages to building underground. Natural disasters above ground wouldn't touch the shadowcast, and the insulation of the encompassing topsoil entailed a constant temperature. It wouldn't need excessive budget expenditures on air conditioning and heating. It did pose the question of how close to the surface Aafa's groundwater was and how they'd handle any leakage. This seemed a modernized version of sprawling underground cities on Lane, such as Stuyvesant's Kalamaya's Burrow, a massive complex that could house tens of thousands of occupants. Its main intention was a sanctuary from invaders during the Grain Wars. Human fingers snapped right next to my left eye.
Onzo, are you daydreaming about some engineering shit?
What can I say? I can't handle boredom. Glad you're back safely. That didn't take long, I remarked, flicking an ear at Tyler.
We got the Shadowcast's surrender and found out all this has to do with the Prion Plague. One more step before getting out of here.
Orsel's bulbous eyes looked glazed over.
The government never believed that humanity was dangerous at all. I saw prey-like behavior on their data dump, but it was so misaligned with my instincts. The reason I feel like I'm going to puke just looking at them, it's selective breeding, based on a false threat. It's all just lies.
I know how that feels.
Sovlin sighed.
My society, my family, the Federation I wasted my life on, my identity as a Gajid and my knowledge as a captain. It's all gone down the drain. If an old man like me can find a way forward, then you can too.
Samantha rolled her eyes.
Stop right there. Your way forward is tricking people into calling Onzo slurs.
It's okay, Sam. That's what I expect from a spikeback, I said cheekily, using the human-invented word. Now why the fuck are we drifting after some old Kolshian? I'm just following you guys.
Moronis here is supposed to be leading us to Slanik, assuming he's part of their prisoner collection.
I hope that Venlil is all right. I feel responsible for setting his fate in motion.
Sovlin sighed. Tyler pursed his lips.
I don't know if he's there, but I sure don't think you'll be a welcome sight if he remembers anything. I ain't got to tell you how he feels about you.
My whiskers twitched with nostalgia. Last time we spoke, Slanik told me he was unwell. I warned him not to use those two words.
Why don't we save the speculation on his mental state for if we find him?
Sam asked.
Keep moving. Stay alert. I trust the word of the fucking boy who cried wolf over Moronis.
Me too.
Tyler agreed.
But given how old this squid is, I doubt the lockup is a long walk from his ivory tower. We'll see who our supposed prisoner friends are.
Our posse, along with a sizable contingent of UN soldiers and angry Kolshian citizens, marched after Moronis for a first-hand glimpse at how the Shadowcast caged insurrectionists. I processed the tidbits of new information as we walked, leaving a mental note to read up on transmission methods of this Prion Plague. While I hadn't heard the Commonwealth's rationale from their lips, I could assume they linked eating meat to the acquisition of the disease in some way. Somehow, they decided Predators' elimination was for the benefit of all life. Except the Predators, of course. Then used that to justify forcing their ideology on hundreds of whales. Why that excused a silent partnership with the Arxur, or crushing unruly herbivores like us Yortol, was another matter. There's no consistency, even in their internal logic. Whatever piss-poor justification they make for their all-encompassing control, I'm happy with my decision not to listen to their disingenuous desperation. I knew it'd be some shitty excuse. Chief Moronis shuffled toward a sprawling complex, a single-story structure which lacked exterior clues to what hid inside its confines. The decrepit concrete walls looked bleak enough to be a prison, and the sensory input didn't brighten at all when we stepped inside. Rows of hallways passing forward were arranged under Kolshian numerals, with the centermost one having the two slanted lines that represented 1. I wasn't sure why the count started at the center, and judging by how mystified Tyler behaved behind his visual translator, he wasn't either. The Kolshian leaders started toward the dim corridor at the complex's heart, leading into its recesses. The humans were quick to stop him for a question and answer section.
Why the central chamber?
Tyler barked, suspicion emanating from his voice.
What are the other ones?
Moronis made a sweeping gesture with his tentacles.
This isn't the only Shadowcast prison. The one under the capital is reserved for disloyal citizens above ground and foreign actors who are working against our interests. They are arranged by the severity of their actions. The closer you get to row 1, the more grave your misdeed. That, and it's usually reserved for individuals who are well known in the public eye and could have propaganda uses. There are plenty of citizens in the other halls, but I know who you're here for. U-101 and the lab.
I stiffened with alarm. The lab? A lab? For what?
I don't like the sound of that neither. Are you all cooking up some cure shit back there?
Tyler parroted my concerns. Chief Moronis blinked in irritation.
The Shadow Capital's research lab is for several purposes. Yes, it's a backup in the instant that we need to take up our own research. A prudent choice given what happened on Talsk. We might have dabbled in some human experiments after encouraging results at Milu. With the new information at hand, it might have been possible to integrate you rather than relegate you to the Arxur's role. However, its primary service to our cause is a neurological studies facility.
The fear of my hackles raised as I picked up on the implication. A predator disease facility? Is that where you've been keeping Slanik?
I'd say it's more focused on the success of our re-education measures, as well as analyzing the brain scan data to better understand and target aggressive areas. Some people need to be reminded of the proper beliefs. The Venlil who shot Nikonus in cold blood after exposure to humans is a prime example.
What the fuck have you done?
He's here.
The elderly Kolshian peered, sick amusement in his eyes.
But he won't be thrilled to see your predator friends.
My hind legs bunched up to lunge at the elderly Kolshian, but Tyler hurriedly pushed me back. I could sense anger projecting from his gaze beneath the biohazard mask, and wondered why he had stopped me from putting this old chieftain in his place. How dare he use such a flippant tone to talk about rewriting someone's brain, no doubt through cruel, invasive methods. The blunt human revealed his rationale for stopping me as his gloved hand curled up into a fist. Before hundreds of witnesses, he smashed his knuckles into the Kolshian's eye, smashing through the socket. I could see Sovlin wince, knowing from his first meeting with Officer Cardona how strong the gargantuan primate could be. Does Tyler think that I can't fight for myself? I'm more than capable of taking on an arrogant elderly despot, especially one who's so casual about horrific deeds. Let me take a swing at him, I protested as Moronis nursed an eye that was turning purple. For everything he's done? Tyler shook out his hand, flexing his fingers.
Nah, we're done now. I ain't gonna let you swing at him, because if anyone gets in trouble out of this, it should be me. That was for Marcel and for Slanik. Don't you ever mock him again. To be clear, we will come back for everyone wrongfully detained here. Take us down to row 1, and try to learn some empathy on the way.
Orsel turned to Sovlin.
I thought you said the humans weren't gonna attack without warning.
The Gajit chewed at his claws with the discomfort.
The chief deserved it.
I don't disagree. He threw away countless Kolshian lives. I'm pissed at him too. I just want an honest answer about how high their threshold for violence is, so that I don't say anything that provokes an assault.
Unless you torture their friends, you're fine. Tyler saves his beatdowns for special cases.
Samantha rolled her eyes.
But if I threw a right hook at a prisoner, I'd be unhinged.
Well, I knew Slanik and Marcel, and I have a better right hook.
Tyler said.
Tell yourself whatever you need to sleep at night, but you don't have a boxing career in your future. Now make that Kolshian sot get his ass in gear.
I give the orders here. But get the fuck moving, Moronis, or it will let Sam swing at your other eye.
Chief Moronis marched down the central corridor as the Terrans kept their wary eyes trained for any traps. The Commonwealth leader was still reeling from Tyler's punch. Nikonus' replacement leaned over a retinal scanner, mumbling a remark about the primates being lucky they hadn't tenderized both of his eyes. There were clicks as blast door mechanisms came loose, and it slowly creaked open to reveal the full hallway. Dingy prison cells lined both sides, with despairing inmates backing away from the bars at the sound of our footsteps. Some of the prisoners were, in fact, Kolshians, but there were a number of different species scattered in the hundreds of cells. Any resident of Aafa with serious aspirations of unseating the Commonwealth government would land themselves in here. The stench was unmistakable, showing that they'd had negligible access to hygiene facilities. A handful seemed happy to see a human posse marching in, and begged for us to let them out. Some UN soldiers kept back to help liberate and document the captives, perhaps taking meticulous records for the Sapient Coalition or the Dwerten Shield to witness. The Kolshian protesters tagging along seemed horrified after hearing that some of their own neighbors could be thrown here without due process. Orsel looked like she wished she could swing at Moronis herself. There's more prisoners here than I expected, but no sign of Slanik or a lab. If these are the average inmates' accommodations in this facility, I don't want to imagine what his life has been like. The bars of a cage next to us rattled, drawing our attention. I saw a tear-stricken Kolshian pressing his face against a barrier. Something about his violet visage tickled my memory. Sovlin paused for a brief second before his eyes widened. Tyler craned his neck at us, confused why the two herbivores in his squad were stopping. The Gajid moves closer to the cell, and the prisoner's eyes, tinged with a bit of instinctive disgust to the humans, widened with desperation.
Help me!
The Kolshian pleaded in a hoarse voice. Sovlin tilted his head.
You're the Kolshian commander from the Battle of Koa. I'm sure of it. Captain Monaghan talked you into having the fleet stand down. What the fuck are you doing in here? Did you realize what you were doing was wrong?
I didn't want to kill civilians. Herbivores. The human... I remember what she said. That you would reach Aafa. You have now, and if we're still standing, I did the right thing. I saved my men from a battle we couldn't win. If you wouldn't sacrifice the Maziks, how could I?
Tyler wheeled on Moronis.
Why is he here?
I don't know why every prisoner is here.
The chief grumbled.
This one I do. Commander Telvus humiliated the Commonwealth and disobeyed direct orders. He allowed your allies to survive, abandoning the battle. We could not tolerate treasonous defiance, questioning of our orders.
The greatest treason of all, asking questions. My ears pinned back with fury, though it was cathartic to see Moronis' swollen eye staring back at me. I still wanted to beat the shit out of this pompous asshole. You tried so hard to snuff out curiosity and wonder for the universe. Orcel scowled.
In prison for not rendering the Maziks extinct. You Shadowcaster monsters!
Spare me the indictment. Do you want me to take you to Slanik, or do you want me to lament every prisoner's life story? If it's the former, I suggest we keep moving.
Chief Moronis didn't wait for an answer, stomping off down the hallway as pleas for help rose from the furthest cells. A duo of UN soldiers stopped off to guard Telvos' cage. We weren't going to get involved with freeing an enemy commander, especially considering that he'd threatened to obliterate a civilian populace. Under orders or no, it was a war crime by Terran law. As we drew nearer to the far wall, which seemed to be a containment bulkhead on closer inspection, another prisoner clamored for our attention. This time, I recognized the alien face outright. It was the testy Dwerten ambassador to Earth, Koji, the one who jumped at the chance to abet Nikonis' assassin. She'd been missing ever since, and unlike Slanik, the Kolshians hadn't publicized her capture. The Dwerten were never overly fond of humans, and that started from the top. Koji may not have the knowledge that the UN saved Kalqua, given that she was captured well before that started.
Humans!
The grey avian squawked, wrapping stress-puffed wings around the bars.
I'm sorry for everything. Forever rebuffing your friendship. Please, let me out. It's horrible here. I hear screams from the lab all the time. I think it's going to be me next. They kept my mind intact so I could watch what they did to Kalqua, clip by clip. Are there any survivors? Let me out!
Samantha crossed her arms.
We bailed Kalqua out, though I'm sure the Kolshians omitted that part. There were still billions that died, but without the UN, it would have been the whole fucking planet.
The Shield fought beside us here at the Battle of Aafa. Seems your side finally wants to be on better terms.
Sovlin grumbled.
Your leadership definitely want to bomb this world, but the humans got them to hold off long enough for us to scope out the Shadowcast.
The entire homogeneity fleet came, I added. I caught the reasoning as, if our side lost, then Kalqua would be overrun by the Commonwealth anyway. We have the chance to tear down the Federation, and for you to return as your homeworld is rebuilt. Their alterations of our societies and stifling rule, over. Finished. Thank humanity for making it happen. Koji's beak parted with hope.
If what you're saying is true, it seems we owe humanity a huge debt. It did seem odd that the Kolshians only showed me clips from a small time frame, and not the aftermath. I'm relieved to know some of us survived, and I want to help with revenge on Aafa. Let me out.
Well, we would like the Dwerten to be more open to our friendship.
Tyler hesitated before punching the button to unlock Koji's door. The avian stumbled forward on unsteady feet before wrapping their wings around his waist, sobbing.
Easy now. Say, I wondered why you helped kill Nikonis too.
Thank you! Thank you! Thank you! The archives. The Kolshians and the Far Soul stripped us of individual thought. Our opinions were too strong, our intellect too sharp for them. How do you ever get that back? Who are we? The consensus on Kalqua, and my individual feeling, was that they needed to pay. We made a decision based on emotion,
and it felt good.
Was it worth it? I questioned. Billions of Dwerten died because of that one irrational choice.
If I had known what would have happened to my beautiful home, I would have never put this plan in motion. We didn't think. We just wanted the figurehead who took our minds dead. I knew our role would be glaring, but I didn't imagine it'd condemn Kalqua. When I tried to fly away from Niconis's corpse, a drone had no trouble tracking me down and caging me. I've all but forgotten what life looks like, or how it feels to have air under my wings. My sole thoughts are dreams of home.
My friend carefully removed Koji's arms from his torso, wishing to keep moving.
We got a real special friend of mine to rescue. I don't know what you meant by screams in the lab, but I ain't wanting to leave Slanik in there a second longer. We are happy you're safe, and you are going home, Ambassador. Head over to the medics back there, and they'll find you a transport.
Thank you again. I'm sorry that I didn't see your kindness sooner, but I hope we can meet again, so I can make up for my past hostility.
If you want to make up for it, keep your people's bombers at bay. We want to do a thorough investigation of the Shadowcast, which could take weeks. Plus, there's a lot of victims to rescue. We need the shield to stay patient and give us time to do our jobs. For everyone's sake.
Whatever pull I have with my government, I'll see that you have as much time as you need. Good luck, humans.
The Dwerten ambassador trudged off in the direction of Terran medics, all but collapsing in their arms. Comprehending the stories of every prisoner in these walls could take months. After encountering a number of familiar faces along the way, it drilled home how punitive the Kolshians were to anyone who thwarted their wishes. From Koa to Kalqua, there had been no tolerance for rebellion. Any people who gave humanity the slightest aid were whisked away if the Shadowcast could get their tentacles on those poor souls. I doubted they'd been more merciful during other battles and incidents. Moronis had gotten to work opening the bulkhead, which concealed the lab behind its structure. If the lab was the heart of Kolshian experimentation, I was worried about what state would find Slanik in. I'd heard the words from the chief's lips before Tyler threw a haymaker at him. There had been the idle comments about so-called neurological focuses, and it was a safe assumption that re-education was tantamount to rewriting neurochemistry. It was quite possible that our Venlil friend wouldn't be happy to see us, which meant he might not accompany us willingly. I could only imagine how devastated Marcel would be if his exchange partner abhorred his existence. Our Venlil might not be the only person back there either. Moronis had claimed that the Shadowcasts dabbled in human experiments after Milu. This matched with Koji's mention of multiple screams hailing from the lab. The inhumane procedures could be stretched to several test subjects for different purposes. It was a good thing that the UN soldiers wore biohazard gear to Aafa, because the cure was the only type of integration efforts the Kolshians had for omnivores. There was no telling how terrible the conditions would be in the lab, but I was prepping myself for the worst. It would be a positive outcome if our friend's persona was still in there at all. Memory transcription subject, Onzo, Yotol technical specialist. Date, standardized human time, March 26th, 2137. When the lab became accessible, I could see excesses of equipment. Shadowcast workers must have been cleared out, but the traces of their presence were still there. A dirty plate left out on a countertop, a chemical beaker which had been hastily put away, and crimson blood samples still on slates under microscopes. The Kolshian chief waited as we passed the last prison cells, stepping into the deepest recess of the facility. It was rare that visible fright displayed on Tyler's face, but I could tell that worrying about Slanik made him sick to his stomach. Sovlin and Samantha, meanwhile, were off in their own land, commenting on days long gone.
Remember when you and her...
The Gajid's voice hitched as Kalos's name fizzled out in his throat.
The Takan ambassador was taken prisoner by the Kolshians, and you snuck off to set him free. Was the prison similar?
Samantha shook her head.
Not at all. It was on a tiny quasi-satellite of Aafa, and while it wasn't advertising its existence, it wasn't too hard to trace where they took him. I don't know why they didn't hide him away. Moronis, care to comment?
That was an interrogation facility, a public one for predator-diseased individuals.
Chief Moronis replied.
Niconis's plan wasn't to make Ambassador Wolverine vanish, but to blame him as an accomplice, and show that we had caught the predator in a deceitful act, a little too late. We turned Wolverine in to the public cast with the claim that he'd been overheard telling Noah how to sabotage the engine. Their decision was to interrogate him before he would have been returned to a cell up above our heads, where other publicly known traitors like Russell were held.
Or Cell's tentacles tensed up and her tail bunched up as well.
My brother was not a traitor. You dragged Wolverine's name through the mud over being an accomplice. I believed your story that a bloodlusting human sabotaged the shuttles. You murdered my brother, and now I find out he wasn't the only innocent person you wanted to smear.
There needed to be a reason why other species couldn't attempt diplomacy with Earth. Every diplomat's death, and selling the narrative that humanity turned an ambassador into an accomplice, because Noah couldn't make it back to Skalga without dreaming about murdering an unsuspecting soul.
Shut the fuck up, I hissed. I didn't want to listen to your rationale before, and I sure as shit don't want to hear it now. Humans just wanted peace, and you didn't care who got hurt along the way if it meant their kindness failed. Tyler smacked his fist against his other palm threateningly.
Let's not ask this sack of shit any more questions. I ain't able to keep my cool through more of his answers. I want to get to Slanik. No stalling or nothing.
I opened the door. The female predator asked me a question.
Moronis protested. Samantha shook her head.
You answered it, but with way more grandstanding than was necessary. Let's try again with a different question. Where the fuck is Slanik?
The Kolshian chief took several steps back before leading the way into the sprawling chamber. The right side seemed to be examination rooms and surgical suites, which left me shuddering to think of the implications. Off on the left wing where Moronis was hurrying toward were living quarters. Cramped rooms with elevated oval-shaped doors that reminded me of the brig on our ship. The first prisoners we passed were Dosser, which merited a pit stop from some UN soldiers. These must be the civilians the Kolshians snatched on their way from Malu and apparently dropped off part of the way to Kalqua. I was alarmed to see the rodents acted petrified upon sighting the humans. It didn't bode well for how Slanik had endured re-education. Slanik was much closer and fonder of Terrans than random civilians, even ones selected for being troublemakers, I tried to reassure myself. He wouldn't crumble under pressure as easily, and I guess it's positive that these Dosser weren't ferried to Kalqua's battle to be killed with the Kolshian ships. Multiple Dosser could be packed into the cells, though we didn't stop to coax or sedate them amid our panic. Tyler was single-minded in marching towards Slanik's alleged location, all but breathing down Moronis' neck as the chieftain stepped through a sealed partition. There were more holding areas exactly like the ones we just passed, but less of these were occupied. My eyes widened with shock. Even my friend, who hadn't wanted to pause for any other interruption, skidded to a halt. The pensive visages staring back at us were humans. The more energetic ones pounded against the glass. I knew that the Kolshians got their tentacles on some Terrans who were left behind at a Dosser maintenance station. However, since these poor primates had been rescued back when Marcel got dosed with the cure, I hadn't been sure what Moronis meant by dabbling in human experiments. It would have been difficult to elope in a hurry with predators, given there was no evidence they were moved to the Dosser homeworld. Less than a dozen Tok'ler things were in this ward, which led me to conclude a single Commonwealth vessel sticked off with them in tow after initial successes. The Shadow Caste must have been running the same cruel experiments here, adjacent to the ones in Malu's system. These humans had been languishing under Federation integration attempts, which must have entailed fundamental changes to their neurochemistry and behavior. The fact they weren't repulsed to see UN soldiers was a positive sign. It meant they hadn't been persuaded that Earth's government was backward and evil. I never seen Terrans look this feeble, with 1,000-yard stares and shaking hands a common trait among the victims. Was this the state the Kolshians would have left the entire human race in had their original uplift succeeded? It reminded me of how I felt under the predator disease drugs. A spectator in my own body, with stimulating thoughts locked far out of reach. I knew what it was like to have your personality suppressed under a haze of medication, with no end to the dreary days in sight. There was no greater part of any sapient that could be ripped away than their sanctity of mind. Seeing 20 years of my own misery reflected in binocular eyes, it evoked a painful level of empathy. I hoped the UN could free them from both the mental and physical cages.
What the fuck is this?
Samantha spat, stomping her boot heel into Moronis' tail. The Kolshian chief's eyes widened with alarm.
Don't hurt me. I definitely warned you about this. You're merely too aggressive, like the Crocodile. We thought you could become more docile, prey-like, more than the Arxur. Our ambitions went beyond curing you.
Do you have any idea what it's like? To be so medicated you can't feel anything? My hiss was low and ostensibly calm, though my tail lash betrayed my emotions. For me, it was all because people derided my race and my loved ones until I couldn't take it, with words that aren't dissimilar to what Sovlin says now. I was deemed too aggressive for snapping. I deserved it for being a primitive, just like their predators. What, pray, was your ambition with the Yortol?
to direct your culture along proper avenues. We gave you so many gifts that you would have never seen in your lifetime without us.
Sovlin flexed his claws, stepping between me and Moronis.
That's not the least bit true. I'm sorry, Onzo. I didn't want to hurt you. I like you, I do. And the jab's turned into a game for me. I was just frustrated with Tyler and my therapist for harping on my language and my thoughts. And it's so darn hard to change everything. I can't do anything right, so I pushed back in defiance. I know you're smarter and better than me at everything, and I feel quite outshone by you.
If you think I don't know you're jealous. It's fine. It's his fault, not yours, I growled.
But that's also why I know your people didn't need the Federation for shit. The fake Kolshian culture was fine for me, without knowing everything they believed in being a lie. Then it broke me. I don't know what I'm doing anymore. It was easier believing the lie, easier not knowing the Gajeeds were changed too. Moronis, no gifts that you could have given the O'Toole would be worth the mental anguish and the millions of deaths that come with it.
That's...
Moronis began.
I'm not done. You admitted not too long ago that your legacy was decline and decay, and your purposeless society is worth nothing. Your caste was an ignorant bunch of idiots living in fear and wanted everyone else to be the same. All of us have suffered as a direct result of your actions. Onzo and I have that so thoroughly in common. Horsell and Sam lost their loved ones to you, and Tyler is only here because his friend was almost driven to suicide by your cure and torture of Slanek. Do you understand that?
Yes, but I just inherited...
You did nothing to change it. You excused it and created your own fucking mishaps, and the smug aura has returned after only a moment's hint of remorse. So unless you want to apologise, I suggest you shut up and take us to Slanek before I shove my claws somewhere you don't want me to shove them.
Chief Moronis withered beneath the Gajeed's blistered scowl and gestured to follow him in tail language. The humans might not have understood the exact words, but they could infer the meaning from Sovlin's reaction. While we proceeded to what was hopefully Slanek's locale, other Terrans set about liberating the cure test subjects. I knew what it would be like for the victims to cobble together the pieces of their mind. They were strong enough to find a way forward, but I didn't envy that journey. However, if the Venlil we were sent to rescue was no longer himself, I wasn't sure he could claw his way back. He'd been upset by his own personality before any of this, which led to him going off the deep end. The most insightful bit of information was about my Gajeed comrade's state of mind. My ears angled towards Sovlin, weighing his unexpected, passionate defense of the O'Toole. I had never believed he'd hated me, instead believing that he was long in the tooth and set in his ways, but I hadn't considered a deeper struggle than that. The raw agony he'd felt every time he discussed losing his family told me he'd suffered as much as I had, albeit in a different way. His purpose for pressing on, seeking vengeance in their names, was a lie. How could he cope with his entire world being exposed as a falsehood? To that old man, the humans' revelations against the conspiracy must have felt the same as it did to us O'Toole when aliens tampered with our entire belief system. The Federation's mindset was as ingrained and fundamental as any sapient's identity. From Sovlin's perspective, knowing how much guilt he felt over Slanek's predicament, I made a mental note to protect the Gajeed if the Venlil reacted poorly to his presence. Moronis had gloated that our Skulgan friend wouldn't be happy to see the humans, but I trusted the primates to subdue a herbivore who was burdened by reignited instincts. However, something told me that if any of Slanek's anger still existed, Sovlin wouldn't fight back due to his sense of guilt. I readied myself as we entered a secluded room, complete with a projector and neurocranial instruments. The dark grey fur and black tuft atop his forehead was unmistakable. But I was instantly worried the Venlil we knew was gone. If the Kolshians had tinkered with his brain to such extensive lengths, the damage could be irreparable. There was an apathy to his sluggish movements that went beyond what we'd seen with the drugged humans, and his eyes looked like they struggled to take in the new visitors. However, once Stanek realized that binocular eyes were staring at him, he squealed. His limbs began shaking more profusely than they had before. Tears matted his cheeks, though his gaze still looked empty and disorientated. The Venlil struggled to duck behind his bed as his legs twitched like he wished to flee.
Monster! Help!
Slanek pleaded. I eased myself forward, signaling for Sovlin to stay where he was. Hi, Slanek. It's me, Onzo. Do you remember me?
I've never seen you before, but I know the humans brainwashed me. and I can't remember a lot of it. They fight the entire galaxy. I saw the war footage. Horrible things. Meat-eaters. Made me kill people. They must have done the same to you. I don't want to go back. I'd rather die.
Everything you're telling me is wrong, Slanik. This isn't you. You can feel that. You were very close friends with the humans before the Kalqians scrambled your brain and made you forget how they crippled the Venlil. I know that you were angry when that happened. Tyler tiptoed after me with the biohazard mask covering his eyes.
Slanik, we came to rescue you. You can come home now. You were part of the exchange program. You were there for the empathy tests. The Kalqians wanted to wipe us out, but you fought to protect Earth. You lived there. How can you not remember any of that?
The Venlil didn't seem to be listening to a word Tyler said, shutting down at the sight of an approaching Terran. I flicked my ears at my exchange partner, warning him not to intervene. The blonde human seemed dejected by Slanik's condition, though I noticed him fiddling with his holopad. I took a cautious step toward the Venlil, resting a gentle paw on his shoulder. It was disheartening to find him in such a pitiful state. I wasn't sure the person Marcel and Tyler fought to save was salvageable. The Kalqians succeeded in making the poor guy believe humans were monsters, wiping his memories of their shared past altogether. He was worse off than his likely state during first contact. There was nothing left of the person we knew. We need to sedate him and take him to a hospital. There's no way to convince him humans aren't taking him off to be cattle again. The Kalqians broke him. What's the last thing you remember? I whispered. Slanik rocked back and forth.
Family. Brother died. Arxur. It's all fuzzy. Hurts to search. Not there.
It's okay. You don't have to push yourself. I wish you did remember, but it's not your fault. We all will help you, no matter what.
Last thing I remember. The humans landed to kill us all. Punkers. Cold. Then it's like I was unconscious, but not. Fragments and whispers to grasp at. Mostly a name. Someone who meant the world to me.
Marcel.
Tyler interjected, startling the Venlil.
What did you do to Marcel?
Slanik bellowed, fair sticking upright. It was the first moment he looked alert during this entire conversation.
How do you know that name?
You remember Marcel? Marcel is fine. He and I are very good friends. He's a great dude. You want to talk to him?
Samantha raised a finger.
I'm not sure that's a good idea.
Me neither.
Sovlin chimed in, keeping himself hidden behind Orcel and Sam.
Marcel was beyond depressed when Slanik was captured. He's tired of life kicking him down. I can't predict how he'll react if Slanik rejects him.
No. Please.
Slanik wailed.
Want to talk to Marcel. Miss Marcel.
Tyler offered an apologetic shrug.
Sorry guys, but I already called him. And he just picked up. Here.
I retrieved the holopad from my exchange partner to see a befuddled Marcel staring at the screen. Slanik leapt at me with disjointed motions, ripping the device out of my hands with desperation. His brief excitement deflated as he laid eyes on the human's scarred face, though he didn't react with the repulsed fear he had to Tyler and Sam. The Venlil's ears twisted with confusion, and conflicting emotions rushed through his horizontal pupils. Captain Fraser, meanwhile, had watering eyes, and his face contorted with relief. The Terran soldier seemed unaware of how little his friend remembered.
Slanik, I'm so happy you're okay. I'm sorry. Sorrier than you can imagine for what happened to you. Whatever they've done to you, it's over. You're safe. You can come home.
Marcel gushed.
Genzi, come here. Hurry. Oh, thank you so much, Tyler. You're a real bro.
Slanik pinned his ears back.
You're human. Should be terrible. Well, why do I feel like I love you?
What?
Marcel's weepy smile faltered, and his pupils darted back and forth, searching Slanik's expression. His eyes darkened with realization.
Oh. You don't remember me. It's because we loved each other. We were closer than blood brothers. We went through so much together, and there was nothing I wouldn't have done for you. If I could trade places and save you from your suffering, I would. I wish I was there, Slanik, to tell you that it's going to be okay. To protect you.
Why are you in my house? Did you capture my mother?
Jensi, who just peeked into the frame, swooned with delight.
Slanik, what nonsense are you on about? The last thing you told me before running off was to take care of Marcel if I still loved you, and that he'd be a better son. I did what you asked, but you are my son. I was never looking for an upgrade. You have no idea how much it hurt to lose another son.
Marcel squeezed Jensi's wrist.
We're going to remind him who he is. It's okay. It'll be you, me and Nulia. Oh, that's right. She'll be delighted to see Uncle Slanik. She, showed up on our doorstep. Lucy doesn't want the responsibility anymore. That's okay, because we can have our own family. It's not too late to make a new life.
I want my old life. You're a predator from a race of killers. I don't know you.
Slanik mewled.
But I know you. The fact that you remember me at all means they couldn't take what we had away from you. Here, look. I've kept these. I looked at them every day to think about you.
Marcel held up a printed photograph with frantic enthusiasm. It showed a grief-stricken Slanik sitting beside the human's broken body in a hospital bed.
You were there when I was almost killed. You saved my life and nursed me back to health. Can't you see how much you cared? You didn't leave me, even when you could have had someone without baggage. Or scars. Like I won't give up on you now.
You look starved there. I look sad? That looks real.
It is real. You were part of an exchange program between our species. I can show you all our chats. Hell, I'd be happy to have them again.
Marcel flicked a series of pictures in quick succession, rushing to find evidence for Slanik.
This is you being the first Venlil to visit Earth, standing with our leader. Oh, this is you with a can of potato chips. You could discover them all over again, Salt Monster. Here's us at the camp on the Cradle.
The Cradle?
It's a long story. We fought the Arxur time and again. Together, we were unstoppable. I'll tell you everything we went through, the good and the bad, and what really happened with proof. Not what the Kultian said. I wish I could do so much over. But as long as you remember the slightest bit of what we were, we can get through this. Do you believe me?
My brain doesn't. But my heart does. I believe you. Only you.
I'm so proud of you, Slanik. Our memories might be gone for you, but nobody can take what we had. Those nice people are my friends. Your friends. And they flew across the galaxy to bring you home. I need you to go with them, and I'll be here waiting, huh? You need anything, you call. I'll be as patient and supporting as you need.
Okay, but they're scary. I think I'll go with the Yotol.
Yes, go with the Yotol. No time like the present. One foot in front of the other, and you'll be home in no time.
Talk more. Not ready. Want to know everything.
We can talk for as long as you want once you're safe on their ship. That's all that matters. Please be brave. For Jensi and I. I'll be in touch very soon.
Slanik's shoulders sagged as Marcel disconnected from the call. I gently pried the holopad out of his paws and returned it to Tyler. The blonde primate gave me the slightest nod, gratitude for seeing our mission fulfilled. It was more than he expected, to see any trace of the Venlil's old self still kicking. After sticking with my buddy through a ferocious fight, we could finally leave this rock and return to a normal life. The galaxy could have a fresh start, just like Slanik, with humanity at the reins. All of us would be returning home to a new era led by the United Nations. I wrapped my paw on Slanik's shoulders and coaxed him toward the exit before he had second thoughts. Sovlin spotted an expression of visible relief after how responsive the Venlil had been to Marcel. The Gajid caught me observing him and gave me a grudging claw flick of respect. I returned the gesture with my ears, musing what kind of future the old man would have. It was then I noticed him guiding Orcel with fatherly affection. It was clear he intended to bring Risel's sister back to Earth, where Visith and Hunter waited. The former captain might have figured out what to do with himself more than he thought. With the last part of our mission complete, it was time for us to seek out new lives in well-earned peacetime.
Memory transcription subject. Chief Hunter Isith, Arxur Rebellion Command. Date. Standardized human time, April 6th, 2137. After devoting hundreds of thousands of ships to the Kolshian cause, then having a large portion of those vessels turned against Betterment's mandate, Gisnell's regime had all but collapsed as soon as humanity won. That selfish despot only wanted to save his own hide at the end of the day. After an offer of exile to an uninhabited moon, he handed over his command to the rebellion without a fight. At this point, following the changes in allegiance mid-battle, we'd had numbers on our side. I would have liked to see Prophet Lanzel's line brought to an immediate end, but I'd settle for avoiding further losses. My return to Riss as the presumed leader would be the first time I'd been there in years, since I'd been stationed all the way out by Skalga. The future of the Arxur wouldn't be as sapient-eating monsters, beholden to basic needs and aspiring to cruelty. Assuming Secretary-General Zhao could persuade the Sapient Coalition to leave us be during the upcoming convention to write the Treaty of Soul, we could start rebuilding our society into its former self. I wished at a time like this that Vizith hadn't turned her back on her people. A soldier from the long-gone Morvim Charter could be a leading voice in defending defectiveness. It would be an arduous battle stretching decades to convince my people that empathy was not weakness, especially since sociopathic tendencies had been bred into our bloodlines. There will be the issue of challenges from those who see me as weak. I need to consolidate my allies, including the unsavory chief hunters I turned. The United Nations promised to get Ozlith and Ilthiss to stand down, though given their lust for power, I can't imagine how. I wished that I could be part of the Sapient Coalition's activities, but the prey races weren't ready for a diplomatic contact with the Arxur. These deep wounds would take generations to heal. There was nothing I could offer that would atone for my complicity. Every atrocity I committed to survive. Forgiveness would never be something I deserved, for all my efforts to bring about a new dawn. Humanity had escaped the label of monstrous predators, yet obligate carnivores with our past wouldn't be immune to judgment. Felra was an unmerited blessing, the only friend I ever had, and my only outlet for my suppressed emotions. While the Dossa didn't belong in strategy meetings, I hoped to consult with her on sentimental matters, in Vizith's role.
Hey, Scifi! How'd your conversation with Zhao go?
Felra's message came through in an instant across the reinstated FTL networks.
I know you're going to be a great leader. You have such a big heart.
I tapped my claws against the keypad. Zhao needs to handle Ozlith and Ilthiss before we talk. Those two wanted a larger role, despite the obsolescence of their methodology. We cannot afford coups, infighting, and power grabs, yes?
With you finding a way to feed them and not killing lots of people, I think he'll be well received. You just need to promise greatness in a way that's not keeping cattle. You did the right thing by forcing Gisnell to free all sapient captives before he left. That upgrown meat will be fine. You know, Arxur can try beef jerky now.
That is not real meat, you silly rodent. You cannot even tell that human meat is meat by looking at it, because it is so processed and unnatural. That is not a dietary practice befitting a hunter.
Maybe you don't realize the Greys do things boringly.
Felra fired back.
I'm serious, Scifi. Your culture needs to be more fun. Fun is part of expressing yourself.
I question the validity of any advice coming from you.
But you'll still listen to me because I'm that much fun. What would you do without me? Practice your sulking expression in the mirror.
I do not have to listen to your babbling. I can turn off the holopad.
You don't want to do that. You must be lonely, not having Oleg and Lisa around anymore.
I am not lonely. I am relieved. No more spies and conspiracy theories. I feel bad for that poor adopted human on Skalga, who will have to deal with Oleg's derangement again. And I'm sure you'll see enough of Lisa to tell me things I don't care about, since she transferred to Liberty's Bastion.
I know! The coffee shop has been set in motion. Actually, I told her to put a drink on the menu called the Scifi. She can use food coloring to make it grey and draw a big heart shape with the cream.
I thoroughly despise you. Never contact me on this app again, Felra.
Right, sure. Always so grumpy.
I am not grumpy. I am just tired of you. Enjoy this, because it is the last time I'll ever respond to your messages.
Okay then. Talk to you tomorrow.
I considered deleting the SwiftPair app after the latest exchange with Felra, but settled for burying the holopad in its drawer with an exasperated tail lash. If that Dosser was the best candidate to steer us down an emotional awakening, perhaps it was better if we kept our single-minded focus on war. I didn't want to be anything like that. Hopefully the Secretary General's message arriving any minute would offer better prospects for the Arx's future. Unifying my people under a novel purpose was my mission, and that meant I needed rival chief hunters mollified. I intended to ditch the authoritarian name Dominion during my rule and lay the groundwork for a new method of government. One where the rights spelled out in the Sapient Coalition's founding documents were mirrored for our citizens. The herbivores needed to be convinced we didn't deserve extinction, and showing them intended reforms might give Zhao something to work with. I believed that humanity would fulfill their end of the bargain, that promise to aid the rebellion following the Kalqians' fall. That might not be sending their fleet after Gisnell's pathetic surrender, but staying the guns of their allies would be its own fight. My claw was hovering over the comm screen, and I swiped to accept when Zhao phoned. Greetings, Mr. Secretary General. From your relaxed expression, I gather that your discourse with Ilthiss and Uzlif went well.
It did. They were given roles as chief generals, a fancy way of saying military advisors, and told that they need to prove themselves willing to play by humanity's rules before we'd back their leadership, that you have seniority and showed your strength the best at Aafa. We framed it as a promotion, higher than the single sector they had before.
The black-haired human replied, a subtle grin on his lips.
I assume that you have the officers who defected from the start under your control. They were already willing to follow you.
There's an understanding.
Kaisel chimed in, from where he'd been pretending not to notice my discourse with Felra.
We're withdrawing from the sectors like you asked, now that the cattle are released and the raids will stop. A few of the defectives will spearhead new colonies for the suddenly returning soldiers. Others will take regional roles as governors. The more self-serving parties have been relegated to military training.
I narrowed my eyes. Yes, I suspect the Sapient Coalition will call for us to unconditionally rid ourselves of our military capacity, but I will not agree to that. We must be able to defend ourselves, should some prey take the initiative to try to wipe us out. Also, if I acquiesce to such demands, my leadership will be viewed as weak and doomed.
I'm confident that I can bargain for you to be left to your own devices, as long as you agree to isolation within this 20 light-year bubble. It'll take some convincing, but after everything you've done for humanity, I promise not to undermine your future. I believe you can be an instrument to build something better. The United Nations will be here to offer guidance, as well as to help you navigate budding diplomatic relations every step of the way.
I suppose that you've heard that the Otul offered us an embassy. I hope I did not cause offense, but I have not accepted the offer. It seems unwise for herbivores to reside on Riss at this time, especially for if... I cannot guarantee that diplomats wouldn't become dinner.
That's why the Otul extended that offer prior to the UN, though it's amusing that they beat us to the punch. Isif, we recognize the extraordinary complications that you find yourself with. You need time to sort your affairs out. We'll conduct relations virtually and directly until you have time to train a corps of diplomatic intermediaries who can be sensitive to other races' customs. I suggest you respond to the technocracy's offer with, "Not yet."
I will. At least that means you already have one vote against wiping us out.
2. Ambassador Taba will advocate for you. I trust we can pressure Veln into giving her some independence for the treaty votes.
I cannot believe that the governor lost her seat of power. She was a formidable ally on the side of humanity.
Don't discount Taba, because she still is. Her choice of speakers and testimony about the Venlil suffering was instrumental in getting the votes for gene reversal programs, including the one for omnivores. She's a woman of conviction, regardless of who is on her side.
It was my firm belief that Venlil were weak until I saw the decision she made on my behalf and yours. You were quite lucky out of all of those indoctrinated squealers that first contact was with someone so fortuitous. I'm sure Kaisel would seethe to learn how much I respect Tava. The scrawny Arxur lashed his tail.
I do not always agree with Isif's inclusion of weaklings, but if defectiveness saves us from living as we do now, I will back it. I do not have full trust in you humans, due to your tendency to forsake us. Twice you rebuffed my attempts to defect to Earth, yet now, I have a life away from war. Acting as Isif's second, I seek peace and satiety. For people of my stature, not to be tormented.
After the pure disdain Kaisel showed when first introduced to my social, empathetic companions, It was a relief that he'd come around to backing my cause. He was a solid representation of the average anti-betterment rebel. There would be many Arxur citizens who carried resentment or who continued practices that humanity would view as uncivilized. Gradual progress was all that I could hope for. Aafa served as a cautionary tale of how a populace could reject sharp changes in a short time frame. The fact that the average denizen would have the option to push back against demands from on high, and an accurate accounting of what happened in their government, would improve on Dominion policy. There'll still need to be enforcement of the rule of law. We need to expedite the building of meat factories and acquisition of non-sapient livestock to guarantee that. Secretary General Zhao clasped his hands together.
Well, I don't expect any serious hiccups at tomorrow's summit. You have the support of your people, judging by Kaisel's attitude. After their showing at Aafa, I don't expect the betterment archetypes to go against the grain. Congratulations, Isif, on your new role and your bright future. It's been a long time coming. You risked your hide to earn it. I look forward to diplomatic relations between our planets in quiet times.
Wait, Mingzhe. As a final matter, I seek your opinion on my new government's nomenclature, replacing the harsh tyranny associated with the old one. Dominion should be lost to time, I said. The Arxur Collective is my idea. I thought it a suitable name, yes?
The Arxur Collective. It's a daring premise to live up to, but it does have a nice ring to it. It evokes that hope that your people can work in altruistic cooperation and care for each other once more. One for all.
Everything I do will be for the good of the people. What do you humans say? Lead by example.
It's the only way to lead and stand for something. You seem to have discovered your emotional side just fine, without any prehistoric Arxur as a lighthouse. I'm proud to have worked alongside you, Isif. You proved me very wrong about your people.
You proved me right about yours. Thank you for sticking up for us after we have done our part. And thank you for defeating the conspiratorial tyrants that perpetuated this war.
We couldn't have done it without you, Isif. Your fortitude and compassion has saved countless lives, both today and in generations to come. Take care of yourself out there. Enacting lasting change, that'll be a fight we'll tackle for years to come. Our patience may be tested, but the end result is worth the tiring journey.
Risk is free. That alone makes every risk I've taken worth it. If no future Arxur will endure the shame I feel, for every meal I've eaten and crime I've sown, then I will fight until my dying breath. I hope you know you've succeeded Maya's wisdom with more grace and intellect than Earth could have hoped for. Farewell, Secretary General Zhao.
Good luck, my friend.
I terminated the video call, allowing him to return to planning for a busy session of post-war decisions. Kaisel turned his binocular eyes to the viewport, with the glint I finally recognized as homesickness vanishing. The reds of Riss's clay masses and the greens of forests and plains stretched out on the viewport. I was optimistic as we prepared for the landing that would start my reign. Though Felra would be far away, I wouldn't be alone among my people. Kaisel would require continued mentoring, and I could form a social network with the collective's fledgling bureaucracy. There was no longer an entity standing in the way of progress. The greatest benefit to Betterment's fall was that I wouldn't have to hide my true persona beneath a horrific farce any longer. This is home. It can be a place worth saving, worth fighting for. My life can be spent in pursuit of something good, not just with the purpose of staving off execution. The arrival of a second sapient predator had been the catalyst for the liberation of my entire people. Without humanity, I would have had no empathetic sapients to reach out to who would have seen me as a person. I would have had no frame of reference for what a dignified society would look like, apart from Betterment and the Federation. I would have never known that the two galactic powers were colluding to our detriment, and would have never been connected with the Yotul or the Venlil, a pair of herbivores who could act with cordiality despite my species. This war couldn't have been won if I hadn't saved Earth from annihilation and trusted them to defy the odds at Aafa. Every encouraging moment led back to the Terrans and our partnership to actualize a shared vision of the future. It might take decades for the wounds on all sides to heal in any meaningful way, but the cycles of hatred could begin to dissolve today. The humans had given me hope for peace and friendship, and with Riss under my control, I never planned to let it go.
Memory transcription subject, Ambassador Tava of the Venlil Republic. Date, standardized human time, April 7th, 2137. The past few weeks had been packed with important events, falling alongside the stunning victory at Aafa. With the prototype cure set to be injected into my veins, Noah and I had taken the opportunity to visit Earth after the Skalga referendum. Both of his parents were deceased, but he introduced me to a few of his surviving relatives. An aunt, a second cousin, and a cousin-in-law. Culture in his part of the world was centered on the nuclear family rather than extended, but everyone I spoke to was proud to be related to an astronaut with such a sterling reputation. We were given a private tour of NASA headquarters, the organization responsible for our meeting. The evening was complete with the promised watching the alien sunset in a hammock and dining with otherworldly food. I had been quite impressed with Earth's resilience and was received warmly by the locals. One comment from a stranger about me being one of the good ones confused me, but other than that, I was treated with reverence. To think I'd ever been frightened of these predators, or worried about visiting the homeworld where their numbers were billions. Their enterprising culture was intoxicating, with contrasting places across the globe that could inspire our children. I wondered if Skalga could have cultivated such differences without the Federation's mellowing. Maybe we still could, with time to shake off their interference. When it was time to stand before my people as the first to accept a human-engineered serum, I had been ready. There were no adverse effects that I noticed, as Governor Veln applauded my courage and renounced the Federation. For all the supposed risks, it hadn't been worth fretting. Every blood test showed that the counter-edits had taken well, and that everything was as the science predicted. It was a matter of waiting for the next candidates to go through the process, though it was difficult to be patient. When a human scientist reached out to me about locating a donor, I couldn't rush down there quickly enough. However much I'd failed my first daughter, I was stronger now than before, and I knew Noah would protect our children with his life too. We were taking the initial steps to transforming the Venlil back into a fearsome and yielding race. Now that I'm expecting a child, Noah has been all but falling over himself to help me. He's trying to do everything for me. It's like he thinks I'll break at a gust of wind. We still have 6 months to go. The astronaut smiled softly at me while wrapping his arm around my shoulders.
The Treaty of Sol, signed unconditionally by Chief Moronis before we ever penned the terms. How do you feel trying to bring about lasting peace?
All I ever wanted was for you to have the right to exist. I want the same for us now. I know there's still a lot of work to be done picking up the pieces of the Federation, an organization that stood centuries. Humanity needs to find a path for your era to last just as long. So many complications, parties and old wounds that could impede progress, I answered.
We've made it this far. And don't forget, we're persistence predators. We will dedicate ourselves to this role as mediators for as long as it takes. There's so much reason for hope. Herbivores cohabiting with humans beyond even Skalga. Earth staving off extinction time and again against all odds. Truth and reason prevailing over fear and ignorance despite the fact it took centuries. The Dwerten shield showing up to our treaty signing. You and I, throwing off the Federation's influence with our lovely family.
You're right. I am surprised to see Ambassador Koji looking all repentant. Hopefully, she won't make us regret delaying these proceedings until her faction arrived.
The Dwerten shield might have used a lot of their bombs in the battle, but they still have ships in orbit. We've been able to stall for a while under our claim that we're doing a thorough job thumbing through prisoners, Shadowcast citizens, information and asylum seekers alike. However, with food dwindling and no supply chain, they won't wait much longer for the green light. We need to sort out what we do with Aafa as the first item on our list.
After what happened to Kalqua, I don't know how Zhao plans to talk them down. I'd hate for humanity to shoot the Dwerten ships just when we're finally making progress.
We don't need more enemies. Let's hope it won't come to that. I think we're going to find out the Secretary General's plans now.
Noah hovered beside me at the Venlil station, and his brown eyes turned to the podium. Zhao was mounting the stage with methodical footsteps. The borrowed tradition of applause greeted him, this time with rousing fervor. The sapient coalition members chose to stand beside humanity, despite the mismatch on paper, and were thrilled that we had come out on top. Earth's cunning, daring efforts were both appreciated and respected, so it went unquestioned that the United Nations was taking charge in these proceedings. If these diplomats were told a year ago that they'd be delighted at the fall of the Federation by the hands of new predators, It would have been unthinkable. I felt pride to be sitting among an array of species with peers who could devote ourselves to peace without interference. My choice to befriend humanity will save trillions of future lives and liberate the galaxy from tampering and oppression. Perhaps there were things we could have done better, sacrifices we wish we didn't have to make, but I wouldn't abandon the Terrans for the universe. Zhao raised his hands in a humble gesture as the praise continued.
Thank you for the warm welcome, friends. As you all know, Kolshian tyranny is no more with the karmic resolution of the Battle of Aafa. While this meeting is about progress and how we move forward to better days, I'd like to take a moment to look back at all that we've lost. Recent revelations showed how easy it is to rewrite history. We have a mandate to learn from the past, even with its darkest moments. Let us have a moment of silence for the innocent lives lost on Earth and every other world that suffered from raiders. Nishtao, the Cradle, Kalqua, and many others throughout the centuries.
The chamber fell into a hushed silence, with many diplomats recalling a loved one taken as cattle and attacks on several worlds. I recalled what it was like to decide to pull the life support on my daughter, and the looks in the human's eyes at Earth's memorial service before the bomb that removed my tail. Noah placed a hand atop my prosthetic as it tightened around his wrist. The choked quietness was broken only by the occasional cough and sniffle. There was a collective weight to the loss, with all of us gathered there. When the Secretary-General deigned to break the silence, it was a merciful reprieve from those heavy emotions.
So much senseless slaughter, just in the short time we've been an active force in space. It is why the items on my agenda are all related to dealing with our enemies, active and subdued, then followed by establishing protocols for diplomacy with powers outside our circle. There will be plenty of time for us to find our footing and sort out what kind of organization the SC will be. My sole demand inside our borders is a simple one anyway. That the sapient rights document all of you sign is applied unequivocally to humans. I want to trust in the safety of our citizens traveling abroad as we attempt to integrate and spread out.
Zhao said. Gajid Minister Kiri chewed at her claws.
Despite my repeated directives, it's difficult to get the exterminators in line. With only a few colonies left, the Gajidi Union is in tatters. You have my word that we're cracking down on bigotry and punishing offenders. It would be remiss not to mention that it'll take time to normalize human residence.
I understand that you cannot eliminate all anti-predator radicals. I simply ask for a zero-tolerance policy and for your best efforts to weed out physical mistreatment of humans. I'll discuss this more at our internal meeting next week. But the United Nations wishes to open embassies on all SC worlds, and for you to open annexes on our soil as well. We will dedicate entire teams to learning your cultures and strengthening relations, but the same respect will be needed from you as our partners.
Noela from the Krokotl delegation raised a tentative wing.
While more Krokotl side with my separatist movement by the day, the traditional government still contests our power. I'm not sure it would be wise to grant you an embassy on one of our colonies.
Humanity has plans to implement you as the singular Krokotl faction and back your government in the necessary ways. However, I believe that falls outside the scope of today's discussion. I'll be happy to address individual concerns at length next time. For now, let us focus on the fallout of this war and what we'll do with our enemies. It's important to me that we don't preside over senseless loss of life, and that we make assurances to draw surrenders from the 200+ Federation subsidiaries. I seek the war's end, so that humanity can live at peace. So that none of us have to lose more lives. It's why reducing cities on Aafa to ash is an unacceptable outcome.
You're trying to stop us from finishing what we came to Aafa for, after we upheld our end of the bargain.
Ambassador Koji squawked.
I helped delay for the sake of your investigation, and now you're changing our agreement.
We have a proposal that we believe fulfills our agreement while sparing those who had no say or role in Kalqua's attack. We rounded up the millions of Shadowcast members and transported them painstakingly to a habitable exoplanet in an unclaimed system. We'll transfer them into the Shield's custody, no questions asked, in exchange for Aafa being spared. Whatever it is you want to do to the people responsible, that's at your discretion. This is much more efficient and accurate than dropping what bombs you have left on civilians. It is justice against the perpetrators. What do you think?
In those shiplog recordings, you said that you would hunt every conspirator down, that the bombs would miss the people responsible, who were hiding underground. I suppose this arrangement is suitable, but I don't want the entire Kolshian race to be roaming the stars like they did nothing. And what about their colonies?
Chief Maronis relayed orders for them to stand down and self-destruct any remaining ships. We surveyed the colonies through extensive scans for any hideouts or suspicious activity. You all heard the Chief's faulty rationale about predator disease on our videos. We can combat his misinformation now that we have the truth. Each of your officers should have received an extensive packet of research about crown diseases that exist on Earth, as well as their modes of transmission and behavior. With their purpose invalidated, the Commonwealth are nothing. They will be sequestered and surveilled for some time.
Xerillian Prime Minister Braylon tilted his head.
Have you acquired any of those prions for the Galactic Institute of Medicine to study and confirm your findings? Why did the Kolshians never discover the infectious agent despite years of study?
I believe it's near impossible that we'll find anything. To our knowledge, prions can only survive for a few years in soil and water. It's been centuries. Contaminated grounds were isolated and the water was treated with strict enough conditions to eliminate the proteins. Ironically enough, sustained high temperatures are the only way we know to kill those things. By burning the corpses, the Kolshians killed the microbes, and by the time they had the means to detect the cause, they'd succeeded in eradicating it. Now, are there any objections to our plans for Aafa?
How long do you intend for them to be surveilled?
The Thafki ambassador piped up.
Years. We'll install a rebel government that operates under UN authority. Perhaps every half-decade they'll be up for parole. We can evaluate their societal transformation. Regardless of if they're allowed to engage in some capacity, they won't have a fleet as long as this war is in living memory. The Kolshians need to prove their species' good intentions to atone for an era.
The Secretary-General's eyes roved over the crowd, searching for any further objections. Punitive actions against the Shadow Fleet would be a start. I hope the Dwerten rendered agony upon all of the conspirators. I wish the Terrans had handed over the Farcel elders they'd taken hostage, so that their trial would be a bit less civilized, for everything they'd done to Species 45G. It was ironic that the humans and the Venlil were both above average on aggression and emotionality. Like our neighboring planets had evolved to be the closest pals. As much as they wanted to mend bridges, I hope the Predators would take the gravity of our injuries into consideration. Skalga would need an adequate plan spelled out for all hostile parties, especially for how Talsk would be handled. Locking the Farcel homeworld in a Kessler cage was an impenetrable imprisonment, but if we can fully finish this war with the Treaty of Sol, there needs to be a long-term solution. They should be sequestered for just as long as the Kolshians, with their role of deciding how to alter other races. Historians and archaeologists my arse. Zhao smiled, unmasked in this speech.
I'm happy we could reach an accord, Ambassador Koji. I'm saving talks about most neutral parties for later, but I'd like to continue our military alliance with the Dwerten Shield. A full-fledged mutual pact. While the handling of non-aggressors was the last item on my agenda, let me spare a moment to say humanity doesn't extend our embassy plan just to the Sapient Coalition. We'd like embassies on every Shield world, and for your parties to come to Earth. Our relations don't need to be so frosty.
We wish to remain separate entities from the Coalition rather than to join you. However, opening our doors to human diplomats should be acceptable.
Koji answered.
Excellent. I'm grateful for every friend we can find in the stars. It's a shame that there is a long list of parties who've aggrieved us, siding with the Federation. The top of the list, as I'm sure the listeners are waiting for me to get to, is the Farcel. We were unable to devote the manpower to an occupation of Talsk, and that remains true even after the war ends. What we must do is monitor them to ensure they don't build anything, and we can't do that without any ship traffic or sensor contact. The blockade must come down.
I lashed my tail in irritation. The Venlil Republic wishes for the species who crippled us to remain in isolation. Unlike the Kolshians, the Farcel civilians had an idea of what was going on. Founders' Day, a festival where they sold our artifacts back to us, was a community effort. It's a glaring example of the rot at their heart. Respectfully, I don't see a reason why we'd let any of them out anytime soon. There were a few murmurs of agreement from the gathered diplomats. Noah knitted his brows together beside me, seemingly worried by me putting a voice to my government's position of vengeance. While it was Veln's official stance that the Farcel's alterations were monstrous, it was obvious I agreed with the idea that our cripplers couldn't get off lightly. Human compassion was something I adored about them, but with an issue this personal, I felt obligated to demand justice. How many years had the Venlil been mocked as the galaxy's weakest species? How many children, like my daughter, had died or been captured because our paws were tied behind our back? With our natural temperament, we could have fought back against the Arxur. The Secretary-General's lips twitched with sympathy.
I was there when we told you about our findings at the archives, Ambassador. Our hearts go out to the Venlil for what was done to you. I reiterate that we do not seek more loss of life. So unless we plan to glass them, we need to attack their ideology. To show them the error of their ways. Keeping Tausk totally cut off as a form of collective punishment will serve to radicalize civilians. We won't change hearts and minds like that. We won't rid their planet of Federation methods and propaganda, so this system will live on.
Where was the resistance on Tausk? I fired back. You can't rid them of something with no pushback. This isn't about innocent people.
You're right. The Farsoul aren't innocent. Not most of them. They don't realize they're doing anything wrong. But if there's one person, maybe a child, that's innocent, then it's worth it to try to fix it. None of this will be easy, since change and healing take years. Decades. I know it's not easy to think of ever forgiving a wound as grave as what was inflicted on your species. Just as we still feel the rage for Earth. This is about the big picture. For our children and our children's children.
Mr. Secretary-General, I'm more willing to tolerate the very Arxur who ordered the raid than these monsters. I want my children to have a bright future, but I cannot forget what was taken from us. The Venlil and every other species who've had their lives turned upside down cannot.
And you should not. Rest assured we are not just letting the Farsoul back into the galaxy any more than the Kolshians. I propose the same parole system, and without reformation, they will never touch the galaxy again. We'll engineer one lane in and out, which will allow us to monitor that they're not building any weapons to disintegrate the cage from the ground. Any traffic will require UN approval, a stringent process reserved for asylum seekers and any needed supplies. I agree that they've lost the right to be a part of our community in this generation. I'm just proposing an action for a far-off day they earn it back.
I stewed over the Terran leader's words for several seconds, sensing the gazes of every diplomat on me. The Sapient Coalition didn't back humanity's decision not to bomb certain worlds, though they went along with it. There was a great deal of anger over centuries of oppression. My mind harkened back to how I'd told Chief Hunter Isif that I could never forgive him for what he'd done, even if I recognized that he was the best bet toward peace. Elias Meyer had offered a dying wish of peace between me and the Arxur, and I'd been moved by it. I could appreciate that Zhao had a similar desire for us to find a way to move forward with the Farsoul. What did Zhao say back at the summit? Humanity is willing to give everything of ourselves for peace. If these sweet predators say that after everything they've suffered, how can I be a true friend to them without doing the same? Noah leaned down, whispering in my ear.
The Farsoul don't hold power over us anymore. Our children will have everything they took from us, and more. We are going to have a beautiful life. I trust you, Tava, to do the right thing, even when it isn't easy. Even when your entire world won't agree.
This is different from trusting a predator race. It's harder. My heart was tight with sorrow as I answered my beloved in a hushed tone. It was about more than doing a moral, yet unpopular deed. It was trusting humanity one final time to act in our best interests. I want you to have the peace and harmony you desire. If I believe the Arxur can change, I guess the Farsoul deserve the same chance. I know you'll never let anything happen like that to us again.
We'll be your guardians. There will be nothing stronger than our love and our kindness together. You can count on that.
I know, Noah. Tears welled in my eyes as I straightened up to give Zhao an answer. Grun, the Venlil Republic would like personal updates from the UN on all matters regarding the Farsoul's handling. I ask this as a personal favor, though I will put aside my own feelings either way. The Secretary-General ducked his head.
With how much the Venlil have been affected, that's a fair request. We'll see that you're cut in the loop. Thank you for working with us here. I can see that emotions are understandably running high, so I suggest we take a 10-minute recess and clear our minds before tackling the back half of our agenda. We'll reconvene for the rest of the items then.
Chatter rose up as soon as the Predator stepped back from the microphone. Noah was staring at me with a mix of pride and also concern. Perhaps that my stress levels would affect the baby. I allowed him to guide me out of the room. His hands grabbed a tissue from a table and he dabbed at my eyes lightly. There was a question swirling in his pupils, even while he focused on comforting me. I made a mental note to ask him what was on his mind later. For now, my focus needed to be on keeping my composure and engaging with the final aspects of our peacetime accord. Humanity could count on my cooperation, as well as my unwavering attention as they sought to wrap up the treaty convention. Memory transcription subject, Ambassador Tava of the Venlil Republic. Date, standardized human time, April 7th, 2137. As I turned to stroll back into the auditorium for Zhao's resumption, I noticed that Noah hadn't followed me. Immediate concern blossomed in my heart, knowing how unusual that was. Ever since I'd begun my pregnancy, the astronaut had stuck close to me like I was a fragile object that might fall apart if left unattended. Mere moments before, the former Ambassador Williams had been comforting me after the Far Soul topic stirred up my sorrow for my species. Was the human having sudden medical complications? I whirled around to check on him and found that the predator had inexplicably lost his footing. Noah was hunched over on one knee, extending a velvet box in his hands. His binocular eyes peered up at me with love and sincerity. He popped open the container to reveal a metal band with a sparkling gemstone atop it. I tilted my head in confusion, not understanding what the predator was up to. Was this some Terran ritual I was unfamiliar with? Despite my lack of recognition, I could sense the charged aura of emotion between us. The astronaut's lips curved upward as he gave voice to the unspoken question that had been in his mind.
Tava, nobody has ever made me feel as complete and sure-footed as you. You are my world, and I want to spend the rest of my life with you. Will you marry me?
The human rumbled. What? The tears that had been spilling from sorrow renewed, but this time it was from an overpowering deluge of love. It seemed this was a tradition for how the predators proposed to their loved ones. Noah wanted a commitment to uphold our relationship until our final days. Yes. Yes. I can't wait to start a family together as husband and wife. The human rose and clasped my wrist with a gentle hand before carefully sliding the ring onto my toe. It felt a bit strange and tight, but it must be some sort of symbol of commitment. I'd seen humans wearing similar objects before, and come to think of it, all of them were in long-term relationships. We hadn't talked about marriage rituals between our two species at all, though I was sure we'd have plenty of time to plan and mingle our traditions. When my ex-husband proposed to me many years ago, it was with the storied tale signs of "Marry Me." The ceremony was our traditional fusion of the families, where relatives and friends symbolically swapped sides between bride and groom. I commit to this union, two souls merging as one. The goals of the other are my goals, and their desires are my desires. I will stoke the fires of love in rain and sunshine. I will rebuild it from ashes or cinders. For the remainder of our lives, we will move forward together. The Venlil vows read. I hadn't fulfilled the letter of my first promise after the devastation of our daughter's death made it impossible to spark anything from the ashes. With Noah, I believed I had a chance to start again, to live up to those vows. It would be not just the merging of souls, but the merging of two cultures. I intended to integrate Terran customs with Venlil rites. The word should amount to supporting my human through both hardships and good times. Together, after all we've been through since first contact, I knew we could make it through anything.
I'll tell you all about our traditional weddings. We can swap stories so that we're clear what marriage means between us.
Noah growled.
For now, we need to get back to the meeting. I just couldn't wait a second longer to ask you.
I nuzzled up to his side as we ambled back to the auditorium. Unless your weddings are solitary affairs, we definitely need to think of a guest list. Family, friends, and people we've worked closely with.
Yeah, I'd like to limit it to those close to us. Just don't ask Glim. I wish him well, and I've directed him to get help, but he made it personal by selling us out. I know he thinks we betrayed him first by letting Aishif speak, and he's a very traumatized man. But he spat on our love. I don't want to work with him, and I certainly don't want him at our wedding.
I agree. What he did burnt bridges between us. I imagine that means just for appearances, we should make sure Sarah Rosario doesn't bring Hasey. Sarah belongs at our wedding, and I'm happy that she and Hasey have stayed close. But besides not sticking it to Glim, we don't want anyone there who might diss predator traditions.
That means we're definitely not inviting Koji, regardless of how much she's changed.
Why not? I think it'd be hilarious for her to cut you off at each word of our vows.
Hilarious is one word to describe it. I can think of another, but it's not very diplomatic. Anyway, it looks like Zhao's about ready to resume his speech, so we can hammer out every detail on the ride back to Skalga. I'm right here if you need any support over the Far Soul or the war. Just reach out. And don't overexert yourself. Please.
I'll control my stress levels for the baby.
And yourself.
And myself. Don't worry, Noah. I'm fine. The astronaut steadied my chair as I sat back down, while I tried to focus on the Secretary-General, despite my giddiness and excitement. There were serious matters to attend to, and I couldn't afford to be distracted. However, the prospect of marrying my soulmate had caused my earlier pain over the farcical discussions to evaporate. I was ready to tackle difficult subjects with a clear mind, and to iron out the final details of peacetime. Whatever put an end to the war and the death, with humanity ushering in a harmonious era, I could live with it. What's left for Zhao to discuss aside from the 200 Federation powers? The Dominion? I wonder how Isif's rebellion has held up, and whether humanity finds it appropriate for the Arxur to be punished at all for their unthinkable cattle farms. The Secretary-General's eyes swept across the room, ensuring every diplomat had time to filter back in.
All right then. Before I fully move past the Far Sol issue, I want to raise two topics I intend to broach in our internal meetings, to emphasize that we hate our friends' suffering, and that we intend to address every issue discovered from the archives. You know about the gene reversals, but we haven't gone over our Project Chronicle. In short, we're recruiting historians to sort the data from each species chamber.
Only human historians?
Laulo, the Yotel ambassador, called out with suspicion.
I trust your people, but I don't want more aliens handling our history. Respectfully.
Of course. And at our internal meeting, we'll be discussing what each individual race sees as important and wants in their curricula. We'll be requesting professionals from your planets to work with us and ensure that everything is fair and above board. What we've started on is incentivizing some archivist prisoners to help us, and large-scale sorting. I intend to involve each of you in your own stories. Humanity's commitment is to undoing not just the gene mods, but every lie they've ever told you. Please understand that.
I flicked my ears, recognizing that Zhao was addressing me. I do, and I'm grateful for your efforts to expose the conspiracy for all of their crimes against sapiens. Truly. They won't control us.
They won't be out abducting potential uplifts either. I recognize that some member states have welcomed back citizens from the past who could be harmful with Project Chronicle. I recommend using them as windows to a lost era, but also setting out provisions to address their unique circumstances. We recognize both the benefits and the dangers of advanced cryotechnology and intend to discuss laws on cryopod usage next week. We take what they've done quite seriously.
Mazik President Kupal flared his trunk.
Then destroy the technology. Nothing good can come of preserving sapiens like frozen fruit for hundreds of years.
A few calls of assent came from the gathered diplomats, and I found myself wondering if Kupal was right. The abductees who'd been transported into our time had difficulty adjusting and lost their lives and their families. There were zero positives to rendering people obsolete in their own worlds. Cryopods would facilitate similar experiments done by anyone who bought into Federation ideology and tried to reinstitute the cure on live subjects. Even if Zhao recognized the potential dangers, why not just outlaw cryopod usage in our territory? The Terran leader cleared his throat.
There are many valid concerns, but technology is often a double-edged sword. That is to say, it can be used for good or for evil. If someone has a terminal disease and chooses to be preserved until a cure is found, cryopods may save lives. It could allow astronauts to hibernate through long voyages. Even with warp drives, it would take vast amounts of time and supplies to travel to neighboring galaxies. It takes years just to cross the full breadth of our own. We can have this debate at length at our next meeting, where I'll weigh out scientific research on the positives this tech might achieve.
Very well. We will listen to your arguments then.
Kupo acknowledged.
That's all I ask. Now, let us move on from the issues surrounding Taosk and address what we should do with the rest of the Federation. As you know, the UN launched a cyber attack on all Kolshian-aligned principalities. Let me preface this by saying that this was the move that won the war. If those 200 parties had come to Aafa, we would have been slaughtered. However, the cyber attacks had the regrettable consequence of civilian loss of life due to socio-economic collapses.
The Dossa diplomat Allah twitched his whiskers.
These species picked their sides, and they supported the Kolshians after everything. The Federation didn't regret picking off Dossa civilians, some of whom were only just recovered from the Shadowcast basement, in terrible condition.
The treatment of the captives from Malu was criminal and worsened by the fact that it was simply for standing with humanity. However, I reiterate our desire to limit loss of life and not to radicalize civilians. We seek healing. We want these 200+ parties to surrender so that we're not forced into this war any longer. That means we're willing to send humanitarian aid and put the lights back on for anyone who capitulates. It's also important to note that not all Federation members are in the same category.
Forgive the interruption.
Koja began with unusual tact.
But how so? I just heard Ambassador Ola point out that they supported the Kolshians after everything, including the attacks on Milu and Kalqua.
The Duet and Shield originally hesitated to side with humanity due to fears of opposing the Kolshians. Kalqua shows that there was true peril in challenging the Shadowcast. Many parties were afraid of retribution if they broke away from the Federation. There were quite a few who voted for neutrality after Noah's speech, but didn't want to hop sides. You were in that same position once, Koji.
I concede that point. I believe I once told a Venlil counterpart that it was hard to stick our necks out. It was why talks with humanity hadn't achieved results before us.
Precisely. For parties that weren't involved as aggressors, I believe we can come to terms. Their existence as neutral powers doesn't threaten us. Honestly, if they so desire, I don't feel this changes anything about our diplomatic efforts before. We still wish to sway potential friends. This might open the door to new members of the Sapient Coalition should they seek that avenue in good faith.
What about the ones who don't act in good faith? Who acted against the SC?
Tilfish Governor Burla hesitated, recalling how her species had once been a hostile power.
I recognize the value of parole and second chances after Silis has received one. However, not everyone can be trusted or should escape punishment.
The Harchan ambassador raised an appendage in support.
I don't speak in defense of Fal's actions any more than Burla stands by what the Tilfish did. I agree that we should separate those who helped from those who were captive bystanders. Yet the truth is, there are true fanatics in the Federation. Many of these people have had ample opportunity to break from the ideology, but couldn't even see anything wrong with omnivores' treatment.
Humanity is aware of the aggressors, such as the Multi, a species who'd practice orbital exterminations on sapiens at the Kolshians' behest, and see it as a normal military duty. We're informed about the most concerning subset, the fanatics, as you say. The difficult aspect of these is religion, something the Federation tailored to control worlds, something seen in many cultures, such as the Gajid's Great Protector, the Krokotol's Inner Tala, or the Iftali's Consecrated Order.
Why don't they see from the archives that their religion is a lie?
An Iftali diplomat piped up.
Even before we had hard proof, Seleni caught in corners bragging about co-opting omnivore religions.
For the ones who weren't omnivores, such as the two most egregious examples, they believed their faith was natural. Even with proof, some wouldn't accept their belief as false. The reality is that cultists such as the Yopa, who have actively sought human sacrifices, nor the Dresgian who worship the Federation as divine avatars, will fight to the last. We'd like for absolute peace, yet these races must be treated as hostiles.
Are you going to wipe them out?
The Takan representative asked.
We don't seek extinction, but the only solution we see is to rebuild their society from the ground up. We don't wish to allocate troops for an occupation or to directly engage more than needed. We'll ramp up cyber attacks, forcing them back to the technological drawing board. We'll target their leadership, religious and political. Then we drop pamphlets and combat misinformation in the hopes of an eventual surrender. It may take years, and after we've had time to recover, we may need to kickstart change by force.
Zerulian Prime Minister Braylon raised a paw.
So the war's not ending?
Not altogether, but the threat to our safety is finished. There will still be cleanup for years to come, even on our own turf. We'll be rebuilding Kalqua, Earth, Nishtau, the Cradle, and many more through titanic efforts. And I regret that this is the only way to bring peace to the SC. This is seeking the path of least violence, yet it's still an ugly one that forces the compromising of our morals. We've done the best we could to adhere to our ethics while staving off enemies who don't afford us any rights. I take no joy in the suboptimal choices we've been left with on several occasions.
There were no ensuing challenges from the assembled diplomats while Zhao shuffled his notes. It was obvious that the final enemy, the one who'd yet to be addressed, was the Arxur and Dominion. The carnivores who had terrorized us for centuries. Isif had offered a non-aggression pact during his speech at the summit, but some diplomats had been quite vocal about his species not deserving a continued existence. Either that conversation and the Nikonas Gisnel video had a lingering effect on the coalition, or humanity would have to dig their heels in if they wished to spare their troublesome ally. I'm willing to fight with Governor Veln despite his undoubted concerns about how the public will react to him tolerating the Greys. As long as Isif keeps to himself, and that his kind is punished at the first instance of reverting to old ways. I'll vote to allow it.
I'll gloss over the unaffiliated Sifkit Grand Herd, who never re-established diplomatic connections with those or the Federation. If they want to be isolationist, after learning the truth, we should respect that and leave them alone.
Zhao explained.
So that leads me to the elephant in the room, which is the Arxur. The Dominion surrendered after their humiliation, and there's a new government now. As I recall, after Isif's speech, certain diplomats believe that we're partial to predators, and you have staunch stances on not treating an Arxur as a person. Many of you have trauma. Some of you have even lost your homeworlds to their raids. Let me say, I don't expect you to forgive or forget.
The Thafki diplomat's silver-grey ears twitched with anger.
We had no world to ourselves until you helped us carve something out. There were 12,000 of us in the wild until you freed millions of our cattle. Millions of damaged, battered, broken people, just like those who have strained other worlds' resources with their predator-diseased states. The Arxur shouldn't be left alone to do whatever they like without supervision. If you're not going to kill them, take away their damn ships.
Their bombers ravaged Nistal, something humanity played a role in. You know what the Arxur do with their ships.
Nuela squawked. Gajid Minister Kiri flicked her claws.
Isif presided over the raid that left the cradle in ashes, and my species as a mix of sparse colonists and refugees.
I understand how they feel, I whispered to Noah. Isif was responsible for that raid targeted at Venlil schools. My little girl would be alive if not for him. I was willing to work with him, but not with the war over. He shouldn't keep his bombers. Those aren't used for good. The astronaut grimaced.
I can't imagine the grief. I don't know how you put it aside to cooperate with Isif at all. Nobody would have blamed you for wanting outright revenge. I won't tell you to change how you feel. I wish we lived in a galaxy where everyone could disassemble their bombers, us included. War is hell.
The argument raged on, with the Thafki ambassador Telekin's voice growing more heated.
They view the Thafki as a delicacy. I don't care if the Kolshians let it happen. The Arxur still did it. They should be locked in a Kessler cage at minimum. They can't be trusted, and I certainly don't foresee opening relations with a race that remembers eating us.
Laulo strained on his hind legs.
The Arxur were quite helpful at Milu and Kalqua. Our commanders were able to establish a cordial working relationship with Isif, who helped save prey lives by the billions. I have no reason to believe he'd want to raid or eat anyone. He risked his own head to bring about the opposite, and expressed remorse to us.
This is about a better future, I shouted, deciding that the Yotul couldn't argue for Isif alone. Isif always wanted that. He said something quite powerful to me long ago, that one can be both a victim and an oppressor. That is what the Arxur is. To everyone's surprise, we know now that the Greys are capable of empathy, so I stress giving them a chance to change, just like the galaxy's other monsters.
Their entire culture is based in cruelty.
Kupo challenged.
If that's not evil at every level, what is?
Secretary General Zhao tapped the microphone.
That is enough. Nobody is expected to even think about forgiving the Arxur for generations. But we also know they were walked into monsters. The United Nations has every intention of monitoring them and forcing them to live by civilized standards. Without purposeful starvation, there's no reason for raids. Isif was crucial in liberating Kato, overthrowing the Dominion and gathering allies against Aafa. Despite his past, we can't argue that we owe him our victory.
If there's no reason for them to raid, why can't you take away their bombers? Keep them out of our space.
Telekin yelled.
We have negotiated terms to keep the Arxur out of your space, in a 20 light-year bubble, leaving the SCB. The Dominion's cruelty-based legacy means that Isif will be seen as weak without maintaining a military. His government, the one that wants change, would collapse, so it's a necessity to allow him to keep his fleet. It's all for show. The UN will police him. Should the bombers vacate their territory, we have multiple cyber weapons ready to destroy the fleet. If Isif can't be trusted, he won't get past the SC's welcome mat. Will that satisfy you?
Not really. However, non-aggression is an upgrade over our former circumstances. We'll trust humanity to handle it for now, but we'll be watching them closely ourselves.
The United Nations welcomes assistance monitoring all powers confined to their territory, not just the Arxur. We don't trust them ourselves.
Zhao was hasty to pivot away, not allowing any further debate over his chosen resolution to Isif. He'd baited Telekin into agreeing so smoothly that other SC members might not realize it.
That settles everything. We're quite grateful for the cooperation of our allies to finalize the war's resolution with the Treaty of Seoul. I look forward to discussions of our internal affairs next week, and I wish you all safe travels. Farewell.
As the human leader dismounted the stage, I relished in the knowledge that the centuries-long war was over. The Predators had laid out a step-by-step process to steer the galaxy in the right direction, and to handle all parties that fell outside SC bounds. Noah's loving gaze studied me from the periphery, a warm blanket of security that drew my focus back to the band around my photo. His fingers traced over the ring's cool metal, which my brain had somehow normalized wearing. With today's ambassadorial duties complete, I didn't have to worry about protecting Venlil human interests anymore. My attention could center around our personal life together, with a wedding to plan and 2 children on the way. Now that I was starting a new family with such a remarkable person, I felt an eagerness for the future that was unmatched by anything I'd experienced before.
Memory transcription subject: Captain Sovlin, United Nations Fleet Command. Date: Standardized Human Time, April 9th, 2137. I wasn't sure what I imagined human funerary traditions would be like. Not too long ago, before I grew close to the gentle-hearted primates, I wouldn't have imagined a predator race would hold sincere burials at all. Carlos would be laid to rest in a funeral plot all of us chipped in to pay for, right in Tyler's backyard of Columbus, Ohio. It was a small ceremony consisting of people who worked with him in the past, and our ship's crew members who'd arrived on Earth after a dragged-out journey back from Aafa. Several stops had been made on our voyage home to unload Kolshian prisoners and drop off passengers at Skalga and Learn. Per my deceased friend's wishes, we hadn't invited his family, despite how heartbreaking that rift was. The quiet ceremony unfolded with little fanfare, and some human religious figure arrived to say a few words. Samantha Harris had made the detour to pay her final respects to her longtime companion. Tyler and Donzo were watching a virtual live stream since the 2 of them had moved to Learn for the time being. The apartment had been left into my care, though I was told that, "You gotta pay the rent now, Sovlin. Don't you dare get me evicted." I was surprised by my commanding officer's decision to move away from Earth, and wondered if it was all for his exchange partner's sake. Officer Cardona was never coming back to reclaim his dog from his father. Why wouldn't he want to continue his ramen chef duties with Hunter and I as roommates? Overall, it felt good to be back on the Predator homeworld, but I hated today's circumstances, knowing that Carlos hadn't seen the return home with us. His body would be lowered into a hole in the ground, with a simple headstone denoting the years he'd been alive. That was what the one person who'd shown me immeasurable kindness was reduced to. A human priest was reading a passage that stated, "Blessed are those who mourn, for they will be comforted," before offering words of solace. I knew little about how Terran religions compared to Gajid religions, but that sounded like nonsense. There's no comfort in a loved one's death, just pain, loss and heartache. Mourning is knowing a person is gone and they took a part of you with them. Unlike Sam, I turned down the opportunity to speak at the funeral. Her statement had been a short admission that she missed his kindness. I had no idea what I would have said if I stood before everyone, but I could barely bring myself to be at this ceremony and honor Carlos's life. I could still see the bullet hole in his helmet and recalled shaking his spacesuit. Too many people that I cared about had been taken in recent months. Ever since the Cradle's fall, terrible events had played out before my eyes, all while I tried to atone for my own hatred. I was grateful that Hunter, Vizith and Dorsal were standing beside me, reminding me why I bothered to persist, confront my demons and seek happier days. Tears rolled down my face as the funeral drew to a close. I couldn't wait to bolt from the premises. I thought if I had spoken before the crowd, I would have commented about the lessons Carlos taught me on open-mindedness and understanding opposing viewpoints. That was how I wished to remember him, not as the embalmed corpse locked in a wooden box. We might have unseated the Federation, but I'd never forget the costs it had required. Regardless of what my plea deal and my conscience had said, there was nothing left for me to give to any war. I was an old man who wanted to help his found family navigate their present reality. It was time to make a positive difference in the world, like the humanitarian work Carlos partook in before this all started. That was what the Peacekeepers were truly about, and those were causes that I could put my personal touch on.
Hey, Baldy.
Samantha walked up to me, dabbing at her binocular eyes. Watery pupils I'd once thought deceiving with false emotions.
Wherever our friend is, I hope he's at peace. Too many burials in too short a time frame. I hope you've got something happier on your slate now that this is over.
I flicked my claws. I used to think I deserved my suffering. Since I survived instead of Carlos, I'm going to try and find a way to heal myself, and to make a difference in post-war Earth. There's lots of people like my 3 younglings here who could use some guidance. Setting them all up for a bright future is my new mission.
Fuck. I sure could use some guidance myself. Now that I'm here, I either have to grapple with the fact my home and my family are long gone, or I'll find a way to ship out. There's nobody. Not even Carlos. I could live with running off with the UN if he were here.
There's no need to leave or go it alone. You can stay here with us, Sam. You know Earth better than all of us. I know I haven't been your favourite person, but I care about you. I hate seeing grief tear others apart like it did to me. We can have our own family, a support network right here. The auburn-haired soldier forced a smile before, to my surprise, she wrapped me in a fleeting embrace.
Thanks for offering, but I'm sure as fuck not living with the Yanks. Too much soda, guns and star-spangled bullshit going on here. It'd make putting up with the racist war criminal not even the worst part.
That's not all America is, any more than your kangaroos and koalas.
Hunter protested.
Well, I like my kangaroos and koalas, and it beats dealing with Sovlin on a daily basis.
Sam responded, pulling away from me.
I'll be fine. Some time to grieve John. It can't hurt any worse. Enough about me. Why don't we say goodbye with some happier news? Like how the fuck you don't have to uphold those minimum 5 years of service.
I shifted with discomfort on my paws. I have Marcel's blessing. I reached out to him. He wanted me to get help before, and he still does. If there's anything I learned, it's that I'm not predator-diseased. I have PTSD. I told the UN the truth and got a statement from Dr. Bari advising that I was unfit for combat duty. With the war over, they're happy for me to fulfill our pact through community service. It's part of their mission.
Don't I know it? I reckon they want to not just rebuild Earth, but forge our cities into true interplanetary hubs. The UN wants multicultural acceptance where, once they get past the predator's scary phase, aliens feel welcome. Since you've acquired such an interesting cast, I'm sure you're up for it. If I heard about an Arxur, a Kolshian, and a 1970s human living together, I'd have thought it was a joke.
Orsel kept me positioned between her and Vizith.
I would have too. You should have seen how I reacted when Sovlin told me. Living around a grey. It's a quick way to get over being disgusted by humans.
That's unflattering. My people might be monsters now, but I'm not one of them. I have more in common with the Terrans than the Dominion.
Vizith commented. To say the living arrangement had been awkward at first would be an understatement. Once the United Nations gave the sign-off to Orsel's asylum after learning her relation to the heroic Rissel, it had taken a great deal of convincing about how ancient Arxur had been empathetic and civilized. The female Kolshian was more in line with the belief that humans were the exception to the predator rule. I could understand how long that notion took to work through. There was no telling whether she'd seek a use for her botanist expertise now. Perhaps cultivating a garden in predator lands. Helping her to adjust to Earth, keeping her safe from humans who didn't like her citizenship, and coaxing her out of this fear was the least I could do. Sometimes it just takes time to get over things, and I believe Orsel can come around. She's learning tolerance for how predators live at their ugliest by being here. She has a strong moral compass and she trusts me. Everything we both believed is gone, but we'll shape something new, together. While it was an accomplishment for Orsel to be in the same room as 2 predators, Vizith and Hunter had both graduated to the next steps of their life. The pre-Dominion Arxur had considered how despondent the other Greys found in the archives were and decided to set up a support group. With Gisnell unseated, the path had opened up for her to join the UN peacekeepers, something she was leaning toward doing. Her presence on Earth no longer needed to be hidden because of it being an affront to betterment. As one of the few members of her species not involved with the atrocities, Vizith could prove Arxur weren't always monsters to the galaxy. Hunter Garner was still adjusting to present-day culture and technology with occasional mishaps that reflected his primitive upbringing. However, his fiduciary field of study wasn't obsolete. When he approached me about delving into xenoeconomics, I thought it was the perfect use of his skill set. All of humanity would be exploring that field from scratch, and he'd proven to be quite absorbent to those concepts. As the United Nations opened its doors for trading, there would always be roles for the numerically savvy. I still thought he should change his name if he wanted to do business with herbivores, but that was a moot point.
While they're arguing about whether Arxur are disgusting, why don't you tell Sam your other service?
Hunter slapped me in the back, right on a large bald patch devoid of spines. I flinched, not used to direct contact there.
To your people.
I groaned as Sam fixed me with a quizzical glare. I'd rather not. Sam will make fun of me, and it's a sore spot.
I'll let you in on a secret.
The Australian soldier replied.
I'll make fun of you no matter what you say, because deep down, you like it. Plus, you owe me for having me call Onzo a slur. Spill.
Oh, Hunter. Now I'm fucked to the Protector's cloud. Look, when I talked to the UN, I might have gotten them to sign me up for the Q reversal. The first Gajid trials are moving forward this week, and I volunteered. Now I know what you're thinking about how I hate being a former omnivore, but this is just about theology, like Marcel testified to the SC. If I'm living on Earth, I can't die from a whiff of your grossness. Hunter clapped his hands with delight.
We're going out for burgers after the procedure. Take back that Gajid pride.
I don't know how Gajids are rebuilding our culture, and I don't want to be involved with it. After what happened to the cradle, I doubt it'll even be recognizable. I'm not proud of my ancestry, even if they were just people. Meat eaters aren't monsters, sure, but it's still sickening. It's like eating a slab of your skin.
You already watch me eat raw bloody meat.
Vizith commented. That's different. You will die without that, and I don't watch you. I purposefully turn away, and I wish you'd go do that in a closed room.
It takes me all of about 2 seconds to devour those tiny human cuts. Do I need to isolate myself for basic survival functions just because I'm a flesh eater? I understand you may feel uncomfortable watching an Arxur tear into meat after what you saw with your family, but I don't wish for you to feel ashamed of me.
Orsel shuddered.
Being around you during mealtime is so visceral.
Hey, it's not her fault that she has fangs that could snap us in half, I offered in an uneasy voice. Though she is terrifyingly capable of killing us with a single bite, it reminds me of certain things. Samantha rolled her eyes.
And yet our canines were scary. How exactly were we going to bite you and snap you in half?
With the power of sass and evil sadism, obviously.
You make a compelling argument. My sarcasm is a weapon of sass destruction.
That was a fucking terrible pun.
Hunter griped.
He won't even get the rhyme through his translator.
That sounds like Sovlin's problem. Seriously, Baldy, I'm not gonna make fun of you. I think it's great you're getting uncured. I'm not your shrink, but for what it's worth, I think chowing down on a burger might be a great idea. Not even because you want to switch your diet. One bite is all.
I scowled. Why the fuck would I want to do that? I just learned how you get lethal diseases from eating meat.
All talk to keep you afraid. Our stuff is monitored and it's safe. I think you should try meat, just once, to prove the Federation doesn't have power over you. To prove to yourself that you won't change or struggle with bloodlust because you broke your herbivore crap. It's a way to come to terms with what Gajids really are. Maybe think about it.
I don't know. It's eating carcasses, even if it's artificial. I hate what the Kolshians cost my people and yours, but I don't know if I'll ever do something like that.
I doubt you thought you'd jump out of a Predator spaceship to a moon either. Sometimes you take the leap anyway. You've come a long way from wishing we'd all go extinct and bristling up at the sight of me. I wish you the best of luck, Captain Sovlin. It was an honor to serve alongside you.
Likewise. Don't be a stranger, Sam. My surviving guard ducked her head, awakening me to the reality that I was no longer a prisoner. Not to my life, not to my genes, not to my guilt over Marcel and the Cradle, not to the United Nations, and certainly not to the Federation. I was free to live my life however I pleased, whether that was down the path of burnt flesh patties or not. Hunter's amber eyes twinkled with affection. To think I once would have seen human vision as proof that he was incapable of kindness. There had been a great number of leaps I'd needed to take internally, with everything I ever knew crumbling. Revelation after revelation challenged my certainties and beliefs until none survived. I had come a long way from my first encounter with humanity, savouring an innocent man's suffering out of misguided vengeance for my daughter. How laughable was it that even after I'd been convinced of humanity's empathy, I believed they were struggling not to pounce on us at a moment's notice. While my therapist had refuted the existence of Terran bloodlust, I had nagging concerns about Khajiit proclivities. After what Moronis told us, it was apparent that such constructs were inventions to keep us afraid of regression, all because of a poor understanding of odd diseases. When I talked to Vizith, even she knew what it was, an Arxur from hundreds of years ago. The truth is that I don't understand predators at all, but I know they're not defined by their diet. And I won't be defined by that either anymore. Orcel gazed at Carlos's casket as Samantha retrieved a flower and placed it atop the cover.
They associate beautiful plants with death.
I don't know why they do it any more than why the Venlil decorate their plots with flowering bushes, I remarked. I'd guess it's about making ugly things beautiful. Like why the city of the Flora is so gorgeous, to hide the shadow-cast's ugliness underneath.
Is that a good thing?
It depends on what you're hiding. One is a gesture of love for someone who's no longer around, perhaps symbolic of life's fragility. Another is beautifying the oppression of someone no longer around, symbolic of their life's fragility. If he were here, Carlos might have said it's our beliefs that make a thing good or evil.
He must have meant a lot to you, to imagine what he would say now. But that only asks the big question about our morality with the causes forced on us in the past. What do we believe now?
I believe all of us have suffered enough for one lifetime, that we don't have to let the wounds of the past hold us back, that the truth about ourselves may not be pretty, but that it can't be something we run from. And I believe it's worth trying to build something better. Vizith lashed her tail.
Something better, huh? Maybe one day I'll find the strength to help my people, and you to help yours. But for now, let's go home.
Yeah, we can figure out the future together, Dad. I'll be ready for anything as long as I have your support.
Hunter agreed. I ruffled the human's brown hair, just how I used to with Hania. In that moment, I wasn't a broken man who'd been grieving his family for years, a captain who unravelled his own life's purpose, or a devastated conscript burying a guard-turned-friend. I was a father who wanted to see his children succeed, no matter what path their lives took. The galaxy's future under the United Nations could be prosperous, and I couldn't wait to settle down and watch the future unfold. My life's intersection with the Predators had not only freed me from my past, but like the casket's flowers, it made my present reality a bit more beautiful.
Memory transcription subject. Onzo, your tool technical specialist. Date. Standardized human time. April 9th, 2137. Rather than settling down on Rinzit after arriving back at Lane, I had duties to fulfill for my people before heading home. I was summoned to mainland Thyssen after requesting to speak to the Technocracy's intelligence panel in closed testimony. Departmental leadership, implemented when we drove foreigners and Federation sympathizers away in the Great Reclaiming, was comprised of leading experts in various fields. The committee was a band of geopolitical specialists, threat assessors, and continuity of government planners. After seeing the quiet devastation of cyber warfare, I'd entreated my government to create my own cyber division. The Yotol couldn't leave our infrastructure vulnerable to malicious programs. While I doubt the humans will be our enemies in the near future, they still have the capabilities to unseat all our advancements without sending a single ship. We don't want anyone to have that level of power over us, like the Federation did. It wasn't impossible that other planets would develop such capabilities either, especially without the Kultian-led stagnation. Preparing for all eventualities was something that my people needed to prioritize, so we had protocol to fall back on for even the most unlikely of challenges. It was like building redundancies upon redundancies in engineering. If something went wrong, there should be more fail-safes and backup plans than we'd ever need. That was Safety 101, and it shouldn't be any different with the security of our society. The Yotol Technocracy had made leaps and bounds since leaving the Federation. We were technological leaders, pushing the forefront of innovation alongside the humans. Being one of the original 3 to aid Earth after Kalsung's attack meant that we were one of the most powerful nations in the Sapient Coalition. But it also meant that we'd be a target for any ex-Federation members who resented the Primates' victory. The Technocracy was mistrustful of the surrendering neutrals who were being weighed as trial additions to the SC. I wasn't thrilled about the parties who hadn't stood up to the Shadowcast and their imperialism having a say in the Alliance's internal affairs. I dropped a suggestion in my briefing to enhance our digital espionage abilities with that in mind. If anyone was plotting against us military or diplomatically, we needed advance warning. I had left Thyssen after several days of being questioned on everything I knew about human and non-human military capabilities and the exact details I'd written in my combat report.
The intelligence panel promised to grant me a commendation for my seamless integration with our UN allies before offering me a choice of a posting or a promotion, with their preference being a top-tier job in the research and development department. The idea of playing a part in our shipyard's mass construction program had appealed to me almost as much as Sarah Rosario's prior offer to restore Lane. It would be prestigious, squarely in my field, and come with a pay increase. Plus, I imagined I could request to stay in Rinza, my own backyard. Still, part of me wanted to leave the military behind. Tyler was waiting for me at the bullet train station, so I'd like to acquire his thoughts. I attended Carlos's funeral virtually on the locomotive ride across the Rinza-Theissen connector bridge and stared out at the glistening ocean waves in somber reflection on all that had been lost. It once would have taken weeks by boat to travel intercontinental like this. The harbour where I'd spent days on the sailboat with Mama, salt spray on my lolling tongue and wind in my ears, was now replete with modernised haulers. There were few recreational ships, including an island cruise liner, were making a return. That turned my morning into a bit of optimism, as we'd restored traces of what made us the Atoll. Well, hello Tyler, I murmured, spotting the tall human as the train pulled up to the station. His towering figure would stand out anywhere, even on Earth. Why did you hang out here in Rinza while I was busy in Theissen instead of heading home? It can't be just to teach me surfing. I thought it was strange when Tyler took the shuttle down to Lane's surface with me. After the entire mission revolved around rescuing Slanek, I expected him to assure the Venlil's return. Instead, that fell to the handful of herbivore crew and Sovlin, who was lucky the Venlil didn't remember him. Officer Cardona's willingness to forsake the ship with his promise to Marcel fulfilled suggested he might want to put the exchange program first. This could be not just about the offhand remark to teach me surfing, but also about strengthening our friendship. The move seemed semi-permanent even, since he hadn't returned to his own world at all. According to our chats, he had his belongings shipped to him and was living at a UN foothold on Rinza. I loved the idea of having some downtime with my friend, like we did in Brussels at our first meeting, but I can't turn down R&D for that. I already missed one prime opportunity for him. I need to help my family, and this pay hike could give my father retirement. Tyler grinned as he spotted me and walked slowly up to the train station. The primate was in civilian pelts, a casual shirt with tropical trees printed on it, and beige shorts. I imagined that choice of attire had something to do with loving Rinza's warm and temperate climate. There had been reports not just of Terran refugees, but also of requests for tourism flooding in after the war's conclusion. The village council was discussing permits for a beach resort by the harbour, injecting life into our economy. They were even considering using old Atoll technology to give a medieval experience. It was strange for aliens to want to visit islanders that were considered backward savages, even among our own kind. But I was touched that someone saw the beauty in our way of life.
Buddy! The Michelin star ramen chef is here to rescue you,
Tyler boomed, earning mystified looks from the other disembarking passengers.
I've been waiting here all by my lonesome for you. I've got some stuff to show you.
I twitched my ears with amusement. You know, the exchange program doesn't have any official oversight anymore. It's over. I don't have to go anywhere with you.
Too bad, you're my hostage. With that smart brain of yours, I think I could get quite a ransom. After all, you've been chumming it up with the who's who of Theissen. Wait a second. Do you all got some spy agency that's following you now that you're connected? I don't want to be black-bagged.
I don't know. If you want to go through with holding me for ransom, you can find out.
Nah, don't feel like calling your bluff today.
You're the one who bluffs. I've seen your mathematically dubious poker strategy.
That implies that I have a strategy. Now quit taking the piss and walk with me. I got something for you back at the UN compound.
Fine, I agreed, allowing him to drag me off down the sidewalk. But you're gonna tell me why you've moved out of here and sat around waiting for me?
Ain't it obvious? First off, I'm here growing out my hair, though it's gonna take way too long to get those surfer vibes. You were in Theissen for long enough, I was starting to think I might have time to get some locks going. Now that you're back, I brought you aboard and I'm gonna start teaching you how to ride the waves.
I was silent for a long moment, mulling over how to respond. Why I didn't want to shut down his enthusiasm, and the idea of learning Terran water sports sounded amazing. I wouldn't have all this time during the day to devote to recreation. If I took the R&D job, I intended to work my ass off to advance the Atoll security. Sure, blazing around the beach under Rolch's warmth sounded divine, just as we had before setting sail to the Battle of Aafa. It was a blessing that we'd come back alive at all with the enormity of casualties in the orbital battle. Carlos's funeral, which we just listened to, had been a poignant reminder of that fact. Staying in touch with Tyler and trying to balance work and life would be my goal, but I also had to think of my family. My father isn't getting any younger, and the time I have left with him grows shorter the longer he works himself to death. The paycheck will be good, but not quite as life-changing as Sarah's program. I hope Tyler didn't make any drastic moves to the detriment of his own career without consulting me. While I told myself I'd confront my friend, my mind was all but set on taking the job. It would have been a relief in many ways to leave the military behind, but I needed to secure my future, my loved ones' welfare, and my role in the Great Reclaiming. Very few people were offered 2 once-in-a-lifetime opportunities in short succession, so I'd be foolish to pass on an upgrade like this a second time. Years of studying engineering pointed to this path, so I wasn't sure why I yearned for something more peaceable. When I'd watched the bombs fall on Kato, my conscience had shuddered to think of building the tools to enable such devastation. Yet I knew the technocracy wasn't the Dwerten shield. We wished to protect ourselves and level the playing field. It wasn't the same.
Seriously, Onzo. All I wanted since first contact was to be friends with aliens. Problem is, I'm louder and less cleaned up than Marcel.
Tyler remarked, prompting me out of my silence.
Unlearn, there's none of the fucking fragile prey act. I thought a change of scenery would be good for me, else I'm gonna punch Hunter next time he makes one of his shitty comments. Sovlin needs a place to come home to more than me. He's doing good work.
My tail swished in acknowledgement. That Khajiit found his calling. I never thought I'd heed and praised the Otol's culture. But the more I consider it, the more I think those primitive comments were rooted in jealousy. That we still have our identity.
Maybe. Point is, I got to transfer here to literal fucking paradise on my favourite SC planet. Being near my best friend is a cherry on top. You can nerd out about all the Otol culture you want, Onzo. We don't got nowhere left to go.
Not even to check on Slanik and Marcel.
The beauty of FTL comms. I don't like the idea of going to Skalga with Putter Visor on it Veln as leader. Those two can come visit here, but I doubt that'll happen anytime soon. Shit, that's right. I meant to give you the scoop on how they're doing. Marcel's been texting me, and he sent a video update a few hours ago, but I saved it to watch with you. 1 second.
The human flashed his canine teeth, nearly throwing his holopad into my hands after pulling up the video. It was the same enthusiasm that had led him to call Marcel back in the lab, which, in fairness, had paid dividends despite its risks. It was obvious how much Tyler cared for the people close to him, with how he'd pledged to go to the galaxy's most spectacular battle to rescue a friend. Despite losing the Learn Restoration job, I was glad that I'd gone with my friend. It would have been much harder to coax the Venlil back to the ship without me. If love had lasted through the brain experimentation, it was possible the hatred for Sovlin would have lingered too once the salt monster laid eyes on him. I peered at the recorded face of the red-haired Terran who had a sheepish Slanik curled up next to him in the video. Marcel smiled at the camera, with scars weathering his face.
I'm checking in with lots of good news, though it's not all swimming. First off, Nelia has shown trouble at first getting attached to female figures. Can't blame her after her mum abandoned her and... well, that's not fair. I should have shouldered more of the responsibility, but too many things were hitting me at once. Anyhow, she's finally starting to warm to Genzi. She really wants to join the Mahjong games with Genzi's human friends, but she's a bit too young and those are on hold because Slanik finds that to be way too much.
Don't want in my house.
The Venlil croaked.
Supposed to be safe.
I know, buddy. I'll protect you, right? What the Kolshians told you about us isn't true. You lived on Earth and with our soldiers for months, and no humans hurt you.
I don't remember. You said I trained with that... Tyler. He rescued me. When are we going to call him?
Marcel's expression fell.
We're calling him right now, buddy. Focus up. Look at the holopad camera. You see? It's on. We've been filming for about 30 seconds. Tyler did go through the instinct suppression program with you, and we visited Skalga.
Where? What is Skalga?
It's Venlil Prime's name now. They voted it in officially a few weeks ago. It was the name before the Federation, World of Death. You remember what I told you about them screwing over the Venlil? Don't cry. It's all right. I'll just keep reminding you of things.
It's hard. Keep things. Brain catches nothing. I'm tired.
You can nap right here until the nice Cerulean doctor comes to try to help you. If the Kolshians did this to you, then maybe it can be undone, right? I just wanted you to remember how our first visit to your planet together was with Tyler, while a cute little Tillfish kid named Vernt rode on his shoulders. That was after he saved us on Silis, flying into headlong danger. He's a bro. Why don't you be a brave Venlil and wave at the camera?
Slanik took a moment to locate the camera before giving a disjointed swish of his tail.
There. Sleep now.
Marcel gently pulled the Venlil's already dozing head onto his stomach.
Shit. You see what's wrong? I was going to start with the good news, like how my gene reversal went off without a hitch. No more allergic reactions from the slightest whiff of animal stuff. I can move back to Earth whenever, but I'm staying because Slanik needs me.
Yes. Stay.
The Venlil murmured.
Love Marcel.
You know I love you, buddy. I'm right beside you. I won't sugarcoat it, Tyler. Our pal here is pretty fucked up. They did a number on him. His short-term recall is hit or miss since he can hardly focus, so I wind up explaining things several times. Any human that's not me, sometimes even just sighted out of the window, makes him shut down. That's why I'm recording this and not calling you live. This is the best I can do to get him to talk to you.
I pinned my ears against my head. By Ralchi, this is terrible. Seeing Slanik like this.
I remember when he struggled with anxiety around us, but this is heartbreaking.
Tyler whispered. Marcel forced his smile to return.
We're making small progress, and Slanik's home. The best doctors at the Galactic Institute of Medicine are on it, and between Genzi and I, we can keep him on track. I hope you and Donzo are doing well. You both risked your lives for us, so thank you for everything. It's a long journey ahead, but hopefully I'll be in touch with a more optimistic outlook soon.
The video flickered out, and I padded a few more steps after Tyler in somber silence. It would be difficult for Slanik to escape the lab's effects, though at least he wasn't separated from his friend. I hoped that with medical aid, he'd be able to regain his faculties. It was only as I passed the holopad brack that I noticed we were nowhere near the UN compound where Officer Cardona claimed to have a gift for me. I thought the primate spoiled the surprise by announcing that he'd transported a surfboard here, but this looked like the research complex for the Lane Restoration Project. Sarah Rosario was waiting by the gates, a lab coat over her shoulders. Did Sarah reach out to Tyler somehow? She was definitely expecting us, and we didn't wander here by mistake. I don't want to get my hopes up though. I turned down the job and didn't expect her to hold it. Tyler clapped me on the back, his jovial mood returning as he saw my surprise.
Surprise! My transfer was really as security for this complex here. You thought I wouldn't find out that you turned down this project for me, and didn't tell me so that I wouldn't feel guilty. I sensed something was off, so I did some digging.
When I found out from Tyler why you passed upon the job, Onzo, I was even more impressed with you. Your loyalty is admirable.
Sarah chimed in.
I was happy to hold the position for as long as it took. I also took the liberty of getting the go-ahead from your government. The posting is yours, at the same price tag as the original offer, if you want it.
You can't be serious. You both did that. For me. I blinked several times, recalling how enthusiastic I'd felt on my tour of the facility. The Hensers had been such a welcome sight from our past. R&D was a wonderful, technical gig, but this was the job that spoke to me. Yes! Ralchi! I could leap into orbit with joy. I want nothing more than to restore Lane to its former glory, even if it means I have to work with this bozo.
That's not very nice, living geyser of fun facts.
Tyler objected.
I spent weeks planning how to give you the perfect return home, and this is my reward.
What do you humans say? Cope and Sieve. Tyler scowled at me before I tackled him in a hug. He pried my arms off him, holding a finger to implore me to wait. His blue eyes winked at me, suggesting he had something else in store for fulfilling my dreams. I tilted my head to the side, watching as he hurried over to Earth animal cages outside the facility. I recalled the Terrans had been importing pets as a stopgap for Yotol citizens. The primate clasped a lead in his hands, coaxing a massive mottled grey canine from the enclosure toward me. I recognized the dog as his pet Zeus, the Great Dane. Officer Cardona hadn't left Zeus behind on Earth. I supposed it would be possible to get permission for canine companions, but why bring him here ahead of my arrival? His beloved pet should be at his place of residence, in comfortable surroundings. The human smile widened as he fitted the leash's loop around my wrist. Zeus turned around to sniff at me with a wet nose before wagging his tail with affection. The domesticated animal must recognize my scent from his owner's pelts.
Tyler and I both talked about how you wanted a big dog after the war.
Sarah commented. The blonde human bobbed his head.
I knew what I had to do. He's yours.
My eyes widened, staring at the gigantic canine. What? No. I can't take Zeus, Tyler. Is your pet? You love him?
Yeah, but I can't have him on the base. I know you'll take good care of him, so I wanted you to have him. Don't worry, I'll tell you everything you need to know about owning a pupper. Helps me too, 'cause I'll get to see him on a regular basis. It's a win for everyone involved.
I don't know what to say.
Say that Tyler is the best human to ever grace this universe.
Fuck no. But I'll say you're a great friend. I'm glad I've gotten to know you. And if you're sure you're okay with it, I would be honored to have Zeus. He's going to be the most spoiled dog in the galaxy.
Damn straight. Especially when I come over and bring him treats and dog bones. Definitely couldn't talk about how Predator Zeus loves chomping down on bones to any other herbivore.
Long as it's not my bones, I don't care. Hens has hunted live prey back on the farm.
Unless you got squirrel equivalents out here, Zeus won't chase nothing. He's a good boy.
He sure is. But I'm not sure I can take him right now. I'm sure I'm behind on lots of work in the project. I'm eager to get started, Dr. Rosario. Sarah chuckled to herself, stress lines fading from her face.
Well, you start the job today, Onzo. How about for your first assignment you take your dog home and go to the beach with this guy for some surfing lessons? One day to enjoy time with your friend won't hurt anything. After all we've been through, I'd call it worth it just to see a video of this.
Well, that's very kind of you, but it can... Tyler scowled at me.
Don't you dare persuade her to assign you something, you deranged your toll. I've been waiting weeks for you to get your ass back from Thyssen. I did bring a surfboard, and we're going, right now. Come on.
With my friend's stern expression leaving no room for argument, I acquiesced to his beach demands. The idea of building an entire society rather than just spaceships helped me feel that Lane was in control of our destiny once more. I hadn't dreamed that everything would fall back into place so perfectly, but I had Tyler to thank for that. He'd appreciated the sacrifice he was never supposed to know I made. There'd been no more missions to drag us away from home, and our packmates' fates were out of our paws. It was time to make a life here, one that involved a big dog today, and henses in the future. I was grateful that I could live in a galactic community where I'd be seen as an equal, and that I could work alongside my friend to fulfill the magnificent dreams I had for the Yotol people.
Memory transcription subject, Ambassador Tarver Williams of the Venlil Republic. Date, Standardized Human Time, October 9th, 2137. Under an immense amount of pain, it was difficult to remember why I wanted to have a child in the first place. I clung to Noah's hand as the contractions radiated pain through my body, finding it difficult to think. I forced myself to ruminate about how beautiful our family would be, and how much I loved my caring husband. Then again, no matter how supportive he wanted to be, he wasn't the one in excruciating agony. This required little effort on his part, didn't it? That wasn't a rational thought, but it was near impossible to be rational. Of course I wanted the astronaut here to welcome his child. Just a little while ago, I'd been elated to see his reaction. The doctors prompted me to push harder, and I strained against my own pain tolerance. If I'd welcomed two predators to Skalga in the flesh before I knew they wouldn't eat me, and wagered my entire civilization on the possibility, what was a little labor pain? I was a strong, fierce woman, and I'd be damned if I waited a moment longer to hold my child. Noah had barely left my side since the pregnancy began, but now it was like his hand was glued in mine. My human watched with nervous eyes, terrified of anything going wrong. He pressed the other palm against my back, though it wasn't comforting enough to make up for the fact that my insides wanted to be on my outside.
We're almost there. You're doing great, sweetheart.
Noah whispered inches from my ear.
You're going to make the perfect mother. I believe in you, and I'm here for you and our child.
There was a brief flicker of happiness, knowing that despite his insecurities, my Noah would make a wonderful father. I remembered seeing his binocular eyes staring straight at me as we exchanged vows. The astronaut liked the Venlil ones enough to choose them. Our wedding had been a quiet ceremony, close to the public despite the fact that our relationship had controversially, on both worlds, been announced. We'd started out from Skalga on a sprawling spaceship we rented, with friends and family we invited. The ceremony had taken place halfway on the journey to Earth before we landed in my husband's hometown for the reception. To imagine how it once would have terrified all of my maternal instincts, a predator being right next to my newborn child. Noah implicitly had my trust. My brain didn't register him as a threat anymore, not even in the subconscious bits. My abdomen screamed in unfathomable pain, warring for my attention, but I fought onward for our beautiful daughter. We discussed names, Venlil and human, and settled on a tribute to a friend of ours who spent his last breaths seeking peace. Elia her name would be, harkening back to the dear Elias Meyer. It felt right for the people we'd lost to be a part of this new life, for their memories to be carried on. Elia is going to be beautiful, and I hope she takes after Meyer's diplomatic spirit. I wish he'd gotten to see this victory and to know that humanity would survive as a prosperous power. Another wave of agony came with the newest spasm, as the process seemed never-ending. Stars, I loved my first daughter, but how had I forgotten how miserable this was? I had no more energy left, and even with desperate attempts to redirect my thoughts to Noah and his species, my motivation was waning. Why wasn't there a pause button on this ordeal? I tried to cling to something positive, though my brain begged for a reprieve. There were 2 cribs waiting in the nursery where the planets of Skalga's system were painted on the ceiling. My human and I had a home together. It wasn't quite the opulent governor's mansion, but it was ours. What else? What else? Maternity leave from my ambassadorship would give me time to spend with my children. That was it. Children, plural. Despite all my research on how to rear a human infant, I was woefully unprepared for raising a predator. How strange it was that such a powerful, fearsome species would be so fragile and dependent on me. After a lengthy discussion, we decided to adopt a Terran boy that was 6 months old, since Venlil children matured quicker than the primates. 2 newborns would have been a massive undertaking, with the sleepless nights and round-the-clock care. While it wouldn't quite bridge the age gap, we wanted to bring the hominid home early enough that he'd bond with us from his earliest memories. Noah and I wanted to hear his first words, and when he took his first steps. The 2 of us were slated to visit the UN embassy, where the paperwork had been pre-arranged. Our little boy would be waiting for us in the peacekeeper's care. Elias' big brother was sitting there in limbo, and we couldn't meet him until I finished up here. I didn't want to wait a second longer before making it official that he was my son. I didn't want to wait any longer to have a Venlil daughter again either. Elias' life was set to start today. A strength bubbled within me that I didn't even know I had, as I warred against my body to bring a pup into the world. The pain reached its crescendo, blinding me for several moments. The doctors latched onto a small silver object while I fell back to the pillow with exhaustion.
My gosh, that's Elia. I saw her little head. Are you feeling all right, Tava?
Noah asked. I perked my ears as the sound of braying, feeble cries reached me. Elia's healthy, it sounds like. I don't know how I made it, but you have no idea how much that hurt.
I hated seeing you in pain, my love. I wish there was something I could do to help, but I'm here every step of the way. You can rest now.
No, I can't. Elia needs me. Let me see her. She needs someone to comfort her. The doctors passed me a wet bundle of fur, which was wriggling within the blanket. In an instant, the pain and exhaustion was forgotten. It was all worth it. Worth enduring 1,000 times over. In a second, a dangerous protectiveness roared within me as my precious daughter was passed into my arms. I held Elia close, trying to soothe her cries. Her fragile body was so impossibly loud for something so small. Those little eyes peered up to me, not yet knowing me as her mother. Her snout was a bright pink with 2 tiny slits that represented nostrils. Her legs were fragile, yet the important thing was that they were not crooked. She would be a force of nature, with all of the senses and abilities that Venlil were meant to have. While the deformed people of my generation had been known as the weakest species in the galaxy, Elia would not share that repute. Without gene more gentling and prey instincts, she'd have the fighting spirit my ancestors resisted the Federation with. It was true that we were the most emotional species, but that wasn't weakness. My husband belonged to the race I believed was number 2 in the rankings for their strength of their feelings, and they toppled a millennia-old empire with their tireless spirit. The Farsal archivists had feared us and our anger more than humanity. Once enough Venlil accept the gene reversal, more than the millions who already have. There's no reason we can't go back to being a species that will never be broken or surrender. Children like Elia can accomplish anything. Her future is bright, and not subject to any artificial biological limits. I couldn't wait to see how she inherited the best traits of both of our worlds. Our main residence was on Skalga, so that we could play a direct role in restoring the Venlil to our true selves. If the political situation for humans became more dire than Veln's pandering, I wasn't opposed to switching to Earth. I'd upend any part of my life or place myself in harm's way any number of times if it meant keeping my children safe. Noah smiled behind his pad, snapping a photograph of me holding the baby. He reached out with his sturdy arms, as if prompting me to pass what was now the center of my entire world. I loved my husband dearly, but that affection was a mere seed in the ground compared to the ocean of adoration I felt for Elia. All I could see in my head was the tragedy that occurred the last time I let a daughter venture out of my sight. What if something terrible happened because I wasn't around to protect her? I thought I trusted Noah to keep her safe, but the reality of letting her go left me torn up inside. I wanted to keep her in my grasp forever, never to let go. The predator tilted his head, eyebrows arching up.
Let me see the kiddo, Tava. I know I've never held a baby, but I'll be gentle. Don't worry, I won't drop her. She's just the cutest thing. Oh, my heart is melting,
Noah said.
I'm a father, and it's like nothing else in the whole wide world matters.
Tears swelled in my eyes as I forced my heavy arms to pass the baby toward Noah. As the human's finger pressed through her fluffy, soft-as-cloud fur, I couldn't release my grip. What if there was something I hadn't accounted for? Such as Terran mates responding to a newborn in a way that would endanger a Venlil. It was irrational paranoia, but it wouldn't leave my mind. I took a deep breath, noticing the growing concern in his binocular gaze. This was the man who was my soulmate, who treasured me and who'd fallen over himself to accommodate my sudden dream of having a Elia. I wanted to share it with him, no matter how difficult it was to expose her to any risks, regardless of how small they were. I steeled myself and forced my paws to do something much more challenging than labor. I relinquished my grip on my daughter, and Noah took her out of my control. The Terran started grinning like an idiot, overjoyed to have her nestled against his elbow. She wasn't even the length of his forearm. The crying stopped the second the predator held her and tickled her tiny nose with his fingertip.
Oh my, Tava. I want us to be everything Elia needs. How do we do that?
Noah whispered. Together. My body finally relaxed, seeing my daughter safe in my beloved's arms. She looked like she belonged there, tucked against his chest. You're a natural father. I'm sorry about earlier. It was just hard to let go.
It'll get easier, one day at a time. I was worried you were scared of me for a moment.
Can you blame me? Everyone knows humans eat Venlil pups for breakfast.
Right next to the bacon and the orange juice. You make a good point.
I always do. It's one of my many endearing qualities.
You can say that again. You know, since sweet little Elia is related to you, I think she's gonna kick her brother's ass. We have to watch out for her. I've heard true Skalgans are terrors.
I'm hoping she'll take after her more mellow namesake. And on the topic of names, if we're going to bring home our other child today, we still need a name. We haven't settled on one. I don't know who else to pay homage to. I thought about Sarah, or some variant of her last name, but Rosa is more feminine in your tongue.
We were both the first pioneers to set sail from Earth on an FTL flight. She's a great scientific mind who's done a great service to both truth and human discovery, from Skalga's survey to the empathy tests to learn. I like the idea of taking a bite-sized snippet from a Rosario. How about Ari? It's a bit more subtle.
Ari. That does have a nice ring to it. We'll have to tell Sarah who inspired it someday.
Hopefully she'll come visit us from time to time so that we can. We're not that forgettable.
When Sarah attended our wedding, it wasn't evident how often she intended to return to Skalga going forward. She'd piled tons of work onto her plate with the Yotul. I hoped she'd be involved as an honorary aunt, but I imagined her ambitions to repair the galaxy wouldn't leave her much time. It was fitting to give a nod to her as one of my original Terran friends. Elia and Ari would be reminders of two figures who were instrumental in making our family possible, free of Federation control or Arxur threats. It wouldn't be easy to raise a human and a Venlil side by side, but I was confident we could handle the challenges. I could imagine the children tussling in the grass, playing together and running around on strong legs. I'm not sure Elia can keep up with the persistence predator, but she won't tuck her out easily. Maybe Noah will be proven right about her being a handful. With both of us regarded as important historical figures, our children would have a lot to learn. We'd be under the spotlight, especially since I hadn't stepped down as Venlil ambassador, despite my interspecies marriage. Noah and I would teach our offspring not to be ashamed of our family or their own differences. We'd teach them to do what was right regardless of the risks. A new era was dawning on Skalga, and this second chance at motherhood played right into the big picture. The Sapient Coalition could give us a forum to develop our own might, with the next generation bringing us back to our roots. The Venlil spirit might have been suppressed for centuries, but it wasn't snuffed out. The more I thought about it, the more confident I was that Alaya wouldn't need my protection. It would be all of us needing protection from her, should she embrace her wild side. It was probably a good thing her brother and father would be from a predator race. Which customs and mannerisms would jump the gap in our multiplanetary household? How would the Terran's kind-hearted nature manifest in my son? It was a relief that humanity wasn't under threat of extinction anymore. I wouldn't have to worry about Ari belonging to an endangered species. All of this started when I met you, I told Noah. To think I almost let the Federation take away the one person who understands me implicitly, who will make our family, who made my heart whole. The human handed Alaya back to me, the loopy smile still on his face.
I helped Tava, but you did all of that yourself. I just proved whatever was written about us in that dossier wrong.
You sure did. You want to know what I was thinking when I saw your ship coming?
Wow, that ship is smoking hot. The pilot must be a stud.
No, you big goof. I thought there were 2 known instances of a predatory species achieving sapience. I listed it all out in my head.
And now you know it was all the omnivores too.
Actually, I know now that I was right about there being 2. I was just wrong about who. The Kolshians and the Farsul were the 2, bringing about cruelties and atrocities to maintain control. The ones who would have kept us apart. I can't wait for whatever our family's future holds.
Me too. All I wanted was friendship and peace in the stars, but you gave me so much more. Looking at Alaya, I didn't know it was possible to feel such deep emotions. I'll be by your side forever, Tava.
Staring into Noah's loving eyes, I was certain that this was humanity's true nature. They were a species that would be loyal to the ends of the universe, and would endure anything to protect the people they cared about. Their mere introduction had brought out the best in dozens of races, and altered the course of galactic history. For all my internal fears, I knew Alaya and Ari would be lucky to have a predator, the love of my life, watching over them. I couldn't imagine having a life and a family that was any more perfect than this one.
Memory transcription subject, Captain Kalsim, United Nations prisoner. Date, Standardized Human Time, January 1st, 2150. Humanity was a species that I had equated to a virus, something infectious that would take over everything they touched. As I watched the galaxy transform through news reports and a closed internet link in my cell, I saw that I was right on that front. Their culture became a dominant powerhouse, with entertainment franchises that bloomed in ways unimaginable for predator ideas. Terran bands toured across entire planets, playing at festivals to diverse audiences. Sometimes those gatherings were devoted to restoring the pasts shown in the archives. Films and games with gratuitous input, from binocular-eyed characters to predator-diseased violence, sold like wildfire. Terran traditions and mannerisms became known across the galaxy. Earth became the heart of the Sapient Coalition as they began to move past the bombing. I'd regretted that I had no choice but to cut their cities down, even before my mission was a failure. One by one, the Terrans rebuilt every last one of the major epicenters from the ashes. Their technological advances came at a staggering rate. Vienna, which currently hosted over 100 alien embassies, had also become a hub of scientific research ever since it had been deemed the host city of Project Chronicle. That was a project to restore the teachings of every species' depraved past, so they could go back to their barbaric, primitive ways. Tens of thousands of aliens arrived on Earth's soil to participate in the restoration efforts. Genetic advancements piled up from the sister project as the United Nations gradually convinced more former omnivores to remove their meat allergies. That included the crocodile, restoring their bloodlust after Terrans replaced our honorable government with some wishy-washy plant Nuela. I was appalled to see how far my species had fallen. It wasn't long before former Federation oddities appeared on news programs about dabbling in these culinary sins. Part of why these races were so curious to try the full-fledged human meals was that their vegetable dishes had spread along with their culture and wowed with their complexity. To think those fools patronized a predator's banquet, the cure that I begged the Terrans to take. They truly did pity us for having our bloodlust removed. In a little over a decade, they've undone millennia of progress. It had been hopeless the moment the Kolshians fell to their onslaught. The humans launched attack after attack on the very foundation of the Federation's beliefs. Exterminators, the very profession I'd once been a part of, either shuttered their doors or became something unrecognizable that went by other names. Terrans convinced the public that predator attacks were sapient assaults, and once that idea was planted, it became true. They'd also activated pity for the burning beasts, like I'd felt the first time I doused younglings in gasoline. It was a horrific process, sure, but necessary to remove their traces. How contaminated must all these worlds be now? I mused aloud, staring at the dingy walls of my tiny cell. Humans have spread to almost every planet. They start more colonies before even filling up the old ones, just for some domineering drive. My voice was fraught with both age and disuse. Sometimes I talked aloud to keep myself sane. When the humans gave me the internet link, it came with a caveat. They kept sending me profiles on Terrans who died during my raid, forcing me to look at the details of their lives. I couldn't access the rest of the web until I'd watched the morning's videos. Hadn't I been burdened with enough guilt, knowing they were feeling and compassionate creatures? I didn't know why I craved connection to this awful reality enough to go through such torment. For some reason, I always watched their October 17th ceremony, a planetary holiday not just across Earth, but many SC powers as well. Remembrance Day, they called it. I remembered all of the impossible choices I'd had to make, protecting other life forms over Terrans. I remembered standing on that bridge, desperately trying to fire off our bombs as the Arxur arrived. And I remembered it too well, even in my old age. Part of me had hoped either natural conditions would free me from this world through death's release, or that they'd wipe my memory clean of the awful things I'd seen. In the end, I knew I'd damned Nishtal and killed millions on Earth in a sacrifice that amounted to nothing. The kernels of doubt were the worst part of it. Still, I remembered what was wrong with these Earthlings as I watched every aspect of the Federation crumble. Predator disease facilities were a target of their assault. Despite their prior assertions that predator attacks were done by wicked minds, the humans thought that was something that could be talked away, and that the herd shouldn't be protected at all. I recalled how dangerous Jala had been, even with someone like me to control her. Those violent desires, coupled with a lack of empathy, could result in attacks if extraneous behaviors weren't stopped. Terran psychology bubble was one of their most outrageous takeovers. Nothing was sacrosanct. The humans fought to preserve wild predators that'd eat anything that crossed their jaws due to their warped view of ecology. It was a far cry from the doctrine of little predators becoming big predators and reproducing exponentially. Species like the Yotul didn't have the refinement to resist uncivilized nonsense. Those marsupials were among the first to welcome Terran attacks on all of these fronts. Governor Veln, who I'd had such high hopes for, became a non-committal flip-flopper who seemed to be altering Venlil society in crawling increments. He lost re-election by a landslide, and someone from Tava's corner was right back in power. I've seen all of our sacred beliefs attacked by humans, and how much damage they've done to the chance the Kolshians gave us to be civilized. I've watched them spread throughout the stars just like I feared, and I've seen they're never satisfied. They still plan to push further. Years of my life were spent in a waiting game for the eventuality that I'd promised to Arjun back when we held him hostage. Humanity's growth would lead to them building an empire off the backs of prey species, as predicted by their history. Without being gentled and saved from their innate sin, their bloodlust would lead them to temptations, and the atrocities would begin. I assumed it would happen with the Federation powers that didn't surrender. When the United Nations' mighty military sent out manpower to overthrow governments, starting with the Yulpa homeworld of Granelka, I assumed it was the beginning. My prophecies would be vindicated. These races, including their so-called friends, were weaker than them, playthings at best. With their foot soldiers back out on the prowl, they'd get a taste for killing and enslaving other cultures once more. They didn't have to play at docility for their survival, so what was to stop them from giving in to their true nature? What was to prevent them from taking what belonged to others for themselves, with their military now stronger than the fledgling force that still defeated the 1,000-year-old Kolshian Empire? There was no reason for them to restrain themselves, or to be able to restrain themselves. And yet, they did. Grenelka and dozens of worlds that followed it had their leaders cut down with precision. And then they were rebuilt from the ground up. The humans took the time to create something new from their strike, setting up new agencies that were staffed by locals and wouldn't answer to the UN. With hostile powers under their crosshairs, the Terrans showed mercy. They wanted others to stand on their own as equals, a concept that violated the core of what being a predator meant. Humanity has spread everywhere and taken our systems just as I knew they would. Exponential growth, I chirped aloud. Yet more herbivore worlds haven't fallen. What happened to their inner violence, their phenomenal cruelty? If my mission hadn't been for the Federation's survival, then I hadn't needed to spearhead the extermination fleet at all. All I saw in humanity's ventures, whether through implied or outward motivations, was endless compassion, for the weak and vulnerable, for the herd anomalies, for those who'd sought forgiveness after grave insults, for those that didn't deserve their compassion. Just as that Terran judge had spared me, despite what I'd inflicted on his kind. I couldn't understand how it was possible, and yet their astounding empathy was all that I found. Predator volunteers rushed off to every world, working impossible hours daily for little compensation as cattle rescues overwhelmed local systems. Human scientists used their new genetic capabilities to scrutinize diseases, even ones that didn't affect their species at all. The United Nations were the cooler heads among the SC, staving off vengeful deeds. Earth was the sole party that actually processed asylum requests from Cage Talsk and spent inordinate amounts on ships capable of shrugging off the Kessler syndrome. War tribunals held in Vienna issued blanket pardons for all child soldiers, much to the outrage of their allies. Human civilians' ventures were delighted to strike up partnerships parallel to the government's close work with Lern, Skalga, Kolia, Koa, and countless others. Had humanity truly deserved to be purged from existence like a disease? Was this all just hatred over their appearance and their diet, like the pilot begging for his family's life had told me? After all this time, their hunger and bloodlust should have surfaced, with unequivocal proof of what they were. They had every opportunity to at least sate their hunger for power. They founded the largest faction in the galaxy. Hundreds of millions of aliens lived on Earth, and the cultural blending meant they would have to hide their instincts at all times. Someone was always watching, yet they never falter. What if they aren't masking their instincts at all? It had been a simple truth that predators killed by nature. But now, I wasn't so sure. When Selene interviewed me before my trial, I stood by my comparison of humanity to a virus. Their rejection of the cure was what led me to believe that their good side wasn't strong enough to salvage. I'd waited for them to conquer the rest of the galaxy, yet with the passing of time, I'd begun to understand that they already had. Not with guns, bombs or starship armadas, not with occupations or pillaging. The Terrans conquered the galaxy through compassion, a desire for friendship and healing that existed without any modifications to their predator coding. Perhaps they'd done horrific things to each other many years ago, but I could see that humans had become something else altogether. Their true selves, at the pinnacle of their advancement and the height of their power, were galactic caretakers, capable of emotion on par with the Venlil. For every Federation tenet they perverted, I couldn't help but notice they'd ushered in a level of peace incompatible with any goals of violence. Life was better under their rule than the Kolshians or the Far Sol. It was an unacceptable truth to realize Earth would never be a spacefaring planet of domineering brutes. The enormity of the guilt crushed my very soul and conviction. The tragedy was how truly unnecessary my genocide had been. Everything that we'd believed about humanity's intentions was patently false, despite all wisdom and prior experience. Their emotional depth drove them with a legitimacy that shouldn't have been possible. There could be no greater punishment than to watch the galaxy move on without me, and to be forced into slowly realizing how erroneous my understanding was of the fundamental nature of predators.